Chapter 1, Gambling Dog Shall Not Die. Rock, paper, scissors. Ha ha, Daddy lost. Carry me quickly. Not far away. A little girl in a little pink dress, holding a man's palm, stood in place and shouted gleefully. Geez, when did you get so good? The man handed the bag in his hand to the woman standing next to him, propped both hands on the little girl's waist, and placed one end around his neck. Hey, I can't believe I've learned to get out of scissors. Ride a horse. The little girl clasped her hands around the man's chin, an innocent and romantic smile of happiness spreading across her face. Don't move. You'll break your head falling off your dad later. Seeing her sway from side to side, the woman next to her chided slightly. No fear. Daddy will protect me. Daddy's got my feet. Right, Dad? Said the little girl and wiggled her two little grabbed feet. Yes, you can't fall down as long as Daddy catches your feet. Just spoil her. Although the woman next to her said this, she still changed one hand to carry something, and the other hand wrapped around her husband's arm, saying some parenthetical words as she drifted away. Looking at this simple and beautiful picture, Lu Zhongyang, who was sitting on the street, slightly touched the corners of his mouth twice, unable to tell whether he was laughing or crying. If placed a few years ago, seeing this kind of picture, Lu Zhongyang would not look at it more than once, because he also owns it, and even happier than them. After all, who cares too much about what they already have? But now, has actually become a luxury? Buzz. Lu Zhongyang took out his cell phone. The caller ID is a string of unfamiliar virtual numbers. Do not even think about it, and then hung up directly, because Lu Zhongyang knew that the call must be from the online lending company. Looking at the dozens of missed calls and 200 to 300 reminders of text messages in one morning, Lu Zhongyang did not even blink his eyes, because he's numb, is really numb. The saying that it's better to have a lot of debt than to have a lot of lice is true for him. In the past, when he first started to owe the debt, Lu Zhongyang didn't even put it on his mind. At that time, just out of school, Lu Zhongyang thought his future was bright. Just a few tens of thousands of dollars. What is it? As long as you catch a chance for yourself, not to mention tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of millions. What's it worth? Young people are always proud. From time to time, I think I can do anything, if I am willing to study and work hard. Of course, Lu Zhongyang was not so blindly confident for no reason. When I was still in college, the domestic economy was in good shape, and all kinds of creative ideas and companies were just like springing up, which couldn't be blocked. Taking advantage of this wave, Lu Zhongyang and a few classmates also gave it a small try. With his youthful vigor and willingness to work hard, he managed to break into a small world on campus. Full count. To the final graduation of the transfer of business, the cumulative calculation is actually more than 100,000 yuan earned. More than $100,000 may not mean much to many people, but for a college student who is still in school, it is enough to make many people proud. At least in the eyes of Lu Zhongyang, whose eyes were not wide at that time. He was bullish, because Lu Zhongyang's project was made in school. When he was in school, he was even shouted on the stage by the school leaders as a standard bearer and role model, coupled with a good appearance. It made Lu Zhongyang make a name for himself in school at that time, and he became a popular figure for a while. Through this, Lu Zhongyang also successfully chased to the innocent school flourishing moving at that time. I don't know how many people were envious and jealous at the time, and Lu Zhongyang also floated away to nowhere in the envious eyes of the crowd. The last thing a person needs is to drift and not recognize himself. Anyway, the money comes easily. Spend it then naturally like running water. After leaving the school, Lu Zhongyang also thought of making a big splash in society and leveling the playing field. But he didn't expect to be smacked silly by the reality of a few big slaps directly. Yes, in school you might still be a figurehead, and everyone would sell you face. But in the real world, what's the point of having a background as a commoner? Who the hell knows you? But the failed Lu Zhongyang is not willing. He feels that it is his bad luck. If once doesn't work, then twice. If twice doesn't work, then 3 times. Failure after failure. So that Lu Zhongyang from everyone was praised twice. To people see you go around. This huge discrepancy made Lu Zhongyang unable to accept it for a while. But so what if? Can't accept it? Couldn't someone in this world pity you for what you've been through and then give you a chance to give you money? Honestly, in this world, who the hell cares about you other than a few close friends and family? Don't say you care. Even if you die on the street and people see you, they'll just think you're having a bad day. In fact, it's not like Lu Zhongyang hasn't thought about starting over from scratch, casting resumes, applying for jobs, getting into small companies to work as a cow and become exploited. But when he saw the monthly salary of only $3, $4, $5 or $6,000 a month, Lu Zhongyang couldn't sit still. That money might be acceptable for a college student just starting out. But it's not really enough for someone who used to make a quick buck and is now in debt to a whole bunch of people. You can say that you have a high hand, but when the money earned is not even enough to cover the interest on the debt owed, the vast majority of people can't do it. Those who get it get it. When people get anxious, they tend to go astray. Fortunately, Lu Zhengyang is also considered a little bottom line, did not go to do anything illegal and disorderly, but cannot take the wrong way, but also a short time to get rich things. In addition to winning the lottery, Lu Zhengyang really did not think of other ways, so for some time therein, Lu Zhengyang became a regular customer in the lottery store. The days are spent studying lottery trends and daydreaming about unrealistic things. The end result is predictable. After all, with $2 to win hundreds of millions of things, and how can it be the turn of a little punk like you? Because of the mix-up at the lottery, it's only natural that the people you come into contact with are unreliable. Gradually, things like gambling came back into Lu Zhengyang's sight. Lu Zhengyang didn't get anything else in the casino, but he really realized that he lost 9 out of 10 bets and his family died. I would like to advise everyone, even if you are at the lowest point in your life at this moment, even if you are hungry and have no food to eat, don't touch such things as gambling easily. Gambling dogs be damned. From the former people's eyes of the aspiring young man, mixed to the present nothing, and even owed a large-ass debt, Lu Zhengyang regret? In fact, it doesn't matter if you regret it or not. After all, it's already happened, and regretting it doesn't do any good. Buzz. Just hung up one phone call and another one came in. Just when Lu Zhengyang wanted to hang up directly again, he saw that the caller ID was Xin Yuanliang, and then he hesitated a little. Xin Yuanliang was no one else but his former brother-in-law. Before, when he hadn't divorced Xin Mubing, their relationship was already as hot as water. Now divorced, meat cannot direct action, even if it is to his sister or little niece face. Hello. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Zhengyang finally picked up the phone. Lu Zhengyang, I don't fucking care how much you owed before, but you're divorced from my sister now. If I ever find out that my sister is being harassed by those debt collectors because of the money you owe, I'll fucking kill you. Just after connecting the phone, Shen Yuanliang's voice roared angrily. Oh, Mom. Oh, don't cry. Don't cry. Hickey, don't cry. Vaguely, Lu Zhengyang also heard his own daughter Lu Yushi and Shin Mubing crying on the other end of the phone. What happened? This time Lu Zhengyang couldn't sit still and hurriedly got up and asked loudly. Yes, one is owed a lot of money, whether it's to friends and family or online private loans. That loan is used in their own name. Not to mention that now they have divorced with Shin Mubing. Those debt collection should not be called to Shin Mubing's body anymore. What are you doing? Let go of me. Crap Nima. You guys have the guts to go find Lu Zhengyang. Our family has nothing to do with him right now. Ah. Hearing the clutter and cries coming from the other end of the phone, Lu Zhengyang couldn't hold back any longer, hung up the phone and ran directly toward the old town not far away. Chapter 2 Wealth Information. And you can't blame us for being heartless. It is a truism from time immemorial that debts should be repaid. Since Lu Zhengyang ran out of money, you, as his friends and family, should help him pay back a little. Move it for me. After a pugnacious man in a suit said this, he directly gave orders towards the minions behind him. Bang! Seeing that these people were about to make a move, Xin Yuanliang couldn't care less and picked up a chair and slammed it on the table. I told you my sister divorced that son of a bitch and our family has nothing to do with him now. I'll fucking kill anyone who moves one thing today. Xin Yuanliang was holding a chair at this time. His face was red, and probably because of the excessive adrenaline, his entire body was shaking slightly. He's not small, and he's also an acute grump. Seeing that his own sister and cute little niece, who had taken care of him since he was a child, were being bullied so much by this group of people, if they really wanted to fight, then they would really be heading towards a fight for their lives. Exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale. Listening to Xin Yuanliang's stout breathing, and then seeing his eyes full of crimson, completely a desperate aura, the gang of debt collectors were also bluffed for a time. These guys look like gangsters and gangsters, but in the end they are just people who are trying to make a little money for a little performance. It's okay to take money, but if you really want to fight for your life, forget it. After all, it is not unheard of for debt collectors to be hacked to death and injured by debtors driven mad by debt collection. Good. You've got balls. Today's things cannot be moved, but Lu Zhengyang owes the money not to pay back cannot be. You guys notify Lu Zhengyang. After 3 days, if you don't pay back the money, we'll find you even if you hide at the ends of the earth. If you don't believe me, you can try. Seeing that a lot of people had already gathered around the side to come over, this gang of debt collectors didn't dwell on it, and turned around with their minions and left. If an uninformed member of the public called the police, it would be another hassle. In fact, it's not like this situation is unheard of for this group of debt collectors. If you can't do it once, do it twice. If you can't do it twice, do it 3 times. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You can be mad today, you can be mad tomorrow, but you can't be mad every day, can you? If you can't come hard, you can come soft, as long as you don't pay up. There are ways to deal with you. Exhale, inhale. Watching this group of people leave, Xin Yuanliang as if deflated ball, spread on the chair panting heavily, a cold sweat as the body of the clothes are wet. To be honest, Xin Yuanliang just had a breath of air in his heart and was really not afraid of death. But now, in hindsight, it was hard to avoid a pang of fear in his heart. Rio, are you okay? Seeing this, Shen Mubing hugged Cici in her arms, wiped a handful of tears, and rushed forward to check the situation. Uncle, oh, uncle, said Hoshi, who was equally frightened to the point of sniffles and tears. Sis, come back with me. If I hadn't happened to come by today, there's no telling what might have happened. Looking at his own sister so emaciated, and then see his lovely niece scared, Xin Yuanliang hate to chop Lu Zhengyang, that bastard. It doesn't count that his home was torn down alive by him, but now even his own home has been made to look like a human and a ghost. No, I can't go back. I've already made mom and dad ashamed of themselves all these years. I can't go back to bothering them. Shen Mubing shook her head repeatedly, but her tears were as if they didn't need money and kept flowing down. At this time her heart was broken. She never thought that her life would become so bad, as if she fell into the abyss of 10,000 feet and could never climb out. But it was clear she hadn't done anything herself. But why did fate do this to himself? At the thought of this, Shen Mubing sobbed uncontrollably. In this world, her mother's home has been the last harbor of her soul. If she goes back, this gang of debt collectors find her mother's home again. The old parents can stand it? Sis, just come back with me, or those guys just now won't let you go. Besides, even if you can handle it, that Hoshi can't stand it. In the end, it was a close sibling. Even if this was a troublesome matter, Xin Yuanliang did not choose to ignore it. It's okay, I can. Oh, Shen Mubing still wanted to say something else, but when she said it was like a fish in her throat, how could she suppress her crying? Xiao Shana, why don't you just go back? You've hitched a ride on such a mess. I won't be able to rent this out in the future. Right at this moment, a relatively wealthy-looking woman walked over and said, I'm sorry, I'll move out tomorrow. Whoops, Shen Mubing is not a person by nature who will let others in trouble. Even though he was now at the end of his rope, he nodded his head in agreement. Hey, I know a little bit about you. Anyway, you're staying for half of this month, and I don't want you to get the rent. Your man is really not something. In the future, you have to keep your eyes open. See Shen Mubing promise. This woman may be because of pity for her, also not too difficult, then turned to go. Knock knock. At this time, Lu Zhengyang hurriedly ran up from downstairs. Are you guys okay? Looking at the cluttered rental house, Lu Zhengyang had a worried look on his face and wanted to reach out and hug over Cici. Oh, you have the fucking nerve to come over here. Get the fuck out of here. Seeing Lu Zhengyang's demeanor, Xin Yuanliang was furious and directly kicked him in the stomach. Bang! This kick was right on the mark, kicking Lu Zhengyang directly backward in a circle. Rio, don't fight. Don't you fight. Daddy. Ooh-hoo. Daddy. Seeing this, Shen Mubing and Shishi rushed forward to pull. Fuck off. What are you still doing here? A good family, made like this by you. The thing I regret the most in my life is helping you chase my sister. How could I have been blind and fallen for your tricks in the first place? Get out. You get out. Xin Yuanliang didn't know if he hated the iron, and with tears in his eyes, he roared towards Lu Zhengyang. Uncle, don't yell at my dad. Oh, although Lu Zhengyang used to yell at her and beat her up, but no matter what, Lu Zhengyang was still her father in Shishi's eyes. Thanks to Shishi is still a small child does not understand things. This if you understand things, with what Lu Zhengyang did to her, it is estimated that now not only will not persuade the fight, on the contrary, will also kick on a few more feet. You go, I beg you. You go. As if she couldn't bear to see Lu Zhengyang in this state, Shen Mubing shed tears and shouted in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry. Seeing that a few of them were temporarily fine, Lu Zhengyang silently climbed up from the ground, though he knew the word sorry didn't help at all, just as much as he was a loser now. Downstairs, Lu Zhengyang walked across 2 streets in a zombie-like manner and found a random place to sit down. That scene just now stung him deeply. If time could be turned back, I would not be so overambitious and low-eyed, and I would get down to earth and find a stable job, even if I don't earn much. With the down payment mom and dad gave earlier, your own family should be happy now. But now, I'm such a loser. Looking at all the different kinds of people on the road, Lu Zhengyang was silent for a long time. Pulling out his cell phone, Lu Zhengyang wanted to see if the personal accident insurance he bought was in effect. If it goes into effect, Find yourself a rich drunk driver for the night and get it over with. Insurance companies are no good in his eyes anyway. This money from the compensation should pay off the debt you owe, and if there's more, consider it repayment. But just as he pulled out his cell phone and was about to check it out, he realized that an app called Wealth Information appeared on his phone screen. Meh. Lu Zhengyang laughed coldly. Did not think that now the fraudulent means are so clever. Can God unknowingly install software on his phone? Unfortunately, master is a negative. Out of curiosity, Lu Zhengyang clicked on the software. The lottery store at 256, Daxing Street, where the penultimate scratch-off ticket in the second cabinet where the scratch-off tickets are displayed is worth $200. 000. When you tap on the software, not only are there text prompts, but there are even a couple of photos to go along with them. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Zhengyang was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 3 Doing Business in the Wholesale Market. This lottery store Lu Zhengyang can be said to be a regular customer in it, so it's still possible to tell the truth about the photos. Is it necessary to make a scam software so real? After reading the message a few times, Lu Zhengyang felt more and more that something was wrong. If this is really a scam software, there's no need to scam yourself into buying a lottery ticket. How much money can you scam? And it also makes the information so clear with picture captions. It's still early anyway. Why don't we go check it out? Not long after, Lu Zhengyang came to the lottery store in a hurry. Yo, brother Lu, haven't been here for a while. Want to buy a lotto or a scratch-off? When she saw the business coming, the store owner's wife was so enthusiastic. In the past, Lu Zhengyang might have greeted her. But now, after recalling how many lottery tickets he had been encouraged to buy in her store, he felt that she was incredibly hypocritical. When you have money, Lu is long and Lu is short. But when you don't have money, sitting here and resting is considered to take up space. Although the world is a place of profit, it is not as mean and heartless as she is. Don't you move. I'll pick it out myself. At this time there is no one else in the lottery store. Lu Zhengyang was afraid that she would disrupt the order of the scratchers, and pulled out the few $10 in cash from his pocket, followed the prompts and took out the penultimate scratch-off out of the second cabinet where the scratch-off tickets were laid out. Phew! Holding this scratch card, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Though he thought the event was outrageous, as he held the scratch-off in his hand, his heart was overwhelmed with the expectation that it was true. Just buy one. Ha! It's not like you. Looking at the $10 on the table, the boss's wife grimaced and put it away with some disgust. In this regard, Lu Zhengyang also did not take care of her, casually took a scratch card along the layer, slowly began to scratch. 03, 05, 09. Lu Zhengyang scratched each layer, looked towards the number of the prize on it, and found that it was exactly the same as the prize number. What are you doing? Winning the lottery? Seeing Lu Zhengyang's uncharacteristic behavior, the store owner's wife hurriedly came over. An hour later, Lu Zhengyang walked out of the lottery center with a dull face. In fact, the most shocking thing for Lu Zhengyang is not the 160,000 he is now holding in his hand, but the information displayed above the Wealth Information app on his cell phone is actually true. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Zhengyang hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened this app again. 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom in the Settingborough neighborhood on the city's west side. Landlord's urgent sale available for $1. 2 million, normal market value $1. 55 million, terms in full, closing the day after tomorrow. Chili peppers are going up big time tomorrow. $1.50 in today, $5.50 retail tomorrow. Corner store transfer at 168, Goshen Road. Taking over a milk tea store for over $250. 000 in annual revenue. NCTC opens tomorrow at 9:30 down 3% and closes up. Looking at one of the displayed messages, Lu Zhengyang's heart beat a few points faster. It's called a Wealth of Information. A 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house can be resold for over $300. 000 for nothing if you have the capital. No wonder rich people get richer and richer. Information like this, even if an ordinary person knew about it, they wouldn't be able to raise more than $1 million in a short period of time. Moreover, how could an honest, ordinary office worker, who sits in the office every day in the 996, know about such a good thing about picking up the pieces? But this difference of more than $300, 000 may be the savings of an ordinary family for the rest of its life. Asterisk. Looking at so many wealth information, Lu Zhengyang just hate the hands of not so much capital, or just rely on so much information. How can earn a pot full of money? It had to be said that at this time, Lu Zhengyang's entire body was agitated. But after so many things, how much money, how much to do? This guideline has become Lu Zhengyang's principle. He used to be overambitious, looking up this mountain to get to this point. Moreover, The news in this wealth information software may not be 100% true, if not 100% sure. Lu Zhangyang does not want to take any risk, so Lu Zhangyang decided to go to the vegetable wholesale market first to see. In case this wealth of information is a mistake, at least it is not a loss. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Lu Zhangyang came to the vegetable wholesale market. Taking the opportunity to eat, Lu Zhangyang asked the boss about the basic market of the wholesale market. Do not ask, do not know. This vegetable wholesale market in order to ensure freshness. A lot of dishes basically from 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to start business. Picking and choosing less than a few hours. Vendors earn or also some hard money. Lu Zhangyang endured the pain of buying 2 packs of soft china. Began to blindly inquire in this market. After a few hours of groping, Lu Zhangyang is basically considered to have figured out the set and market here. After all, you're in the wholesale market in person, and it's not exactly a secret. During this period, Lu Zhangyang also focused on a few large traders. Beep beep beep. More than 11 o'clock at night, there are already many big trucks driving to the vegetable wholesale market one after another. Among these trucks, many of them are people ordered vegetables, and many of them are part-time drivers. But there are also a few people who start their own business driving and hauling goods, pulling them thousands of miles to this side of the sale of goods, just to earn the difference in price. As soon as the trucks arrived, various forklifts came on to unload the goods, and the vendors, like customers in a food market, swarmed up to pick their dishes. Good tomatoes, $2. Fresh from the ground potatoes in large quantities at a good price. For seasoned beans, 4 seasoned beans. Even though it's late at night, the wholesale market is just as bustling and lively as it is during the day. Hello, big brother. See a few loaded with fresh chili master parking ready to unload. Lu Zhangyang pulled out a soft Chinese on the front of the conversation. Brother, what's up? Seeing that it was a soft Chinese, the driver master picked his eyes and hesitated to take it. How do you sell this car chili? Lu Zhangyang didn't ink, and asked directly to the point. How much do you take? Lighting his cigarette, this master driver asked faintly. Customers like this who come to the door on their own and are so polite usually don't buy much and like to press the price, so the driver's master is not very enthusiastic. I'll take this whole car of yours. Lu Zhangyang had a serious face. Ha! The driver master who was smoking hastily pulled the cigarette out of his mouth and looked at Lu Zhangyang with a surprised face. Brother, are you kidding? Who am I kidding about something like that? I really want it all. Shit, boss, my 6-meter-8 car is fully loaded with 8 tons, plus a little overweight is 11 tons. I'll take them all. Big brother, if you really want all of it, I will give you a piece of 4. No, a piece of 35 cents are alright. From brother to boss, finally turned into a big brother. This driver master's mood is also the same as the name, a wave more than a wave high. Like this high volume sales, as long as the price is not too outrageous, can be sold out as fast as possible, that is a big profit. Just $1.04. Let's make friends. But I need a lot of fresh peppers right now. That shouldn't be too hard for you, should it? Helped him such a big favor, and at the same time gave him a little profit. Lu Zhangyang if let him help himself to find goods. $1.04. A ton is 2,000 pounds. 11 tons is 22,000 pounds, which adds up to only 3,800, less than $31,000. No problem, don't dare to say anything else. In this market, I can get you as much of this chili as you want. It's not easy to meet such a big boss. This truck driver patted his chest to ensure. But big brother can first sign the list with me, not as long as the money isn't there. Anything you say is a lie. Although no one would normally joke about this, this driver master, in order to avoid a long night's sleep, still proposed that the money in goods first. Chapter 4, The Ground Snakely Winshan. Sure, in order to prevent accidents, Lu Zhangyang also can't wait to sign the order earlier. Receipt of money bookers to the tune of $31,000. The extra will be taken as treating a brother to dinner. After signing the bill and transferring the money, Lu Zhangyang patted his shoulder and said atmospherically, Big brother is open. Here, smoke one of my poor cigarettes. See the real money into the account. The driver master that called a thrill, and hastily took out his fur on king from the pocket scattered a. In this kind of wholesale market, who is not trying to make a living pound for pound? It is rare to meet such an atmospheric boss. How can you not be happy? Don't look at the 200 though, it's not much, but what it shows is an attitude. Next, under the leadership of this driver master, Lu Zhangyang also pretended to be a big brother, and successfully signed several other cars of fresh chili peppers. Lu Zhangyang's move immediately attracted the attention of many people in the wholesale market. Like this kind of easy-to-lose vegetables, even the wholesale market, the amount of daily trading is relatively stable, which was Lu Zhangyang bought so much at once. The rest of that became a sought-after goods. But even so, other vegetable vendors are not so anxious in their minds. After all, The total amount of chili peppers, a vegetable that is fine as a main side dish, is quite a bit, and if you buy more, big deal, the other guys will stock less. What the hell? Where did this kid come from with such a big hand? I don't know. It's not here to fry chili, is it? Che, just a few truckloads of chili peppers and you want to create a monopoly? This is not a joke. It doesn't make sense. Even a factory of tens of thousands of people can't ask for so many peppers at once. Whatever he's going to get, he can't get any more chili in the back. Big brother, what kind of business do you do? In the future, if you still want chili, directly and our brothers say, we directly deliver to the home. The price is also negotiable. After signing the order and transferring the account, several other truck drivers swarmed around Lu Zhangyang, wanting to cling to him as a big tree. If Lu Zhangyang can ask for goods for a long time in the future, then he is the food and clothing of these people. Cannot hold a little? You're welcome. I'm just small and unstable, but if there's a need, I'll be sure to contact my brothers. It had to be said that this feeling of being surrounded by people, Lu Zhangyang had almost forgotten how long it had been since he had experienced it. Alright, Big Brother must contact us if he still needs it in the future. Seeing that Lu Zhangyang had no intention of wanting to continue working together, these few people were instantly a little disappointed, but they still spoke very politely. What? A major car accident on your end? You've got to be kidding me. We're still waiting for your deliveries here. You can't get through on your side either? What the hell? What kind of airplane is this? It's blocked over there? When? Time was silent, and by the time 1:30 a.m. rolled around in the hustle and bustle of the wholesale market, a call came in. The content of 1001 are similar, only that the goods, because of some other force majeure factors, cannot be sent over. As for why so many accidents all crashed together at once, no one bothered to think about it. The shrewd ones all took the first step towards Lu Zhangyang. Bro, are you selling this chili? I'll pay a high price. Dude, you can't use up all this chili by yourself, so give me some to share. Dude, make a friend and even me up a little bit. Good lord, you can't get a rise out of something like this in business, and when you do, it creates a siphon effect and demand outstrips supply. And something like chili is a necessity. You can eat less of it, but you really can't live without it. Take it easy, take it easy, take it easy. Crap. Seeing such a large group of people swarming around, Lu Zhangyang was a bit flustered, and he hurriedly climbed onto the cargo and shouted, I won't say anything else. One bite, $3 a pound, $3 a caddy. If you want to buy it, everyone queue up at your own risk. Lu Zhangyang stretched out his two slaps and shouted towards the people around him. What? $3 a pound? You're crazy about money, aren't you? Crap. Man, be a man and leave a line. Your price is a little too dark, isn't it? $3 a caddy? Oh, keep it for yourself to make chili sauce. Grass. $3 a pound for chili. I'll fucking see who buys it. Hearing that Lu Zhangyang directly doubled the price, the crowd cursed with contempt one by one. They still don't believe it. Such a big wholesale market can be taken by Lu Zhangyang alone. The group that had just gathered around was immediately dissuaded by the price. I'm still telling you guys, this chili is $3 now. When it's after 2 o'clock it can be $3.02. And after 3 o'clock I'll sell it for $3.05. Although Lu Zhangyang had lost money in his previous business ventures, he still knew a lot of the basic routines of doing business. As expected, the cursing crowd instantly quieted down quite a bit once these words were spoken. Their previous feelings of anger were instantly converted into a conflict between $3 a pound and $3.20 a pound. To be honest, such a sudden situation is not unprecedented before. Snowstorms and floods or drought. Vegetable prices are not without a sudden surge, and even rose more fierce than this. However, people generally have a sense of luck, and just don't let go until the last minute, often missing the best time, and in the end, buying the least with the most expensive price. It's human nature. Forget it, give me 2 boxes. Soon, a small restaurant owner walked out of the crowd with some impatience. Although the price of this pepper rose, but in the end, it is also expensive, so dozens of hundreds of dollars. The big deal is that today less a pack of cigarettes, a small restaurant ingredients waiting for him to prepare it. He cannot have time to blindly consume here. Your chili is expensive today. It can't be the same price tomorrow, can it? Shit, give me 3 cases too. Give me a case too. There are those who are in a hurry, and those who are not. There are those who are inked. Then naturally there are those who are in pain. More people base is big. Gradually, these people have formed a queue to start looking for Lu Zhangyang to buy chili. Crap, this kid has something by him, so pouring the price directly more than double. Damn, making money on our turf. What's this kid's story? Shit, this night mustn't make more than $100,000? Not far away, a few men saw Lu Zhangyang making so much money. It would be a lie to say that they were not red-eyed. Even if they can't make this money, then they don't want to see Lu Zhangyang making money so easily. Rico, what do you think about this? The crowd set their eyes on a man who wasn't very tall, just over 5 feet 7 inches, but wore a large gold chain. This person's name is Li Wenxiang. Grew up in the vicinity of the wholesale market. There are a lot of stalls in this wholesale market are his, and it is also considered a small boss, the head of the ground. When he was a kid, the social security was very average. If he didn't have 2 brushes it was impossible to get to this position. Go and meet him. Li Wenxiang didn't say much, dropped the cigarette in his hand and led a few people directly over. Yo, Rico right? Hello. Lu Zhangyang, who was selling goods, saw Li Wenxiang bring people over and greeted him first, pulling out the soft china in his pocket. Although this is still the first time to meet, but Lu Zhangyang in the previous time to inquire about things. Li Wenxiang, this name more than once heard, naturally will focus on. Do you know me? Li Wenxiang froze, hesitated for a moment, and took the cigarette. As the saying goes, reaching out does not hit a smiling person. Lu Zhangyang suddenly came to such a hand, which he did not expect. Chapter 5, Another Deal. Li brother, who are you? Even if I have not seen, listen to me, also heard more. Lighting a cigarette, Lu Zhangyang continued. Brother Li, just now I also want to find you to help. So many chili peppers rely on me alone, even if it is sold until dawn or not sold out. Good guy. Lu Zhangyang. This sentence froze. Li Wenxiang said that he did not know what to say. But also, these several large trucks of chili peppers, relying solely on Lu Zhangyang, a novice basket by basket to sell, even if other people lined up to buy, it is estimated that the daybreak cannot be sold out. Not to mention the fact that these vegetable vendors are going to be pulling their loads and leaving around 4 a.m. You mean, Li Wenxiang could mix from ordinary people to the present? Naturally, he was not a fool. Listening to this tone of voice is obviously to cooperate, and now is the rule of law society. Lu Zhangyang really do not give him face, even if he can make bad. I guess he cannot get any benefits, but anything can be said if one is willing to cooperate. Look at it this way, is it okay? Except for this car I sold. The other several cars I transferred to you at $2 and $9. You just as a favor, help me to sell goods. Lu Zhangyang flicked his cigarette ash and said, dude wasn't kidding? Li Wenxiang took a drag on his cigarette. His face unchanged, but his eyes kept staring at Lu Zhangyang, wanting to see his true intentions, because he was a little bit unconvinced that Lu Zhangyang would be so refreshingly atmospheric. Something that is clearly going to make money and just let itself go. We all earn money together. It's not my style to eat alone. Not to mention that this is still in your territory. Lu Zhangyang smiled and said, then how embarrassed I am. It was obvious that Li Wenxiang's heart was moved, but he was still a bit unconvinced. $2 and $9 in. Turn around more than $3 out, and there is no risk at all. This is the equivalent of a direct share of the money to themselves. What reason is there to refuse? Of course, if he didn't know that Lu Zhangyang's base price was only $1.40 for Ben, Li Wenxiang probably could have laughed out loud. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'm new here. Consider this a friend. Like this kind of goods, it's all about fast in and fast out. As long as you can get your money back quickly, it's just a matter of making a little less money. Ha ha, good. You're a friend Li Wenxiang, have made. Li Wenxiang smiled and continued. Since brother is willing to share a bite out, then old brother, I can't eat this meal for nothing. I'll charge $2.09 for the remaining cars, and I'll charge you $3 for this one, and save you the trouble of fooling around here. Old boy, that's a good feeling. After some goods transfer operations, looking at his balance already more than 320,000. Lu Zhangyang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Who would have thought that during the day today, he was still a penniless pauper, but in just over half a day's time, he had nearly $300,000 in his pocket? 300,000 might be pocket money in some people's eyes, but for an ordinary person like Lu Zhangyang, who was now in debt, it was a huge sum of money. Don't argue. Now the chili peppers are $3.20 a caddy. If you want them, speed up. As soon as Levine took over, he raised the price up by 20 cents. But these things had little to do with him anymore, and earning his fair share was enough. Is old brother free now? Why don't you go to my place for a cup of tea? Was worried there was no place to talk. Let's go. With mutual politeness, Lu Zhangyang came to his office. Said office was cluttered with cigarette butts everywhere, but Li Wenxiang, being from a reckless background and in the business of fish and dragons, it made sense. Lu Zhangyang didn't mind, directly sat on the sofa and waited for him to make tea. Old brother Lu was awesome. How did you know that the price of chili peppers would go up today? Passed a cup of tea. Li Wenxiang is not more than man, directly asked the doubts in his heart. Harm, It's just luck. I heard some gossip before. I didn't expect to earn so much. Lu Zhangyang drank a mouthful of tea and casually made a perfunctory remark. Then this luck of yours is also a little too good indeed. Seeing this, Li Wenxiang was still unwilling to ask again. He does not believe that Lu Zhangyang just by luck dared to directly buy more than 100,000 goods, which if there is a mistake, it can be all smashed in the hands. Although the money wasn't exactly big money in Li Wenxiang's eyes, it definitely wasn't small money either. Don't look at the fact that on the surface, Li Wenxiang is the local snake of this wholesale market, but in reality, he is just a senior wage earner. No one would really think that a hayseed could get to this position and stand for long, would they? There are all sorts of unseen rules and boundaries in the underworld that you can defy, or even disdain, but it's good that you can bear the consequences that come with it. Sometimes luck comes indeed can't be stopped. Lu Zhangyang looked at Li Wenxiang and smiled meaningfully without explaining too much. Ha! Seeing this, Li Wenxiang came energized. Older brother has something. Ha! Lu Zhangyang didn't pick up this sentence and drank his own tea. This has made Li Wenxiang anxious. An opportunity to make money was in front of him, so naturally Li Wenxiang could not give it up. In this world, no one should be able to resist the temptation of money, and sometimes when people are pushed, they can give up their lives, not to mention some other things. Older brother, if you have any more opportunities to make money, you must bring me. Older brother. Don't worry, old brother. I haven't been in this area for such a long time for nothing. If we have a chance to work together, we'll definitely be able to make it big and strong. These words were spoken by Li Wenxiang in a powerful way. Originally Lu Zhangyang finished the single, mixed a face on the intention to go, but heard these words, the heart cannot help but a little more heart out. Older brother has an idea? Seeing Lu Zhangyang's face showing a difficult color, Li Wenxiang hurriedly stepped forward and asked in a hurried voice, opportunities pass quickly, and Levanti is a man who will seize them. Of course, this presupposes that he witnessed Lu Zhangyang make more than $100,000 in one night, and he still made the money in his own hands. Crucially, he shared a bite for himself. All these things make Li Wenxiang feel that Lu Zhangyang is not simple and at the same time, he is still a very good partner. Since Brother Li said so, I do have such a thing. I just don't know if you're willing to do it and if you can do it. Brother Li. Lu Zhangyang turned his tone, looked at Li Wenxiang and said blandly, older brother, don't worry, as long as in this acre of land, there is really nothing I can't do. Hearing the words can I do it, Li Wenxiang's reply was loud and clear. It could be seen that he was indeed quite confident. Can you operate the hairy crabs of 10 Mile Lake? Lu Zhangyang did not talk nonsense with him and asked directly. The hairy crab business is also quite troublesome to operate. Lu Zhangyang originally did not want to do, but since Li Wenxiang so much want to cooperate with himself, may as well give him a chance. Now Shirley Lake's hairy crab larvae are already in the fast-growing stage, and as a local, Shirley Lake's hairy crabs are in short supply when they are on the market. Even if the price isn't low, when it does come to market, you'll have a couple of meals no matter what. And the hairy crabs of Shirley Lake, as a specialty of Beihai City, are sold all over the country, and the locals would not necessarily be able to eat them vigorously if they weren't close by, and the farmers are mixed, both big and small. According to the information provided by Fortune Information, there will basically be no more rainfall throughout the summer this year, and the weather will continue to rise, and the water level of 10 Mile Lake, even if it is a large lake in the country, is constantly going down. Coupled with so many years of sewage wastewater and other debris to the 10 Mile Lake brain to the 10 Mile Lake row, more water when it seems as if the impact is not so great, but when the water level drops, the concentration of those harmful substances to reach a certain amount of qualitative changes will occur. By that time, I am afraid that even fish will not be able to survive for long, not to mention the hairy crabs, which are aquatic products with relatively high water quality requirements. Right? Chapter 6, Saying Goodbye to the Past. Of course, it can't be helped that almost everyone can't predict anything about such natural or man-made disasters, but unpredictable is unpredictable. But when things keep going in the worst direction, it's your own loss if you don't do something to prepare. For example, the hairy crabs in 10 Mile Lake. According to the current weather and the level of pollution in the lake, there will be basically no harvest when the time comes. If the person who has the heart to contract this time monopolize some of the small pond breeding hairy crabs, careful care, wait until the hairy crabs on the market shall not earn a pot full of money? Hairy crabs? Bro, there's still some time before the hairy crabs hit the market. How does this work? Hearing Lu Zhangyang say hairy crab, Li Wenxiang was silent for a moment, really not expecting what he wanted to do. This year's weather is abnormal. The harvest of hairy crabs is miserable. If we can take advantage of this time to acquire some hairy crab seedlings, it won't be long before we make a big profit. Lu Zhangyang looked at him and said meaningfully, According to what is said inside the wealth information, this business is as much as 2 to 3 times the earnings, but in practice, it is still more troublesome. Anyway, the opportunity was given to him. Whether he does it or not is his problem. No, buddy, is this reliable? Seeing Lu Zhangyang talking so easily, Li Wenxiang couldn't help but hesitate. This year the weather is indeed a bit abnormal. But the hairy crab, this thing Li Wenxiang has not really touched. He has always been in the vegetable wholesale market mix. Even now, he is just doing management. Most of the specific business is given to the men to do. Then do you think I'm reliable in this chili pepper thing? Lu Zhangyang smiled and asked a rhetorical question. Buddy, I'm not believe you. You can talk to me about the specific operation well. Old brother, I also weigh. Although the heart some do not believe, but do not want to let go of the opportunity to make money. Li Wenxiang strong smile and want to let Lu Zhangyang said the specific operation ideas. It's nothing really. If this weather continues, the ecology of 10 Mile Lake will be very bad by then. The hairy crabs in the lake will basically be dead by then. Do you think the price will go up when the hairy crabs are on the market? But there's still quite a bit of time before it goes on sale, so we can't go this long without a downpour. Can we? This situation is really a bit hard to understand for Li Wenxiang. You're right. Then let's stop this business for now. Seeing his questioning expression, Lu Zhangyang nodded and agreed. People basically can't make money outside of their own perception. Previously, Lu Zhangyang was still a bit skeptical about this sentence, but actually thinking about it, the situation is really true. Since the opportunity was given to him and he couldn't grasp it himself, he couldn't blame himself. Lu Zhangyang can't go through all the trouble of having to force him to make money, right? That's not being cheap. It's getting late. I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Looking at the time, it was more than 1 in the morning, almost 2 o'clock. Lu Zhangyang was about to get up and leave. Older brother wait. Seeing him leaving, Li Wenxiang was anxious. It's not that he doesn't make money in this area. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year is put here, but one makes a lot of money and naturally spends a lot. Most importantly, after having some money on him, Li Wenxiang doesn't want to keep this acre of land. He also wants to make money. Can you tell me how much you want to invest in this business? If you're going to do it, I'll put in 300,000. You put in 500,000. And we'll split the proceeds 50-50 when the time comes. Kindred brothers, clear accounts. Since he asked, then this must be cleared up first. If he wants to do it, then do it. If he doesn't, forget it. He's got a wealth of information under his belt and plenty of options anyway. Looking at Lu Zhangyang's bashful expression, Li Wenxiang somehow had an extra trust in his heart for no reason. Okay, I'll do this business. Let's discuss the back specifically. After hesitating for a moment, Li Wenxiang finally made up his mind. He admitted that he had gambled. But life is not like this. Think of the beginning is not based on their own force, and how it is possible from a gang of hooligans inside, step by step to do this wholesale market of small big brother it? Although $500,000 is not a small amount of money, this business can't lose it all even if it has to, right? Even if you lose it all, you can make it back in 2 years or so by yourself. Oh, okay, since Li is planning to do this, I'll have a good chat with you. It was just after 4 in the morning. Lu Zhangyang, with a tired face and a cigarette in his mouth, stood in the hotel room of more than 20 floors and looked down towards the ground. It's late at night. Lu Zhangyang could even hear the sound of cigarettes burning. It was as if this was the only way he could quiet himself completely. What happened today was still like a dream to him, causing him to have to open his cell phone every now and then to see if the $320,000 deposit was still in his phone. It can't be helped. People who have been poor are so insecure. Phew, Shen Mubing, please give me a little more time. Lu Zhangyang took a deep breath and silently made up his mind. As a man, Lu Zhangyang is a gutless deserter, and when difficulties and problems come, he can only think of using death to escape. As a son, he's another blood-sucking, bone-crushing giant baby. As a father, he failed to fulfill even the most basic duties and responsibilities of a father. As a husband, Lu Zhangyang is even more groundless. No face to say more. It had to be said that Shen Mubing was a good woman, gentle and virtuous, hard-working. When in love does not count. Since the marriage, Lu Zhangyang has never let Shen Mubing really decent once, let alone happiness and so on. Her family's situation was average, but at least she moved to the city when she was a child, and this point was quite a bit better than Lu Zhangyang's family. When I was young, I was a good girl with excellent grades, and although I grew up with a particularly good-looking face, because of my parents' strict control, I even watched very few idol dramas when I was studying, not to mention falling in love. Coupled with the fact that her mom and dad were busy when they were young and had little time to take care of her, she grew up being especially understanding, not only cooking and sweeping the floor, but also taking care of her younger brother. Shan Yuan Liang. If he hadn't been so honey-confident when he was in college, chasing after her shamelessly, even skipping over her to buy all kinds of gifts to go to her house to talk about marriage and bribe her parents and her brother, he wouldn't have been able to chase her himself. Lu Zhengyang still remembers what her parents said to him. Said her family used to be authentic farmers, simple people. Do not ask for great wealth and prosperity, just ask for an honest life, is their two oldest wish. But at that time, Lu Zhengyang was mixing like a man and a dog, so naturally he would not put these words in his eyes. There was even some contempt for their eyesight. What honest life? Is this looking down on me? I'll at least let her live the life of a rich wife in the future, okay? Can result in. When he first started his business, Lu Zhengyang had some savings in his hand, and then he started to brush his credit card, and then later on, he took out a private loan from the internet. When Lu Zhengyang owed 3 or 400,000, Shen Mubing advised him, even in tears, but Lu Zhengyang had already fallen into the devil. What would rather start a business to earn 100, not working to earn 10? Such words deeply imprinted in his brain. I don't know who brainwashed me at the time, but I had to get bent out of shape. And in the face of Shen Mubing's various persuasions, Lu Zhengyang was able to reason with her properly at first, talking about his various brain-dead remarks, but with his own failures coming one after another, coupled with online lending companies to call for money every day and so on, Lu Zhengyang is going crazy with anxiety. From the once honey-confident sunny boy, he has become now sensitive and suspicious, smoking and drinking, wanting to paralyze himself with alcohol, or turning off his cell phone and going to an internet cafe to play the game day and night upside down, not wanting to care about anything. And from time to time, Shen Mubing is angry at Shen Mubing for no reason, incapable of roaring. CCC want to find themselves to play, want to let themselves accompany her. Lu Zhengyang feel annoyed in his heart. If he then heard her cry or something, Lu Zhengyang can beat her to cry out. It's probably what's called pride. Finally, after another bout of drinking, Lu Zhengyang lies thirsty on the sofa and asks Cici to go and pour a glass of water for himself. But on the way back Cici accidentally drops the glass of water. This time Lu Zhengyang found another excuse to beat up Cici. Even if Cici knelt on the ground and cried and shouted that she was sorry, Lu Zhengyang, who was drunk and in need of venting, didn't care about that. Grabbing the coat hanger beside him, he lashed out at her. Shen Mubing naturally wouldn't let him beat Cici like this and directly argued with him. Under the stimulation of alcohol, under the pressure of being bombarded by calls from collection agencies every day, and under the contempt of being looked down upon by everyone around him, Lu Zhengyang seemed to have lost his mind at this moment, and came at Shen Mubing with a domestic violence that she would never forget. And this domestic violence not only makes Shen Mubing physically injured, but also makes her already difficult to support the psychological changes that are difficult to reverse. Chapter 7. One must have hope. Phew. Now recalling the beastly things he did that night, Lu Zhengyang couldn't wait to give himself 2 more punches. Over the years, although Shen Mubing has mostly persuaded herself, when Lu Zhengyang really goes out on a limb, she still chooses to silently support laundry and cooking with children, and even sometimes will give his salary to Lu Zhengyang to spend. When you are sad and upset, you seldom go to Lu Zhengyang to find theories and quarrels, and most of the time you are a person silently hugging the pillow and crying. Remember last year when the New Year, Shen Mubing in order to let Lu Zhengyang decent a little bit of New Year's Eve, to give him a new set of clothes all over the body, the money to buy clothes, are Shen Mubing themselves from the chanting inside the set out. Instead, she herself was wearing the same clothes from the year before. Similar things are too many. A pile, a piece. Lu Zhengyang now recall. These things are like a blunt knife, in Lu Zhengyang's heart constantly cutting back and forth. Why was he such an asshole back then? Lu Zhengyang still remembers what Shen Mubing cried into when they were kicked out of the new house by the collection agency, holding Shishi. Phew, it's over. Everything is over. For the rest of my days, let me spend my life atoning for my sins. Every time I think of these things, Lu Zhengyang's mood is difficult to calm down. Extinguished the cigarette in his hand, Lu Zhengyang extinguished the light, closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. Buzz, buzz. Early in the morning, Lu Zhengyang was again woken up by the call for payment. I don't know how many times I've lost sleep over the years because of this kind of thing. Lu Zhengyang dreamed of paying off these arrears, so that life can start again. And he started from scratch. Even if he ran takeout every day and did hard labor every day. But the thought of the more than $1 million bill that he owed was simply an insurmountable amount of money for Lu Zhengyang, who had no way of making money. It was daunting to him. That's why it's a lightweight insurance fraud. So people, you must be self-aware and never do something beyond your ability. At the very least, you need to be able to live with the consequences of failure. Otherwise your life will be dark. But now Lu Zhengyang has more than $300,000. For the repayment of the matter is not urgent. After all, no matter what business you're in, even with the help of a wealth of information, it's all about the capital. But yesterday went to find Shin moving trouble private loans. This carve-out cannot be delayed. To say that is also black heart. Those private loans to borrow 100,000, to hand only more than 80,000. The interest rate is ridiculously high. Lu Zhengyang was forced to have no choice, even if you know that they are black, but also can only close their eyes to jump in. Lu Zhengyang remembers that he was still 2 periods, now plus what the default, interest and so on, with interest almost now have to pay more than 10,000 to completely pay off. In full, if you clear your accounts from the time you borrowed the money until now, it will take more than a year to pay back to more than $150,000. This is a so-called financial company, and it's really lucrative, but now there is nothing to say. The sins of their own can only bear the consequences. Dialed the private loan phone. Lu Zhengyang directly transferred 20,000 yuan in the past, and promised that the next money will be paid back within a month at the latest. The only requirement was that for the time being, they could no longer find trouble with Shin moving and their own families. With money in the bank, naturally everything is fine. Although he basically didn't sleep much yesterday, Lu Zhengyang still numbly climbed up from the bed at this time, took a shower and got slightly more human. After casually eating a breakfast, Lu Zhengyang hurriedly walked out from the hotel. Even if you didn't sleep well last night, when Lu Zhengyang saw the rising sun, he swept away the previous despondency and felt that his whole body was full of energy. People live in this world. Even if you can have nothing, just cannot lose hope. Otherwise, if you walk around all day long, you will only end up in an abyssal swamp, sinking deeper and deeper into the abyss. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Zhengyang once again came to the place where Shin Mubing lived with 2 big bags in his hand, knocked on the door for half a day without a little response. Through the glass window, Lu Zhengyang realized that this place has long been 2 empty figures. What are you still doing here? Just when Lu Zhengyang wanted to call and ask what the situation was, a sneering voice with questioning came from his side. Lu Zhengyang turned around and saw the landlady staring at him with an unkind face. As a landlord, the loss of a tenant, which already makes her very upset. As a woman, what Lu Zhengyang did that is even more disdain, and even contempt. How could he give him a good look at this point? Big sister, can you tell me where Shin Mubing went? Lu Zhengyang didn't want to explain anything to her and asked directly. Oh, you still have the nerve to ask this. She was forced by you to move out overnight yesterday. So hurry up and leave for me. The landlady raised her hand impatiently. In her eyes, a gambling dog like Lu Zhengyang was purely a scourge of waste. Can you tell me where they went? Don't say I don't know. Even if I did I wouldn't tell you. Shin Mubing has been so badly pitched by you. What? Now that she's divorced, you still want to continue to pit her? Do you have any bottom line? Looking at the landlady's righteous indignation, Lu Zhengyang thought better of it and kept quiet. He himself knew what kind of virtue he had been before. And another thing was that it really wasn't a wise choice to reason with the older woman. What's more, when Shin Mubing lived here, this landlady more or less gave a little care. Humph. I don't know how Shin Mubing, such a good woman, could have been blind enough to look at a man like you in the first place. Looking at Lu Zhengyang's departing back, the landlady beeped in a small voice and walked into her room without looking back. Walking on the side of the road, Lu Zhengyang thought about it or dialed Shin Mubing's phone. But alas, her own phone had been blacked out by her at some point. There was no way out. Lu Zhengyang had to dial Shen Yuanlian's phone. Why are you still calling? After the phone rang twice, Shen Yuanlian's unhappy voice was heard. Yuan Liang? I'm sorry. Fuck off. What are you trying to say? Phew. Can you tell me where your sister is now? I am now. Shit. You're already divorced from my sister. What else do you want? Get money from her? Or do you want to remarry and keep screwing him? I'm telling you, if it wasn't for Hitch's sake, I'd fucking kill you. Grass. Get lost. If I know you're pestering my sister again, I'll kill you even if I have to fight for my life. Shin Yuanliang was so angry that he directly hung up the phone. Uncle, isn't my father's phone number? Hoshi, who was packing up her things, asked cautiously. Yes, it's your father. Looking at the innocent-looking Shishi, Shen Yuanliang could not be angry, turned his head to Shin Mubing and said in a deep voice, Sister, anyway, you're divorced now. If Lu Zhengyang dares to pester you again in the future, you talk to me. After saying that, Shin Yuanliang continued to bury his head and began to pack up his things. Hearing this, Shin Mubing's hand that was packing things stopped in the air and froze. But in the end, she didn't say anything and continued to start organizing things. In order to get rid of yesterday's gang of debt collectors, Shin Yuanliang called the moving company overnight. Originally wanted to directly pull things back home, but Shin Mubing did not agree. Shin Yuanliang had no choice but to help her find a rental house again. Sis, I don't know what you're thinking. You're divorced from him. Why are you helping him pay back the money? When the divorce was initially finalized, Shin Mubing took the initiative to help him bear the $200,000 in arrears, and no one could persuade him. Sis, I can tell you, if Lu Zhengyang comes to you again, you must not have any more entanglements with him. Just when Shin Yuanliang wanted to continue to say something, looking at Shin Mubing's red and swollen eyes, Shin Yuanliang hardened and swallowed the latter words again. I won't see him again in the future. Shin Mubing froze for a moment, her tone cold, but tears still flowed down unconsciously. It was not clear whether this sentence was said to Shin Yuanliang or to himself. Sister, don't cry. Watching his dear sister's tears never stop, Shin Yuanliang had a bellyful of fire in his heart and couldn't get it out. Alright, you go to work, I'll just clean up the rest myself. Wiping her tears, Shin Mubing said again. Shin Yuanliang just graduated from school. It is difficult to find a job. He has delayed him a lot. If it is because of their own things affect him, Shin Mubing's heart is even more upset. Sis, I still have $3,000 here. Take it. I don't want it. Keep it on you for your own use. The money is not much. Just take it, but don't pay the debt to that son of a bitch. I'm going to work. Shin Yuanliang is also an acute person. Put the money into Shin Mubing's hand and directly left. He didn't have much money fresh out of school, and this was all the money he had on him. Shin Mubing held the $3,000 in her hand, but looking at her brothers departing back, she could only choke on her words. It's hard to beat a hero for a penny, and Shin Mubing has felt it practically in these years. Even if she really didn't want to take this money, CC was about to start kindergarten, and the tuition fee hadn't been paid until now. Chapter 8 Hairy Crab Farmers. Couldn't find anyone for a while, and there were things to do in the afternoon, so Lu Zhengyang had to go back first. Back to the wholesale market. At noon and Li Wenxiang had a meal. By the way, to talk about some more details, the two signed a contract, and then drove his Cadillac toward 10 Mile Lake. An hour or so later, the two arrived at the perimeter of 10 Mile Lake. It's a real surprise not to come here. 10 Mile Lake, as a famous large lake in Beihai City, Lu Zhengyang had brought Shin Mubing over to play before. At that time the wind and sunshine. The lake is long, beautiful scenery, the whole 10 miles of the lake at a glance. But now, the water level has dropped quite a bit. The riverbed near the lake has dried up and cracked into irregular clumps of dirt, and you can even see a lot of dried fish. The entire 10 Mile Lake shrunk by nearly a third. This is just the beginning. According to the wealth of information provided by the news, the 10 miles of the lake to the end of the remaining water surface. I'm afraid that 10 does not save 2 or 3. Boy, every day I read the news about the hot weather and lack of water and rain. I didn't realize that it had all turned out like this. Seeing this scene, Li Wenxiang was equally somewhat shocked. Who says it isn't? Let's go. Hurry up. If we can see a business opportunity, so can others. Lu Zhengyang at this time cannot have any mind here to publish what things are different feelings. He now has only one idea. That is to get money. Alright, what old brother Lu said. For this business, Li Wenxiang's heart was a few points firmer. After inquiring for more than an hour by the 10 Mile Lake, Lu Zhengyang quickly found several hairy crab farmers. These farmers are all acquaintances, and one of them, Zhang Jinshui, is supposed to be their junior leader and seems to be more authoritative. At his suggestion, the group went to his farmhouse. Boss Zhang, it's like this. We are a sales company. We want to sell our hairy crabs from Shirley Lake to the whole country. So we want to buy the hairy crabs from your hands. Dispersing a circle of cigarettes along each of them, Lu Zhengyang opened the door and said, in fact, there are not many businessmen like this acquisition of hairy crabs. There are large companies. There are also some small traders into the goods to go to the city to set up stalls to sell. So these farmers are no strangers to this situation. The only thing to talk about is the price. As long as the price is right, everyone is happy. But the hairy crabs are still in the growing stage now, so it's too early for you guys to collect them, right? Zhang Jinshui frowned and asked with some doubts. Usually merchants come to buy hairy crabs when they are almost ripe. How can they come to buy them when they are half grown? That won't sell for a good price then. We naturally have our reasons for coming to buy it this time. Don't worry, the price is negotiable. At his dissatisfaction, Lu Zhengyang smiled. In this case, we will collect your hairy crabs at the price they were listed last year. And we can pay now once the contract is signed. But we're a sales company after all. And you're still good at the farming piece, so you'll still be the ones to farm this hairy crab before it hits the market. We are all adults, and not what friends and family can sit together is not for that a few silver. As long as you get the money thing out of the way first, things will go much better from there. Last year's price? But the weather is not very good this year, and the brothers have put in a lot more effort in this area of farming. With a basic price to cover the bottom, Zhang Jinshui again looked towards the expression of the others, as if there were not a few people who objected. and could not help but want to raise the price even higher. Ha ha, I also know that it's not easy for everyone, but it's not easy for us either. Lu Zhengyang smiled again. How about this? Let's each take a step back and add another 10% to the original price. What do you think? Seeing the tone of his speech, Lu Zhengyang knew that this matter was already 8 or 9. That was a big smile on the farmer's face. More than 10% of the price can be more than 10%. There is this hard work fee. Everyone tired is also worth it. Yes, since Boss Lu is so forthcoming, then we can't be ungrateful either, can we? Seeing that the others had no objections, Zhang Jinxue directly agreed on the spot. In their eyes, the price of hairy crabs does not fluctuate much from year to year, and to whom is it not selling? In previous years, when hairy crabs were on the market, they were worried about finding buyers, but now not only are there people booking early, and the price is not low, so what's there to hesitate about? In this case, to show our sincerity, we will pay 10% in advance, sign the contract, and when the hairy crabs are on the market, we will pay for the remaining 90% with one hand and deliver the goods with the other. No problem, right? Having established that this is a solid deal, it is natural to add as much leverage as you can. 10%? Boss Lu, would this deposit be a little too small? Zhang Jinxue frowned slightly, his face a little off. Brother Zhang, this is a reservation payment. What is less not less? When the hairy crabs are really on the market, as long as we don't pay off the final payment, it's equivalent to breaking the contract. At that time, those hairy crabs can be dealt with any way you want. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyang was a bit puzzled, because 10% of the price as a deposit was not something he felt was low in itself. Boss Lu, it's something like this. There used to be a sales company that claimed to be very big and used the same booking method to talk to us about cooperation. At that time, a contract was signed, and their company only paid 5%. But later this company waited until the hairy crabs were really on the market. Then they just didn't accept it, and we didn't find a seller because of this contract thing. And in the end, we, the farmers, could only sell it at a low price, and we lost a big sum of money. Here comes the most crucial one. Do you know which gang acquired our hairy crabs? It's the same gang that signed the contract with us before. What a crooked businessman. Zhang Jinxue was still gnashing his teeth in anger even now when he talked about it. You can see how badly these farmers have been screwed by that company. Crap. Hearing this, Lu Zhengyang was somewhat speechless. What kind of business is this? It's really a no-brainer. Isn't this a pure and simple trick? Don't worry, brother Zhang. We will never do such a thing. Seeing their furious look, Lu Zhengyang hurriedly assured. Lu Zhengyang is still thinking of paying less deposit and acquiring more hairy crabs so that he can earn more. I didn't expect this to happen with this hairy crab business. This is going to be a tough one. Lu boss, we do not say that these people do not believe you, but as the saying goes, the mouth says no proof and this 10% of the money is really not much. If the hairy crab's stagnant, we deal with the low price of at least a loss of 20% of 30%, and even 50% of the loss. It's not easy for us farmers, who are exposed to the wind and sun every day, to make some money. Well, Zhang Jinxue and these people started to complain. So what do you guys say? All they are saying is that they want to pay a little more for the reservation and give them a guarantee. If you really want to reserve these hairy crabs of ours, the deposit should be at least 30%. In this case, we won't say anything else. We pay 10% for the deposit. And we also add another clause to the contract. If we don't acquire the hairy crabs within 7 days by the time they are officially on the market, the contract will be automatically nullified. That way you guys have no worries, right? Looking at the faces of the crowd, Lu Zhengyang pondered for a moment and said, this. Upon hearing this promise, the crowd in the room couldn't help but pause. Tell you what, we won't say anymore. The deposit will be 20%, plus this condition. If it's okay, we can sign the contract now. Zhang Jinxue said after a little discussion with the other farmers. There's no way. They farmers have been punked not once or twice by those so-called sales, and to play with their brains, they simply can't. So, even though these conditions seem great, they are not enough to make them feel secure. Brother Zhang, you want protection, but our company has its own difficulties. Tell you what, 15% deposit. We'll talk later if you have any other concerns. We have enough sincerity, but you can't give nothing, right? As the words came out, Lu Zhengyang's face was already a bit unhappy. He didn't have much capital to begin with, and if the advance had been a little more, he wouldn't have made much money. Chapter 9 Goodbye Shin Moving. I think it's fine. Look at this boss Lu, looks like he doesn't look like he's fooling around. A little less deposit is a little less? It doesn't matter much. Yes, brother Zhang. And if they don't purchase the hairy crabs when they go on sale, the contract is directly voided. So I don't think it's a big problem. Brother Zhang, I think it's okay. Seeing that Lu Zhanyang was a bit upset, the other farmers quickly sang a red face. After all, this business in their view is a sure thing, when they really do not acquire. Get this 15% for nothing. If the acquisition, that also saves the trouble of the back of the sale, and can also sell 10% more. Alright, since everyone agrees, I can't say anything else. By this point, Zhang Jinshui couldn't say anything else. It's a little less of an advance, but it's really solid on the bright side. Good. In that case, let's all take a look at this contract. If there are no objections, let's just finalize this directly this afternoon. Saying that, Lu Zhanyang then took out a bunch of contracts from Li Wenxian's briefcase and distributed them. Receiving the contract, the crowd read it. Boss Lu, isn't this 3 times the liquidated damages a little too high? Zhang Jinshui looked at the other treaties of the contract. There were no major problems, but one of them stated that if they defaulted on the contract, they would have to pay 3 times the liquidated damages, and this matter made him a bit upset. Brother Zhang, what are you worried about this point? As long as you guys don't default on the contract, this default payment won't be a problem even if it's higher, and we are the first to pay in advance. When you do not sell to me, how can both sides give each other a guarantee? This, Boss Lu, this triple liquidated damages is just too high. Zhang Jin showed a hint of difficulty on his face. The words were so, and the reasoning was so, but probably because he had been pitched too much. Zhang Jinshui was still very cautious about such things as contracts. Okay, let's each take a step back. You guys trust me? I trust you guys. I'll change this liquidated damages to double. That's okay, right? We can't pay up front but have no protection at all behind it. Can we? Mr. Lu Sun said well that people always like to reconcile and compromise. For example, if you say that the room is too dark and you have to open a window here, people will definitely not allow it. But if you advocate removing the roof, they will come to compromise and be willing to open a window. This 3 times the amount of liquidated damages. Lu Zhanyang did not intend to sign so much. His idea is to sign a minimum of 2 times, because the profits add up to a total of so much. As expected, once these words were said, the people present were not in a position to say anything else. It's not going to be an active violation in their minds anyway, and this breach of contract is relevant to them, but not very relevant. Then they talked about some other details, and after they talked it over, they signed this contract directly at Zhang Jinshui's home, with a total capital of $800,000. A family that only pays 15% upfront has pried more than $5 million out of the market alive. Don't look at Lu Zhanyang signing the contract with a smile. Li Wenxiang sitting aside, that is heartbreaking. It would be fine if this business ended up being successful, but if it didn't, the money spent on acquiring these hairy crabs alone would be enough to keep him from turning over a new leaf. However, as if Lu Zhanyang had guessed his concerns, he didn't push more with him, so on the contract, only Lu Zhanyang's own name was written. Of course, this was also said in advance. Otherwise, with this cautious character of Li Wenxiang, it would not be an easy thing to make him shell out $500,000. After the contract was signed, everyone was happy, and Zhang Jinshui stopped them, insisting on inviting them to have dinner at home, sit down and drink a few cups together, and liaise with them. If you have another good thing like this in the future, you must remember to call on him again. Lu Zhanyang naturally shrugged it off. Don't look at them as happy now. It won't take them more than a few days to realize that this drought is a natural disaster that won't happen even in 100 years, and that the price of hairy crabs will skyrocket in the back of the line, and then they won't be able to stop laughing. However, they are not a loss. After all, Lu Zhanyang received goods at a price that is higher than the price in previous years, just that they did not catch up with this opportunity. Older brother, are you that confident that this hairy crab will definitely go up? It's true that 10 Mile Lake has shrunk quite a bit now, but if we get a couple of big rainstorms, won't it still go back up just the same? On the way back, Li Wenxian was still worried about this matter in his heart. Don't worry about that. I'm not so sure I'm going to let myself jump into the fire. It should be just these few days. I guess someone will find us to talk about the acquisition. At that time, if we encounter any trouble, we still need you to step in. Brotherly. Lu Zhanyang squinted his eyes and lay in the back of the car. Yesterday had not slept well, plus another busy day. Lu Zhanyang now just wanted to ignore everything. After returning to the wholesale market, in Li Wenxiang's strong request, organized a meal, drank some wine. Lu Zhanyang directly buried head first into the pillow sleep until dawn. Early the next morning, Lu Zhanyang came to the downstairs of the office building on Mingda Road early. Although he didn't find where Shin Mubing lived yesterday, the place where she worked should have remained the same. Shin Mubing was at least a college student in the beginning, but for the first few years after she got married, she basically stayed at home as a full-time wife because of giving birth to and bringing up children. Now it's hard to work through my own efforts and I'm working in an accounting firm. The salary is not high, but the good thing is that it's relatively stable. Soon, to the rush hour, Lu Zhengyang saw Shen Mubing walking out of the subway entrance at a glance. There is no way. It is really too recognizable. Because during the period of time following Lu Zhengyang's accident, Shen Mubing simply did not have any extra money to buy clothes, and the clothes she is now wearing on her body have been worn for several years, and they are all a little bit slightly deformed and discolored. Are you okay? Looking at the slightly haggard, eyes red and swollen Shen Mubing, Lu Zhengyang for a moment actually somewhat do not know what to say. Thinking back to all the previous things, Lu Zhengyang then reacted to the fact that Shen Mubing had been living a life that was simply not normal in these years. What are you still coming to me for? Seeing Lu Zhengyang walking towards him, Shen Mubing froze for a moment and asked in a cold tone, we talk? Shen Mubing closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It's over between us. There's nothing to talk about. Please get out of the way. I have to go to work. Although Shen Mubing wanted to act desperate, her gradually blurring eyes were simply not under her control. Shen Mubing didn't want him to see this scene of his, so she wanted to bypass him and leave directly. Mubing, listen to me. I'm now Lu Zhengyang. It's come to this. You still want to lie to me? It's useless for you to lie to me. I have no money left. Will you let me off the hook? Just think of it as for Hitch's sake. Will you? As if thinking of something grievous, Shen Mubing's tears were like breaking the dike and kept falling down. But even so, Shen Mubing used a pleading tone. She is tired. It is not that she did not give him a chance. On the contrary, gave too many chances to make Lu Zhengyang so emboldened in the past. Now that everything was over, no matter what Lu Zhengyang said in front of her, she wouldn't listen to it because it had lost its meaning. Good. First of all, you go to work. I will wait for you in the coffee shop downstairs of your company. Seeing that Shen Mubing's emotions are about to get out of control, plus there are also a lot of people watching right now, Lu Zhengyang doesn't want to make things so ugly. Shen Mubing wiped her tears and walked directly toward the office building. Chapter 10, Thief Huan Haibing. Sister Bing, who was that man just now? Was it your husband? In the elevator, a relatively young-looking little girl carrying a canvas bag with a gossipy face approached Shen Mubing and asked in a low voice. It was as if her haggard face and red eyes were completely invisible. Yes. No. We are already divorced. Shen Mubing didn't want to care about her, but out of politeness, she still answered the question. Sister Bing, you got divorced at such a young age? Good lord. This girl's voice instantly raised several degrees as if she was afraid that others wouldn't hear her. This time, Shen Mubing instantly became the focus of everyone in the elevator. It's critical that there are other people from the company in this elevator. The news, I'm afraid, will soon spread throughout the company. Shen Mubing didn't expect this girl to be so green tea and couldn't help but give her a cold stare. I'm sorry. I'm just too surprised. I didn't think that a woman as beautiful as Sister Bing would be unappreciated by anyone. What's the point of being pretty? You're still divorced? With these clothes? Those who don't know would think she's some kind of peasant mom. After apologizing, the little girl glanced at Shen Mubing again and beeped in her heart. It was reasonable to say that someone like Shen Mubing, who had a beautiful face and a good personality, was very popular. But the bad thing is, it's too popular in the company, especially with some of the guys, which makes a lot of people jealous. And those girls in the company, all like to engage in their own small groups, either shopping or eating together. Shen Mubing which have time to mix with them. Over time they were divided out. This is not divided out okay. This division out. Shen Mubing and their gap comparison at once more obvious. Soon the elevator arrived. After punching the card, Shen Mubing quietly sat on her desk and began to work. I heard. Shen Mubing divorced. Today I also saw her husband. Looks quite handsome. What's the deal? How come she's divorced? I heard she seems to have a daughter. Oh, who knows? Between the two couples that must be someone's mistake. I don't know about that, but she seems to be quite short of money, and she even asked her manager for a month's advance on her paycheck last month. That I know. Her husband is an asshole and seems to owe a lot of money from gambling. What a sin. You guys don't say. On Shen Mubing's appearance, even if she is divorced, I guess there are quite a few men to pounce on her, depending on whether she is willing or not. Oh, those guys are that cheap? If you look like her, you'd still have a lot of cheap men looking for you. Soon enough, there were quite a few whispers spreading through the company. What? You said Shen Mubing got divorced? Is the news reliable? Inside the manager's office, a middle-aged man heard this news and immediately had a number of ideas spring up in his mind out. It should be true. Those people out there are going crazy. Come on. He's divorced. Why are you still rumoring? Is this not rubbing salt into other people's wounds? The manager's face suddenly changed. Okay, if there's nothing else, go out. Okay. The scolded one bristled and went out to work. This manager's name is Huan Haibing. 32 years old, local, with a car and a house. From graduation in this company mixed to the present has been the department manager. More than 300,000 yuan a year annual salary, compared to ordinary people, has been considered very good. Now that the company's performance has stabilized and he has money and leisure, he naturally has more flowery thoughts. I'm tired of playing outside and now I'm surprised that I've set my sights on the company employees. In a group of employees, to say looks and temperament, that Shin Mubing is naturally the first choice. Other people and her then cannot be compared, especially when he knew that Shin Mubing's husband was still a small yakuza. He couldn't suppress that heart. But Huang Haibing did give her hints before, but they were all rejected by her explicitly and implicitly, which made this Huang Haibing more and more itchy. But now that she's divorced and got an advance on her paycheck last month, that's a sign of financial problems. All of these things combined. Here's the opportunity, right? As soon as he thought of this, Huang Haibing picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Shin Mubing. Come to the office. Okay, Manager Huang. Shin Mubing took a deep breath. Although she didn't want to go, there really wasn't any reason to refuse. Come on, sit. Huang Haibing hurriedly stood up from his seat, signaling her to sit on the same side of the sofa as himself, so that the distance is a little closer, and some of the things later on are also a little better operated. Manager, if there's anything you want to do, just say it. Shin Mubing frowned, thinking that she would hurry up and finish her work, so that she could get off work earlier in the evening to accompany Cece. TSK, look at what you're saying. Oh, there's nothing I can't chat and talk to you about? Seeing this, Huang Haibing criticized with a displeased face. There was no way out. Shin Mubing had to sit on the far side of the sofa, leaving a lot of distance empty between the two. Ha! Huang Haibing laughed dryly twice. Xiao Shana, I see your eyes are red. Have you encountered any difficulties? If you encounter any difficulties, you can be sure to talk to me. Your brother Huang. I dare not say anything else, but after mixing in Beihai City for such a long time, I still have a lot of connections and strength. When he said this, Huang Haibing's face showed confidence and complacency. And by the way, he also revealed the name table on his wrist. It's fine. Thank you, manager, for your concern. Looking at Huang Haibing's oily pig's head, plus the hair that had already gone quite bald, Shin Mubing didn't know why, but felt very disgusted and didn't want to have anything to do with him. Let's put it this way. I've heard from other colleagues that you've encountered some difficulties, and as your superior leader, how could I possibly let you face it alone? Take this $20,000 first, consider it as me lending it to you, and wait until you're better off later. Huang Haibing got up and took out 2 piles of brand new banknotes from the drawer, handing them to Shin Mubing's face. To be honest, originally Huang Haibing wanted to take $10,000, but the thought of Shin Mubing's playful appearance, just in case, or took out $20,000. 4 months' salary for an average white-collar worker. Huang Haibing still don't believe it. This money, when she got her hands, still had the courage to refuse, because in Huang Haibing's eyes, in this world, there is no woman that can't be solved with money. It's just that there is more money and less money. The same is true for the one in your own family. As long as you give a stable 10,000 or 8,000 per month, she doesn't care whether you are dead or alive outside. It's best not to see, out of sight, out of mind. And to be honest, like Shin Mubing, this kind of extremely good quality, not to mention 10 or 20,000, even if it costs 100,000 or 200,000, that's still worth it. Develop it well and maybe get a long term behind it. Huang Haibing was playing his own little game in his own mind. Chapter 11, Hirsch. Manager, thank you for your kindness. I don't need this money. Shin Mubing hurriedly got up and refused. If there's nothing else whatsoever, I'll go out to work first. After saying that, Shin Mubing turned around and was about to go out. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. Besides, what is in Huang Haibing's mind? Can Shin Mubing not know? She wasn't some little girl who had just left society. TSK, what are you doing? This is my little bit of small intention. You don't think too much. Saying that, Huang Haibing even directly reached out to grab Shin Mubing's hand, wanting to hard stuff her, taking the opportunity to take advantage of a little bit of small advantage, in advance of contacting Shin Mubing's delicate jade hand. Where's your fucking goddess? I still don't believe that in this world, there is still money that can't be given away. Manager Huang, what are you doing? Please behave yourself. Upon seeing Huang Haibing trying to get closer to her, Shin Mubing hurriedly took 2 steps back and warned in a cold voice. What are you doing? Why are you so agitated? I just want to help you. Is this not okay? Huang Haibing was also startled by this action of hers, and hurriedly advised in a low voice, fearing that she would do something overly aggressive. You know this is a company. Although Huang Haibing colorful courage, but if you let everyone know what he did as Huang Haibing still not mixed? Alright, it might be my way that's wrong, but I really can't see you suffer. Looking at Shin Mubing's somewhat agitated emotions, Huang Haibing once again comforted. I'll take care of my own matters directly. If you don't have anything else, I'll go to work first. Without waiting for Huang Haibing to say anything else, Shin Mubing directly turned around and left. Interesting. Looking at Shin Mubing's concave and convex figure, instead of being annoyed at being rejected, Huang Haibing became more interested. Outside, those who have money can play too much, which makes Huang Haibing feel no fun at all. He likes this kind of stubbornness right now. The more stubborn you are, the better, and the more accomplished you'll feel when it's time to reap the rewards. What's that saying? A strong woman fears a stalker. Anyway, this kind of thing can't be rushed at once, and anyway, there's a long way to go. As long as she still keeps working here, there's plenty of ways to do it yourself. Returning to her desk, Shen Mubing was furious and abnormal. What does that Huang Haibing take himself for? He even gave himself $20,000. He's really blinded his dog's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he was really short of money, Shen Mubing couldn't wait to give him a slap in the face and fire him on the spot. Unfortunately, because of Lu Zhangyang, she owed a lot of money along with him. Not to mention, there was still a CC waiting to spend money at home. So even if it's hard, one can't lose the job. At least not without finding the next company. When she thought of the way Huang Haibing had just bullied herself, Shen Mubing's eyes slowly began to blur. She is very aggrieved. That Huang Haibing why dare to bully themselves so, not because they see themselves helpless, and now also divorced well. Lu Zhangyang, why are you so uncontested? Thinking that Lu Zhangyang was still waiting for himself downstairs, Shen Mubing's tears flowed uncontrollably once again. But once she thought that this was a company and she still had a lot of things to do, Shen Mubing wiped away her tears and could only continue to bury her head in her work. She figured that starting today, she was going to start looking for other companies and quit from here as soon as the right job came along. Looking at Huang Haibing for one more second, Shen Mubing felt sick. Noon. Shen Mubing came to the downstairs cafe. You're here. Seeing Shen Mubing step into the cafe, Lu Zhangyang hurriedly stepped forward to guide her to her seat. Looking at Lu Zhangyang's tall figure and his current attitude towards himself, Shen Mubing couldn't help but feel a little strange. Looking for me for what? Shen Mubing asked expressionlessly. Is this period of time okay? Looking at Shen Mubing's cold eyes, Lu Zhangyang did not know what to say for a while. If you want to say these words to me, then you'd better not say them. Saying that, Shen Mubing was about to get up and leave. Wait. Lu Zhangyang was in a hurry and hastily pulled her hand with his hand. But just when he was about to touch, Shen Mubing took a small step back and dodged with a sideways movement. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhangyang's hand froze in midair. How could he not have expected that the woman who had once obeyed and taken care of him, who had lived together for 6 or 7 years, would make this move today? To be honest, at this moment, Lu Zhangyang really had a feeling that he was going to lose her. The feeling was suffocating him a bit. We're divorced. You can't control me. Seeing the stunned expression of Lu Zhangyang, Shen Mubing didn't know why, but her heart was also somewhat touched. However, that move just now was subconscious on her own part. It's fine. It's myself who was too much of an asshole in the past. The corner of Lu Zhangyang's mouth twitched, revealing a bitter smile. Mubing, if I'm not an asshole anymore, are you still willing to be with me? Lu Zhangyang looked up at Shen Mubing's beautiful eyes and said with a serious face, Lu Zhangyang, we're already divorced, so what's the point of you saying this again? It doesn't make any sense anymore. Shen Mubing looked away as tears flowed down her face once again. She hated herself, obviously has made up her mind in the heart. Never again take the initiative to see Lu Zhangyang. She must be hard-hearted later, and Lu Zhangyang completely break. But why? When one faces him, one can't control the tears? I don't want anything right now. I just want to bring up Hoshi properly. So, you just don't come looking for me from now on. Is that okay? Shen Mubing choked a few times and asked. Tired. Shen Mubing was really tired. She really didn't want to have anything to do with Lu Zhangyang. Can you tell me where you live now? I didn't mean anything by it. I wanted to see Hitch. I kind of miss her. Don't worry. I won't be with her for long. I just want to see her often and I'm content. Lu Zhangyang knew that the current Shen Mubing was already disheartened, so he didn't want to force her and stimulate her again. Originally, Shen Mubing wanted to refuse at first, but seeing Lu Zhangyang's pleading expression, her heart couldn't help but soften a bit. You have to promise you won't be mean to her and hit her again. Don't worry. I won't. I'll never do it again. If I ever do anything like that again, I'll beat and scold you all you want. Looking at him so eager to prove himself, Shen Mubing felt a little better in her heart and told him the address of the new move. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's eat together. No, I brought dinner over today, so help yourself. After saying that, Shen Mubing left the cafe and turned towards the company. Half an hour later, Lu Zhengyang came to the downstairs of a flat house that was more than 30 years old. Walking up to the upper 5th floor, Lu Zhengyang knocked towards the door on the left. Knock knock, knock knock, knock knock. Hoshi, is Hoshi there? Hoshi? Knock knock. He. Daddy? Not long after, a somewhat timid female voice came out of the door. Yes, it's me. Open the door for Daddy. Daddy will take you to a nice dinner. But Mommy said no one can open the door when she knocks until she comes back. Unless it's Uncle. Hoshi repeated in a milky voice what her mom had taught her that morning. Chapter 12, Taking Cece to the mall. Hish, you did very well. Strangers really can't open the door. But I'm Dad. I'm not a stranger. You know. Lu Zhengyang used a gentle tone and coaxed Cece. But, at this time, she was still hesitant. After all, this morning, Shen Mubing was 1,000 times told, you still don't trust Daddy, do you? Then I'm too sad for Daddy. Okay, she was still a little kid in the end. Even if Lu Zhengyang used to yell at her and beat her up a lot, Lu Zhengyang was still her father after all. With a click, the door was opened by Hoshi. Looking at Cece, whose hair was a bit messy, Lu Zhengyang directly went forward, wanting to hold her in his arms and have a good intimacy. Ah, don't hit me. Daddy, don't hit me. Seeing this scene, she took a few steps back with a horrified face. It can be seen that in the mind of she, Lu Zhengyang is in the end what kind of goods. Lu Zhengyang's heart was about to thin out. If he wasn't afraid of scaring the child, he wanted to give himself a few big mouths. Daddy won't hit you anymore. Daddy did wrong before. Daddy apologizes to you. Forgive Daddy, okay? Lu Zhengyang hugged Cece and pressed tightly into his arms, fearing that he would lose the next moment in general. When had Hoshi ever gotten this kind of love? She froze in place for a moment, not knowing what to do. Daddy, it hurts. Daddy. Perhaps Lu Zhengyang embraced too hard, making it a little difficult for she to breathe, and hastily propped up his shoulders with her hands. He. Releasing Cece. Looking at Cece, this cute little face still has some stains. Lu Zhengyang didn't even think about it. Directly kissed hard. Have you eaten yet? Haven't eaten yet. Was just about to. Lu Zhengyang looked at the two dishes on the table. One was cucumber fried with ham sausage, and there was also a tomato scrambled egg. It was probably fried by Shen Mubing in the morning, and it's long cooled down by now. Then how about Daddy takes you out for KFC now? I'm ashamed to say, it seems like Hoshi hasn't even been taken to this kind of first-tier fast food since she's been growing up. KFC? Really? Sure enough, when she heard about going to KFC, Hoshi's eyes lit up with anticipation. Let's go! Grabbing the key, Lu Zhengyang hugged Cece and went out the door. Half an hour later, Lu Zhengyang came to KFC holding Cece. Here, order whatever you want. Getting the menu, Lu Zhengyang directly handed it to Shi, letting her pick what she wanted to eat. Daddy, I want this burger. And fried chicken. Looking at the picture of the burger and fried chicken, Hoshi barely hesitated. It's true that these are two things that are not necessarily true for little kids to eat, but you're trying to get them not to order. That's hardly very likely. Yes, anything else you want? Go ahead and order. No, I'm fine with these two. After ordering two of the most tempting things, Hoshi started to get a little restrained. Actually, it's okay for me to eat one. As if thinking of something, Hoshi added another sentence in a hurry. It's okay, Hitch. Whatever you want to eat today, Daddy will buy it for you. I can't eat that much. These will do. The back of the CC dead no longer more points. Lu Zhengyang had no choice but to order a set meal with a burger and fried chicken, in addition to what is also added to the egg tart. Chicken Coke what? There weren't many people in the store, so the food was served pretty quickly. Wow. Gollum. Looking at the burgers piled high with ingredients and the aromatic fried chicken, Hoshi, who was already hungry and rumbling, let out a gasp. Here, let me bring the gloves for our Hitch. Be careful, it's hot. With something to eat, nothing else mattered, and Hoshi had both eyes on the food, not even realizing when she had her gloves on. Let's eat. With permission. Hoshi couldn't hold back any longer, hugging her burger and chowing down just like the people in the cartoon. Slow down, slow down. It's not like anyone is robbing from you. Seeing this exaggerated look of hers, Lu Zhengyang hurriedly took two pieces of paper and patted it on her chest. It's delicious. Taking a bite of the salsa, Hoshi couldn't help herself. If it's delicious, you eat more. Come on, take a sip of Coke. Don't choke. Lu Zhengyang picked up the Coke and handed it to Cece's mouth. It was hard to imagine that without realizing it, Lu Zhengyang had served Shi for dinner. This would have been impossible in the past. In the past, not to mention feeding, even when Shen Mubing was feeding at the side, as long as Cece ate a little slower, or dropped a grain of rice, Lu Zhengyang lightly reprimanded, and then took action. and she was often told to get the hell away from him for dinner and get out of his way. Don't specialize in burgers. Wait, you'll be full in a minute. Come and have an egg tart. And a chicken leg. Lu Zhengyang carefully tried the temperature, and after feeling that it wasn't so hot, he helped Cece get it done and put it in front of her. Thanks, Dad. Taking the chicken leg, Hoshi shoved it straight into her mouth and chewed it. Ouch. My stomach is about to burst. It's normal for kids to have big eyes and small bellies. Soon, after eating 2 more egg tarts and a couple of chicken nuggets, Hoshi was finally bursting at the seams. Start drinking Coke with your back against the chair. Then don't eat it. You'll be screwed if you burst your stomach later. Took a few more pieces of paper and wiped the corners of Cece's mouth. After finishing her, Lu Zhengyang then started to eat. In fact, this kind of thing is similar to instant noodles. The first bite feels thievingly fucking delicious, but you eat more than one will feel particularly greasy, and it is also very easy to get full. Not long after, Lu Zhengyang also ate his fill, and similarly took a Coke, leaned his back against the seat, and struck the exact same pose out of Cece. Hish, did you enjoy this KFC? Aha! Shishi nodded vigorously, probably because she was full. Shishi looked at Lu Zhengyang and suddenly became a bit formal again. Then in the future, Daddy will often bring you here to eat, okay? Lu Zhengyang took the opportunity to say. Good. Hoshi's voice was small and quite milky. He. It's still Cece who is good. Lu Zhengyang rubbed her little head with his hand. Is there any place you want to go play? Daddy will take you there now. Well, doesn't seem to have one. Why don't we go to the mall and get some groceries and make a meal for Mom tonight? Okay. After the midday bribe, Lu Zhengyang was now able to hold Cece's hand and walk inside this huge mall. In fact, he originally wanted to carry Cece shopping, but after carrying her for more than half an hour, he was tired enough that he had to hold her in the back and let her walk on her own. Looking back now, when Shin Mubing used to take the child, a hold is a morning, or an afternoon, and I do not know how she insisted on that skinny arms and legs at that time. And instead of choosing to lend a hand herself, she froze and was blind to all that she was giving, even taking it for granted. Children's clothes, 31 pieces. Boss, want to take a look? Before long, the two of them walked to the entrance of a children's clothing store, where the shopkeeper had hung a number of clearance clothes out on racks. Looking at the clothes that Cece wore on her body were a bit small, Lu Zhengyang sought to help her buy a few clothes. Come on, Daddy will buy you some clothes. With that, he led Shishi towards the store. It must be said that nowadays, no matter whether the clothes are designed or made of materials, as long as the money is in place, there are very many choices. Even if the now very formal Shishi, when seeing a room full of clothes, they gradually relaxed their mind. Take that one down for me and try it on. Lu Zhengyang took a glance at a light yellow dress. This would look so pretty and cute on Hitch. Okay, what size do the kids wear? I'm not sure about that. Look at how much she pretty much wears. Oh, it's fine. We have a ruler in the store. I'll measure the kids now. Seeing that Lu Zhengyang was a bit embarrassed, the store owner smiled and said. Seeing the shopkeeper walking towards him with a ruler, Shishi nervously grabbed Lu Zhengyang's coat corner tightly with her hand. In the past few years, because of Lu Zhengyang, Shin Mubing had to bring up the child and do things, and simply did not have any extra time to take Cece out to play, resulting in Cece being a bit scared of life now, and her personality being a bit introverted. Chapter 13, Happy Lu Yushi. Don't be afraid, little friend. Auntie is just measuring your height to see how tall you are now. Possibly sensing Hoshi's nervousness, the staff measured her while carefully calming her down. The height is 115 centimeters. I think you can buy a size 120 so that you can still wear it next year. After measuring, the staff suggested. Okay, then get me 120 yards. Okay, I have to say, as long as the little kids are cute, there is no such thing as not looking good in a pretty dress. After Cece put on this light yellow dress, the whole person was much prettier, and immediately got rid of that kind of earthy feeling, and turned into a little princess who was loved by everyone. It is also true that, not to mention anything else, on the face value of Lu Zhengyang and Shin Mubing combined, it is impossible for Shishi to be any worse. Little sister, you look so pretty in this dress. The staff slightly fixed Hoshi's hair and straightened her clothes, pulled her in front of the mirror and said in an exaggerated tone, and at that moment Hoshi felt her kindness and relaxed in her heart, looking at her beautiful self in the mirror. Although Cece did not say anything, the happy emotions of a small child could not be hidden. This way, you match my daughter with 3 sets of clothes, from head to toe, and 3 pairs of shoes. Don't care about the price. As pretty as you want. Looking at Cece's happy expression, Lu Zhengyang said to this staff. In fact, there is another reason why this staff is very comfortable with the service and takes great care of Hickey's feelings. On this point, not to mention buying 3 sets of clothes, even if you buy 30 sets of clothes, Lu Zhangyang would be happy to shell out this money. Really? Thank you, boss. Hearing this young lady was instantly a little excited in her heart. Don't worry, when you check out later, I'll fight with the store manager for the biggest discount. Half an hour later, under the matching of this staff member, Cece walked out of the store in a very stylish outfit, stepping on her little leather shoes and bouncing around. Although it cost nearly $1,000, Lu Zhangyang felt it was well worth it. Damn. In the past, $1,000 was not enough for Lu Zhangyang to last a few seconds in the casino, but now it is used to buy clothes for Cece, but it can make Cece happy for several days. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Zhangyang felt that he had really been blinded by desire in the past. Now Cece walks around the mall in her new clothes. Every 2 steps she runs her hands over the little decorations on her new clothes, looks at the new leather shoes she wears on her feet, and even when she walks, her little head lifts up quite a bit. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lu Zhangyang's mouth couldn't help but turn upwards, and it was like a warm current in his heart, making his whole body warm. Hish, Daddy will never let you suffer again. Lu Zhangyang silently swore in his heart. In the next time, Lu Zhangyang brought Cece to buy half a small cart of snacks, and most of the cart of vegetables. In fact, Lu Zhangyang also wanted to buy something for Shin Mubing, but when he thought of Shin Mubing's attitude towards himself, Lu Zhangyang decided to take his time. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Don't let it backfire. Then it's too late for regrets. Back in the rental house, Lu Zhangyang let Shishi watch TV while eating fruit, while he himself went to the kitchen to start cooking. After living together for so long, what Shin Mubing likes to eat, Lu Zhangyang still has a little number in his heart. Her favorite food is hot pot, followed by spicy dishes like boiled fish or lobster. According to her, the spicier the better. No matter if it's spicy or numbing, as long as it has a spicy flavor anyway. There is no lobster in this season, so Lu Zhangyang bought a big fish and came back to prepare to make boiled fish. In order to do a good job of this boiled fish, Lu Zhangyang checked the tutorial on the internet when he bought the materials, and prepared all the materials that he should buy. This meal is, after all, the first meal that Lu Zhangyang cooked for her after the divorce, so naturally it can't be sloppy. Time always flies when you're serious about something. Just when Lu Zhangyang had just finished cooking the boiled fish, the sound of opening the door with a key came from outside. Mom, you're home. Hoshi was the first to run to the door to welcome her mom home. You're bored out of your mind at home today, aren't you? Are you hungry yet? Mom will heat up rice for you now. Shin Mubing, who had been working all day, when she saw this cute face of Cece, all her labor dissipated. Well, whose clothes are you wearing? Seeing Cece being dressed up like a little princess, Shin Mubing hurriedly raised her head to look towards the inside, just in time to see Lu Zhangyang walking out of the kitchen with a large pot of boiled fish. I took Cece shopping today and bought some clothes. By the way, I made a boiled fish. Come and eat. Lu Zhangyang didn't care what Shin Mubing's attitude towards himself was now. Anyway, I'm humanly dependent on this place, and other than that, I have to be allowed to eat this meal. Don't I? Eat and you're gone, and don't come back next time. Seeing Lu Zhangyang's rascally appearance, Shin Mubing was very angry and wanted to directly drive him out. But in the end, she couldn't say anything. Desperate words weren't really that easy to say for someone of her nature. Alright, I'll leave after dinner. Getting permission, Lu Zhangyang grinned. Whatever, let's finish this meal with her first. While Shin Mubing was washing her hands, Lu Zhangyang served everyone's rice. Come, try the boiled fish I made. I've been following the video for a long time. Shin Mubing just sat down. Lu Zhangyang used a spoon to scoop up a spoonful of fish and put it into Shin Mubing's bowl. I'll get it myself. Which had thought that Shin Mubing directly took the bowl away with a cold face. Oh, that's fine. You eat more. This fish is more than 3 pounds. It's enough. Lu Zhangyang laughed dryly twice, turned his hand and put the fish in Shishi's bowl. Seeing this, Shin Mubing frowned. What are you doing? This fish has thorns. What if it gets stuck to Cece? With that, he switched his bowl with Hoshi's. It's me who didn't think it through. Being scolded, Lu Zhangyang didn't talk back and started to look for some fish meat without fish thorns to put in Shishi's bowl. How does Daddy's boiled fish taste? Is it delicious? In order to regulate the atmosphere, Lu Zhangyang could only chat with Shishi. Well, it's delicious, just a little spicy, said Hoshi, taking another sip of water. Seeing this scene, Shin Mubing didn't say anything, got up and went to the kitchen to get a bowl, poured half a bowl of water towards the bowl, put the fish in the water to wash off the chili pepper on it, and then put it into Shishi's bowl. You eat yours, I'll take care of Cece. Lu Zhangyang put the bowl in front of himself and learned her way of getting dishes for Cece to eat. You don't have to worry. The gang that approached you yesterday won't be coming back later. Hearing this, Shin Mubing froze, but didn't say anything and continued to eat her meal. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyang did not say anything. He knew that no matter what he said now, Shin Mubing would not believe it, and saying more at once would instead make Shin Mubing hate himself even more. As for making your own money, that's not even close. If she told her experience of the past 2 days, Shin Mubing was afraid that she would think that she had delusions of grandeur. After eating, Lu Zhengyang numbly finished brushing the bowl, cleaned up the kitchen in the meantime, and took the garbage in his hand. Hish, Daddy will come back to play with you next time he has time. Bye. Bye Dad. As expected, this afternoon's effort was not in vain. Cece obviously felt much better about him when she said goodbye, and was even very much looking forward to the next time the two of them met. Honestly, what did you and Dad do this afternoon? Seeing Lu Zhengyang leave, Shin Mubing asked as she pulled Shishi to herself. Chapter 14, A Little Change. Nothing, Dad just took me inside the mall and bought some clothes. Bring me the clothes so I can see them. Seeing several bags on the sofa, Shin Mubing wanted to see what exactly Lu Zhengyang was up to. Looking at the several sets of exquisite clothes contained in the bag, Shin Mubing didn't know what to say for a moment. According to reason, the biological father to buy a few pieces of clothing for their own daughter, that is a normal thing. Lu Zhengyang is what is the case. Shin Mubing is a clear understanding. Not to mention the more than $1 million of principal owed. Just the interest alone costs a lot of money a month. Where to get the free money to buy clothes? Why don't you take this money first? Don't ever go out with your dad again. You hear me? Why Mom? He couldn't give up after the fun time she had just enjoyed this afternoon. No reason. No means no. Okay. Looking at Shin Mubing, who was already angry, Cece didn't dare to talk back even if she wanted to go out and play again. She could only purse her lips in resignation and show her aggression. Looking at Cece's aggrieved expression, Shin Mubing felt a pang in her heart. It's also true that he works during the day and has to leave Hoshi alone at home with basically nothing else to play with other than the TV and an old cell phone. But it's okay. There's still half a month before Hoshi can go to kindergarten, so she won't be so bored then. Thinking of this, Shin Mubing was still ruthless. With everything else done, it was time to bathe Hoshi next. Because of the fact that this is an old house, and because of the cheap rental prices, the place is very outdated. The bathroom is small, only a palm-sized window. The water heater does not know which year of production. The ash on the top of the water heater to cover the words on the water heater tightly. Put the water pontoon has long been rotten out of shape. Shin Mubing do not dare to use this water heater, for fear of leakage. Even if not leakage, the water in the water heater must be very dirty. This was unacceptable to Shin Mubing, who was somewhat of a cleanliness freak. So when she bathes, she uses an electric kettle to boil hot water and then puts it in a bucket and mixes it with cool water to bathe. There is also that squatting toilet. No matter how Shin Mubing cleaned up, the top of the yellow stains as long as the same. Seymour very disgusting. The bottom line is that the flush is broken, so you have to fill a basin with water to hand flush it every time. These are some of the details of life, and by and large it seems like it all comes together. But actually living here is a farce. But there is no way. Shin Mubing also want to go to find a more newly decorated house to rent, but the price is expensive. The place is full of houses that are about 30 years old and run down, but the location is pretty good anyway, and there are 2 good kindergartens around. There is no way. Now the conditions are limited. There can be a place to eat and sleep. Shin Mubing has been very satisfied. After putting Cece to sleep, Shin Mubing picked up his cell phone and started to look at the various forms in the company, so that he could finish his work quickly at work tomorrow and come back earlier to accompany Cece. Hey, it would be nice if there was a laptop. Thinking of this, Shin Mubing opened the online second-hand market again, wanting to see if there was a cheaper laptop, but after looking at the price, Shin Mubing instantly gave up. Cece will be going to kindergarten soon, and I don't know how much all the miscellaneous expenses will add up by then. The most important thing about the debt problem, the divorce, Shin Mubing but helped Lu Zhengyang resisted a lot of debt. These debts, as long as the day does not pay off, Shin Mubing one day will not sleep well. Early in the morning, Shin Mubing made the day's meal and called Shishi up. He helped get dressed, ate breakfast, explained a few things and went out to work. Half an hour later, Lu Zhengyang came downstairs again. Cece, Daddy is here. Lu Zhengyang lightly arrived at the door again. Dad, with yesterday's experience, Hoshi quickly opened the door. Baby, you're so pretty today. As soon as the door opened, Lu Zhengyang took Cece in his arms and kissed her. Dad, after you left yesterday, Mom seemed to be angry. She also told me not to follow you out in the future. Cece lay in Lu Zhengyang's arms and said with some aggression, well, can't we just go out and not tell Mom? Ha, that's not very good, is it? Hearing this, Hoshi was instantly a bit impressed, but a bit hesitant. It wasn't that Cece didn't listen to Shin Mubing, it was mainly because for a small child, this temptation to go outside and play was just too great. Alright, let's go. Mom won't know as long as you don't tell me. Why don't we just play at home? Dad and I will come together to play connect the dots, okay? In Cece's eyes, her mom was the closest person to her, so what she said still carried a lot of weight in her heart. Tell you what, we'll go out shopping together. And shopping isn't playing, so there should be no disobedience to mommy. Also roar. Then let's go out shopping. Come on, let's go shopping. Sure enough, after a change of expression, it was as if Cece had found a perfect excuse, and all of a sudden she was free of psychological burden, pulling Lu Zhengyang's hand and bouncing out. In fact, it really wasn't that Lu Zhengyang lied to her, he really wanted to buy a little something. Yesterday when he was cooking in the rental house, Lu Zhengyang had already discovered many problems. When he used to live in the new house, Shin Mubing would often tell him about some inconveniences in life, such as which pipe was leaking, which floor drain was blocked, or again which window pulley was broken, the Wi-Fi signal was not good, and so on and so forth. But every time Lu Zhengyang his mouth promise, said when free time to get, or just ignore, ultimately have not solved any practical problems. Shin Mubing said more, but also numb, knowing that Lu Zhengyang will not get it, but will also make Lu Zhengyang impatient. Gradually, she did not say, you can fix what you can fix yourself, and there's nothing you can do about what you can't get. 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. Lu Zhengyang now thought carefully, Shin Mubing's despair of himself, but also from the accumulation of disappointment again and again. Therefore, in order to make Shin Mubing change her mind about herself, she had to start with such small things. Arriving at the electrical appliances market, Lu Zhengyang first bought a new water heater, and a toilet, as well as a washing machine. Of course, Lu Zhengyang now has not much money on hand. The big head are taken to do business, so the pick is not very good, generally can be used on the line. Besides, it was nothing more than a rented place, and with his current ability, as long as Shin Mubing nodded, he could leave there at any time. These 3 things chosen by Lu Zhengyang couldn't be said to be the most happiness-enhancing things, but they were the things that were most needed at the moment. The latter thing and then slowly, if a one-time all finished, Shin Mubing on their senses have not changed. That is not the end of the matter. Chapter 15. Boss, don't worry, we'll send our staff to help you install it right now, but to tell you in advance, the electric water heater and washing machine are free for us, but installing the toilet is a bit more cumbersome, so you'll have to pay a certain installation fee. After calculating the price, the staff here and Lu Zhengyang said, no problem. Lu Zhengyang nodded, swept the code to pay the money, and hugged Cece and the master's tricycle back to the rental house. Back to the rental house. Lu Zhengyang a moment to look at the progress of the master's work, a moment to check what other things to change in the house. It didn't take long to get these done. Dad, you're too good. Now you can finally take a bath without a bucket. Looking at the refreshed bathroom, Hoshi couldn't be happier with the new proof in her hand and running her hand over the hot water that was spewing out. Okay, don't play in the water. Let's grab dinner, take a nap afterward, and we'll play games and watch cartoons at home for a while in the afternoon. Kids love to play with water. And it wasn't long before the bathroom was covered in water. But now Lu Zhengyang won't be mean to her and yell at her anymore. Instead, he is holding a towel with a gentle face to help her wipe the water droplets on her body. Okay, Hoshi responded in a trailing voice, looking rather dismayed. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhengyang was so happy in his heart. In the past, not to mention opening his mouth, as long as he himself has a look over, she is immediately stop. And because of the fear of Lu Zhengyang hitting himself, she every time was too scared and trembling to look at him. Now although Cece is still obedient, but Lu Zhengyang obviously felt Cece seems to be not so afraid of himself, and there is even a hint of pampering. It's a good feeling. Some people may find little kids pampering annoying and a bummer, but once you've experienced enough of life in all its forms, you'll feel an indescribable beauty in that feeling. Of course, spoiling is spoiling and spoiling is spoiling, which are 2 different things. Unprincipled coddling is not to be. This is something that Lu Zhengyang still understands, otherwise he will only end up harming others and himself. Yuan Liang, let's go. Let's eat. Never mind. You guys go ahead. I ate too much this morning and I'm not hungry at all right now. Okay, we'll go then. In a small company, a group of young people went to eat in groups, leaving only Xin Yuanliang alone still in the company. Waiting for them to go, Xin Yuanliang also deliberately stood up to see if they were far away, to make sure that they were gone. Xin Yuanliang then took out the steamed buns that he bought in the morning from the drawer and began to eat. There is no way. Before the money earned Xin Yuanliang are taken to pay off the debt to the family. Yesterday to Shin Mubing 3,000 is already all the money he has on him. Just this money for the buns was his own living expenses borrowed from the platform. Anyway, I'm still young, so save what you can. As long as I help my sister and the family to pay off that money, and get through this crisis. The rest of my life will be a little better. The only thing Xin Yuanliang is a little worried about right now is the gang of debt-collecting punks. Those people don't reason with you, even if his sister is now divorced from Lu Zhanyang. At the thought of this, Xin Yuanliang's anger towards Lu Zhanyang deepened a few more points. Come to the office for a minute. There's something serious for you. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Huang Haibing sent another WeChat message to Shin Mubing alone. In order to be able to have a relationship with Shin Mubing earlier, this Huang Haibing can be said to have taken great pains and fought hard for a whole night. He even consulted some of his favorite pickup artists. Finally summarized, like Shin Mubing, this kind of woman, it is almost difficult to directly use money to get it done. She belongs to the kind of external softness and internal rigidity, thinking relatively traditional woman. Even if she didn't have a boyfriend or husband, she wasn't the kind of woman that could be easily taken with just kryptonite. Not to mention that she has a husband, even if she is now divorced. So a variety of factors summed up. Shin Mubing is very difficult to overcome. Need a lot of time to understand. Accompanied her through the life of a little bit, and finally into her inner world before you can accept you. But this point is okay for Huang Haibing. The more difficult it is, the higher the sense of accomplishment when you get it. Anyway, he has plenty of time and money, so it's a long shot. Arriving at the office door, Shin Mubing took a deep breath. She decided in her heart that if Huang Haibing dared to think anything else of herself today, she would leave if she made it to the end of this month. Manager, here you are. Have a seat. Huang Haibing pointed to the chair across the desk. Xiao Shana, I went back yesterday and thought carefully. It is indeed what I did was wrong. I apologize to you. Looking at Shin Mubing's frosty face, Huang Haibing didn't mind. Instead he got up and bowed to apologize to Shin Mubing. This made Shin Mubing a little embarrassed. Actually, I didn't mean anything else. I just guessed that you might have been in some kind of trouble recently. But you have a lot of self-esteem, so that's why I did what I did. People, how can they be smooth all their lives? There are always times when they encounter difficulties. In that case, I won't pay you either. But in light of your excellent performance in the company for such a long time, I've already applied to the company to adjust your salary upwards by $500 starting next month. Alright, there's nothing going on, so you go to work. As long as you work hard, it's not impossible to get promoted to team leader in the future. After saying this, Huang Haibing waved his hand, signaling her to continue going out to work. Thank you, manager. Although Shin Mubing was a little surprised by Huang Haibing's attitude towards herself today, she still walked out without much expression. Hey, eat your heart out. I'd like to see how long you can last. Thinking about Shin Mubing's cold expression just now, Huang Haibing couldn't help but feel some heat in his body. Picking up his cell phone and starting to choose a consort in the group, Shin Mubing returned to her desk and began to open the job site to pick a company and submit her resume. If Shin Mubing was a newcomer, she might have really been fooled by his actions just now. But Shin Mubing in this company is not stayed a day or 2 days. Huang Haibing is a kind of person. So many people in the company who do not know? Since Huang Haibing won't let himself go, if he can't afford to mess with him, he can't afford to hide? Dad, there's one last spot left. Let's see who finds it first. Inside the rented house, Cici is holding an old cell phone and Lu Zhanyang is lying on the sofa playing Find the Difference game. But when it came to the last place, she hastily adjusted the posture so that Lu Zhanyang couldn't see the screen, so that she could find it herself. I found it. Dad, you lost again. Not long after, Cici found the last difference, and after tapping it out, she dropped her phone with an excited face and hugged Lu Zhanyang, muttering for a reward. Well, wait for next time. Next time Daddy gets you a present. That's what you said. Don't forget it. For small children, companionship really is the most important thing. Today also didn't go out to play. Didn't eat anything delicious, just played a little mobile game. But Cici was equally happy this afternoon, and her dependence on Lu Zhanyang also increased by a few points. Looking at the time, it was past 4 in the afternoon, and Shin Mubing would be getting off work in an hour or so. Gotta start getting ready to cook myself. Although Shin Mubing did not say anything yesterday, the big pot of boiled fish that he made Shin Mubing ate quite a lot. Lu Zhanyang does not expect Shin Mubing can now return to the heart. How to say it? Step by step slowly. Chapter 16, Business is coming in. Hickey, Daddy's leaving first. Remember to tell Mommy there's food in the fridge for tomorrow. Lu Zhanyang made it 2 dishes and 1 soup. And by the way, he also mopped the floor and cleaned up the garbage and everything. Ah, Dad, you're not eating here, are you? See, Lu Zhanyang wanna go. She slippers did not have time to wear. Directly barefoot from the sofa ran down, reluctant to let Lu Zhanyang heartwarm. No, Daddy has something to do tonight, so you can have dinner with Mommy alone. Kiss, Mom is almost back. Dad will come back to play with you next time. After kissing Cici's face several times, Lu Zhengyang then turned to leave. One thing at a time, one thing at a time, one step at a time. Only what you get this way will feel solid in your heart. Lu Zhengyang already felt lucky to be able to eat here yesterday. Today, he remodeled the bathroom again. And if he still stayed here for dinner, Shin Mubing would definitely tell him not to do these things. It might even backfire and stop letting Lu Zhengyang come over. So Lu Zhengyang directly disappeared, not giving her a chance to refuse at all. Hey, Yuan Liang, what's up? Just after coming out of the subway station, Shen Mubing received a call from Shin Yuanliang. Sis, there's nothing going on today, so I'll go buy some groceries later and go to your place for dinner. Okay, don't buy the groceries, just come straight over. Holler. Hanging up the phone, Shin Mubing thought that Lu Zhenyang might still be in the rental house, and could not care about anything else, and hurriedly accelerated his pace back. This would be a problem if his brother saw him. Mom, you're back? Hearing the sound of the door opening and seeing Shin Mubing hurriedly enter, she trotted to her side and shouted joyfully. Has Cici behaved herself today? Shin Mubing put down her satchel, picked her up in a hug, and hurriedly looked towards other places, realizing that she didn't see Lu Zhenyang, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. I'm so good. Daddy had so much fun playing with me all day today. Daddy's here again today? Yeah, and made a good meal, and made the bathroom look good. With that, Cici struggled to get off of Shin Mubing, and pulled her towards the bathroom. Looking at the brand new white water heater and toilet in the bathroom, Shin Mubing suddenly went into a bit of a trance for a while. To be honest, she kind of couldn't believe that all these things were done by Lu Zhengyang, once upon a time. At this moment, those memories of her previous time with Lu Zhengyang appeared uncontrollably in her mind like movie images. Mom, what's wrong with you? Mom, don't cry. Seeing that Shin Mubing was in tears, Cici took Shin Mubing's hand and softly comforted her while wiping her tears with her hand. She didn't understand why her mom was crying when this was clearly a happy event. Don't cry. Shin Mubing sobbed twice, took a deep breath to control his emotions, hugged Cici and saw the living room, and then saw the 2 dishes and 1 soup set out on the table. Oh yeah Mom, Dad said he bought tomorrow's groceries so you don't have to go grocery shopping tomorrow. There's also the ground Daddy mopped up. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything else. Cici thought of the words Lu Zhenyang had explained to her and said them sentence by sentence. Listening, Shin Mubing opened the refrigerator and didn't say anything when he saw the refrigerator full of dishes. Later Uncle will come over for dinner. You don't tell your uncle that your father came over. Do you hear me? After a moment of silence, Shin Mubing sat in front of Shishi and seriously explained. Why? Will Uncle be angry? Thinking of the image of her uncle hitting her dad a few days ago, Shishi couldn't help but feel a little scared. Yeah, so don't tell your uncle, okay? Okay, Mom, I won't say anything to Uncle. Shishi nodded with a serious face and promised. Then Shin Mubing took a little more dishes out of the refrigerator. How big Shin Yuanliang's meal is Shin Mubing is still very clear. It wasn't long before a knock sounded on the door. Uncle! A rousing voice shouted out from Hoshi's mouth. It couldn't be helped that this Shin Yuanliang, although he was a big man of more than 1 meter, was really good to Cici beyond words. Hoshi. No. As soon as he walked in the door, he gave Hoshi a lift. Coming. The food will be ready soon. Shin Mubing looked at it and said, Sis, there's no rush. Shin Yuanliang hugged Shishi and sat on the sofa. Look what Uncle bought for you. Saying this, he pulled out a box from behind him as if he was doing a magic trick. Wow, it's Barbie. Looking at the contents of the box, Hoshi's voice grew a few notches louder. Geez, you're here and you're buying something. It's fine. It's just a little toy. With that, Shin Yuanliang went to the bathroom to use the toilet. Sis, how come the bathroom has a new toilet and water heater installed? Oh, that, the landlord installed it. When she saw him enter the bathroom, Shin Mubing was a little nervous, and when she heard him ask, Shin Mubing quickly looked away and said, this landlord can be Shin Yuanliang was originally a brown man, so naturally he would not doubt what his own sister said. Quickly wash your hands for dinner. Seeing that the blindfold had passed, Shin Mubing breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. This Lu Zhengyang is also good reason why to make such a hand. Not to mention the cost. If you do not rent in the future to move here are not good to move. Besides, where did he get the money? You're not gambling again, are you? As soon as she thought of this, Shin Mubing wanted to find him now and ask him about it. But as soon as she thought that she was already divorced, Shin Mubing didn't seem to have any reason to ask him again. She was of such a nature, more traditional in her thinking, and would not normally get divorced, but once she did, it was a complete separation of the two in her mind. Except for Hitch. Of course. Early the next morning, a strange phone call came in. Hello, it's Boss Lu, isn't it? I'm Zhang Jinshui. I'm really sorry to make this call with you. Hearing Zhang Jinshui's difficult voice, Lu Zhengyang quickly knew what he wanted to say, but still played dumb. Boss Zhang. What's wrong? Did the hairy crabs encounter any problems? It's like this. It's not a few days ago we signed a contract together to buy hairy crabs. And then in the past few days there have been quite a few farmers who felt a bit impulsive and wanted to talk to you to see if the contract could not be counted. But don't worry, we'll refund all the deposits you gave us before. Not a penny less. Zhang Jinshui had wanted to find some other reasons, but the words came out of his mouth and he couldn't say it. But when it comes to the matter of refunding deposits, the tone is so sincere. This is not good, right? The corner of Lu Zhengyang's mouth rose slightly. It seemed that someone was planning to take over the crabs. What's wrong with that? It's only been a few days since we signed the contract. It's not like we're not going to give you back your deposit. It's not like you're losing anything. That's right. This contract doesn't add up to a few days. So don't worry. We'll give you your deposit back. Boss Lu. I'm really sorry. Let's just void this contract. Come to 10 Mile Lake some other day. When we refund the deposit. Before Zhang Jinshui could speak, a few other farmers next to him grabbed their cell phones and muttered loudly. What? All of you people want to return the money with me? Lu Zhengyang asked once again. He wanted to see if the people acquiring the hairy crabs had a big hand. Yes, all back. Actually, it's not impossible, as long as you give the liquidated damages according to the contract. Boss Lu, why don't you come over here? Let's talk about this matter face to face. We can't say anything on the phone in a moment or two. Zhang Jinshui grabbed the cell phone and said. However, Lu Zhengyang still heard the sound of many farmers cursing and swearing next to him. Okay, then we'll go there this afternoon. And you can call all the farmers who have signed contracts. Okay, Lele. I'll be home this afternoon then. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhengyang turned his hand and called Li Wenxiang over. What's up, old man? Get ready and bring more men this afternoon. Business is coming in from 10 Mile Lake, although it is now a society of law. But in the poor countryside, the deterrent effect of violence can be far greater than the law. Chapter 17. Who doesn't know how to tap the table anymore? Afternoon. Lu Zhengyang sat in Li Wenxiang's Cadillac and once again drove in the direction of 10 Mile Lake, but this time the car was followed by two vans. As for how many people were loaded in the two vans, Lu Zhengyang wasn't very clear because it was a mystery. Crap, brother. You are really bullish. Old brother, I am really convinced. Lu Zhengyang briefly said that those farmers want to break the contract. Li Wenxiang's old face smiled, not to mention how happy. Why do you want to break the contract? For a good reason. What else is there but more than enough profit to go around? Bro. Reveal to me how much you think we can make this time? According to this climatic environment, like hairy crabs such as aquatic products and so on the market, at least to rise a 70 or 80% it, the quality of a little better estimates less to say that it will also be doubled. Double? Crap. If I remember correctly, the contract we signed at that time should have been more than $5 million, right? Speaking here, Li Wenxiang excitedly stepped on the brakes and looked at Lu Zhengyang with an excited face and asked. The two vans behind them saw this and followed suit by slamming on their brakes, almost coming to a rear-end collision. It couldn't be helped. Levanti was just too excited. It's over $5 million. What kind of concept is that? Even if the money had to be split 50-50 with Lu Zhengyang, it was still more than $2 million. Crap. Big brother. I know you're excited, but don't get excited first. Just drive properly first, okay? Lu Zhengyang sat in the back row without a seatbelt and almost hit the seat. Crap. I can't be excited about this much money. When Li Wenxiang first started, he thought of making a few $100,000, or doubling it or something, but he didn't expect to make so much money at once now. If this $2 million or so were to arrive, then one's little life would be much more nourishing. Even if this hairy crab market has doubled, then we can't earn that much. Not to mention that this is just my estimated market. Lu Zhengyang said rather helplessly. Yes, according to the data shown in the previous wealth information, this hairy crab market will indeed go up, but it is just between 70% and 120%. But these prices are based on retail prices. If you just look at the data, it feels as if the rise in hairy crabs is really not that high. But if you want to level it out and count it, it's a big deal. For example, say a hairy crab was sold at $10 a piece before, but now it is sold at $20 a piece, which is already very expensive for consumers. Any more expensive and there's a good chance it won't sell. But no matter what Lu Zhengyang said, he couldn't suppress this excitement of Li Wenxiang. Half an hour later, the Cadillac that Lu Zhengyang rode in addition with two vans slowly stopped at the entrance of Zhang Jinshui's yard. When those farmers saw Lu Zhengyang come, all of them came out of the house in a swarm, wanting to directly talk about the matter of breaking the contract. But Zhang Jinshui was just about to speak, when he saw the door of the van behind him open, and a big, thick, Brown old man walked down from the car just like a line. Some even had guys in their hands. This one scared the farmers in the room from talking much. Are you kidding? Who wouldn't be scared of being surrounded by dozens of brown men? Do what? We're here to talk business. These people are our business partners. Why don't you put that thing away? If you scare my partner, are you responsible? Seeing that they were bluffed, Li Wenxiang turned around and shouted towards his gang of minions. Yes, big brother, don't say. These little brothers still gave face, answered in unison, and threw the guys in their hands towards the van. Looks very disciplined. Boss Zhang, the brothers don't know any better. Don't mind. Go. Let's go to your home to talk. After teaching his little brothers, Li Wenxiang said towards the group of farmers with a smile on his face again. Though he smiled, it was a smile that anyone could see what it meant. Then, well, come in and talk. Looking at the few farmers who had been arrogant on the phone earlier, and seeing that they were now avoiding their gaze like little children who had done something wrong, Zhang Jinshui's mouth twitched slightly as he walked ahead to lead the way. In front of the hall, Lu Zhangyang and Li Wenxiang sat down, while opposite Zhang Jinshui and a few large farmers sat at the table, and the other small farmers stood behind them. Boss Zhang, I didn't hear the phone call this morning. What did you say you were going to do? Lu Zhangyang smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, looked at Zhang Jinshui and smiled, asked without haste. Zhang Jinshui once again looked at the people around him and saw that none of them spoke. He could only sigh. It's like this. Didn't we sign a contract before? Now we all think it's a bit uneconomical, and we want to let your side to be accommodating, to see if we can get together and part ways. Not cost effective? I remember when you signed the contract before. You were so happy. How come you flipped out after a few days? Lu Zhangyang flicked the ashes of his cigarette with a careless face. Boss Lu, we have accounted for the cost. This year's weather is bad. Our farming costs have increased dramatically. Just for water alone, we have to get up in the middle of the night to pump it several times. The price you gave before is no longer appropriate. Not suitable? The price we give is higher than the market price. No matter what, you won't lose money, right? It's just a matter of making more or less. Lu Zhangyang remained unmoved. Anyway, we just want our money back. Yes, it's simply a money-losing deal. And I'm not doing it. Exhausted all day. And in the end, I'm still working for you. Refund your money. You have nothing to lose anyway. It was probably the talk that made the atmosphere so much better. And those other farmers who stood back began to be brave enough to speak up. Where is it actually that the cost of farming is too high? Yes, it is a little higher because of the weather. But not so high that you have to go to the point of losing money. The only reason they are in such a hurry to return their money and break their contract is because someone promised that they would be willing to give them 30% more than last year's price. I still say, it's okay to break the contract and pay for it according to the contract. Since they are determined to break the contract, there is nothing they can do. Just follow the contract. Pay out according to the contract? No way. At once, a man slammed the table and muttered loudly. Seeing that good and bad words didn't work, some of them became anxious. Just kidding. An extra 30% profit on $1 million can be an extra $300,000. With so much money, not to mention playing the rogue, even if it's over the top, there are people who are willing to do it. Seeing that someone had tapped the table, Li Wenxiang couldn't sit down at once. Speak properly. Why are you slapping the table? Is it a voice contest? Should I call the guys outside to come in and tap the table? Looking at this table tapper, Li Wenxiang's two eyes were like vipers as he similarly slammed the table and stared at him as he asked. You're a tough guy, aren't you? You were roasting groundnuts in the field when I was in the hood. Upon hearing the noise, the gang standing outside bristled and all ran in. Good lord, if you didn't know, you'd think something big had happened. This group of people, as Li Wenxiang shouted over to suppress the scene, brushed to one stop there. All are big men. The oppressive force is only big and not small. Chapter 18. What are you doing? This is a society of law and order now. Being stared at by so many people staring at him, the big farmer who had been tapping the table immediately became a bit abashed. His family of 4 brothers, usually in the village to play a little cross. Others really cannot take him nothing, but today is considered to kick the iron plate. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over. Seeing this, Zhang Jinshui hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Shit, this is my house. Who's going to pay for the damage if you guys get into a fight? There's nothing to talk about. It's still the same thing. Either lose money according to the contract, or wait for the hairy crabs to go on sale and wait for us to acquire them. Do you have any other comments? Lu Zhengyang's eyes scanned the crowd, and seeing that none of them dared to meet his gaze, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but turn upward a few points. Since none of you have any objections, let's leave this matter at that. After saying that, Lu Zhengyang got up and was about to leave with the crowd. Don't tell me, It felt pretty good to just pretend. Hey, these guys are really out of shape. Looking at the back of Lu Zhengyang's imminent departure. In another farmhouse, a few businessmen couldn't help but sigh. Boss, what now? What else can we do? Since that group of farmers can't handle it, we'll have to get on it ourselves. Go on, don't let anyone go. 10 minutes later, at the 10-mile lake, Lu Zhengyang and another group of people stood together as if they were discussing something. 60%? Yes, 60%. Anything less than that and there's no point in talking. Looking at the other party with a slight frown, Lu Zhengyang said blandly. After a brief contact, Lu Zhengyang knows that this group of people is the real sales company. They also see the hairy crab's subsequent rise in space. Before deciding to Lu Zhengyang from the hands of those hairy crabs, he ordered to buy over. Mr. Lu, according to my understanding, the reason why you acquired the hairy crabs is to make a profit out of them, rather than actually taking them for sale, right? As not a small local hairy crab distributor, they really don't recognize Lu Zhengyang's gang, and even made a special effort to investigate. It turns out that they are simply just two bit dealers with the same glove. What's wrong with that? Of course there's no problem, but you can't press the profit too hard, right? By the time you really wait until the hairy crabs are on the market, if you haven't found a suitable sales channel, that's also a problem, isn't it? This dealer said again. To be honest, if it wasn't for the once-in-a-century bad weather this time, people saw that the price of hairy crabs would skyrocket, and they really wouldn't have pulled down their faces to talk to Lu Zhengyang about the price. In the past, when they were big dealers like them, who didn't beg their farmers to buy their hairy crabs? Damn, now it's good. Instead, you're begging someone to sell you hairy crabs, but it can't be helped. Who let Lu Zhengyang have the foresight to acquire a batch of high-quality hairy crabs ahead of others? What's the highest you can offer? Lu Zhengyang pondered for a moment and asked. At the end of the day, one is in this business to make money, and if one can make a quick return on one's money, one can make less, and one is not short of ways to do so anyway. 40%. Brother, you probably have more than $5 million worth of goods. It's only been a few days. You can make more than $2 million by changing hands. It's okay. This dealer probably did the math for him. According to the previous $800,000 of the principal, each prepaid deposit of 15%, directly pry more than $5 million of goods, and now he himself on this basis directly added 40% to him, but it's just over $2 million. Tell you what, we're all smart. I don't want the hassle, and you want more money. In a word, 50%. And cash. Let's talk if we can. It doesn't matter if we can't. As the saying goes, it's not about buying and selling, it's about benevolence. Since I dare to directly book so many goods, I naturally have my own methods. Lu Zhengyang didn't want to push more with him, and directly stated his bottom line. If he can take it, he can take it. If he can't, we'll find another dealer. TCH, old man. Hearing that it only takes 50%, Li Wenxian was a bit unable to stand on the sidelines, and pulled Lu Zhengyang to the side with one hand. Brother, didn't you say that the rise in hairy crabs could double? How come you sold it in 5? It's not as simple as you think. Yes, it's possible for this hairy crab to rise that much, but that's retail. Do you still want to actually acquire those hairy crabs to sell? What's wrong with that? I have so many stalls in the wholesale market, and I know quite a few hawkers, so it's not impossible to give them the hairy crabs to sell at that time. Li Wenxian argued with reason. No, the point is that at the beginning we agreed that we would make the difference, and that we would only be second-hand dealers. Gee, before was before and now is now. And now that hairy crabs are so in demand, why give the money to someone else to make it? Older brother, let's not talk about the fact that there's still some time left before the hairy crabs go on sale. Hairy crabs are something that can die easily, and if you don't sell them by then, you'll be smashing your hands. Lu Zhengyang knew that this Li Wenxian had been swept away by interests. He felt that with the contacts he had accumulated in the wholesale market over the years, he would be able to sell all the hairy crabs he had acquired. It is also true that this is the start of tens of millions of revenue. The average person really cannot refuse this temptation. It's alright, old brother. I've been in business for so many years. I'm still sure about this. Brother Chang, I'll advise you, old brother, to take what you can get. Not to mention that we've already made a lot of money from this business. But then again, it's not impossible for you to sell it yourself, but I'm going to take credit for it. Alright, since you yourself think you're capable, I won't say anything more. The two were originally doing a halfway deal, and since they disagreed, there was nothing to say. Then again, it's true that retail makes more money, but it's just as difficult and has a long capital turnover cycle. For now, this is not the best choice for Lu Zhengyang. He does not want to take this risk. Older brother, at most 3 months can return to the capital. The money earned is not 10 or 20,000. 70 or 80,000 ah. This business is, after all, two people together. Li Wenxiang obviously does not want Lu Zhangyang to be the first to withdraw. Don't say anything, old man. I'm planning to dump it now anyway. TSK, old brother, why don't you get it? You're not going to make this obvious money, are you? How about this? If you really want to throw it, you might as well just throw it to me and I'll take all these goods. But let's say, if I make any money back there, you can't say that I'm not a good brother. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Li Wenxiang pondered for a moment and said, think carefully, if you do this, not only will you have to shell out more than $2 million to me now, but when the hairy crabs are on the market, you'll also have to shell out more than $5 million to acquire these hairy crabs. And one more thing, I want but cash money. Lu Zhangyang didn't expect his appetite to be so big. It doesn't matter if he doesn't throw away the goods in his hand. He still wants to take all these goods in his hand. Buddy, give me an hour and I'll see if I can get your $2 million together first. After saying this, Li Wenxiang walked to the side and started to call for money. Lu Zhangyang and the dealer left a contact. Let him go back for the time being. The situation has changed. If Li Wenxiang could really come up with so much money out of it, it would naturally be a priority to sell it to him. C8I. Chapter 19, Retaliatory Consumption. 4:30 in the afternoon. Lu Zhangyang and Li Wenxiang walked out of the bank. At this moment, Lu Zhangyang was excited. Even the hand inserted in his pocket was trembling slightly. Even if he was trying his best to suppress his emotions right now. Yes, it's that unproductive. Although Lu Zhangyang knew before that he would also earn so much money. But when he saw the bank hit out the bill, but saw his card deposited more than 2 million, the mood is really a little difficult to describe. He wanted to laugh and let loose at the moment. He wanted to go to the restaurant where he used to eat lamb kebabs himself to have a whole roasted lamb that he had been coveting for a long time but was afraid to order because he was too shy to order it. He wanted to take out all of this money, exchange it for cash, and then pack it up in one of those duffel bags that just looked so rustic and carry it directly to Shin Mubing to share the joy of getting rich with her. He wanted to hold Shihi and tell her out loud that daddy could get her whatever she wanted. He wants to call his mom and dad right now so they can stop worrying about him. Too many thoughts at this moment, like 1,000 armies surging into one place at once, making his brain buzz and spin. Phew, looking at the people coming and going on the road, Lu Zhangyang took a deep breath. At this moment, he finally became a debt-free free man, even if he hasn't gotten around to paying off the debts that could drive him to death right now. Brother, you've made so much money at once, why don't you treat me to a meal? Looking at Lu Zhangyang's excited face, Li Wenxiang laughed and flirted. It had to be said that Li Wenxiang was still quite strong. Although he had borrowed a lot of this 2 million or so himself, but to be able to get it all together in just a few hours, it was evident that he was capable and strong. Now he's got all the crabs, too, and he's in a pretty good mood. Next time, and when I do I'll be sure to find a time to have dinner with you. Alright, then I'll leave first, we'll see you later. With an order of more than $5 million in hand, although it would make money later, Li Wenxiang's pressure was not small. See you later. Saying goodbye to Li Wenxiang, Lu Zhangyang chose to walk towards the nearby superstore on foot. The journey was not far anyway, just to digest his excitement. Hey, Xianzi, it's me. Didn't I borrow $8,000 from you before? I just transferred it to you. The money has also been borrowed for several years. The 2,000 is even the interest. It's fine. There will be time to come out and have dinner together later. Hey, Gao Zi, before is really sorry. Now I money transfer you. More is the interest. Before is my sorry you. Jicho, I was too embarrassed to call you before. While Lu Zhangyang was walking, one by one he started to call to pay back the money according to the accounts he used to keep. It's a pitfall to say that these friends and brothers used to be on pretty good terms with themselves. Otherwise you wouldn't have lent yourself the money in the first place. Lu Zhangyang really didn't want to let down their trust in himself, but at that time he was really incapable of repaying the money, even if he knew that some of his classmates and friends, because he looked for them to borrow money, and let them have a lot of trouble. But he really couldn't get any money at that point. Honestly, looking back now at myself at the time, I was a pure and simple asshole. Although when they just called to pay back the money, there were some who were really happy for themselves from the bottom of their hearts that they had earned the money, and there were some who looked unhappy even after they had paid back the money. But it didn't matter. No matter what kind of attitude they had towards themselves now, the sentiment of borrowing money in the first place was here. Even if they were paying enough interest now, if one day they really have any difficulties to find themselves, other than that, they are willing to repay this loan of money tenfold. It is the once borrowed 10,000. Lu Zhangyang is willing to borrow 100,000 to him. After the end of more than 10 calls, Lu Zhangyang combed through again to make sure that there is no omission of this, only to rest assured. Next up are some credit cards and some online private loans. to be honest. In fact, this money can be paid back later when there is money. But Lu Zhangyang just can't help it. Maybe it's because I used to be scared by all these debt collectors. So it's just a way to buy myself some peace and quiet and keep myself grounded. After getting this done, the external debt is now paid off. Except for some money from relatives at home. 5:30 in the afternoon. Lu Zhangyang came to the rental house again with a big bag. There was no way around it. He really had no other place to go. The new house he used to buy had been mortgaged and sold long ago, and these days he stayed in hotels. Daddy, why did you buy so much stuff? Open the door. See Lu Zhangyang big bag hanging all over the body. Cece were shocked with a small hand blocked his small mouth. Two black shiny eyes open with the size of a copper bell. It wasn't that this performance of Cece was too exaggerated, but Lu Zhangyang's current look was too exaggerated. Both hands were full of bags, not to mention a couple of bags over each shoulder. Even two bags hung equally around his neck. Quickly, get a glass of water for Daddy. Lu Zhangyang didn't bother to wipe his sweat and squeezed in hard with these bags. Ouch, I'm exhausted. Throwing his stuff on the floor, Lu Zhangyang directly paralyzed on the sofa and panted heavily. Today he had finally experienced what was called the legendary buying. He hadn't understood before how those women on TV could be so into shopping and buying things when they were rich. Now that I've experienced the wave myself, I can only say that it's still those women who enjoy life. Dad, here. Receiving the cup of water handed over by Cece, Lu Zhangyang raised his head and gulped it down in one gulp. Dad, what kind of things did you buy? Taking the cup of water, Cece didn't go in the first place, but instead squatted down, wanting to see what exactly Lu Zhangyang had bought. Hey, these are the dishes. These are the ones for sale. See for yourself. Lu Zhangyang took the ingredients to one side and brought the other few bags to her. Wow, these are cupcakes? It's so pretty. The first thing Cece saw was an exquisitely wrapped cardboard box, and when she took it out, it contained a delicate pink cupcake with a well-made Snow White on top. To be honest, Cece had never really seen such a beautiful cake before, and immediately hugged Lu Zhangyang's old face and kissed it, cheering. Seeing Cece so happy, Lu Zhangyang said that this cupcake was worth it even if it cost more than $400. Daddy, can I eat now? Through the clear plastic on the box, Hoshi had a slanderous look on her face. Yes, but only 2 or 3 bites, because it's almost time to eat, and I'll let you keep eating when it's done. Is that okay? Thanks, Daddy. Daddy is the best. Hearing this, Hoshi wiggled her little butt there happily. Little glutton, Lu Zhangyang said with a laugh, then carefully began to help her unpack. I'm sure I have a lot of money on me now, but this cupcake isn't cheap, and it would be a shame if she ruined the shape by unwrapping it. Daddy, this cake is so pretty, I'm kind of dying to eat it. Hoshi looked along the cake, not even knowing where to start. I have to say, the taste of what I spent money on is not to be mentioned first, but for what it sells, it's really exquisite. Tell you what, Daddy will take a picture on his cell phone and then you can eat it. Well, that would be great. It's normal for little girls to love beauty. If in the past Cece eat something can be so troublesome nagging, Lu Zhangyang has long been impatient, and how could it be like now? Offered to help her take pictures to remember. Sure enough, after taking a few pictures, Cece's entire body was attached to Lu Zhangyang's body as she ate the cake. A lot more intimate. Chapter 20, No More Pretending. I'll show you my cards. Daddy, this cake is so good. I'm going to leave it for Mommy so she can taste this too. He took 2 bites of the cake, then self-consciously put the spoon down, and tried to put the box back together. Seeing this understanding look of his daughter, Lu Zhangyang's heart was warm, but at the same time, he was heartbroken. Once he had read a saying on the internet that the more understanding a child was, the more trials and tribulations he had suffered as a child. No, you eat yours? I got one for Mom too. Dang 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 dang, said Lu Zhangyang as he took out another slightly larger cake from the bag. This cake would not be a kid's favorite shape, but a variety of flower styles made of buttercream or chocolate, and at a glance, you can tell it's the kind of one that boys give to girls. Wow, Daddy, the cake you bought for Mommy is so pretty. Take it to the table. Aha. After taking the cake, Lu Zhangyang carried the bought vegetables towards the kitchen. He had to hurry up himself. Shin Mubing wouldn't be back for long. Rent is 900. Utilities are 150. Hickey enrollment is 6,800. And a month's living expenses. Phone bill. After work, Shin Mubing has been counting these accounts in her head. But no matter how she counts, it seems to be a bit of a feeling of not being able to make ends meet. Phew. Shin Mubing took a deep breath and walked down from the subway. When passing by the fresh food supermarket, Shin Mubing suddenly stopped in her tracks. I think back to the past 2 days, when I came home to a ready-made meal and a bathroom remodeled to my liking. This makes Shin Mubing at this time in her heart have some expectations. I do not know if there is a good meal to go back today. If so, What would Lu Zhangyang make for himself to eat? Suppose he was home today. Should one clear things up with him? Thinking about these things, without realizing it, he had arrived at the entrance of the rented house. Opening the door, Shin Mubing looked around and saw Lu Zhangyang, who was shuttling through the kitchen, as well as Shi, who was unpacking things on the sofa. Although it looked a bit messy, for some reason, it made Shin Mubing feel a bit of a cozy feeling. Mommy's home. Seeing Shin Mubing come back, Shi was the first to drop what she was holding and ran over to give a hug. Back? Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Lu Zhangyang put the dishes on the table and said softly. It's like they're a normal couple. Oh, Shin Mubing subconsciously answered, but then felt a little bit wrong. When she looked up again, Lu Zhangyang went inside the kitchen again. Mommy, quickly wash your hands for dinner. Daddy made something delicious. I'm starving. Cici pulled Shin Mubing towards the bathroom. Mommy, I'll tell you another secret. Daddy bought a particularly nice cake for you to eat. That cake has flowers all over it. Red, white, yellow and green. It's really particularly nice. But Daddy also bought a cake for me to eat. It's Snow White's. It's also especially pretty. And I have toys to play with after the cake. Speaking here, she twisted her body proudly. That's the thing about kids. When they come across something they're happy about, the desire to share is high. But if you're not at all interested in what she has to say, over time she won't want to share it with you. Especially with a young child like Hitch who doesn't have any good friends for a while. Over time, personalities change. And that's not good. Really? That's too good. Shin Mubing forced a perfunctory smile. But Hoshi was in a hurry to get to dinner now, and didn't notice the tone of her attitude. When Cici ran over, Lu Zhangyang had already finished serving several people's meals. Wow! This shrimp is so big, it looks so delicious. When she saw a plate of prawns placed in front of her, Shishi's mouth watered into her rice. Mom, are you ready yet? Come and eat. It should be said not to say. The previous Shishi is not eat shrimp, but in the past there is not much money. Eat are some tens of dollars. The size is not big. Eat not much. But today Lu Zhangyang made money. Came to a small revenge spending. This plate of a shrimp are almost catching up with the price of a cat he bought before. Not to mention Cici, even Lu Zhangyang himself was equally gluttonous. Come on. Haven't seen you eat so aggressively. Shin Mubing wiped her hands and walked to her seat. When she saw a table of sumptuous meals, she looked up at Lu Zhangyang with complicated eyes. While she didn't know exactly how much the table cost, it certainly wasn't cheap. What the hell is he up to? Lu Zhangyang, where did you get the money? Although this table of food was sumptuous, but if this matter was not clarified, where could Shin Mubing eat? I earned all this money myself. Clean. So don't worry about it. Oh, you think I'm going to believe you? Looking at Lu Zhangyang's bright look, Shin Mubing coldly laughed. Regarding this aspect of money, Lu Zhangyang once did not know how many means he had used to cheat her. It could be said that Lu Zhangyang didn't have any credit with her at all. Really? Don't believe me? I'll show you. Lu Zhangyang hurriedly took out his cell phone and the bank's remittance slip together and placed it in front of Shin Mubing. Seeing this, Shin Mubing half-heartedly took the remittance slip in her hand. And when she saw the amount of remittance, her entire pupil changed dramatically. 10 million, 100,000, 100,000 million, over $2 million. As an accountant, Shin Mubing was originally no stranger to things like remittance slips, but when she saw the numbers on it, for some reason she always felt that the slip was so unreal. It caused her to look at it several times in a row. Also, here's a text notification on my cell phone that I paid off those foreign debts and have $1 million or so left. Lu Zhangyang hurriedly opened his cell phone text message and handed it to Shin Mubing again. Now, Shin Mubing had to believe it even if she didn't. Where did you get this money? Looking at this huge sum of money, Shin Mubing's eyes lifted as she looked at him and asked. All this money is earned from my business. It was not easy to have a chance to explain. Lu Zhangyang naturally would not give up. Okay, you said you earned it in business. So tell me, what kind of business are you in that you can make so much money in such a short period of time? Shin Mubing naturally didn't believe in this statement. Even the tone was a little colder. She now suspected that Lu Zhangyang had gone to do something illegal. Either that or gambling. If this money is coming from these two sources, it's better not to have it. Because since childhood, in Shin Mubing's concept, even if he starved to death, he could not do this kind of stealing chickens and dogs and breaking the law. There is no way. In the eyes of some traditional and simple old generation, this kind of money cannot be earned. Even if it is earned, it is also a disaster. Shin Mubing heart is likewise this concept. How to say? In fact, this kind of idea is right. But this world is changing. You are no money no power ordinary people if you do not fish for the side door. The probability of life is no money no power ordinary people. Doing serious business. It's not impossible to make that much money. However, You Lu Zhangyang have no ability and no capital. What makes you able to make so much money in such a short period of time? Shen Mubing was not belittling Lu Zhangyang. It was not that he would never have this ability. At least he did not have this ability for the time being. If they had that ability, their family wouldn't have been separated and ended up in this situation. Chapter 21. Wife. Lu Zhangyang was in a hurry and shouted in passing, but realizing that Shen Mubing just looked at herself coldly and did not have any reaction, Lu Zhangyang could not help but pause for a moment. In the past, he had a guilty conscience in his heart, and coupled with his own poor self-esteem, he didn't dare to explicitly say a lot of things to Shen Mubing. Now, no matter what, at least for the time being, there was a little bit of family money in his hand, and he decided to go over everything in detail, to tell the whole story. In fact, as a couple, the two should have been honest and respectful. Just like Shen Mubing in the past, even if she was buying a scallion, she would talk to Lu Zhangyang about it during casual conversation. What's the point of living if you're on my defense all day and I'm on your defense all day? Next Lu Zhangyang started talking from buying to scratching lottery winning, and kept talking about functioning hairy crabs, and also took out the photos when he won the lottery as well as the remittance records. That's it. I sold all those hairy crabs to my partner, Kevin Lee. Of course, the insurance fraud as well as getting information about wealth was not spoken about. This kind of insurance fraud is also embarrassing to say. As for the wealth information, it is really too outrageous. Now is not the time to say. Later if you have the opportunity to say it is not too late. Shen Mubing was silent as she looked at the pictures he had taken and listened to him talk about his experiences in the past few days. She actually wanted to question it, but the whole thing was a bit outrageous and unrealistic, but it didn't seem impossible. And, even with all her talk, it's a fact that so much money is on his card. Daddy, are you making a lot of money? Cece, who was eating at the side, suddenly came up with this sentence. Well, it's not like we've made a lot of money, but no one will ever ask us for money again, and from now on, whatever Hitch wants, Daddy can buy it for you. Really? Daddy, I don't want you to buy me a lot of things, just as long as no one comes to us for money. Every time someone comes to us for money, Mommy cries for a long time. Instead of focusing on the purchase, Hirsch is on the debt collector, which shows how much this has affected Hirsch. Don't talk nonsense. Shen Mubing blankly glanced at Shishi, but her eyes indisputably blurred a bit. Although she was soft on the outside and strong on the inside, God knows what kind of life Shen Mubing had lived during the time she was in debt. For a Benjamin, the money is really astronomical. Other than that, just hair alone, Shen Mubing didn't know how much she had lost. Now that she knew that these external debts had been paid off, this huge stone hanging in her heart was finally released, and she didn't know whether it was excitement or aggression or any other emotion. In short, she couldn't stop her tears no matter what. I'm sorry for being an asshole before. I'll never put you guys through this again. Lu Zhangyang hugged Cece with his left hand and wrapped his right hand around Shen Mubing and said in a firm tone. After eating, Lu Zhangyang consciously cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, and incidentally mopped the floor again. The time finally dragged by him to a little after 8 o'clock. It was also really strange. In the past, when he was asked to do some chores, he always found those chores time-consuming and laborious, and now when he had nothing to do and wanted to procrastinate, he didn't expect to do it all at once. Mubing, try the cake I bought for you. It won't be fresh when tomorrow. Seeing that there seemed to be nothing to do, Lu Zhangyang took out the flour cake he bought earlier. I won't eat it. It won't go bad in the fridge. Give it to Hoshi tomorrow. It's getting late. Hoshi and I are going to bed. Looking at Lu Zhangyang holding the cake in his hand, Shen Mubing faintly said, I don't have a place to stay right now. If I go out to stay in a hotel it's going to cost me money again, or I'll just make do on the couch for the night. Do you think that's okay? After saying this, Lu Zhangyang hastily raised an eyebrow towards Shishi. Mom, let Dad sleep at home. Okay. Previously and Lu Zhangyang said goodbye to Cece hurriedly ran over from the side, pulling Shen Mubing's hand and kept swaying. Looking at Lu Zhangyang's expression of pretending to be a fool, and then seeing Cece, who was hugging her arm and pampering her, how could Shen Mubing not know that they had discussed this before? Even if tomorrow you go rent a house by yourself. Shen Mubing's heart is ultimately soft, grinding but they had to agree. Good, tomorrow I will definitely fix the place to stay. Seeing his cunning plan succeed, Lu Zhangyang once again handed over the cake. I heard the staff say that today is the best time to eat. If you eat it tomorrow, the taste will not be that good. You just taste the flavor. Eating dessert can be a pleasurable experience, and women are sensual things, so as long as they are happy, many problems are not a problem. Another is, Shen Mubing has been with herself for so long, she really hasn't enjoyed any happiness, and now that she has bought this several $100 cupcake with great difficulty, if she doesn't let her taste it again, it's really a bit hard to say. fearing that Shin Mubing would push back. This time Lu Zhangyang directly unwrapped the package, and also placed the spoon on top of the cake. TSK, such a nice looking cake was just ruined by you. Looking at the top of the cake, which was originally a delicate creamy flower, destroyed so casually by Lu Zhangyang, Shin Mubing was instantly dissatisfied. Hurriedly, he served the cake to see if he could still salvage it. To be honest, it was the first time that Shin Mubing received such an exquisite gift from Lu Zhangyang, and it was inevitable that her heart attached some importance to it. I'm not afraid that you won't eat it, Lu Zhangyang said sardonically. Blankly glancing at Lu Zhangyang, Shin Mubing took out her own cheap cell phone and found an angle to take a picture. Sure enough, girls love taking pictures, even those like Shin Mubing who don't like to send out friend circles. Goo. Having just been thrown a beautiful blank stare by Shin Mubing, Lu Zhangyang almost didn't pick her up in excitement. Lu Zhangyang didn't even know how much he was looking forward to tasting her blank stare. After taking the photos, Shin Mubing picked up the cake, scooped up a spoonful first, and handed it over towards Cece. Come on, taste if this cake is good or not. Hey, she is always like this. In the past, when there is not yet Cece, Shin Mubing will give Lu Zhangyang the first bite to eat, and after there is Cece, if there is something delicious, she will give it to Cece to eat, and she is always the last one. It was probably only someone as gentle and virtuous as her that would have tolerated herself for so long. Mom, eat. I had one before. Mom, this cake is delicious. Try it. Hoshi gulped and said. Yes, she just ate a cake already. It's not good to eat too much of this stuff. Eat it yourself. Lu Zhangyang also chimed in. Hearing this, Shin Mubing didn't dwell on it, and gently sent the spoon towards her cherry mouth. As soon as the small spoon was imported, a rich milk flavor instantly filled the entire mouth, and Shin Mubing followed it up with a sip of her small tongue, and the extremely delicate cream instantly melted away. Sweet. It's delicious. This was Shin Mubing's inner monologue. She hadn't had such a delicious dessert in a long time. Even the delicious eyes were half squinted. After tasting this bite, Shin Mubing couldn't wait to take another bite, but she suddenly realized that a hot fiery eye was staring at her. Shin Mubing raised his eyes and found Lu Zhangyang looking at himself with a smile on his face. That expression, indescribable favor. Now, this made Shin Mubing's little face actually redden and burn with the naked eye. Look at what to look at. Not knowing if she was embarrassed or shy, Shin Mubing said softly and pulled Shishi towards the room. Chapter 22 Mr. Zhao. 6:30 a.m. Shin Mubing then opened her eyes. It's a habit she's kept for a long time. She actually wanted to sleep more, but there was no way around it. She had to make the day's meals before she went to work, or else Hoshi would go hungry at home alone. Just as she walked out of her room in her pajamas, she saw Lu Zhangyang already busy in the kitchen. You awake? Why don't you go back to sleep for a while? I've just started on breakfast. Hurry up and go. I'll call you when breakfast is ready. Seeing that Shin Mubing didn't move at first, Lu Zhangyang said again. Good. Shin Mubing nodded and walked in again. If it was placed in the past, Shin Mubing definitely wouldn't go in. But if she didn't go in now, she would feel awkward. After all, now that the two are divorced, nominally the two no longer have any relationship. Phew. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Lu Zhangyang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily he was caught up. Shit. When did he ever get up this early before? Right now his eyes are still forced open, and if you give him a pillow he can snore in 3 seconds. It's not too shabby to go after your wife. More than half an hour later, a table of hearty breakfast was just served by Lu Zhangyang. There was milk, and fried eggs, and dumplings, and a couple of small pieces of bread. Wow, Dad, you're too good. Looking at the table of delicious food, Shishi couldn't be happier. Eat up, it's going to get cold if you don't. This is the bento I got for you. You take it to the company for lunch. Lu Zhangyang wiped his hands, put the lunchbox with the meal in a bag and placed it in front of Shin Mubing. Aha! Shin Mubing nodded and started eating breakfast. By the way, I've transferred $100,000 to your PayPal. You take it first. I have other things to do with the rest of the money. What are you giving me money for? I don't want it, said Shin Mubing and took out her cell phone to transfer this money back. Can you just take care of it for me? I'm afraid I'll lose money on my business, so don't be left without a dime by then. Besides, I gave this money to Hoshi, so put it there for now and don't touch it. If you return it to me, I'll continue to transfer it to you later. Seeing that Shin Mubing did not listen to himself, Lu Zhangyang continued. Ding, PayPal arrived with $100,000. Ding, PayPal arrived with $100,000. Shin Mubing money has just been transferred. The phone has not even been put away. Lu Zhangyang transferred the money to her again. I'll turn again if you turn again. Lu Zhangyang's words were said with a toughness. Honestly, from the time we got married to the time we got divorced, That's still the hardest thing he said so far. Scoundrel. In response, Shin Mubing was at her wit's end. Just keep it for him, you won't misuse it yourself anyway. After breakfast, Shin Mubing went out the door, while Lu Zhangyang stretched and walked towards his room. He wanted to take a nap. Daddy, what are you doing? Hoshi followed him in and looked puzzled when she saw him undressing. Dad is tired. Didn't sleep well yesterday, so I want to sleep for a while longer. Don't say it to your mom. Saying that, Lu Zhangyang directly drilled into the comforter where Shin Mubing slept, and a faint fragrance immediately hit him. Strange to say, Lu Zhangyang always felt that Shin Mubing had a kind of magic, such as the quilt she slept on, which was always soft and fragrant, as well as the clothes. Oops, Dad. Just got up. Why are you sleeping again? Now CC quit. She was still thinking she could go outside and play. Well, just sleep for half an hour, okay? You go watch the TV. After watching 2 episodes of cartoons I'll sleep well. Lu Zhangyang closed his eyes, smelling the fragrance of Shin Mubing's body, enjoying the beauty of this moment. If what you're saying is true, then this guy is kind of interesting. Inside an office, a man with eyes and wearing a casual suit, after listening to what Li Wenxiang said, he said after a moment of silence, Mr. Zhao, I wouldn't dare say anything else, but selling chili peppers and dumping hairy crabs is something I've seen with my own eyes. Li Wenxiang sat on the sofa with some restraint and some excitement. Tell you what, let's have dinner together sometime. And if this is reliable, everything behind it will be fine. How about lunch today? Do you have time? This Li Wenxiang is also an acute person and said smoothly. That's fine. I don't have much to do at lunch. Okay, I'll call and ask now. After saying that, Li Wenxiang directly dialed Lu Zhangyang's phone. Hey old brother, do you have time at noon? Do you want to have a meal together? I have a friend who wants to get to know you. There is time, but I'm at home with the kids right now. Goo. Small children are good, and not in the way. Together with the bring over not on the line. You send a location to me, now go to pick you up. That. Line it. Originally, Lu Zhangyang did not even want to go, but did not expect this Li Wenxiang so enthusiastic. He is really a little embarrassed to refuse. Forget it, it's just a meal anyway, and since he still earned the $2 million from him, it's only right to treat him to a meal. Sending a location over, Lu Zhangyang took Shishi downstairs. Dad, we have food at home. Why do we have to go out to eat? Cici wore a white dress, bouncing and jumping behind Lu Zhangyang. Adorable. Because someone wants to invite Dad to dinner to talk about things and it's not like we're going to waste the family meal we can save for dinner tonight. Okay. Eating out was still relatively new to Hoshi. Not long after, a Mercedes S450L slowly stopped in front of Lu Zhangyang. Lu Zhangyang was a little strange. Suddenly the passenger window opened. Sitting in the main driver Li Wenxiang probed and shouted, Lu old brother, get on the car. Holy shit, is this your car? After getting into the car, Lu Zhangyang took a closer look at the car's interior and was a little envious. As the saying goes, riding in a Mercedes-Benz and driving a BMW is enough to show how comfortable the interior and ride are. Not to mention the fact that the car is a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan. This car would be great if it was mine. I can't afford to drive such a good car. Li Wenxiang patted the steering wheel with his hand and said with some envy as well. This is also true. Although the luxury car looks as if the streets are full of them, but really by the actual situation, this kind of car is really not the average person can afford to drive. Once when Lu Zhangyang was young and ignorant, he always felt that driving a luxury car was just that. Nothing great. But it took so many years in society to realize that I couldn't even afford a fucking 100,000 plus car. That's what made him slowly realize that the gap between himself and the people who drive such luxury cars is not a fraction of a second. After all, people pay for a year's worth of maintenance that they don't necessarily earn in a year. When I used to listen to other people bragging, I always said that hundreds of thousands of cars who cannot afford, just do not want to buy it, have money to buy a house, or to do something else, and so on such remarks. It will even take the opportunity to insinuate that those who drive luxury cars are stupid and don't know anything about investing. Yes, no matter what the car is, it's expendable from an investment standpoint, even if it's the most luxurious car in the world. But the reason is that there is no money, or to put it another way, not enough money. If you really have money, you can buy millions of dollars worth of cars just for fun. If people can buy this kind of luxury car, do they really care about such a small amount of money? Except, of course, for the kind of people who borrow money to buy a car and pretend. Chapter 23, The Human Condition. Elder Brother Lu. The friend I'm introducing to you this time is Zhao Zhiming, General Manager Zhao, who is also considered my boss. His brother is a big leader in our Beihai city. But don't be nervous, Mr. Zhao is still a very nice person and does serious business. Anyway, you'll know when you meet then. Li Wenxiang explained Zhao Zhiming's identity briefly and hinted that he was relatively rich and powerful. Well, I know. In response, Lu Zhangyang nodded and didn't take it too much to heart. If it was when he was fresh out of college, he might have given enough respect himself, but not overly ingratiated himself with him. After all, he was young and wild-eyed then. If it had been himself some time ago, in debt and mixed up to the point of dying, then he would have seized this opportunity to lick him into comfort and hopefully get a bit of what he could out of him to make money. But now, the respect should be given to give. But many things Lu Zhangyang has changed a different perspective to see. After all, a person behaves completely differently when they have a bottom and when they don't. After a few more moments of small talk, we soon arrived in front of a restaurant that didn't look particularly conspicuous. But the name of the restaurant is written in a plaque and it looks like it should be an old establishment. Yo, your daughter is so cute. Parking the car, Li Wenxiang touched Xishi's little head and asked, "You're so pretty. Oh, what's your name?" "My name is Lu Yushi." Xishi grasped Lu Zhangyang's hand and replied timidly, "Really good." Li Wenxiang was overwhelmed with emotion. "Hey, it's still good to have a daughter. That kid in my house is not to mention how annoying he is all day long. Let's just have it. You have a big family anyway, Li, and there's no pressure. Let's forget it. I already have 2 sons. If I get another one, I won't be able to cry." With that, the two came to a large box. Where is Mr. Zhao? Looking at the empty box, Li Wenxiang was a bit surprised. He had just agreed to wait here. Maybe Mr. Zhao is in a bit of a hurry. You wait a bit. After saying that, Li Wenxiang picked up his cell phone to call and ask, "Cannot let Lu Zhangyang with his daughter sitting here dry waiting." "Don't worry. Since you asked, I'll definitely keep this good thing for you." "Ha ha, you're welcome. You're too polite. Don't worry. I'll look for you at your place in the next 2 days. Just then, a few sounds of brisk conversation came from outside the box. After the 2 people outside finished their conversation, Zhao Zhiming pushed open the box where Lu Zhangyang was as soon as he saw Lu Zhangyang with Xishi inside. He quickly smiled and started to apologize. "Sorry, I just met an acquaintance and delayed for a while. Sorry. You're the Lu Zhangyang that Wenxiang was talking about, aren't you?" Hello. Zhao Zhiming smiled and came to Lu Zhangyang's front, extending his right hand to shake Lu Zhangyang's hand. "Yes, it's me." Lu Zhangyang also responded politely. "Keiko, since the people are here, let them serve the food." "Okay. Hey, today's mood is good." Collected a pair of more favorite calligraphy and painting. As he spoke, Zhao Zhiming dispersed Lu Zhangyang a cigarette. "Since you're Wenxiang's friend, you're also my friend. Do you mind if I call you elder brother Lu?" Don't mind. Then I'll call you brother Zhao from now on. I heard Wenxiang say that you are not an ordinary person. Old brother, you have your own unique vision when it comes to doing business." As he spoke, Zhao Zhiming looked at Lu Zhangyang, as if he wanted to see him clearly as a person through its facial expression and demeanor. Those are all luck." In response, Lu Zhangyang smiled and made a perfunctory remark. "It's not like there's no such thing as luck, but in the end, luck is also part of strength." Zhao Zhiming laughed. To be honest, according to the things that Li Wenxiang said to him, from trading chili peppers to dumping hairy crabs, in this short period of less than 10 days, more than 100,000 yuan had turned into more than 2 million yuan. Granted, over $2 million isn't a lot of money for him, but that's an outrageous return of nearly 2,000%. Putting himself in his shoes, if he, Zhao Zhiming, did not have his current status and platform to add to it, he would definitely not be as powerful as this man in front of him. In this way, in fact, I also have a little bit of free money in my hand, but on the current economic environment, I really can't find any good investment projects at once. If you have any good projects in the future, don't forget about old brother me." Zhao Zhiming affectionately patted Lu Zhangyang's hand and said in a peaceful manner. In fact, the purpose of relationships between men, especially those like this one where they meet in person and are introduced to each other, is very simple. It's just about money or expanding your network. But relative to Lu Zhangyang, whether it was money or connections, Zhao was too far above him. It could even be said that the two of them were not even from the same world, even if they are now sitting at the same table for dinner. What are some of the programs that Qiyu is in contact with? It's not moving, it's some big project, a big program. Most of the people contacted were and are big bosses, or official people. And Lu Zhangyang? In addition to some family and friends, brace yourself and add a few classmates and co-workers or whatever. And that's about it. The reason why Zhao Zhiming chose to dine with him today was nothing more than the fact that there was nothing to do today, plus the ability that Lu Zhangyang had shown in these 10 days made him, Zhao Zhiming, feel that he was a talented person and was worth spending some time befriending. That was all. It is not that he, Zhao Zhiming, is pretentious and looks down on Lu Zhangyang. Rather, it's just the way it is. You want to say he Zhao Jiming looked down on Lu Zhongyan? And no, I didn't. I shook hands when I walked in the door and gave respect when I spoke. But if an ordinary person sees a rich and powerful person treating you like this and you drift off and feel good about yourself, and even think that the two of you are now friends, then that's your own problem. Ha ha, there's a chance this is certainly possible. I'm just afraid that my kind of small fight won't be able to get on Zhao's stage. Lu Zhengyang smiled and was polite. Although this was said politely, Lu Zhengyang acted in an unassuming and unperturbed manner. After these years of failure in life, although Lu Zhengyang was devastated, he more or less understood some of the truths of life. One must look up to oneself at all times. It doesn't matter what seat or state you're currently in. If you don't even look down on yourself, who do you expect to look down on you? It's not like other people are your dad. Of course, if you're not currently capable of anything, even if you think highly of yourself, it won't mean anything to anyone else. But it's something that doesn't mean anything to anyone else, but it can mean a lot to you, because it represents your attitude towards life and living. Old brother, you're slapping my Zhao Jiming in the face with this statement. What do you mean on the stage, not on the stage? Zhao Jiming is not to say what the world's richest man, depending on the money, is dirt saint. I won't blame you if today is considered the first time you've met me, but next time you still talk about me like that, it'll be a penalty drink. Zhao Jiming pretended to be angry and spoke to Lu Zhengyang. Don't say. Look at his expression is quite serious. Okay, count on my old brother saying the wrong thing. I'll punish myself with a cup later, just as an admission of fault. Lu Zhengyang really did not expect Zhao Jiming would say so. There is no way. Can only go along with his step down? Chapter 24, have you got the guts to do it? Soon the waiter pushed a cart and brought the food to the table. To be honest, Lu Zhengyang looked at this dish and knew that the consumption here was not low, because half of these dishes Lu Zhengyang had never seen. What do you usually drink, old boy? I'm all casual. Alright, then, I'll set it up. Bring over 2 bottles of manhwa first, and get 2 more desserts up for the kids, and you guys can figure out exactly what to get. Okay, Mr. Cho. It was obvious that Zhao was a regular here, and ordering things around was a breeze. With the mutai in place, Li Wenxiang filled the service roll, opening and pouring the wine. Watching a drop of transparent white wine pouring into the cup, Lu Zhengyang could not help but sigh. He didn't know exactly how much a bottle of this wine cost, but it was more or less a few $1,000s, and it was the first time he'd ever had such an expensive fucking drink. The life of the rich is really simple and unassuming. Here, go first. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, it's usually the time period for bragging rights. But again, it's clear that we're not all that familiar with each other, so there's not a lot of conversation and not a lot of bull. Older brother Lu, I just heard you say that. Do you really have any good projects in your hands? After drinking another small cup, Zhao's face was only slightly flushed, but the whole person looked very sober, and at a glance, he knew that he was a veteran of the drinking scene. There is really a good project at the moment, but it's not really good for me to operate in a single force. Lu Zhengyang lit a cigarette and said, oh, might as well say it for our reference. Hearing this, Zhao Jiming immediately became interested, and Li Wenxiang sat on the sidelines and also perked up his ears. I don't know if Zhou knows anything about the chip market. Chip market? Hearing the word chip, Zhao frowned, somewhat unsure. No other reason. The main chip this thing for ordinary people belong to the contact cannot reach the high-tech things. Not to mention them, this thing even the country is short of. Not short of, is some high-end chip countries cannot make. Where is their kind of people can touch things? Aren't you purely joking when you talk about this topic? Does that mean your boy has the ability to make chips? But, do you think we believe it? I'm certainly not talking about high-end chips like computers and cell phones. I'm talking about car chips. Seeing the two of them looking at themselves with wide eyes, Lu Zhengyang knew that they must have misunderstood. A car chip? What's that thing again? I haven't really learned about it. Zhao Jiming was still puzzled by the 2 monks. Also, where does the average person pay attention to this stuff except for some insiders? As for roughnecks like Li Wenxiang, that's even less likely to be of concern. You always know about new energy vehicles, don't you? That I do know. But I heard that the technology doesn't seem to be very mature yet. But I heard from some friends who bought it that it does drive quite well. Speaking of this, Zhao Jiming was only slightly able to speak. Whether it's mature or not is relative. And with so many companies entering the market, it's only a matter of time before it's mature. Alas, the other we do not talk about. I say so and you say it. New energy vehicles is the main fight is intelligent. But intelligent no matter how smart you are, at present cannot be separated from the chip this thing. And the automotive chip is relative to cell phone and computer chips. No matter the size or process, the technical requirements are not very high. As of now, belongs to the things that can be bought with money. If you can buy it with money, then why are you still in this business? Zhao instantly grasped the point. The increment is big. I don't know if you've ever taken a close look at new energy vehicles, but with this current incremental trend, not to mention ordinary people, even those car companies and chip makers couldn't have imagined that the market would be so good. As for other parts, traditional automakers are able to transition very quickly, and even a number of them are universal parts. But the chip is the only one that will soon be in short supply. Zhao did not know whether he was naturally cautious or did not know this piece, lit a cigarette and did not speak for the time being. How do you want to get it? Taking 2 puffs of his cigarette, Zhao asked. Let's not talk about whether this business is done or not. We always have to see how he wants to operate before we talk about it. As of now, no matter whether it is the old car companies, or the so-called new forces car companies, such as springing up in the market, automotive chips will appear a short period of urgent need. But this situation should not last too long. After all, people are not stupid. There is such a situation occurs after the back of whether it is a car company or a manufacturer will leave enough stock. And all we have to do is to seize this opening and make a killing on him, Lu Zhengyang said with confidence. In fact, if it were not for the information provided by Fortune Information, how could Lu Zhengyang, an ordinary person, discover this business opportunity? How much do you plan to invest and how do you want to operate? And the profit, do you have a rough estimate? Most importantly, how long will the time cycle take? After a moment of silence, Zhao Zhiming asked. Zhao Zhiming is now completely baffled. He has been in business for so many years, more or less touched a lot of business, but like this business he really is the first time to touch. But no matter what business you are in, these are among the basic questions, and if he can straighten out the logic and make sense of it, then it should be taken seriously. 5 million to start. We are not in Beihai City. There is a car company. I want you to go through the name of this car company. Go to the supplier to book the purchase. As for the profit of at least 3 times more than 5 to 7 times is not impossible, mainly to see the timing of the throw goods. You if you throw the early, the profit is not so high. You if you grabbed in the hands of the hand can't let go, and so on. The other car companies and manufacturers reacted to it. You will have no more to earn. As for the time period, at this point in time, half a month or so, Lu Zhengyang gave the data in accordance with the wealth information and narrated it. You can make that much in half a month? Buddy, did you used to work in the automobile industry? And other things I may indeed not be very clear. But like this kind of electronic products update iteration should be very fast. By the time the new generation of technology out, that is not smashed hands? Seeing how confidently he spoke, Zhao couldn't help but be a little uncertain. That's why we need to hurry up and take advantage of this gap. As hinted above the wealth information, it's all about speed if you want to do this business. Tell you what, I'll think about it, and if it's feasible, I'll get back to you in the next few days to discuss it. This is a few $1,000,000, not a few $100, even if this Zhao Zhiming a bit of money, but after all, today is the first day of meeting, and this industry he is not familiar with, naturally not so adventurous. Brother Zhao, if you want to do this business, you'd better give me an answer tomorrow. If you haven't made a decision by tomorrow, then this business won't work. Lu Zhengyang nodded his head to show that he understood what he was doing, but his tone of voice was not polite at all. After all, this is his own take him to make money. So Lu Zhengyang said this with a bottom line. And which of those bosses doing new energy now is not a human being? At the slightest sign, they'll be able to react, and then it'll still be your turn to earn his money? No kidding. Chapter 25, The Man Who Talks Tough. Decision to be made tomorrow? Is there a need to be in such a hurry? To be honest, Lu Zhengyang's words with haste made Zhao feel that little bit upset in his heart. It's like he's being forced to do something. Don't get me wrong, Zhao. It's not that I'm in a hurry. It's the market that's in a hurry. Opportunities like these are fleeting, and if you don't take advantage of them in the next few days, there's no point in doing them later. Lu Zhengyang ate a mouthful of food and said lightly, as if this matter was not something he attached great importance to at all. This scene was clearly seen by Li Wenxiang, who was at the side. When he and Lu Zhengyang were partners in business, why wasn't he the same as Zhao Zhiming? Even more so than him. But what happened? Aren't you making a lot of money now? Of course, these hairy crabs have not been out, but out of the money is money, well, one of a kind. Zhao Zhiming this was made a little difficult, and do not know whether they follow or not. Do not follow it, just cowhide have blown out, but also seems to be not big pattern, but follow it, and you don't know what to do. He had no choice but to set his eyes on Li Wenxiang to see if he had any suggestions. Mr. Zhao, don't look at me. To be honest, I do trust Brother Lu more, but this is your money. I don't dare to make a mess. Li Wenxiang laughed dryly and said with some embarrassment, it's done. It's only $5 million. I believe you. Zhao howled after a moment of contemplation. For so many years, Zhao relied on his connections and vigor to step by step to this day, in which the need to be brave to do things is not unheard of. He has not been so entangled for a long time. In fact, he also enjoyed this gambling mentality. Probably everyone has a little bit of this mentality in one way or another. After all, the gains Lu Zhengyang said were just too great. That's fine. Today I guess we have to ask Mr. Zhao to hurry up and contact the leaders of the car companies in Beihai City, so that they can pull some strings and buy the chip. This kind of thing can't be delayed, lest the night grow long. Seeing him agree, Lu Zhengyang also showed joy. After all, this business, inside the wealth information is also considered a short-time, high-yield thing. That's easy. I'll call someone over right now. How it works exactly, that's still up to you. Yes, Lu Zhengyang nodded, not saying anything about the split for now. To Lu Zhengyang, Zhao Zhiming is at least a dignified figure, and if he really makes money, he doesn't believe that Zhao Zhiming won't take a share, and even if he doesn't get a cut, that's a lot of money he's throwing in, and he'll owe him a favor in the process. If he makes money and then turns his back on us, the big deal is not to work with him in the future. Hey, Mr. Wang, have you eaten yet? Oh, I was just eating and got to talking about a little project I wanted to ask you for a favor. Where? So why don't you come over now? Okay, I'll be waiting for you at the usual place then. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Zhiming began to chat with Lu Zhengyang about some small details. After all, this has been cooperation in business. Half an hour or so, a middle-aged man with glasses and a big belly pushed his way in. Ego Lao Wang, long time no see. This is Li Wenxiang. You should have met before. This is Lu Zhengyang, my friend. Hello. After a few simple pleasantries, Lu Zhengyang cut straight to the chase. Hello Mr. Wang. The thing is like this, Zhao and I want to buy a batch of low-end chips used in cars, but it's more troublesome to buy them personally, so we want to help us buy them through you. Don't worry, we'll pay up front. You just have to buy it on your behalf. After a glass of wine, Lu Zhengyang told the original story. Just this? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhibo froze and even turned his head to look at Zhao Zhiming. Yeah, that's it. Egu, this fire and brimstone. I thought there was something big going on. Success. Just send me all the model specifications and I'll have someone communicate now. Hearing that it was buying something on behalf of him, Wang Xiaobo was a bit unimpressed. No, Mr. Zhao, you guys are in a good place. Why did you suddenly think of buying a car chip? Hearing this question, Zhao Zhiming glanced at Lu Zhengyang with his eyes, wanting to ask him if this matter could be said or not. It's fine. Wang is always your friend and helped to buy chips on your behalf. There's nothing bad to say. Anyway, the cake of the market is so big, to whom to eat is not to eat. Lu Zhengyang smiled, not minding at all. Alright, we just think that the price of this chip might go up, so we want to stock up on a batch beforehand. That's all. No way. Stocking up on chips? Okay, I can't understand. Wang Zhibo originally thought this was a secret, didn't realize that they simply wanted to stock up and wait for the price to go up. In his mind he was still surprised, because he himself is in the automobile industry. Although their car company is still the traditional fuel vehicles, but they have tried to prepare to follow the trend of new energy vehicles, so for the upstream suppliers are still very clear. Things like chips are really just money in the bank so far, and this thing is updated and thief fast. The new generation of products out, the previous generation immediately break bones. It's really too long for the birthday boy to hang himself with money on this, but since they want to buy it, they just do this favor themselves, and it's none of their business as to how much they lose later on. Also, if Wang Zhibo can see that the car chip will skyrocket a little later, then other people would have already known. Next Lu Zhengyang directly sent all the models that need to be purchased, and in order not to let him delay, Lu Zhengyang transferred the money on the spot, and by the way, let the hotel staff on the spot to get a simple contract. By the time this was done, it was after 4 in the afternoon. Thanks to Zhao Zhiming is a regular customer of this hotel. Get so late hotel not only no complaints, but the hotel manager also sent a bottle of red wine over. Grass. This operation looked at Lu Zhengyang's heart with a sigh of relief. That's what makes life so fucking interesting. It's almost time. I'm going to leave first. Looking at the time, Shen Mubing was almost off duty at this time. It wasn't good for her to go home and not see Shishi by then, and it was still cold pots and pans. Anyway, everything that needs to be talked about in terms of business has been talked about. Older brother, it's this time of night. What's wrong with having dinner together? By the way, Zhao likewise looked at the time and realized that it was almost time for dinner. Forget it, it's not good to come home late when the kid's mom gets mad. Yo, haven't really realized that a brother loves his wife so much. Zhao Zhiming revealed a smile out that all men understand. Yes, I do love my wife. Hearing this, Lu Zhangyang surprisingly did not refute. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he said with a serious face. This one made a whole lot of noise in the room. No, it's the first time they've met a man whose wife isn't around and who doesn't talk tough in this area. Normally, a man's mouth should be harder than a diamond at this time. Okay, I'm convinced by that statement. Tell you what, it's still early anyway. I'll have the kitchen pack a few dishes for you to take with you, and by the way, I'll have Wenxiang give you another ride. No, I'll just take a cab myself. It's fine if you don't eat here. I'm going to be angry if you even refuse this request. I have to say, this Xiao Zhiming is indeed very good at doing things, obviously giving you benefits and making it impossible for you to refuse. Chapter 26 Shen Mubing blushed. Right, Zhang Yang, this chip thing should be fine, right? On the way of driving, Li Wenxiang couldn't help but ask. Hearing that the earnings were so high, he was actually itching in his heart. At the same time, he was also afraid that Lu Zhangyang would mess this up. Although he was not involved in this matter, his partnership with Zhao Zhiming in this business was in the final analysis also introduced by himself. What if something happens and Xiu takes it out on himself? I have invested all my belongings on me. Do you think there is any problem? Lu Zhangyang couldn't help but smile somewhat helplessly. Of course, there is no 100% profitable business in this world. You want me to make a guarantee that's not realistic either. Of course I know this. Forget it. I'd better honestly finish selling this batch of hairy crabs I'm holding. I've inquired again in the past few days. The hairy crab's rising momentum is indeed fierce. At least all of them can go up to 70 to 80%. Speaking here, the corner of Li Wenxiang's mouth couldn't help but rise. For him, he would be content to make a few $1 million through this business. Moreover, there is not so much money on hand at the moment. Li Wenxiang can't do anything even if he is itching to do so. If this batch of hairy crabs sells as he himself envisions, he will have a fat year this year. Fine, just don't regret it when the time comes. Around 5:30, Shen Mubing packed up her things and was ready to leave work. In the past few days because of Lu Zhangyang, the pressure in Shen Mubing's heart has been reduced by an unknown amount, and even walking is a few points lighter. Shen, you're not busy now, are you? Seeing that Shen Mubing had finished cleaning up and waiting to get off work, He Jia, who was in her 30s, came over. Sister what's the matter? Shen Mubing asked, her tone unsalted. Because He Jia, this person is the company's old staff. The ability to general, but her mouth like a trumpet, belongs to the company's gossip leader. All day long to pull these few people together gossip. Hey, didn't I hear you were divorced before? So I took it upon myself to open up for you. And I didn't realize there were a couple of nice guys willing to spend some time with you. After saying that, He Jia took out her cell phone and handed the chat records to Shen Mubing's face. How could you send my photos to others without my consent? Looking at the photos taken of herself at work, Shen Mubing was furious. TCH, what's wrong with sending you a few pictures? It doesn't matter. I'm doing you a favor. I'm sorry. I don't need your help and I don't intend to find anyone else. Why do you have to do it? Xiao Shun, I can find you all the people in the city, with a house and a car, like you, divorced with a child. That is, while you are still young, good looking, which if a few years later, you cannot find it. It was as if He Jia didn't see Shen Mubing's ironclad face, and she was still chattering on and on. Do you have anything else? Shen Mubing couldn't stand her anymore now. If it wasn't for the fact that the education she had received for so many years didn't allow her to say any vicious words in public, it was estimated that she would have started cursing by now. Aya, why don't you get into it? You'll be the one who loses out when the time comes. Look at this guy. He earns $20,000 to $30,000 a month, although also divorced with a child. But the money earned enough for you to live together in the future. Nowadays, not only is the cost of getting married high, but the matchmaker fee for matchmaking is also very high, especially if you are divorced with a small child. As He Jia said, it's even higher. This He Jia usually doesn't have much to do, so she likes to gossip about people and pull the strings to make some extra money. When she knew that Shen Mubing was divorced, the first thing that rose up was this little thought. After all, there really weren't many women like Shen Mubing who did things seriously and looked good. Ha Jie, please behave yourself, and if I find out you're using my picture to send it to anyone else again, watch out, I'll call the police. This time Shen Mubing really couldn't take it anymore and directly shouted towards her. What for? At this time, Huang Haibing, who was the manager, walked out from the office. Alright, manager, I'm not looking at Shen divorced. I would have liked to kindly introduce him to an object. I did not expect that she was not happy. Really good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Being surrounded by so many people, He Jia instantly face is a bit untenable. Hard Mouth said, She was truly surprised that Shin Mubing would tear herself apart and not give herself any face. All day long, you've been meddling with your business. Are you done with your business? Is it your turn to be in charge of other people's business? Hearing that it was to help Shin Mubing find a date, Huang Haibing was instantly enraged. Shit, I haven't even had a chance to do anything yet. What the fuck are you doing? I'm not. Seeing that the manager actually spoke toward her, Jia instantly wimped out. Apologize. Apologize to Shin Mubing. Huang Haibing's words were so pretentious. Yes, it is not easy to have a chance to pretend in front of Shin Mubing. He cannot grasp it well. I'm sorry, manager. It's my problem. I'm sorry, Xiaoshen. It was me who was in a hurry. This time Jia couldn't hold her head up and hurriedly apologized. But the heart cannot help but make muttering. This Huang Haibing and Shin Mubing usually have nothing to do. How this time so defend her? Is it possible that they have some kind of ulterior motive? Although her mouth apologized, Hajia's heart began to gossip again. Off duty. I'm leaving. Shin Mubing didn't want to pay any attention to them and took her things and was about to leave. He couldn't stay here for more than a few days anyway. So let them be. Little Shun. Looking at Shin Mubing walking away without looking back, Huang Haibing was furious. He was still thinking of inviting her to dinner today. Here, Shin Mubing had just gone downstairs and was about to take the subway when she saw Lu Xinyan's voice. Crap! Everyone look! Shin Mubing is not yet off duty. Colleagues are holding a cup of coffee, is playing a pussy in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Did not expect to see Shin Mubing on a Mercedes-Benz car. This is hilarious. I'll go. I didn't expect Shin Mubing to look svelte. I didn't expect to find a boss long ago. Humph. What a way to know someone. I told you. Someone like her is really deep. Hello, sibling. My name is Li Wenxiang. I'm Zhang Yang's friend. As soon as Shin Mubing got on the car, Li Wenxiang greeted him warmly. Hello. It was the first time Shin Mubing had ever ridden in such a nice car, so it was inevitable that she was a bit formal. Originally, we were going to have dinner together again tonight, but Zhang Yang insisted on going back to eat with you, and I searched for what kind of magic my younger sibling had that could make Zhang Yang so family-oriented. When I saw it today, I didn't realize my younger sibling was so beautiful, so that explains it. Watching the atmosphere become a bit awkward, Li Wenxiang hurriedly stepped forward to make the atmosphere. After all, after following Zhao for so long and drinking so many times, this was considered basic. Ha! Hearing these words, Shin Mubing didn't know how to go about answering for a moment, so she could only dryly laugh twice, but her white and flawless face was red and looked somewhat embarrassed. Li Wenxiang also wanted to continue to engage in the atmosphere, but did not expect that he had said so, but the two of them unexpectedly no one said a word, which instead made him a little embarrassed himself. Luckily, the drive was relatively fast and they soon arrived at the place where they were staying. Here we go. Drive slowly. Thank you, uncle. She smiled sweetly. Let's go. We'll eat together next time. It was only after Li Wenxiang left that the family of three headed upstairs. The one just now is the one who poured hairy crabs with me, Lu Zhangyang said to Shin Mubing on his way back again. But Shin Mubing continued to walk forward as if she hadn't heard. Chapter 27, Meeting the In-Laws. Back home, Lu Xingyang's first time was to cook rice, and in the meantime, heated up the dishes he packed back from the restaurant. Mom, you know what I had for lunch today, don't you? A bunny made out of milkshake. Nice and tasty. It would be nice if we could go out to eat every day in the future. She pestered Shin Mubing, who was sitting on the sofa, and began to talk about what happened today. Looking at her daughter's happy appearance, and then looking at Lu Zhangyang who was doing housework as soon as she returned home, Shin Mubing was in a much better mood. But sitting here waiting for a meal is not her character. Since Lu Zhangyang is cooking, then she high and low has to do something else. Otherwise she can't sit still and always feel like she is very unlikable. Just as she picked up the broom to sweep the floor, she realized that not only was the floor clean, but it had been mopped. She tried to do the laundry and found that it had been washed and dried long ago. Even the clothes that he had tanned yesterday were taken in and folded in the closet. Did he really do all this? Has he really changed his nature? Looking at the house that was cleaned up, Shin Mubing's heart was a little bit starting to disbelieve. After all, he used to do nothing at all around the house. The food is warmed up. The rice isn't cooked yet. So come over and have a drink first. There's quite a lot of food today anyway. Drink! Hearing that there was a drink to drink, she didn't care about anything and directly ran towards the dining table. Wash your hands first. Okay. She, who was just in high spirits, suddenly looked like a defeated rooster, hung her head and went to the bathroom to wash her hands. Seeing this, the corners of Lu Xinyan's mouth rose slightly, and a warmth could not help but rise in his heart. After washing their hands, the family then sat down at the table and began to feast. Today, I partnered with another person to do business. I feel that the profit is okay, and the cycle is also short. While eating, Lu Zhangyang narrated today's events with her. It was as if Shin Mubing used to chat with him at home, telling him all the things she had experienced today throughout the day. Although Shin Mubing was eating, at the same time, she was quietly listening, but didn't say anything. But Lu Zhangyang didn't mind, just like Shin Mubing did before. Tomorrow's the weekend, and my mom wants to see Hickey. Probably embarrassed by what Lu Zhangyang said, Shin Mubing couldn't get over it in her heart and returned this sentence. Good, then I'll prepare more things tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Zhangyang couldn't be happier in his heart. Just when Lu Zhangyang just wanted to say something, Shin Mubing said again, "You are home alone. My parents are not in good health right now, and I'm afraid that when the time comes." Seeing Lu Zhangyang's somewhat dismayed and uncomfortable expression, Shin Mubing panicked in her heart and hurriedly explained. Alas, even though she pretended to be ruthless and cold-blooded, she couldn't bear to see this man in distress. "Let's go together tomorrow, and if your parents don't welcome me, I'll go again, okay?" Lu Zhangyang was silent for a moment and asked in a consultative tone. In the past, when Lu Zhangyang was down and out, he was trying to do everything he could to not go to Shin Mubing's house. Even if you go, it's just dinner and back. Even many times, Lu Zhangyang let Shin Mubing bring Cece over alone, because Shin Mubing's parents were already enthusiastic and quite nice, or at least nice to him. Whenever you go yourself, you prepare a table of good wine and food. Even when he was just bursting into flames, Shin Mubing's mom and dad, although they were also angry and complained quite a bit, but mostly they also taught him in a didactic tone. But the more this happened, the more Lu Zhangyang had no face to go. But after so many things, Lu Zhangyang felt that it was useless to avoid many things. Being brave enough to face problems and take on your responsibilities is probably one of the signs of a man's maturity. At least Lu Zhangyang was now trying to seriously, with sincerity, resolve the relationship and problems between himself and Shin Mubing's family. To be honest, after so many years together, Shin Mubing seemed to be the first time she had seen Lu Zhangyang so formally ask for her opinion. Good. At first, Shin Mubing wanted to refuse, but seeing the look in his eyes, she still didn't say anything. "Let's go early tomorrow. We'll buy more food and go over to do it, so your mom won't have to work alone." Good. Hearing these words, Shin Mubing looked at Lu Zhangyang with some surprise, but didn't say much, just nodded. At night, Lu Zhangyang again in the rental house to rely on a night. At 9:30 in the morning, Lu Zhangyang's family took a cab to an old residential area. There are quite a lot of people over here. There is a food market nearby, but most of them are older. Today the sun is quite big. Looking at the mumbling crowd, Lu Zhangyang produced a feeling that things are different. Shin Mubing's house is on the 4th floor, without an elevator, which is a good floor for young people, but it's a bit of a struggle for the older ones. Knock knock. "Kid's dad. Go see if that girl Bing Bing is back. Come on." Through the door, Lu Zhangyang heard the conversation inside. He didn't know what attitude the two Shin family members had towards him now. "Come, Cece," Grandpa hugged. Shin Jiangwo opened the door and saw Shin Mubing mother and daughter standing in the doorway. Just when he wanted to bend down to hug Cece, he saw Lu Zhangyang next to the door. The smile on his face disappeared in an instant. "Why did you come?" "I came to see you guys," Lu Zhangyang returned with some embarrassment. "Now that you and Bing Bing are divorced, you have nothing to do with our Shin family, so why are you still coming to my house? Go go go. Hurry up." At this time, Shin Mubing's mother, Wang Guizhi, also put down her hands and walked over, but didn't speak for the first time. "There are some things I want to say before I leave. Say what you have to say right here, and hurry up when you're done." In the past, when Lu Zhangyang was his own aunt, even if he was an asshole, he was still his own aunt. But now that he's divorced, what else is there to talk about? To be honest, Shin Jiangwo temperament is considered very good. If to some bad-tempered people, to see their own daughter was oh and ah this way, would have already done it. Where will still give him time to beep. "Come in, come in, come in with what you have. Don't make a fool of yourself." A bunch of people blocking the door. The left and right neighbors do not know what they thought happened. Like to see the crowd are planning to gather around. "Don't put things here. Finish talking and take and leave quickly." Watching Lu Zhangyang put the bought gifts right into his home, Shin Jiangwo pointed with his finger. Very impatient. "Dad, don't call me dad. I'm not your dad. What's going on? I'm reformed now, and I've made a little money in the meantime." "Finished? When you're done you can go." For Lu Zhangyang, Shin Jiangwo really doesn't want to have a dime of relationship with him anymore, let alone any credibility. The two of them used to put a lot of their old money on the line to help him pay off his debts. How could they believe him now? What exactly do you want to say? What else do you want to do?" Looking at Lu Zhangyang's appearance, Shin Jiangwo became furious, and when he spoke, the anger in his tone was already somewhat suppressed. It was fine if he didn't want to think about the past, but as soon as he thought about the past, Shin Jangwo couldn't wait to give him a few mallets. Chapter 28, Couples are better off as the original couple. Dad, you let him speak properly, okay? Shin Mubing couldn't watch from the side and pulled Shin Jangwo. You're still favoring him even now? Have you forgotten how he treated you before? Shin Mubing was fine if he didn't help, but once he did, Shin Jangwo became even more angry. Well, people are coming to the house. What can't we say properly? Looking at Lu Zhangyang obediently standing there to be scolded, Wang Guizhi, also a little intolerant, pulled Shin Jangwo's hand. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it, make it clear at once, and save any further involvement later. Shin Jangwo let out a long sigh and silently sat down on the sofa. It was so hard for his daughter to divorce him. He really didn't want his daughter to have anything to do with this asshole anymore. He doesn't care how Lu Zhangyang lives in the future. He only wants to take care of his family now. How come it's so hard? Thanks, Mom. This period of time I thought carefully about what I did before. It is indeed not a human thing to do. A good home. Do not know to cherish. Have to get into this state now. After this incident, I have also figured out that in the future I will be serious and down to earth. And I will never be overambitious and low-eyed again. I've done a little business in the meantime. And I've now paid off all that money I owed out there. And I have a little money left on hand. But that money was taken back into my business. But it won't take long to get it back. But I've already given Ice $100,000 to hold it for her. I know this is not nearly enough money for a family. But, in the face of his parents-in-law, Lu Zhangyang is still the first time to do a review so seriously. Even if this review is Lu Zhangyang thought of last night. And even borrowed a lot of sentences from the internet. But this sincerity of his review is real. After all, relative to this identity of Lu Zhangyang's son-in-law, they had done well enough. And he, as a son-in-law, the younger generation, but do not do personnel, not only UNA them a lot of coffin capital, but also they help Shin Yuanliang prepared bride price or UNA a lot. Now, not to mention a few curses, is that they beat up Lu Zhangyang? It is estimated that Lu Zhangyang will still be a little more comfortable in his heart. After hearing these words, Shin Jangwo and Wang Guizhi did not speak for the first time. Honestly, it's embarrassing enough for a man in his 30s to be able to do a review in front of you like a schoolboy. Coupled with Lu Zhangyang's genuine feelings and the fact that the review copy was quite good, all of a sudden they were all a bit embarrassed to scold him again. They were also somewhat convinced that Lu Zhangyang seemed to really know that he was wrong. Mom, this is the $100,000 that Zhangyang transferred to me. I'll transfer it to you now. Before they could question the authenticity of Lu Zhangyang's claim of making money, Shen Mubing took her cell phone out and transferred the money to Wang Guizhi in person. Silly girl, why are you transferring the money to us? Keep it for yourself. Did you really pay off all that money you owe? Shin Jangwo ignored the excuses of their mother and daughter and directly looked up at Lu Zhangyang and asked, the money he owes? Not only let Shin Mubing sleepless nights, Shin Jangwo equally anxious hair is white, because that much money is indeed astronomical to him. He had thought more than once that as long as he helped Lu Zhangyang pay off all the money he owed, as long as Lu Zhangyang was down to earth, he was willing to accept it. But alas, not only did the money not pay back later, but also domestic violence his own daughter, abuse his granddaughter, almost did not put him into the hospital. Really, Mubing can testify. This is the remittance slip of my money making, and these photos. Lu Zhangyang hurriedly took out those things that he showed to Shin Mubing last time again. These are all real, not fake? Shin Jangwo was really a bit afraid of Lu Zhangyang. It was fine when he lost money on his previous business ventures, but only from the time he gambled. He didn't have a word of truth in his mouth, and tried to get money from other places, and he cheated himself out of a lot of money. Of course it's true. It's a bank transfer order. I can't fake it. It's good to pay back the money. It's good to pay off those debts. After some begging, Shin Jangwo repeated this sentence several times. You can see how worried he was about the whole owing money thing. In this moment of relaxation, his frown lines seemed to lighten a little. Good thing. Good thing. Wang Guizhi also excitedly grabbed Shin Mubing's hand tightly. Now that you've paid back the money, you can't borrow any more money no matter what, okay? From now on, just keep your feet on the ground and live your life with ice. You hear me? Shin Jangwo at this moment, as if he had forgotten that there was already a divorce between the two of them, and explained a lot of things in a serious manner. In the hearts of the older generation like them, most of them don't expect their children to be rich and famous, and it's enough for them to have a stable and warm home. Well, Dad, don't worry. When I get my business money back next time, I'll buy a house and live a practical life with Bing Bing and Shi in the future. Live our little family to the fullest. Hearing the mandate again, Lu Zhangyang swore and patted his chest and promised. It was a bit of an earthy statement, but it really poked into the hearts of the two old men. Well, we don't compare ourselves with others either. As long as you are doing well, we both will be at peace. Solve this piece of heart disease, Wang Guizhi, not to mention how happy. Pulling Shin Mubing's hand, patted several times in a row. As the saying goes, it's better for a couple to be original. Since their young couple got divorced, their two old men haven't worried much, if all of them don't get married in the future. In the end, the bitter ones are still Shin Mubing and Cece, which if they find a second marriage, no matter what, they can't be so harmonious with the first marriage. Now that Lu Zhengyang has changed for the better, these problems will no longer exist. They two old people cannot be happy? Mom, what are you talking about? Just when the two old men were happy, Shin Mubing pulled her hand out of Wang Guizhi's hand and whispered in a low voice, Mubing, I promise my parents that I, Lu Zhengyang, will be devoted to you in the future, so just forgive me, okay? Taking this opportunity, Lu Zhengyang looked at Shin Mubing with a serious face and said, say it again. Shin Mubing nudged her mouth and didn't say anything else. She couldn't imagine why Lu Zhengyang, who used to always have a heart higher than the sky and always felt that he was invincible, would become so cheeky and even a bit of a scoundrel at this moment. Okay, it's a rare happy day, so I'll call Rio back too. As for how the two couples are going to get back together, and through what form, that's not something the two of them should be in charge of. All they want is for Lu Zhengyang to get better and be able to get down to earth in the future. That's all. Mom, Rio might still be a bit unable to accept me right now. Why don't you wait until I find some time and talk about it? Shan Yuanliang is a bloodthirsty, grudge-ridden rash, far less communicative than the old man. Today it is difficult to let the two old re-accept themselves. If Shin Yuanliang inserted a foot, it is not a waste of effort. That's fine. You'll have a nice drink with your dad today for both of you. Seeing that Lu Zhengyang was a bit embarrassed, Wang Guizhi didn't say anything more and pulled Shin Mubing to the kitchen to work. Chapter 29. Dad. Smoke. After the atmosphere eased, Lu Zhengyang took the initiative to pull out a cigarette. Compared to the elderly, both their life experience are naturally not comparable to that of young people. Lu Zhengyang used to gamble, go outside to take out loans, and find family members to borrow money for this kind of thing, which is really unforgivable in the eyes of many people, but it is not unforgivable. Of course, if you haven't been salty, it's truly inexcusable. In this age of laughing at the poor, most people don't care what you were doing before, even if you were killing, looting, and screwing. But if you make a lot of money someday, do you believe there will be a lot of people who will give you the thumbs up and come running over to be your lapdog? It can't be helped. The world is the way it is already, and it's not like one or two people are going to be able to change that perception. Of course, I can't say all of them, and there are some of them who are upright and cynical enough to look the other way, but these people hardly ever fall on their sword when you're down and out, either. Standing in Shin Jiangmo's position, he is this age. His only expectation is that his children can live happily ever after. As for money may not be so important. It would naturally be better if Lu Zhengyang could make money. Now that Lu Zhengyang moved to say that he had earned $1 or $2 million, then what else could he ask for? He was already satisfied now. Tell me about it. How on earth did you make all this? How did you make so much money at once? Lighting a cigarette, Shin Jiangmo asked. Most people are curious about the methods and ways to make money. Lu Zhengyang then told all of his recent experiences one by one. Hearing Shin Jiangmo was a marvel. He is down-to-earth busy life. Almost every dollar is their own hands to earn. I did not expect to be able to resist Lu Zhengyang's speculation a few times to earn more money. This huge sense of disparity gave Shin an inexplicable feeling of displeasure. On what grounds? Isn't it said that labor is the most glorious thing? Unfortunately, no one answered him to that question. Fortunately, the money-making is his own son-in-law, which if placed on others, Shin Jiangmo estimated that it would be more difficult. In the midst of small talk, Shin Mubing's mother and daughter had the dishes ready. These dishes are all bought by Lu Zhengyang. Are some hard dishes. What beef fish shrimp and so on. Dad, come, taste whether Maotai is authentic or not. Lu Zhengyang took out the Maotai he had bought, unscrewed the lid and poured Shin Jiangmo a cup. Well, how much does a bottle of this wine cost? Smelling the wine, Shin Jiangmo casually asked. 2,800 and something. $2,000 a bottle? Shin Jiangmo, who was still trying to forcefully pretend to be calm, couldn't hold back any longer after hearing this price. What kind of Maotai is this? It's too expensive, right? Why did you buy such expensive wine? Did you get this money from the wind? Just the two of you need to drink such expensive wine. Ha, good guy. In the kitchen of the feast of the good Wang Guizhi, after hearing this price, take the rice spoon and directly rushed out. It couldn't be helped. Like people of her age, one was used to being frugal. The other was, because of Lu Zhengyang's previous reasons, their family was frugal. Now here a bottle of wine spent nearly $3,000. To be honest, If not, Lu Zhengyang is a son-in-law. I am afraid that the rice spoon directly hit the head. That's right. You just can't build it like this even if you make more money. Looking at the crystal clear wine in his cup, Shin Jiangwo suddenly felt a little heartbroken. I told you not to buy such expensive wine. Now you're getting scolded. Shin Mubing whispered from the side, with so much reproach and gloating. Yes. Mom and Dad are right. I won't buy it in the future. It's not that I've earned some money and want to be filial to Mom and Dad. Lu Zhengyang quickly nodded his head to accept the criticism. Forget this open bottle, and return the other one later when you get back. You hear me? Your father is old enough to drink any kind of wine. There's really no need to drink such expensive wine. Saying that, Wang Guizhi reached out and put away the other bottle. Mom, I'm happy today. You have a drink too. Lu Zhengyang knew that although Wang Guizhi didn't drink, she would occasionally have a sip or two when she was happy. I don't drink. If you want to drink, you two gentlemen drink. This glass of wine is tens of dollars. No, this is catching up with hundreds of dollars. Geez, this wine was bought to drink. Whatever it is expensive. Here, have a drink. Gee, a cup of wine down. Shin Jiangwo slurped several times in a row, as if recalling the flavor of the wine. Good wine. This expensive wine is really good. I don't know if it's the price that adds up, or if this manhwa flavor is really good. Shin Jiangwo's satisfied face looks a little funny. He. If it's good, you drink more. Saying that, Lu Zhengyang poured him another cup full. By the end of the meal, both of these two men were drunk. One bottle was not enough. Wanted to open a second bottle, but Wang Guizhi did not agree. So he had to open the old man's home ordinary wine. Anyway, when you drink to the back, it doesn't matter what kind of wine you drink anymore, and you can't drink out of it. It's just a mood. To be honest, Lu Zhengyang, from the time he got married, this meal is still by far the most enjoyable time to drink. If you don't say money is a good thing, if Lu Zhengyang hadn't made so much money, how could such a harmonious scene have happened? Of course, money isn't everything, and rich families aren't always so harmonious, but for ordinary people, money is already the solution to most problems. After waking up from the wine, Lu Zhengyang opened his eyes already to more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. His old husband had woken up a little earlier than him and was now drinking tea in the living room. Awake? Come and have some tea. It's better. Good. After so many things, the way Lu Zhengyang talked to the two old men had changed. I used to think that they didn't have anything in common with them, but when I really sink my teeth into talking to them, I actually feel pretty good. Just go along with what they say as long as it's not anything really outrageous. Men all want to save face. As long as he pretends to be a few exclamation, say a few words of bull, give some sense of identity, son-in-law can become brothers. As for women, idly being parental, just show empathy and a bit of empathy and they'll hate to think of you as a sister. When Lu Zhengyang went back, Shin Jiangwo and Wang Guizhi changed their previous attitude and shouted with enthusiasm that Lu Zhengyang should come to eat more often in the future. The feeling of happiness in their hearts was evident in their faces without speaking. When did you become so good at kissing ass? During this day, the two old ones put all their thoughts on Lu Zhengyang, and Shin Mubing herself felt left out. After remembering Lu Zhengyang's pleasing appearance, Shin Mubing gave him a blank stare with some irritation. Hey, I'm not kissing ass. It's your parents who do like me alright. Lu Zhengyang smiled roguishly. This feeling was really good. The family is happy. Can it get any better than this? Lu Zhengyang also silently decided in his heart. In the future, no matter what, they cannot repeat the same mistake. Let the family happy. Perhaps more important than other things, but this presupposes that one has to make enough money. Go for it. Chapter 30. The goods are sold. 10 days later, new energy sales soar, but capacity limited by chip issues. The car chip has been snagged again? The semiconductor industry is experiencing a severe shortage of capacity due to the impact of the overseas epidemic. The boss of a new car company, if anyone can get a chip now, I will directly invite him to dinner. A piece of news from the automotive world fires out of the ring, even appearing at the top of several platforms' hot searches every now and then. That's a testament to just how impactful this car chip thing really is. Hey, buddy, did you see the news? Looked. What's wrong? Receiving Zhao Zhiming's call, the corner of Lu Zhengyang's mouth rose slightly, but his tone was unhurried. He has invested his entire fortune in it, so he can't afford not to pay attention to this kind of information. Crap, we're getting rich. Just now Wang Zhibo called me and said that someone wants to offer a high price for our lot. On the other end of the phone, Zhao could not hide his excitement. What price? Said he was willing to triple the price for it. How about it? Sell it or not? 3 times? There's no rush. You should let Mr. Wang send out a message now, saying that we have chips, and with so many new energy vehicle companies on the market now, we're not worried about selling them. According to what Fortune Info said, the auto chips are up at least 5 times or more. Of course, that's only if they have a small batch of goods to sell at that price. If you have a lot of goods, you might not be able to sell at that price. After all, the saying that things are rare is never out of date. If you really hoard tens of millions of goods, you see those car companies are willing to pay a high price. It is very difficult to raise the price of goods is very high. It's this amount that says not too much and not too little that is most appetizing. Moreover, now is the time for those new energy vehicles to ship to build the brand. This time we ship. You can't ship. That gap is reflected at once. But if the price is too high, those car companies will not buy it. After all, it is not worth it. You cannot lose money to make money. It would be better to wait for foreign factories to restore production capacity. It's the law of the market and no one can break it. There is also news that after this domestic new energy vehicle sales, those chip makers are not stupid. They will also through this opportunity in the original price based on a vicious wave of price increases. But these would have little to do with Lu Zhanyang. After all, he does not have that ability to buy chip makers. You won't even sell it for 3 times that much. Old man? Then how much are you selling it for? At least 5 or 6 times the price. 5 or 6 times? Big brother, you're not kidding me, right? I think 3 times is already fine. And that's still the price that Wang Zibo negotiated for us. I don't know what that Wang Jibo Wang always told him. Zhao now felt that tripling it would be fine. And in all his years of business, he had never made money so fast and so good money. It's none of our business what that Mr. Wang really thinks. Anyway, just tell him that it's at least 6 times the price, and it has to be sold within 3 days. According to the current demand in the market, the car chip is definitely a sought-after item, but Wang Zibo wants to sell it at 3 times the price, which is purely a bad thing. Of course, it is not ruled out here whether he himself has taken kickbacks and favors. Is this okay? Of course Xiao wanted the price to be a little higher, but he also had to consider whether others could accept it or not. Wang Zibo but said to him, if this wave did not sell, this batch of chips 100% will be smashed in the hands. Tell Mr. Wang this, just tell him that we commissioned him to sell it at 6 times the price. The extra money goes to him, and we only need 600% profit, and if we don't sell it all in 2 days, we'll sell it ourselves. Lu Zhanyang thought about it and said, this batch of chips is said to say that the profit is more than 5 times, but the exact profit should still go up. But greed is not enough to swallow the elephant. Lu Zhanyang does not want to risk because of those extra profits, because itself his expected profit is 500%. Now the reason why Wang Zibo was allowed to sell it at 6 times the price was because he could make an extra profit. In this way, it is not believed that Wang Zibo will not desperately try to find car companies to sell goods. If the price of 6 times is not good, then they will drop the price of 5 times. Well, by then he also found a good buyer. Brother Zhao, just listen to me, tell that to Mr. Wang. If not, I'll sell it myself. Okay, then I'll go communicate with him now. Since Lu Zhanyang has said so, Zhao Zhiming cannot say anything else. After all, he is the one who brought himself to make money. Hanging up the phone, Lu Zhanyang's heart was a little excited. If you ship out now, you'll be $3 million or so. What's $3 million? Enough for their family to spend a lifetime in a small city at leisure. If they didn't spend it frivolously. But in Lu Zhanyang's goal could be more than that. A few $1,000,000 might be a huge amount of money for someone like Lu Zhanyang who didn't have any money. But for some people, it wasn't enough to buy a house, let alone any other expenses. I am ashamed to say that Lu Zhanyang used to be young, but he would often put the words if you are poor, you are alone, and if you are rich, you can help the whole world in his mouth. All the time thinking about what would happen if I made a lot of money later in life. But after the societal beatings, it's better to get your own problems out of the way first. At least first, your family will not need to run for money later. I don't know if the new energy vehicle market is too good, or if Wang Zibo has great business skills. The next morning, Zhao's call came. Grass, this Wang Zibo really fucking asshole. Yesterday you told him you only wanted 6 times the price, and he'd get the rest himself. And this grandson sold it all this morning. It's a good thing I listened to you yesterday and didn't sell it at 3 times the price, or I'd be losing money to my grandma's house right now. The phone had just been connected, and Zhao, who had clearly earned his money, was now furious. He felt like he was being played like a dog by that son of a bitch Wang Jipa. Yesterday, Wang Zibo also said that 3 times the price is already very high. How? I did not expect to sell 6 times the price as soon as it changed hands. This is indeed too unorthodox. Forget it, people have to make money too. It's fine to make money, but it can't be too dark, right? If it wasn't for your reminder, wouldn't we be working for him son of a bitch if we contributed money and effort? When will our money arrive? Lu Zhanyang didn't want him to talk about this matter, because money moves people's hearts. People look at you so lucrative want to make a fortune from it is also understandable. But to be honest, that fat-headed Wang Jibwa does have too black a heart. But it does not matter. After this time, no longer contact is, and they also earned their own should earn money. There is no need to completely tear their faces for the back of those money. It arrives at noon today, I believe, and those purchasers have already signed the contract. I estimate that this son of a bitch has earned us at least a few million. Zhao is still on his mind even now. In fact, Chip made so much money this time. He has been pleasantly surprised. He is angry that Wang Zibo played him as a fool. Forget it, let's not talk about him. Where are you now? I'll pick you up and have lunch together at noon to celebrate. Chapter 31, Selection of Gifts. It's the same restaurant as last time. Coming, old man? Lu Zhanyang just got out of the cab. Zhao Zhiming greeted him from the door with a smile on his face. First shaking hands, followed by a hug, with extraordinary enthusiasm. From the indifference of the first meeting, to now this process of old brother long old brother short, just less than half a month. Go, 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 I've got the food ready. There's nothing going on today, right? Let's drink more. Where's your daughter? Why didn't she come over? I even bought quite a few gifts for her. 2 million doubled 6 times directly into 12 million. Zhao Zhiming's mouth almost smiled crookedly when he thought about it. Shit, before he worked hard to find people to pull projects, here to stuff money, where to play a little relationship owed favors, get more than 10 years. The total assets earned is just a few hundred million. Of course, this is decent business done without breaking the law. If you're going to break the law, it's definitely faster money, but it's not safe. Now it's good to follow Lu Zhanyang just to make an investment. Easy not to mention, but also fucking earn more. This guy's an ancestor? This is not busy. Send her grandma and grandpa home. Then remember to take your gift with you when you leave. With that, the two of them walked towards the box, while Li Wenxiang followed behind with a crying face. Originally Li Wenxiang's recent mood are particularly good. From time to time to drive to 10 Mile Lake to check the hairy crab growth. And this period of time also contacted a number of dealers to come to buy hairy crabs, pinch the days and sow hairy crabs on the market days. But just now he heard from Zhao Zhiming's mouth that the batch of chips they had stockpiled before had actually increased in price by 6 times longer. And he instantly lost his temper. Why was I blinded by lard in the first place and chose to continue pouring hairy crabs instead of following Lu Zhanyang to get chips? If I follow the chip, I don't need to go to the dealer like a fool. At the thought of this, Li Wenxiang wanted to die. As soon as he entered, Lu Zhanyang was pushed up to the main seat, with 6 bottles of Maotai on the table, as well as 10 or so large dishes. Just the 3 of us, eating so much? Seeing a table of sumptuous dishes, Lu Zhanyang felt a bit wasted. Happy today, eat as much as you want. Come on, I'll toast you first. Unable to resist the enthusiasm, Lu Zhanyang had to follow the host. It is a bit of a waste to say, but the food here is really good, and sells well. Maotai wine entrance is also good. Anyway, order all ordered, and then there is no need to be polite. Soon, the wine was over and the food was over. Old brother, I can make so much money today. Honestly, all thanks to old brother's help. I've already asked the people below to transfer the money to you. See if you've received it. Lu Zhanyang was worried that he didn't know how to open his mouth to say this thing, but he didn't expect that he had already transferred the money. Hearing this, he hurriedly took out his cell phone to check his text messages. There were 2 text messages in total. The first one was a collection of over $5 million, which was the proceeds of his own investment. There's also a text message about a favor that Zhao transferred to him. Over $4 million. To be honest, when he saw this text message, Lu Zhanyang had no talent to count several times. And when he was sure that his assets were not 1 million, but 10 million, Lu Zhanyang's whole face was a little red from excitement. $10 million? How much is this going to cost? He, old brother. I see that you also earned almost more than $5 million. I simply help you put together a 10 million whole. You will not blame me for being petty, right? Zhao Zhiming helped Lu Zhanyang pour another glass of wine and said with some embarrassment. Originally, in addition to his own principal, Zhao Zhiming at first thought that he would split his earnings 50-50. That is, $5 million. But really when they want to hand over the money out of the time, the heart is still more or less a little bit of pain. And then think of Lu Zhanyang earned more than 5 million. Thinking of a whole number, to say that it is good to listen to, but also can be less than a few 100,000 out of their own. Nowhere. Honestly, that's more than you're giving. Lu Zhanyang at first thought to take up to 30%. After all, this is if there is no Zhao Zhiming to help pull the strings. They cannot do this business. And how to say it? Zhao Zhiming's own resources and status. Lu Zhanyang also holds a mindset of making friends. So when the heart did not count so much, mainly he himself has earned more than 5 million. With the current vision, just this 5 million, Lu Zhanyang has actually satisfied. Ha ha, It's good that you're not angry. Come on, have another drink. Brother, I was wrong this time. Next time you have to bring me along no matter what. Looking at Lu Zhengyang receiving money that way, Li Wenxiang finally could not help it. More than half a month ago, Lu Zhengyang was much poorer than himself. But now, in 20 days or so, the value of the body exceeded his own. The little money you make is what you've struggled most of your life to earn. I told you that you would definitely regret it. Seeing his bitter look, Lu Zhengyang laughed. The thing about pleasure is that it really is based on the pain of others. Not much else to say. From now on, you tell me to go east, I will never go west. In the future, and what money-making things can be must bring old brother me ah. It's simple. You sell those hairy crabs now. You're willing to give it up. In response, Lu Zhengyang laughed and looked at him with a playful face. Selling hairy crabs now? It's not even on the market yet. He was head over heels during this time, and was on the verge of becoming a professional hairy crab supplier from someone who couldn't move for anything. You're going to make him give up money he's going to make right away now, which is worse than killing him. Keep selling your hairy crabs then, when you're done with them. Older brother, could it be that you have another good idea to make money? This time Li Wenxiang was not happy, grabbing Lu Zhengyang's small hand and not letting go. Having already missed an opportunity, he didn't want to miss it again. You're overthinking it. You think a chance to make money is like a cab ride, right? Just wave. Then what did you make me sell the hairy crabs for? I was counting on that to make money. Not today, but if I had it tomorrow, could you come up with the money all at once? Listen to my advice. You can still make money by selling it now. It's not a loss. Why do you have to be so obsessed with 1 or 2% profit? That's fine. Then I'll sell the hairy crabs in the next few days. Li Wenxiang turned his head for a moment also. More than 10% is $500,000. Terrific 30% is $1.5 million. Not to mention to sell this price is not so good. Damn. If I had listened to him early, this wave of chip sounds to keep up, I would have been rich. I say, you kid, you talk about loving your wife. And now that you've made so much money, you're not going to give your wife a gift? Drinking and chatting, suddenly chatting about some luxury industry. Zhao Zhiming suddenly remembered that Lu Zhengyang, this pussy, is not said to love her wife, but also did not see what he said. A gift? Yes, you have a good idea. Hearing this, Lu Zhengyang instantly reacted. Yes, how could I have been so stupid? Had it been so long since I gave a gift that I forgot that giving a gift is one of the surefire ways to please a woman? Chapter 32, Buying a Car. Women are emotional creatures after all, and the gifts you give can be less expensive, but they have to be heartfelt, and something she could use. Lu Zhengyang thinks some superficial gold and silver jewelry, and she usually do not wear these things. If she wants to wear in the future, they give money to let her buy their own. A house is a must, but finding the right one all at once will take some time on this point as well. It's either that or buy a car. Lu Zhengyang was calculating in his mind. Now that Lu Zhengyang and his in-laws have eased up a lot, Cici often goes to her grandma and grandpa's house to play, as well as her usual commute, which requires a car. It would save a lot of time to have a replacement car. Crucially, she also has a driver's license. Zhao, you know friends who sell cars? Of course I know. You want to buy what car? Just tell me. Guaranteed to have a discount. After the maintenance and repair and so on, I have a dragon called people to help you get good. When he heard about buying a car, Zhao Zhiming's tone was gripping. Good boy. Finally something for me to help with. Although it's not a big deal, it's still a favor, isn't it? As the saying goes, the mouth is short, the hand is short. Zhao Zhiming made this much money with him, although there is also a share of money to him, but in the end he still owes him. Really? That's great. I'd like to buy a BYD Dolphin for my wife's transportation, preferably a current car. Seeing that he was so confident, Lu Zhengyang said the car he wanted to buy. Because of the car chip business, Lu Zhengyang has paid attention to a lot of new energy vehicles for so many days. It's good not to pay attention to it, but once you do, you find that new energy vehicles are now as convenient as your own smartphone. What with automatic parking, voice interaction, 360-degree panoramic video, and more, it's both convenient and easy to maneuver in comparison to a traditional gas guzzler. It can be said that it is really suitable for girls to drive this kind of car, especially for Shin Mubing. The BYD Dolphin is not high profile, and the shape and interior are quite cute, small and flexible. Shin Mubing would definitely like it if she saw it. As for the internet said that the battery with a few years is not good. What depreciation. Not to mention these are not true. Even if it is true, this is not Lu Zhengyang considered. At the rate you're making money now, the car is just a transitional tool to get around. When the trolley is updated later, you can just buy the latest model yourself. Bid? Tram? Hearing Lu Zhengyang say that he wanted to buy a tram that cost more than $100,000, Zhao Zhiming didn't react for a moment. No, big brother, you've made $10 million here, and you're buying your daughter-in-law such a cheap car. Is that appropriate? Zhao Zhiming thought he would buy what Mercedes-Benz BMW, Porsche Maserati or something. This kind of car he clear awe. But you say that kind of car over $100,000. Sorry, he is not really familiar with it. The key is that he has no one around to sell this kind of car. From what I know of my wife, this would be the perfect car. So how about it? Can you get it? That must have gotten it. The cowskin are blown out. And this is still the first time Lu Zhanyang looking for their own business, which if said to do not. Zhao Zhiming cannot afford to lose this person. That's a deal. Then I'm counting on you for this. Gee, I'll take care of it. Do you know anyone else who sells houses? I've been wanting to look at a house recently. House this way, I'll push someone for you. You have any needs directly with her just say. I tell you, in this North Sea city there is no house she cannot find. Wait I'll look for her WeChat. When he heard that he wanted to buy a house, Zhao instantly remembered that a few times ago when he had dinner with his friends, there was a sensual and beautiful imperial lady who said she was looking at houses. Anyone from their rich gang who wants to change their house, or invest in a house or whatever, will come to her. Other than that, anyone who can get into his circle of home sellers wouldn't be able to get in at all if they didn't have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. In fact, the reason why Zhao Zhiming will add her WeChat, not in order to buy a house or something, just purely think she looks good, just add a WeChat. I did not expect that now really came in handy. Okay, you push her on me. Then we chatted about other things, and the meal took nearly 2 hours to finish, and it was a full meal. Before leaving, Li Wenxiang muttered that he wanted to invite everyone to go to the bathing center to wash their feet, which was strictly rejected by Lu Zhanyang. Back home, Lu Zhanyang lay down on the sofa to rest. Taking out his cell phone, Lu Zhanyang once again looked at the collection text message, the heart which is much more comfortable, closed his eyes and began to sleep. Hey, Mr. Li, I have a brother who wants to buy a car. I wonder if you can do me a favor. Harm, Mr. Zhao. I just don't understand what you're saying. What help or not? You take care of my business, I can't thank you enough. Answering the phone, Zhao was a little embarrassed to talk to his friend. No, my friend here is a little special, and he didn't buy a luxury car. It's fine. What's the approximate price? You just say it. As long as it's available on the market, I can basically get it for you. It's that BYD Dolphin, $100,000 plus car. What's wrong, brother Zhao? I'm really not going to lie to you. I'm not sure I can get this car you want. What? You can't even get it with your connections? Zhao frowned a little, knowing that this one was the better car player in their circle. A limited number of cars can be gotten. Zhao Zhiming still does not believe that he cannot handle such a small thing. Does it mean he thinks the car is too cheap to be profitable? Don't get me wrong, brother Zhao. As far as I know, this car you're talking about is a very hot buy. Basically the supply exceeds the demand. Let's do it this way. I'll call and ask to see if I can get one for you first. Okay, make it quick. Preferably a current car. I'll need it in the next couple of days. We'll have dinner together then. Okay, I'll ask for you. Half an hour later, the phone rang again. Hey, Mr. Li, brother Zhao. Really sorry. I just called and asked. This car to buy, according to the normal process, is estimated to wait for at least 2 or 3 months. My friend's side also do not have a current car. No, just $100,000 or so for a car that can be this hot? Now Zhao Zhiming does not understand. I want and not what limited edition sports car. On the Nima an ordinary family car have to wait so long? Are you kidding me? It's still true. I don't know what's the matter with people these days. They don't even drive oil trucks anymore. They all go for some kind of trolley. Can you think of something else? How about this? Someone's car from my friend's store has arrived. So if you're in a hurry, let's see if we can get it from someone else at a markup. Okay, see how much you have to add to get one. Okay, you wait for my news. In the end, Zhao added an extra $10,000 and bought a car over from someone else. Damn, this is not such a good favor. Chapter 33. Early the next morning, Lu Zhanyang stole out Shen Mubing's ID card from the drawer and followed Zhao Zhiming to the car dealership. The paperwork went quickly and was done by noon. What? Now that you've helped your wife buy a car, you're not buying one yourself? During the meal, Zhao flirted. I'm in no hurry. I'm saving my money to make money. How about this? Anyway, I have several other cars under my name. Parked there is also on the dust. You first that to drive. When you went to buy a car. No. Drive your car. What's going on here? Lu Zhanyang reached out to refuse. Crap. What's the point? You think I'm lying to you? I do have several cars parked in the parking lot with no one driving them. And what's wrong with you driving my car? Old brother, I've eaten so much meat with you. If it wasn't for the fact that I've driven all those cars for a little while and was too embarrassed to give them away, or I'd just give them to you. It's a deal. Find a time to come to my company someday. If you don't come, I'm going to be angry. I mean it, don't think I'm kidding. Seeing that Lu Zhangyang still wanted to refuse, Zhao Zhiming grabbed his hand and said with a serious face, with the ability that Lu Zhangyang is showing now, Zhao Zhiming naturally wants to further his relationship with him, but the worry is that he has not been able to find the opportunity. Now that it's so hard to give him the car to drive, can he let this opportunity pass? Humanity. There is a back and forth is called humane. Unilateral request. Not to mention friends, even between brothers. Long time cannot be. Okay, that'll come later. Okay. How could Lu Zhangyang not know what he wanted to express? So he could only smile and nodded his head in response. Although the car this thing Lu Zhangyang uses is not yet very big, but if you are overly polite, it is raw. Occasional nonchalance does sometimes promote further development of a relationship. Anyway, this world is so big. The market is so big. Such a big cake Lu Zhangyang alone, even if he is braced to die, cannot eat it all. Since there are smart people who want to make money with themselves, this is certainly no problem. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger, 5 people make a gang, and the saying that more friends make more roads is not wrong. However, this is only possible if you make sure that your interests are not jeopardized. Since both drove, they didn't drink at lunch. In the afternoon, Zhao Zhiming invited Lu Zhangyang to sit in his company, and waited until almost the end of the day. Lu Zhangyang drove to Shen Mubing's company downstairs. I talked to our mom and we're going to her place for dinner tonight. Lu Zhangyang was lying in the car and sending messages to Shen Mubing. Okay, then you go over there first, and I'll take the subway directly there after work later. No, just come straight downstairs. I'll meet you there. Good. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Zhangyang bought some snacks and milk tea to put in the car. 10 minutes later, Shen Mubing's phone called. Where are you? See a little purple car on the side of the road. Come here, I'm in it. Shen Mubing raised his eyes and looked, and sure enough, there was a beautiful purple car with double blinkers, parked on the side of the road. Pulling open the car door, Shen Mubing saw that Lu Zhangyang was the only one in the car, so she sat up with confidence. Who owns this car? Seeing the beautiful interior of the car, Shen Mubing asked with a rare face. Yours. Hearing this, Shen Mubing's 2 eyes instantly glared as big as copper bells. Not to mention, this expression of surprise, combined with Shen Mubing's beautiful facial features, looked so cute, with a little bit of dorkiness. The business I did before. I got my money back yesterday, so I thought I'd buy you a car and give it to you. So now you won't have to squeeze the bus and subway every day. Lu Zhangyang took out the driving license from the car and handed it to Shen Mubing's hand. Shen Mubing turned over the driving license, which was really written in his name. Well, how do you like the car? If you don't like it, I'll get you another one. Looking at Shen Mubing, Lu Zhangyang said indifferently. Truly, when Lu Zhangyang said these words, his heart was very cool for some unknown reason. Maybe that's what it's like to be a pretender. Don't. This car is already beautiful. At this moment, Shen Mubing was trying to suppress her mood for fear that Lu Zhangyang would see that she was happy. But when she spoke, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upwards, and she couldn't stop them. Honestly, she never thought she would have a car of her own one day. In the past, when she first got married, she thought that the couple would be able to pay off the mortgage early, find a good school for Shishi, enroll in some training courses, and learn a little more. She was content to reach that point. If there is a little money, let Lu Zhangyang buy a car. Do not need to be expensive, can walk on it, so that the family is also considered to have a car family. To go somewhere, do not have to squeeze the bus and take the subway so troublesome. If you really need something urgent, you don't have to waste money on a cab. Looking at this car belongs to their own. Shen Mubing is happy from the heart, cannot help but touch the car east, west look, cannot say satisfaction. As well, the car is supposed to be positioned for women, so both the exterior and interior have a feminine aesthetic. Coupled with the fact that Shen Mubing was not demanding in the first place, it would be strange if she could not like it. Hungry, aren't you? Here's a snack and milk tea I bought for you to pad your stomach. Taking advantage of her happy inability to find the north, Lu Zhangyang took out the snacks and milk tea he just bought from under the main driver's seat and handed them over. Now, Shen Mubing was instantly blinded by Lu Zhangyang's sugar-coated bombs. I have to say, I'm afraid that this kind of sudden little concern can't be carried by even a high-ranking green tea whore, not to mention a small woman like Shen Mubing. Receiving the snacks and milk tea, Shen Mubing didn't speak for the first time, but instead looked sideways toward the car window, because her eyes were red. She didn't want Lu Zhangyang to find out that she had no talent to be moved to tears. Drink it, it'll get cold if you don't. Lu Zhangyang pretended not to notice and began to slowly start driving. Aha! Shen Mubing answered in a small voice, inserted the straw and took a light sip, and immediately her mouth was filled with a sweet milky flavor. This milk tea is delicious, Shen Mubing said silently in her heart. You drive slower. You don't squeeze with him. In the process of vehicle driving, Shen Mubing has not been touched before, but instead some nervousness in the heart at the sight of Lu Zhangyang urged to drive carefully. This may be Shen Mubing's first time in a car driven by Lu Zhangyang, or perhaps it is the nature of a woman in the co-pilot. But the good thing is that Shen Mubing is not like other women, will be in the co-pilot blind command, is occasionally in Lu Zhangyang driving very fast time, slightly let him reduce speed. Let me have a sip of milk tea. I'm a little thirsty. For her occasional nagging, Lu Zhangyang didn't feel annoyed at all, but rather enjoyed it, and even took the opportunity to drink her milk tea. Shen Mubing's mind was in the car right now, so she didn't think about it that much and directly handed the milk tea to his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Zhangyang took a hard drag. When Shen Mubing drank milk tea again, she suddenly realized that the two of them used the same straw, and when she looked at Lu Zhangyang again, she found that Lu Zhangyang was wearing a smug expression on his face, and Shen Mubing couldn't help but give him a blank stare. I didn't realize he was so old to be playing such tricks. Thinking of this, Shen Mubing suddenly felt as if he was still as childish as a small child, but at the same time as he was childish, he seemed to be a bit cute. It's over. It's over. Why does this feel a little bit like being in love? Chapter 34, Seeing Zhao Zhiming. Dad. Knocking on the door. The first thing she did was to hug Lu Xingyang's thigh for a hug. Coming. Old husband Shen Zhangwo also stood up from the sofa and greeted him warmly. Why did you buy so many things again? Seeing Lu Zhangyang carrying several bags of gifts in a large bag, Shen Zhangwo could not help but frown. I bought a new car for Bing Bing today. Consider it a celebration. Lu Zhangyang smilingly put the things on the table, and hugged Cici in his arms. What? You bought a car? What kind of car did you buy? Hearing about buying a car, Wang Guizhi probed out from the kitchen and asked with a curious face. It's not a good car. It's just 100,000 or so trolley cars. Wait until you make a lot of money in the future and then change it. Lu Zhangyang responded with a smile. More than 100,000 yuan car is not good but also what kind of car? Just earn some money, don't spend so indiscriminately, or first get the house thing before, Shen Zhangwo said with some unhappiness. They still didn't know that Lu Zhangyang had now earned $10 million, thinking that it was still $1 million or so from before. $1 million or so is not enough for even an ordinary 3-bedroom house according to current property prices, so in the hearts of the elderly, they still feel that the house is a little more important. After all, renting is money again, cars are still expendable, and houses have room to rise. It's really not cost-effective for the frugal two old men. What Dad said is right. We'll work hard to earn money to buy a house later. Lu Zhangyang naturally wouldn't argue with them and agreed with a smile and a nod. Come on, show me what a new car looks like. The words are right, but after all, buying a car is a happy event. Shen Zhangwo is also giving some advice. Naturally, it is impossible to be really angry. And the car this thing Shen Zhangwo actually also itchy, but they have a pair of children. Earn is not so much, so has not been willing to buy. Now that my son-in-law has bought a car, that says something. I'll go take a look too. Wang Guizhi was likewise quite happy and wiped her hands before untying her apron. Daddy, do we have a car at home too? I want to go too. Well, we'll go along now. It's all in the family. Naturally, not with outsiders. Outsiders look at you buy a good car and yin and yang. Buy an ordinary car to mock and belittle. Really not much fun. Lu Zhangyang hugged Cici and led them downstairs. It's a pretty small car, but it's pretty. Dad, feel it in the main driver's seat. Turn on the air conditioning and open the windows. After the family sat up, Lu Zhangyang began to use his voice to control the devices in the car. This can be controlled by talking. So advanced? Shen Zhangwo, after all, is an old man of age. Where has he seen this kind of situation? And immediately felt very high-tech. In fact, this kind of function as long as the tram is basically have. Do not know whether the high-grade gasoline luxury car Lu Zhangyang do not know. After all, did not drive that thing. Well, this car is beautiful. Wang Guizhi was also full of joy. And this car is rechargeable. It doesn't burn oil, so in the future Ice can often bring Cici over to play. Or Ice can drive you guys out. Lu Zhangyang continued to explain the functions and practicality of this car. Good. Until the two oldest went upstairs. The two were still mumbling about how good it was. Although this meal did not drink Maotai, but Lu Zhangyang several $100s of wine was still bought. The old man likes to drink and is getting a little older, so it's only right to buy some good wine to honor him. Anyway, This money was nothing to the current Lu Zhongyang. Zhongyang, do you have some kind of misunderstanding with Lian? After eating his fill, Shin Jiangwo suddenly said, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Shin Yuanliang, that boy is a straight eyes cannot rub sand. Lu Zhongyang is now also a bit of a headache. It's not that the last time your mom called to talk to him about you, he still seems to be very angry, and he didn't even come back when he was told to come back for dinner. Shin Jiangwo also knew what his son was like, but there is no way. He said that he would not listen, and could only let Lu Zhongyang solve it himself. "Oh, it's fine. I'll talk to him later." Lu Zhongyang was silent for a moment and said, "Good, now that you're better, everyone's happy for you. Zhongyang, if you have time in the future, bring Liang more often. Don't worry, Mom. If there's anything good, I'll be sure to take him for it." Afterwards, they chatted for a while, before Lu Zhongyang took Shin Mubing and Shishi home. "Did you have fun at Grandma's house the last couple days?" "Happy. Grandma and Grandpa take me out every day. Why don't we take Hoshi out tomorrow? We have a car now anyway. It just so happens that tomorrow is the weekend." Lu Zhongyang turned his head towards Shin Mubing and asked, "Yeah, well, I'll set it up then, and we'll get up early tomorrow morning. Now that I have money and free time, it's time to take my wife and kids out for a bit. Now the amusement park is also a pit. The amusement park is so big, a little novelty of the entertainment program will have to add money. For the ordinary working class, add money to play is really a little reluctant to give up. In fact, when you buy tickets, you can buy a pass, but the price is quite a bit more expensive than a regular ticket. But it's not like the amusement park can do all those programs at once. All in all, it's not a good deal anyhow." But now Lu Zhongyang didn't have any such worries at all. In the end, it is still money damned well. As long as there is enough money in the pocket, these problems will no longer be a problem. And when you go to play, Shin Mubing at first, in order to save money, but also bought a lot of snacks and hunger stuff in the school bag, want to bring into the playground, and then eat when hungry. These were stopped by Lu Zhongyang. Anyway, there are restaurants in the amusement park. There is also food. Under the condition of money in the pocket, there is no need to carry food from home to eat. And tired eating is not good. So these 2 days in the case of Lu Zhongyang paving the way with money, Shen Mubing and Shishi played, not to mention how happy they were. Especially she, who hadn't been to a place like this before, mumbled something about coming back here in the future on her way home after playing. Early Monday morning, Shen Mubing drove her new car to work, and Lu Zhengyang took Cici to her grandma's house after breakfast. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Lu Zhengyang came to Zhao Jiming's company. "Here it comes, old buddy." Seeing Lu Zhengyang come, Zhao Jiming passionate like fire, pulling him into his office to start making tea. "Come and taste my treasured dahongpo." After brewing a pot of tea, Zhao Jiming helped Lu Zhengyang pour a cup. Looking at Zhao Jiming looking at himself with expectant eyes, wanting him to give a good evaluation, Lu Zhengyang had no choice but to take a light sip and said, "Well, good tea. Very fragrant. Maybe the tea he's making now is really expensive. But what's the point? I don't know how to taste tea." "Hey, not bad. Ha! I went through a lot of trouble to get this tea from my friend." Getting praised, Zhao Jiming's heart was a little satisfied, in a good mood, and followed suit by picking up the teacup and taking a light sip. But the expression of enjoyment on his face as he drank the tea was a bit exaggerated, and I wondered if it wasn't that the tea was really good or if he was faking it. "You didn't drive here today, did you?" After finishing his tea, Zhao asked in a hurry. "Nope, the car was taken for my wife to drive." "It's just as well. I've got all the car keys. There's not much going on right now anyway, so let's go. Go pick out a car to drive." After saying that, Zhao Jiming took 3 car keys out of the drawer and pulled Lu Zhengyang towards the underground garage. Chapter 35. The world is not a peaceful place, I have to say. Chiu is really a big dog. In addition to the Mercedes-Benz S450L I'm driving now, there are several cars parked in the parking lot that are equally inexpensive. BMW, Porsche, Land Rover, you can drive whichever of the 3 you fancy. Coming to the underground garage, Zhao unlocked all 3 cars and let Lu Zhengyang get on the car and feel it. "Buddy, if you're driving on your own, I recommend this BMW 7 Series. It feels pretty good." It can be seen that Zhao Jiming is still quite fond of cars, has a little research on cars, and when he talks to Lu Zhengyang, the words he says are also more professional. Since he couldn't refuse, Lu Zhengyang had to go along with his words and got the car keys of this BMW 7 Series. It must be said that the 7 Series is worthy of being the high-end series of BMW. When Lu Zhengyang took the key and drove around, his heart was still quite happy. That's over $1 million for something that's pretty much top of the line in addition to the branding additions. You just drive this car, and you don't even care about any general violations or anything like that. As long as you don't drink and drive and hit and run, although this car was given to Lu Zhengyang to drive. What should be said still needs to be said. Zhao is not afraid of anything else, but as long as it involves breaking the law, that's the bottom line, that's for sure. Lu Zhengyang nodded and said, though he had a little money now, there was no way he would touch anything that was against the law. There's absolutely no need for that. Money good in to enjoy life cannot, not to mention your money, even if you are worth hundreds of millions of people. If you break the law and discipline, you see the law enforcement agencies to get you on the end of the matter. By the time lunchtime came around, Li Wenxiang didn't know where he got the news and rushed over on his ass as well. Kung, have you thrown out that hairy crab yet? While eating, Lu Zhengyang asked. Not yet. I've got the rest of the channels open now, just waiting for the hairy crabs to hit the market. Speaking of which, Li Wenxiang seemed to be in a good mood. It's a pity. It looks like you won't be able to participate again this time. In response, Lu Zhengyang smiled helplessly and said, oh, old brother, what good business opportunity have you discovered again? Hearing this, Zhao Zhiming immediately became interested. Li Wenxiang's face, which had just been smiling, instantly became somewhat unsightly. No, can't you wait until I've sold all the crabs? Well, you have to make money before it's too late, and naturally you can't let go of a suitable opportunity. Lu Zhengyang nodded and said seriously, oh, why don't you put in your thoughts, old boy? After so many things, Zhao Zhiming and the two of them had basically become very trusting of Lu Zhengyang. Speculate on crude oil and gold. Looking at their expectant eyes, Lu Zhengyang spoke out about this money-making opportunity. Crude oil and gold? What are you doing with these things in your spare time? Compared to Li Wenxiang, Zhao Zhiming was obviously more knowledgeable about crude oil gold. It was the understanding that made Zhou so resistant. Crude oil and gold are two things that are global resources and can be considered hard currency. Their ups and downs are generally more stable, and usually, even if there are ups and downs, they are very small, both up and down. After all, these two things are not like stocks in the stock market. The buyers are some plutocrats and leaks. As long as you have enough money, you can directly control the rise and fall of the stock market. The buyers of these two things are usually made in countries, not controlled by a few individual plutocrats. Of course, whether Wall Street and the ugly kingdom can be controlled, that's unknown. Although crude oil and gold have risen rather limited. For some people who like to invest, or who like to gamble, they see that there is no way for the average person to manipulate it. As long as this concept is played out, people who favor crude oil gold that naturally tend to rush, because they feel that it is more just than the stock market lottery or something. But whether it is crude oil or gold, the unit price is relatively high. So some institutions, in order to be able to attract leaks, most of them provide leverage. I've heard that if you do Forex gold futures disc through a domestic agent, you can generally do up to 300 to 400 times leverage. With this leverage thing, the rise and fall of crude oil, gold, etc., a little bit will be infinitely magnified. Sure, don't look as if a little up and you're flying straight into the sky, but a little down just the same and you can go bankrupt at the speed of light. So for this kind of uncontrollable and very risky thing, Zhao generally did not touch it. Not to mention Zhao Zhiming, most rich people usually don't touch this kind of stuff. Doesn't he smell good when he's making steady money? Why throw money into such a bottomless abyss? In fact, Lu Zhengyang hadn't thought of touching these things, but Fortune Information had given a message that he couldn't refuse. That is, in a few days, a war will break out abroad. As the saying goes, when the cannon goes off, there's a lot of gold. A rare opportunity like this one can't be missed. After all, there are really not many things that can affect the price of crude oil and gold on a large scale. And the average small country's small fights don't always have a significant impact. There is money not earned, son of a bitch. Originally Lu Zhengyang are planning to do other business. Suddenly there is such a chance to make money. Why let go? Ugly country Wall Street does not know how many hundreds of millions of dollars a year to make in such places. Their own little money invested. The waves cannot turn up a single. That's why Lu Zhengyang chose to go down after dwelling on it all night. Because making money Lu Zhengyang looked at Zhao Zhiming and gave a very plain answer. Older brother. Not that I don't believe you. No matter what you were before to get chili, pouring hairy crabs, or behind me to follow you to get a chip, these things are relatively realistic, or can rely on your own observations to predict the things behind you. But crude oil gold, this kind of thing, you can predict? Zhao Zhiming has been in society for so long, he basically has more or less understanding of the investment type of things on the market. He really didn't want to invest his money in something as nebulous as this, and he didn't think Lu Zhengyang had that kind of ability. What if I say that the world is going to be unpeaceful? Lu Zhengyang took a drag on his cigarette and looked at Zhao Zhiming and said indifferently. Lu Zhengyang could understand Zhao Zhiming's doubts. After all, the country had been stabilized for more than half a century. And such things as war were really far away from the ordinary people. Even if there is a sudden change of winds and clouds abroad, the country is capable of stabilizing domestic stability. But that doesn't mean the world is peaceful. Unpeaceful? I don't think this kind of complicated international relations has anything to do with us. And how can the world be so easily unpeaceful? At this point, Zhao frowned slightly, as if he didn't want to comment more on this aspect. In short, I want to do a deal on this. Lu Zhangyang didn't want to explain that much. And it was hard to change when one had an inherent perception in their mind. Just like houses. If you ask people on the road now, 9.5 out of 10 think that the price of houses will go up in the future. And it will keep going up, not down. But the reality is that some places won't go down, but some will still go down. How can this kind of problem be solved in 1 or 2 sentences? Chapter 36, Financial Fraudsters. I really fucking believe you. Although world peace was Zhao's inherent concept, he trusted Lu Zhangyang, and the same was his current concept. When these two ideas collided, Zhao was torn. How are you going to get it? Let's not talk about concepts or notions. Lu Zhangyang took him to make money, but it is real. I'm going to invest all my money in it. I reckon that the war will happen in these few days. Lu Zhangyang didn't push more with him and directly said what he had in mind. $10 million all in? Crap. Big brother. You're the real big brother. After listening to Lu Zhangyang's plan, Zhao Zhiming suddenly had some doubts about whether Lu Zhangyang was a gambler. It was obviously a small probability event, but he just dared to go all out, not even leaving himself a back way out. What if we lose money? That would be nothing. The courage of the bottom of the payroll is not everyone has. Zhao Zhiming just earned the money has not been in the hands of the hothead, and now let him take out. More or less a little reluctant to give up. Ha ha, don't blame me for not reminding you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, if you want to make this kind of fast money in the future, then I don't know when you'll have to wait. Regarding the attitude of the two of them, Lu Zhangyang smiled and reminded. The three of them ate while discussing things, and before they knew it, it was evening. Wen Chang, do you think Zhangyang is reliable this time? After Lu Zhangyang left, Zhao Zhiming asked towards Li Wenxiang. This how do I know? You want to ask me wholesale market, there is no fight, I know. But you want to ask me country to country, will not fight. You are not difficult for me. Upon hearing this question, Li Wenxiang immediately revealed a bitter face. Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm asking him that kind of question. After thinking about it, Zhao took out his cell phone and dialed a friend. This friend of his studied finance himself, and after hanging around for so long, he opened a financial company of his own. Hey, Lao Zhou, what's going on? No, 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 no. By the way, there is something I want to ask you. Your company is not to do financial well. On the gold and crude oil or something should have a lot of understanding it. Yeah. What do you think of the current market? I have a friend. The call lasted more than 10 minutes, and it instantly chilled Zhao's heart. According to his friend, recently there are a lot of financial purse companies pulling people into their agent's platform to operate inside, saying you have some kind of insider knowledge. Providing guidance or whatever is basically bullshit. This international situation, how can it be predicted by some unheard of small financiers? Anyway, Lao Zhou in short is a sentence. As long as it is said to be able to predict the trend, 10 inside 11 is a liar. Wen Qiang, do you think it's reliable this time? How could Zhao not know what his friend was saying? But Lu Zhangyang taking him to earn money was indeed realistic. To be honest, he still wanted to follow Lu Zhangyang for another round, but he really didn't have a bottom in his heart. So he wanted Li Wenxiang to make this decision. Brother Zhao, don't look at me. Before he poured some physical objects, I still have a little grasp in my heart. But this time he said, what crude oil gold? What 100 or 200 times leverage? And what international situation? I really don't understand. Originally, this time Li Wenxiang also wanted to follow Lu Zhangyang mix. But once I heard that 200 or 300 times the leverage to add in a few million, maybe a bubble of urine, did not pull the end of the loss. Li Wenxiang thought it would be more practical to guard his hairy crabs. It's a bit tiring, a bit bitter, but at least it's a decent business. And the money is going into your pocket. Dollar for dollar. He. I remember you said last time that you wanted to follow Lu Zhangyang brainlessly. Why are you shrinking now? Seeing Li Wenxiang's current expression, Zhao suddenly felt some deja vu, followed by the thought of his expression when he saw himself and Lu Zhangyang dividing the money. Zhao couldn't help but laugh and tease. Forget it. I'd better earn what I can see first. If I lose money on this, my wife probably won't even let me in the house. After much hesitation, Li Wenxiang still felt that it was better to be down to earth. After Li Wenxiang separated, Zhao made another call to his oldest brother. After all, Lao had been in the system for a long time, and should have some knowledge of the international situation, or at least better than him. I didn't expect to get only one sentence. That is, to keep his feet on the ground and do his business honestly. The complicated international situation is not something that a small person like him can guess. Of course, Zhao Ziming just asked his old brother a little bit. Did not say that he wanted to invest in crude oil, gold and so on. Damn. I didn't realize that after all these years, my oldest brother still likes to talk to me in such a preachy tone. After hanging up the phone, Zhao was a little upset in his heart. I'm so old myself and have a bit of social status of my own. Why do you still like to treat me like a child? Besides, I'm just asking about the international situation, so forget it if you don't talk about it. You're spouting some other nonsense. Early the next morning, after a night of consideration, Zhao Ziming decided to invest 5 million in with Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang also asked Li Wenxiang in the meantime, but unfortunately, he still couldn't afford to give up the proceeds of the hairy crabs. In response, Lu Zhengyang didn't say too much, because Zhao Ziming's classmate Lao Zhou is to open a financial company, naturally, also acted as a platform that can speculate on crude oil and gold. Since their company has a platform and trader, Lu Zhengyang is also lazy to find other companies. Directly in Zhou Jianhua's company operation is, old Zhao, you're not kidding, right? You're really going to speculate on crude oil and gold with this kid? The two came to Zhou Jianhua's company to open an account. Zhou Jianhua pulled Zhao Ziming into his office and asked, although he knew that the $5 million might not mean anything to Zhao, as a friend, he couldn't just stand by and watch him throw his money into the water. Could he? As the owner of the financial company, crude oil gold in his eyes is gambling. Their company is not to do. Even if they do, that is also taking other people's money to do. They only charge a fee and platform cashback fee. Not that there isn't money to be made, but it's really not that easy money. It's fine. I trust this brother of mine. Zhao smiled, pretending to be spontaneous. Anyway, this 5 million is also followed by Lu Zhengyang to earn back. If the real loss, as if they did not earn this money is, but if you make money, then the feeling is not the same. Okay, it doesn't matter if you have a big family, but if you really lose money, don't blame me for not warning you. Zhou Jianhua smiled and was not persuasive. Like this kind of gambling people he has seen a lot. At first just buy to play, the back of the bigger and bigger play, and finally lost all their money. On the rooftop as a trapeze are not a few. He only hoped that his friend would come to his senses after losing $5 million. After that, they also had a meal together, during which Zhou Jianhua also asked why Lu Zhengyang felt that these things would go up later. Lu Zhengyang wasn't overly modest and began to analyze the current international situation according to the news he had recently learned about. You don't say. According to the information provided by the news, the current international situation seems to be really not optimistic. But no optimism is no optimism. The thing of fighting a war is still too far for the country. Chapter 37, worth $1 billion. I have to say, this old brother Lu really has quite a bit of research on the international situation. Zhou Jianhua flattered with a leathery smile. Ah yes, you're right on all counts. And when the time comes, when you've lost all your money, I'd like to see if you'll still be able to brag about it here so calmly. Early on the third day, Lu Zhengyang was still sleeping when he was woken up by the phone. Hello, up. Crude gold is really up. Damn, their country is really at war. You're a fucking cowboy. Where is it now? Just after connecting the phone, Zhao Ziming's excited voice came over. Don't be in a hurry. We'll gather at the Zhou head office now. Hearing this news, Lu Zhengyang's spirit was revitalized. Hung up the phone and began to check the news. Boy, I don't know if I don't see it, but I'm shocked to see that the news homepage is all about the war. And there are many experts predicting which side will win the war, and why we have to go to war and so on and so forth. But all of this has nothing to do with Lu Zhengyang. It is your business if you love to fight. As long as you don't get in the way of your own country, the more you fight the better. After all, the greater the impact on the price of crude oil and gold. Out of the door, Lu Zhengyang drove to Zhou Jianhua's company. Because of the suddenness of the incident, the trader who helped them operate the funds had just arrived at the company. Crap, man, you're a god. This time, when Zhou Jianhua saw Lu Zhengyang again, where is the previous arrogance? And quickly licked his face and came over to shake hands with Lu Zhengyang. It's all luck. Now let's grab a look at the proceeds, Lu Zhengyang politely said, and then signaled Zhao Jiming to go along to check the earnings. Boy, I just looked at the increase. Lao Zhao, you've made a crazy profit. According to Lu Zhengyang's previous request for leverage, every bit of these things will expand by 200 or 300 times, although the price of crude oil and gold is not high, but under the leverage, The gain is very considerable. Crap. Over $70 million? Is it for sale now? When the trader logged into his account to check his balance and saw that Lu Xingyang's account had changed from more than 10 million to more than 70 million, he almost slapped himself with his hand to see that it wasn't a dream. Even if the money is not your own. Old Zhao. Your account also has more than $30 million. Looking at the numbers still bouncing up and down, Zhou Jianhua was similarly alarmed. Don't look at the dozens and hundreds of numbers bouncing up and down here, but if you were to convert it to money, it would be tens and millions of dollars flashing by. How can this heart stand this kind of excitement if it's not good? Zhang Yang, are we selling? Zhao gulped. Even this question was a bit shaky. What's $30 million? It was already a fraction of his own assets. I suggest to sell. Gold, crude oil, this kind of thing. Who can't say whether the back is up or down? Or the bag is better? All this money is considered big money for Zhao Zhiming, and it is even more big money for Zhou Jianhua. Honestly, if he had that much money, he could wake up laughing in his sleep in the middle of the night. No rush. It should continue to rise later. Although Lu Zhangyang has been prepared in his heart, but really know that he is worth more than $70 million. This feeling, even if you how to pretend to be calm, it is useless. Okay, then we'll wait. Time passed by the minute. Lu Xingyang's original account of more than $70 million slowly shrunk to more than $40 million, shrinking by nearly half. Zhao's account likewise turned out to be about $20 million. I told you to throw earlier, you do not believe. Now well, while it is still profitable, hurry to throw. See the assets instantly less than half. Zhou Jianhua in the side to see the fire. Should be the sentence. The emperor is not too anxious, eunuch anxious. Also, it's true that the average person can't accept that kind of capital fallout. Zhang Yang, are we selling now? Although the office was air-conditioned, Zhao was still in a cold sweat. To be honest, seeing the numbers on his account move and decrease by tens and tens, he was now a bit panicked by the six gods. Take it easy. Lu Zhangyang was equally anxious in his heart, but he still remembered the value given by the wealth information. Doubting people is not a good idea. Now that you've chosen wealth information, you can't mess with it too soon, even if the values change again. Crap. Still not selling? Brother, there's only 10 million left now. Zhou Jianhua saw that the data is still shrinking like crazy, can no longer hold back. Pulling Zhao Zhiming wanted to let him sell and then say, but at this time, Zhao Zhiming has long handed over the decision to Lu Zhangyang. As long as Lu Zhangyang does not say sell, even if it is a loss of all, there is nothing to say, because he just has that drive. Just as account balances were about to fall through the floor, crude gold finally rebounded strongly. It is not clear how global capital operates. At this point, prices are soaring in a reversal of their previous disadvantage. Before, it was falling by dozens and dozens, but now it was rising by dozens and hundreds, and in less than an hour, it had risen to its previous peak. And it easily surpassed its previous peak and is still rising strongly. Crap. How much is this shit going up? Now, no matter whether it is Lu Zhangyang or the manipulator, in the office, there is a person who counts. All of them are flushed with excitement. It's now. Throw it all at me. Looking at his account balance, which had reached over 110 million, Lu Zhangyang commanded. Yes. The trader nodded and excitedly began to maneuver. After this matter, Lu Zhangyang gave Zhou Jianhua and this manipulator sent 100,000 yuan red envelope. Trader is glad to accept, and expressed great appreciation, but Zhou Jianhua is not the same. Not only did not accept the red packet, but instead of pulling, Lu Zhangyang said to invite dinner. Now that he has earned this much money, plus he is in a good mood, Lu Zhangyang didn't refuse too much. Why don't we call Wenxiang over as well? While ordering the food, Lu Zhangyang suddenly said towards Zhao Zhiming. Okay, I'll call him over right now. Half an hour later, Li Wenxiang rushed over from the wholesale market in a hurry. As soon as he entered, he started pulling cigarettes out of his pocket to give out to the crowd. Yo, looking in a good mood today. What's going on? Looking at Li Wenxiang's staggering appearance, Lu Zhangyang asked with a smile. Hey, I just got a call this afternoon, and I've got a star hotel and quite a few restaurants on the hook for this year's supply. Speaking here, Li Wenxiang also felt that he had earned a little embarrassed, and hastily took out a lighter to Lu Zhangyang to light a cigarette. Crap, not bad. If this path runs well, it will be a stable channel in the future. Hey, luck, it's all luck. Li Wenxiang smiled self-effacingly. That's what they say, but who knows how much time and effort he spent trying to run these connections. By the way, did you guys do any of that crude gold business you talked about last time? Li Wenxiang probably felt that his little matter was nothing to everyone here, so he hastened to steer the topic elsewhere. Did it? Just got done today. That fast? It doesn't seem like it'll take more than a few days, right? Li Wenxiang didn't have much of a concept of this kind of thing. But he felt that something as complicated as this would take 10 days and half a month at least, but he didn't expect it to be done now? So did it make money? Seeing the expressions on these people's faces, Li Wenxiang immediately felt that his question was a bit silly. How much was earned? Guess how much Zhang Yang earned this time? At this time, Zhao Zhiming also came to his senses and raised his eyebrows towards him, saying, 1 million? Li Wenxiang hesitated for a moment and said, looking at Zhao Zhiming's playful expression, Li Wenxiang thought that it was only a few days. Earning 3 to 5 million should top the sky. Out of human kindness, Li Wenxiang first conservatively set a relatively low value out, so that Lu Zhangyang and Zhao Zhiming would have a chance to pretend later. Damn, it's not easy being green these days. Chapter 38, The Miserable Li Wenxiang. Gee, what's $1 million? Guess big. Guess to the death. Be bold. Sure enough, everyone here laughed when they heard the number 1 million. That, $3 million? Li Wenxiang originally wanted to guess 2 million, since Zhao Zhiming has said so he said bigger. Crap, I told you to be bold. Why are you still guessing $3 million? Are you that bold? Crap, 3 million isn't enough. It's only been a few days? Can't it be that you've made $7 or $8 million? Seeing Zhao Zhiming's hateful eyes, Li Wenxiang was a bit offended. Keep guessing. Zhao knew he was getting a little upset, but let him keep guessing. Nice guy. Hearing these words, Li Wenxiang's face finally changed. The 7 to 8 million he just said was a joke, but he didn't expect Zhao to even let him guess. Doesn't that nifty show that they make more than that? $10 million? Li Wenxiang's mouth shivered a little as he slowly uttered the figure. Seeing that Li Wenxiang was in this state, Zhao Zhiming didn't tease him anymore, only to see that he slowly stretched out a finger and said, it's $100 million. $100 million? Li Wenxiang's pupils instantly dilated and he stood up from his seat in a flash. Impossible. How is it possible? $10 million to 100 million in just a few days? You can't even rob a bank that fast, right? Li Wenxiang was frantic because he found this matter completely impossible. It was beyond his knowledge. What business can you make so much money in? This Nima is impossible. Just impossible. Ha ha, I didn't think it was possible before, but it is. Although Li Wenxiang's reaction made him a little bit happy, to be honest, he was also sighing a little bit when he said this. $100 million. What a concept. Not to mention ordinary people, it's an astronomical figure for the average small business owner. $100 million, so to speak, can make anyone achieve a lay flat in any country. Crap, Zhang Yang, did you really fucking make so much money? Even now, Li Wenxiang still couldn't believe it, his two eyes staring tightly at Lu Zhangyang, wanting him to give him an answer. Well, it's true that I'm worth over $100 million now. Although this result was a bit cruel to Li Wenxiang, Lu Zhangyang still nodded. Hey, what's that saying? Pleasure is indeed built on the pain of others. Hearing this answer, the expression on Li Wenxiang's face was a rich one. It was almost as if he had erected Lu Zhangyang with his hands and then shouted towards him in a deafening voice, I can't accept it. These 5 words. Crap. No. How the hell did you make that? What makes $10 million make $100 million? Where did you get that much money for you to make? In the end, reason overcame emotion, but Li Wenxiang still couldn't accept this fact. Oh, in the international, not to mention 100 million, those capitalists down funds that is not tens of billions of hundreds of billions or even trillions? This 100 million is also even gripping a little capitalist wool. Is nothing. Immediately after that, Lu Zhangyang slightly told him about the benefits of war and how much money is consumed in a war and other common sense. Nima, it takes so much money to fight a war? No wonder the ugly kingdom is perennially restless. Li Wenxiang, where to understand these things, listening to him a little bit, immediately felt that 1 or 200 million in front of the war is indeed like white paper. Cannot be burned. No, you really fucking made so much money. Ha? The conversation turned, and Li Wenxiang asked again, why the hell would I lie to you? It seems that if he doesn't give him a glimpse of his assets today, I guess Li Wenxiang won't be able to sleep tonight. But he probably wouldn't be able to sleep if he showed it to him himself. He couldn't sleep anyway, so he might as well satisfy his curiosity. Zhao followed me and invested $5 million, and now he's made over $50 million. You'd think. I really grasped. After seeing Lu Zhangyang and Zhao Zhiming show him the money they earned, Li Wenxiang's mind directly collapsed. He couldn't get $10 million, but he could still get $5 million by selling his assets. Why the fuck do I die every day on this hairy crab? Fuck. If he had listened to Lu Zhangyang at the beginning, he would have sold the hairy crabs directly packaged and then followed him to continue to invest. Other than that, you should still be able to make $30 to $50 million, right? $30 to $50 million. If I had that kind of money, I'd be screaming at home. I'd just convert it into cash and smash her to death. Why should I work my ass off just to make that extra $3 million profit from the hairy crabs? Be damned. Li Wenxiang now hated to find a wall and hit it head on hard. Brother? No. Brother, do you have any ideas? If you still have any ideas, you must not forget me. I fucking pot sell iron sell wife, I have to go with you. Realizing that he missed 100 million, Li Wenxiang regretted, but at this time, pulling Lu Zhengyang's will not let go. Crap. You think opportunities to make money like this come along every day? What are you thinking? Where did Lu Zhengyang not know what was going on in his mind? But this opportunity to make a lot of money doesn't just happen. Don't. Big brother. I was wrong before. You can't just give up on me. Li Wenxiang did not know what Lu Zhengyang was trying to express, fearing that he would not take himself to make money. And all of a sudden he was anxious, pulling Lu Zhengyang's hand and not letting go. Don't worry. If there is an opportunity in the future, I'll just call out to you again. This appearance of his made Lu Zhengyang cry and laugh a little, and he said in a hurry, Mr. Lu, before I had eyes but didn't recognize him. Tai, don't blame me. If there are any opportunities to make money in the future, don't forget me too. Seeing Lu Zhengyang so well spoken, Zhou Jianhua immediately had a thick skin and came over. Good point, there's money to be made for everyone. In this meal, Lu Zhengyang became the protagonist and was dizzy from their toasts. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Zhengyang also said the idea in his heart, which is to create an investment company. In the future, if you have any good projects, go directly to the company, so that it is also a little more formal. After all, you don't have to get another company to help you with things like pouring out crabs as well as chips. This wine Lu Zhengyang drink very happy, is from the bottom of the heart kind of happy. If the millions earned before could only make Lu Zhengyang's life a little better, but with this 100 million in hand, it was equivalent to crossing an invisible step. Chapter 39, The Soft-Hearted Shin Mubing. It was after 8 p.m. when a drunken couple of guys were yelling about which club they were going to spend their money at. But Lu Zhengyang once again declined the invitation, because he drank a lot of wine. Lu Zhengyang called his chauffeur, probably because he really drank too much today. As soon as he got into the car, he squinted and tried to sleep. Big brother, don't go to sleep. If you do, I don't know where your house is. Why don't you call your family first and ask them to come out and pick you up? The chauffeur is a young man. See Lu Zhengyang this situation, quickly said on the side. Family? Lu Zhengyang froze for a moment when he heard this word. Good. With that, he took out his cell phone and called Shin Mubing. Hey, I'm almost downstairs. Can you come down and pick me up? To be honest, if there was no other way, Lu Zhengyang did not want to make this call to Shin Mubing. Because of his own alcoholism in the past, he hadn't let Shin Mubing get into trouble, and the trigger that led to their divorce was triggered by his own last drinking binge. At one time Lu Zhengyang had decided in his heart that he would never get drunk in front of Shin Mubing in the future. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to eat my words today, but I can't help it. I did have too much fun today. Have you been drinking? Listening to the rough breathing on the other end of the phone, Shin Mubing froze a little. After that life-threatening domestic violence, Shin Mubing is a bit afraid and helpless of Lu Zhengyang until now. However, his performance during this period of time had gradually allowed Shin Mubing to drop a bit of psychological defense. But this time, as soon as he drank, that fear instantly came over him again. If he hadn't turned over when he was lying on the ground, he would probably have become ashes by now. Whenever she recalled the night she had been domestically abused, Shin Mubing's body could not help but tremble slightly. She really couldn't imagine that Lu Zhengyang, who used to be a big sunny boy, could be that scary when he was vicious, so desperate. That horrible look in his eyes was no different from that of a demonic murderer. If she and Hoshi continued to live with him, they would be crippled if not dead, right? That's why Shin Mubing would die to choose divorce after that domestic violence. But for that domestic violence, Lu Zhengyang basically belonged to the state of broken film at that time. He only knew that at that time he was about to be driven crazy by the debt, almost directly jumped from the window opening. So far, in Lu Zhengyang's heart, he only knew that he had hit Shin Mubing. As for the rest, he didn't know anything. He even now thinks that his domestic violence was just a momentary emotional outburst, not something unforgivable. And the reason why Shin Mubing divorced herself was simply that she had accumulated too much disappointment, and she owed so much debt to herself that she was rotten to the core. Yes, I made a lot of money today, so I was happy to drink more. Speaking here, the corner of Lu Zhengyang's mouth rose. He now very much wants to return home and tell Shin Mubing in person about his earning 100 million, so that he can seriously and carefully take a good look at Shin Mubing's happy and joyful appearance. Hey, she might even look a little more expressive than even Li Wenxiang when the time comes. When he thought of Shin Mubing's shocked and overwhelmed appearance, Lu Zhengyang couldn't wait to fly to her side right now. Don't you come back, okay? If there were other people in the house, Shin Mubing might not have been so scared, but when she was the only one in the house, especially when she was about to face the drunken Lu Zhangyang, Shin Mubing was so scared that she even trembled a little when she spoke. Why? Lu Zhangyang, who was still happy in his heart, seemed to be drenched with a basin of cold water from head to toe when he heard these words. Don't come back, count on me to beg you. Okay. At this time, Shin Mubing's voice had taken on a hint of supplicative crying. I have something good to tell you. I don't want to. If I have to say anything, can it wait until tomorrow? Good. A moment later, Lu Zhangyang took a deep breath and hung up the phone. Brother, it's already at the place. The chauffeur boy just heard the content of the phone call, but out of professionalism, did not say anything, but put the drunken Lu Zhangyang here. It seems to be a bit wrong. Thanks. Lu Zhangyang casually pulled out a few red tickets and handed them over. Big brother, it can't take this much. If this was a case of a customer drunkenly and unconsciously giving himself so much money, he wouldn't be able to say anything about it when the time came. It's okay, just take it. It's from me. Lu Zhangyang was not in the mood to talk much with others right now. He just wanted to be alone. Then thank you, brother. It's good to have these words. Taking the money, Xiao continued. Brother, why don't I help you get a hotel room? You can't sleep in the car, or it will cause carbon monoxide poisoning. Why are you still here? Get going. I have my own measure. Lu Zhangyang was already in an irritable mood right now, and he was still yakking here, annoying the hell out of him. Why don't we do this, brother? I'll take your cell phone and leave a contact information. If you want to go to the hotel, call me directly. Because the chauffeur customers are drunk. Sleeping in the car caused by poisoning is also quite a lot. The little brother heart really do not feel at ease. After all, just gave him a few $100s in tips it. Hearing this, Lu Zhangyang thought about it and thought it was kind of reasonable. So he unlocked the phone and gave it to him. Little brother took his cell phone, saved a phone number of his own, and opened the call log and sent a text message towards Shin Mubing. Hello, I'm a chauffeur. This customer does not seem to want to leave. I'm afraid he fell asleep in the car, causing carbon monoxide poisoning. Why don't you come down to take a look? Is it done? Lu Zhangyang's eyes were mesmerized as he watched the valet pore over his cell phone with some irritation. Okay, brother, I'll leave first then. With this text message, the valet boy rode off on his little donkey. Buzz. Shin Mubing received a text message and hurriedly opened the window to look down. And there was indeed a lighted car parked downstairs. He should go. Shin Mubing hesitated for a moment and silently closed the window again. Time passed minute by minute, but Shin Mubing, who was lying on the bed, couldn't sleep. She had no choice but to open the window again to see if the car was still there. It was late at night, and there wasn't much other light around, except for the BMW 7 Series, which was still lit up and parked downstairs. What's he doing? Does he have to wait downstairs all night? Wait if you love to wait. It couldn't be helped. Shin Mubing was a little annoyed in her heart and felt that Lu Zhangyang was playing a scoundrel. But how does she know? At this time Lu Zhangyang has long been like a dead pig, lying in the back row of the simple sleep. What happens when you get carbon monoxide poisoning in a car? Shin Mubing heart annoyed, but if really let Lu Zhangyang just so in the car to sleep all night, she really cannot bear. So opened the phone to look for this problem. When it was found out that carbon monoxide poisoning can cause people to suffocate and die, Shin Mubing finally couldn't sit still. Lu Zhangyang, you're a son of a bitch. Putting on her clothes and taking her keys, Shin Mubing walked down from upstairs, pulling open the door, only to see Lu Zhangyang curled up in the back seat. The sleeping face and it's ugly. Also can see that he slept very uncomfortable. Chapter 40, Deep Confession. Wake up, Lu Zhangyang. Wake up. The person had come down. Shin Mubing naturally wouldn't let him continue to sleep here. What for? Drinking too much and sleeping comfortably. Suddenly someone was fiddling with himself. Lu Zhangyang could only open his mouth powerlessly. Get up for me. Lu Zhangyang. Get up for me. Shin Mubing tried to assist him up the stairs at first, but he was like a dead pig. He couldn't move no matter how he assisted him. Water. Looking at this nasty face, Shin Mubing said, why did she come down and let him die in the car? The heart is saying this, but Shin Mubing is ultimately soft-hearted. Took a bottle of mineral water from the side, and carefully fed it in through his mouth. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Lu Zhangyang slowly opened his eyes. He was still in the car, but at some point he had a thin comforter on him, as well as a small pillow. She came down to see me last night? Smelling the fresh fragrance from the quilt, Lu Zhangyang instantly came to his senses. This discovery made Lu Zhangyang overjoyed. Although he didn't know why Shin Mubing didn't come down yesterday to pick herself up, she still came down regardless. Just as Lu Zhangyang wanted to get up and stretch his legs so as to relieve his sore and aching waist and feet, he was surprised to see Shin Mubing walking down the stairway. Seeing this, Lu Zhangyang hastily slumped down again and pretended to be asleep. only to see Shin Mubing walk to the front of the car, gently pulled open the door, and saw Lu Zhongyang still lying quietly sleeping in the car, obviously relieved. Immediately after that she began to draw the quilt out from Lu Zhongyang's body little by little. After drawing the quilt, she gently drew the pillow under Lu Zhongyang's head out again. What for this is? For this move of hers, Lu Zhongyang really didn't know what she really meant. He didn't know if this behavior of hers was arrogant, but Shin Mubing wasn't this kind of person before. Lu Zhongyang also cannot think through, simply do not want to. Wait until Shin Mubing went upstairs. Lu Zhongyang walked down from the car. I drank too much yesterday and threw up everything I ate, and now I'm starving. Lu Zhongyang ordered a portion of tofu brain, a cup of soy milk, a few donuts plus 2 tea eggs. After burping, Lu Zhongyang brought another one up to Shin Mubing by hand. You're awake. I bought you breakfast. Opening the door, he saw Shin Mubing busy in the kitchen. Lu Zhongyang hurriedly lifted the breakfast in his hand towards her. I made breakfast myself. Shin Mubing's face looked as if it wasn't doing well, and her eyes were bloodshot. When she saw the breakfast Lu Zhongyang was carrying in his hand, it was as if she instantly lost the motivation to cook congee, and directly threw the spoon that was still in the pot towards the side of the pot, and headed for the room. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you made breakfast. This kind of porridge is the hardest to get while cooking and stirring by hand, but it's delicious at the same time. Lu Zhongyang is not a child. Shin Mubing went to great lengths to cook congee is not worried about my stomach yesterday drink? I'm still stupid enough to go to street breakfast. What a fucking idiot. Unfortunately, Shin Mubing didn't give him any chance and closed the room door with a bang. It can't be helped. The porridge in the pot is still cooking. She definitely won't eat the breakfast she bought back. So Lu Zhongyang had to take over and continue cooking breakfast. About half an hour later, Shin Mubing was already fully dressed, had drawn a light makeup, and walked out of the room. You'd better hurry up and find an apartment. I'm going to work first. After saying this, Shin Mubing wanted to go straight downstairs. Even though you're angry, you still have to eat, right? Seeing this, Lu Zhongyang walked to Shin Mubing's front and reached out to block her way. Get out of the way. I don't want to eat. Shin Mubing looked down and away. If you don't eat it, you're going to eat it. Saying that, Lu Zhongyang directly took the bought breakfast and hard to her satchel. What are you doing? Although Shin Mubing resisted, but where could an arm argue with a thigh? By the way, I have something to tell you. I made money yesterday. $100 million. Just when Shin Mubing was angry and pulled open the door just to leave, Lu Zhongyang used the most bland tone and said as if he was narrating a very ordinary thing. Hearing this, Shin Mubing, who had just wanted to close the door, froze in place. What were you just saying? Even if he was still angry at this point, the word was just too impactful for an ordinary person. Even for Shin Mubing, who didn't have a high desire for money, it was likewise quite shocking. Yes, Shin Mubing is indeed a woman who is easily satisfied, and her spiritual needs far exceed her material needs. But then again, he was a mortal, and one who had suffered without money. I said, I made a whole $1 billion yesterday. Really? Really? Shin Mubing hurriedly took the open door and closed it again. Of course, why would I lie to you? Saying that, Lu Zhongyang took out his cell phone and showed the balance to Shin Mubing. When Shin Mubing saw the money, his brain couldn't help but set off a huge wave. A man can dance with joy when he sees all that money, let alone a woman. But immediately after, Shin Mubing's mind, like a movie screen, flashed through the scenes of domestic violence that night. Shin Mubing subconsciously shuddered. We're divorced. So what does $100 million or $1 billion have to do with me? Lu Zhongyang took a deep breath and said with a straight face, when we used to be together, I thought about buying you a big house and nice bags and jewelry, but none of it got done. Now, I finally have the power to do what I promised you. Looking at Shin Mubing's dumbfounded appearance, Lu Zhongyang held her tightly in his arms. At once, a fragrance unique to Shin Mubing surged into the tip of his nose. Lu Zhongyang realized at this moment that this woman in his arms, her body was really soft, as if it was just like having no bones. But it was the same woman who had hardened a shattered home before. Wife, in the past it was me who was a wimp. It was me who was useless. But I've changed now. And in the future I will always stand in front of you and CC, to help protect you from the wind and the rain. Will you just forgive me and give me a chance? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Zhongyang summoned up the courage to hold her tightly in his arms and came to a deep confession. There is such $100 million as a cushion. Lu Zhongyang thought, this you should not have any reason to refuse, right? If this is still a no, then I can't really find any other way to get you back. But after this sentence was said, Shin Mubing was silent and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lu Zhongyang hurriedly loosened his embrace, grasping her shoulders with his hands and looking at her eyes, as if he wanted to see the answer in her eyes. Lu Zhongyang, do you love me? Shen Mubing looked at this familiar and unfamiliar face and asked softly. There was a time when Shen Mubing would smile and feel happy when she saw this face, but after looking at it a little longer, the face gradually became poorer again, as if all the good he had done before had been a hypocrisy, only to hide his fierce and ruthless nature. So far, Shen Mubing was now unable to tell whether Lu Zhengyang was a good guy or a bad guy. Are those emotions he has for himself real or fake? It could be that the domestic violence, the life and death experience, has been etched into her bones. Chapter 41, Mulling Over a Gift. Of course I love you. For this kind of question, Lu Zhengyang might have felt a little embarrassed to say it before, but having lost Shen Mubing once, Lu Zhengyang would never feel embarrassed again, not to mention that he was just stating the facts. Looking at Lu Zhengyang's fiery eyes, Shen Mubing's heart was hot, but the hurt that had been given would be like a thorn in her heart forever. Then prove it to me. Saying that, Shen Mubing broke free from Lu Zhengyang with a slightly red face and rushed to work with her bag. In fact, Shen Mubing had comforted herself more than once in her heart. That is, Lu Zhengyang killed Lu Zhengyang because he was drunk and didn't recognize himself. But the terms drunken truth and drunkenness were just too complicated for her to figure out. Leave everything to time. In order to celebrate the harvest of the past few days, Zhao Zhiming dragged Lu Zhengyang to eat a lot of meals. At the same time, he also got to know a lot of powerful people in Beihai City. In fact, for someone like Lu Zhengyang, who was worth just over $100 million, it was not considered to be a very impressive figure in the circle of a municipal powerhouse. If you want to be rich, there are a lot of people who are richer than you. Let's not talk about anything else, just some of the old downtown residents. People win the demolition of more compensation. The demolition alone can be divided into tens of millions of dollars. As for other business that is even more abundant. But Lu Zhengyang is Zhao Zhiming brought over. Do not look at the face of the Buddha. More or less have to give Zhao Zhiming a face is not. In fact, eating this kind of meal, at first Lu Zhengyang thought it was quite interesting, but after a few more sessions, he felt that it was not very interesting. The fact that they can sit at the same table and eat is nothing more than the ability to intertwine their interests and make things easier. Just getting your foot in the door is enough. There's no need to be a lickspill, because when you can't get the same benefits in exchange, you're no good even if you lick it to death. Hello, there? Back to the rental house. After climbing up to the 5th floor, Lu Zhengyang panted and thought of buying a house, so he looked for the real estate agent that Zhao Zhiming had pushed to him at the beginning. Hello sir, my name is Zhang Xia. Hello, my name is Lu Zhengyang. I was recommended by Mr. Zhao to buy a house. Do you have resources in hand? Hello, Mr. Lu, can you make a call? Convenient. I have to say, this woman's efficiency is quite high. Lu Zhengyang, these two words just sent out. WeChat phone call over. Hello, Mr. Lu, this is Zhang Xia. May I ask if you need to purchase a home now? Right. May I ask what your requirements are for the house? Because I have information here about the slightly more upscale houses in Beihai City, so if you have any requirements, we can quickly screen a little bit of the house that you are satisfied with. A villa or a large flat will do. The location must be good. Lu Zhengyang said indifferently. Shit. Money talks. After all, Beihai City is not some domestic super first-tier city that doesn't move a square foot for more than 100,000 to 200,000 dollars. To be honest, even if Lu Zhengyang is now worth $100 million, he feels that those houses are a bit outrageous. Forget it. You think it's expensive, but people are still selling it. Maybe it's a matter of not having enough money on your own right now. All in all, the price of housing in Beihai is okay, not excessive. Mr. Lu, why don't we do this? Find a time for us to meet and talk about it? When she heard that she was either buying a villa or a large flat, Zhang Xia instantly became a bit excited. You don't sound like you're short of money. How about now? Do you have time? There's nothing important going on right now anyway, so it's okay to get the house done first. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Zhengyang came to Zhang Xia's agency. Are you Mr. Lu? Wow. I didn't expect to be so young and handsome. When she saw Lu Zhengyang himself, Zhang Xia lightly covered her mouth with her hand and said with slight surprise. I don't know if she was really stunned by Lu Zhengyang, or pretending. In any case, Lu Zhengyang's heart is quite comfortable. Ms. Zhang is also very beautiful. Lu Zhengyang smiled and gave a polite reply. Zhang Xia's age should be 35 or 36, but the maintenance is very good. The front is convex and the back is curved, belonging to the kind of plump type of body. The key thing is that her outfit looks like it has a demure flavor, so the whole thing shows a sense of contrast, and I guess it's the one that a lot of people like. After a few pleasantries, the two got down to business. Buying a house now is kinda awesome. The districts are clearly divided, and even the houses are filmed with that kind of VR full view, so that you can see the structure and details of the house clearly on the computer. because it is not bad. Lu Zhangyang also walked around and looked at a lot of houses, and finally put the intention to put all recorded. How about it, Mr. Lu? Are you still satisfied with these houses? Zhang Xia was beside her, pouring water and shouting for coffee, introducing a lot of common sense in buying a house, as well as the future planning of the city's good rising potential. Of course, these were her own guesses, and it was up to her to decide exactly how it would be. I'm more interested in these 20 or so houses, but buying a house isn't something I do alone, so I'm going to ask my wife to pick them out again. Lu Zhangyang recorded all the houses he had looked at before, thinking that he would let Shin Mubing pick the one she liked the most out of the 20 or so houses. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to care so much about your beloved. So does your beloved have time now? If it's possible, I think it's better to get in before it's too late. After all, a house is not the same as clothes. Being bought by someone else, then you'll never find a second one like it. That depends on what you can do. What does Mr. Lu mean by that? Zhang Xia did not react at once. I want to buy her a house, but then I want to give it to her as a gift without her knowing, but only if it's a house she likes. Am I clear? Probably kinda get it. Zhang Xia nodded after a moment of slight contemplation. I have to say, Mr. Lu, there are really fewer and fewer men who are as young and golden as you are, and who are still so willing to put in the effort. If I were a decade or so younger, I'd be chasing you backwards. Zhang Xia let out a sigh of emotion and said with some envy, I have to say that if you buy a house in this way, it would be a real surprise for the girls. Who can say no to a gift of their choice? Sister Zhang is joking, but this is something you have to keep completely secret. You can't let my wife know, not even the thought of it. As soon as she settles on any house, I'll just take it in full. Lu Zhangyang changed his previous politeness and said with a serious face, Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I still have this ability. Just wait for my good news. Zhang Xia smiled, quite confident. It was also true that those who could mix from ordinary people to this circle, if they didn't have two brushes of their own, they would have long ago wondered where to play in the mud, but exactly how to do it, Lu Zhangyang will not bother. As for the remuneration, Lu Zhangyang believed that the brokerage fee for such a big house was enough for them to have sufficient motivation to do this. Besides, it's not like it's terribly hard. It's mostly up to you. Chapter 42, Returning to Old Lu's house. Cici will soon start kindergarten, and Lu Zhangyang has not been back home to visit his parents for quite some time. It's also time to take advantage of this free time to put mom and dad at ease. You can't make so much money yourself and let your mom and dad back home live in misery, can you? After discussing with Shin Mubing, she disagreed at first, but under Lu Zhangyang's kind words, she finally agreed to go back to the countryside together. This is not on the face of Lu Zhangyang, but on the face of Lu Dad and Lu Mom. Although Lu Zhangyang used to be an asshole, but during the time they fell in love and got married, Lu's father and Lu's mother were really good to Shin Mubing. Shin Mubing's few days in Lu Zhangyang's house, it was hush hush. Eating is sleeping, sleeping is eating. It was Shin Mubing who wanted to work, but Lu Ma wouldn't let her. In order not to let Shin Mubing be bored, he also deliberately went to pull an internet cable and got a Wi-Fi, even a little better than the real mom and dad. Maybe it's not easy for a country boy to marry a pretty wife from the city, but Shin Mubing is not a big lady character. Lu Ma did everything she saw in the eyes, so on the Lu Dad Lu Ma until now the heart is quite guilty. Because of the long distance, Lu Zhangyang drove the BMW 7 Series that Zhao Jiming gave him towards his home. Lu Zhangyang's hometown in the length of the city under the Bailey County, a remote town. From the Beihai city is about 300 kilometers. Driving to drive fast is estimated to be more than 4 hours. It's not a highway all the way after all. There are quite a few state and country roads in it. It's been 2 years since I've been home, and I don't know what has become of my home. Lu Zhangyang drove the car, looking out the window at the somewhat familiar scenery along the way, and couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. Shin Mubing didn't talk much on the way. Mommy and Daddy, why do we have to go to Grandma and Grandpa's house? I think Grandma and Grandpa's house would be fun. Looking at the unfamiliar environment outside the car, She hugged Shin Mubing and asked. Cici had been in the city since she was born, and although Lu's mom had come over to take care of her for a while in the beginning, Cici had no memory of it at all at that time. After that, Lu Zhangyang was a jerk and didn't have time to go to his hometown himself, let alone Cici, so Cici basically had no impression of his grandparents. Grandma and Grandpa's house is fun, but Grandma and Grandpa's house is fun too. You'll see when we get to the place. This time back to Lu Zhangyang did not call beforehand to inform. Save the parents and busy blindly prepare a pass. Probably because the summer vacation is coming to an end. Many left behind children have rushed back from abroad, and those moms and dads who have the time will personally send their children back. As for those who don't have the time to let the elderly bring them. And this is the time of year when watermelons are on the market and those farmers who make money from their fields are very busy, driving all the way back. A scene of hard labor and thriving prosperity looked kind of lively. More than 300 kilometers if you really count is not far, but it is such a little distance. Lu Zhengyang froze for a long time, did not come back. Came to the county. Lu Zhengyang looked for a restaurant, packaged a few dishes, and went to the market to buy some meat and cold vegetables and fruits and things like that. As for cigarettes and alcohol, Lu Zhengyang has long been bought in the trunk. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Zhengyang finally arrived at his doorstep. Cluck cluck cluck. As soon as the car pulled up to the yard, a number of chickens fluttered their wings and fled. Opened the car window. A chicken smell came to my nose. The family didn't raise so many chickens before. Lu Zhengyang looked at the yard with a lot of chickens and other debris, and could not help but casually say, Daddy, it stinks. Hoshi hastily covered her nose with her hand in disgust. Cici, you can't talk like that. Seeing this, Shen Mubing ferociously spoke to Cici. At this time, wearing an old dress, hair has obvious gray spots, the whole person looks listless. Wang Hongmei walked out from the hall. Mom! Seeing this scene, Lu Zhengyang instantly felt a little lump in his throat. It had only been less than 2 years, and I didn't expect her to have aged so much all of a sudden. Yan Yang? Looking at the human-like Lu Zhengyang walked out from the car. Wang Hongmei revealed a lot of joy in her words. How did you come back? Mom! Immediately after that, Shen Mubing held Cici and also walked out from the car. Grandma! Under Shen Mubing's teaching, Shishi milky voice also shouted. Quick, come in. Seeing this family, Wang Hongmei's hand holding the plastic basin was all of a sudden a bit overwhelmed, and she hurriedly greeted them as they entered the house. No matter how much of an asshole Lu Zhengyang had been outside before, at this moment, Wang Hongmei's eyes were a little red with joy. Old man, quick, look who's back. Wang Hongmei put down the plastic basin and hurriedly called over Lu Jinfu, who was watering at the back. Who is it? Lu Jinfu put down the guy in his hand and walked over from behind. Dad. Seeing his dad, who had changed a lot in vicissitudes, Lu Zhengyang suddenly felt that this title was a bit hard to say. Seeing Lu Zhengyang, Lu Jinfu did not speak for the first time. Dad. Grandpa. Good. Hearing Shen Mubing and Shishi call out to themselves, Lu Jinfu then nodded, but there wasn't much of a smile. You guys sit down first, I'll go kill a chicken. It'll be quick. Wang Hongmei touched Lu Jinfu's arm with her hand, signaling him not to make a face, while smiling and saying to Shen Mubing, no need, Mom. We came over this time and packed quite a few dishes back. Hearing that she was going to kill a chicken, Shen Mubing quickly stopped it and took out the packed dishes. Why did you come back and buy food from a restaurant? It's a waste. Looking at the meal in the packing box, Wang Hongmei was instantly a bit unhappy. If placed a few years ago, Wang Hongmei would definitely not say such reproachful words out in front of Shen Mubing. But since Lu Zhengyang's gambling, not only did he empty their coffin book, but he also borrowed from other relatives, and now he hasn't even paid it off yet. So again, after saving food and clothes and being strapped for so long, you still go to the restaurant to buy food and come back to eat. And it's already a great honor if you don't yell at them. Maybe young people nowadays think that owing some money seems to be nothing, but in the eyes of the older generation, that would rather not eat and starve themselves than open their mouths and ask others to borrow money. But there's no way. For the sake of this loser Lu Zhengyang, they still gave up their old faces to go out and borrow money. Oh, where did you get the money for all this stuff? Looking at the desktop Maotai wine and Chinese cigarettes, Lu Jinfu has not eaten pork but still seen a pig run. These things roughly counted are almost 10,000. What is this concept for the average citizen? That made him even angrier. Well, you little brat. I and your mother at home to eat chaff. You good, take the money outside so casually spend? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, if I don't break your legs, I'll take your name. Lu Jinfu forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, almost not directly on the hand to beat him. Chapter 43. Money is hard to make, is hard to eat. Mom and Dad, I recently made some money, so I came back with some shopping. Making money? Oh, come on, tell me how much money you make. Hearing this, Lu Jinfu was instantly infuriated. He wanted to see how much money Lu Zhengyang's lousy son had made, to be able to let him spend it so recklessly, and buy Maotai wine, and buy Chinese cigarettes. I made about $10 million. Lu Zhengyang had wanted to be honest, but felt as if it wasn't necessary, because in the eyes of Mom and Dad, the difference between 10 million and 100 million didn't seem to be particularly big. It's all used up anyway. What? How much did you earn? Lu Jinfu, who had wanted to rise up in direct rage, was instantly blinded by this figure. $10 million. You made over $10 million? Now Wang Hongmei couldn't sit still. Even her voice raised several degrees. You made all this money? How did you earn it? Lu Jinfu's first thought was that his son was afraid that he wasn't going to commit fraud, because the only time you see money this big is when you're watching police procedurals on TV. Don't worry, Every cent I make is clean money. Immediately after that, Lu Zhengyang told his mom and dad about his recent experience again. Mom and dad didn't really understand all of it, but they eventually believed a few things. Mom and dad, you mustn't tell anyone about the money I'm making. If people ask you, just say I'm working with a boss and making a little money. This is the money reserved for you. You guys find time to go to the bank and deposit it. Saying this, Lu Zhengyang took a bag to the two old men. Wang Hongmei pulled open the bag open, which is full of a zip of $100 bills. Very shocking. What are you giving us the money for? You two just keep it for yourselves. Seeing this Zhangzhou banknotes, Wang Hongmei heart that is a happy. I've got about 10 million more there, and we both can't spend that much. Let's find some time to clear all the external debts outside, and the two of you should stop doing things, so you can play without fear and do whatever you want from now on. I don't know how long this sentence has been hidden in Lu Zhengyang's heart, and at this moment, he finally dared to say it with a straight face. Who wouldn't want to be filial with money? Most people are oppressed by the world, and even if they have this filial piety, most of them don't have the ability to fulfill it. It's not a matter of giving money or doing your filial duty, but money is really an important factor in it. Alright, let's take this money as us keeping it for you. Lu Jinfu hesitated for a moment and said, it is not that Lu Jinfu want to greed this money. After all, his coffin capital to Lu Zhengyang take to pay off the debt, and even borrowed a lot of money themselves. He was afraid that Lu Zhengyang took all the money he earned now and finished it, and then he also gave him a way out. Mom and Dad, let's eat first, or the food will get cold. Seeing Lu Jinfu collecting the money, Shen Mubing hurriedly handed over chopsticks. In old Lu's house, Shen Mubing naturally played the role of daughter-in-law. This situation gives the second oldest the illusion that it's as if they're not divorced yet. Dad, taste this wine. Lu Zhengyang took out a bottle of Maotai and opened it directly, about to pour wine for Lu Jinfu. You drink this wine. I'll still drink my grain wine. Lu Jinfu hurriedly removed his bowl and turned to pick up his own bulk white wine in a plastic bottle. By the looks of things, it's obvious that the anger hasn't died down. Dad, I've bought all this wine. You're not wasting it if you don't drink it. Lu Zhengyang knew what kind of temper his family's old man had, but still advised. It's fun to say. In the past, when Lu Zhengyang was young and impetuous when he first came out of school, he felt that his family's old man was just like the stone in the latrine, hard and smelly. I'm helping someone as a plumber in my hometown while farming some more. Although the family could make ends meet when I was a child, I could only make so much money at the end of the day, and it was even more impossible to get rich. So in the eyes of the young Lu Zhengyang belongs to the category of people who are not capable. Being labeled as incompetent by Lu Zhengyang, coupled with his temper and very stubborn, recognizing the dead reason, which makes the young Lu Zhengyang hate even more. And even in the rebellious period of time the two often quarrel. Now Lu Zhengyang himself has been in society for such a long time before realizing, an ordinary person can raise a family, and by the way, bring up 3 more children, and still be able to scrape together enough money for the bride price and down payment in the city for this asshole Lu Zhengyang. Honestly, that would have been amazing. Even though the house in his old home was still old and shabby, he had already given Lu Zhengyang all of his life savings. Every time he thought about it, Lu Zhengyang felt that he was not human. Now that I'm a little bit more developed, I want to put the best conditions for my mom and dad as well. But Lu Jinfu seemed as if he didn't hear what Lu Zhengyang said, still stubbornly wanting to drink his own bulk wine. What are you doing? It's not easy for Yang Yang to buy a bottle of good wine and come back. Don't be ungrateful. Wan Hongmei is still the first time to hear Lu Zhengyang so polite to talk to the old man. Know that his son has the intention to lower a head, want a filial piety, do not want to let the son lose face, and hasten to give the old man steps down. Hey, Wang Hongmei is like this, 3 children at home. For the eldest Lu Zhengyang that is as good as ever, even if he doesn't have his feet on the ground and gambles and loses the family's money. But there is just something so selfish and even unreasonable about her kindness to Lu Zhengyang. Do you know how much a glass of this wine costs? Several $100s. I don't have the life to drink such good wine. Lu Jinfu was not very happy, but also by his wife so said, this temper on the spot to be unable to hold back. Okay, Mom stop. Then we won't drink this wine and I'll drink yours. Lu Zhengyang is now after all not a rash. Know that this kind of nature of the dad is to eat soft but not hard, to coax a little bit to work. Dad, I'll toast you. Pouring a glass of bulk white wine, Lu Zhengyang touched the glass and tilted his head back to dry it. A fiery sensation burned its way down the mouth, through the esophagus, and all the way to the stomach. To be honest, the wine was not good, especially compared to the Maotai that Lu Zhengyang had bought. But it was this cheap, low quality, poor quality liquor that his own old man had been drinking all his life. Even when Lu Zhengyang was storming, he could only drink occasionally and couldn't afford to drink every day. Unfortunately, Lu Zhengyang didn't know any of these things. How could he possibly think that Lu Jinfu would not be able to part with just this kind of wine that cost $10 or so a caddy? Seeing Lu Zhangyang, this pusher cub, coaxing himself so much, Lu Jinfu silently sighed in his heart and also took a sip of the wine in his hand with his cup. After all, he was his own son, even if he wasn't competitive, even if he wanted to smack him right now, but in the end, no matter what, it wouldn't change that fact. Tell me honestly, where the hell did you get all this money? If you earned this money by breaking the law, turn yourself into the Public Security Bureau now with the money and I won't blame you. In the future, even if I smash the pot and give up this old life, I will help you pay off the money you owe outside and bring Shishi up well. 2 cups of wine down. Lu Jinfu still said the most worrying thing in his heart. He is a countryside ordinary person, without much insight. Even if Lu Zhangyang took out the bank remittance slip, and photos and so on, he still did not believe it. He felt that Lu Zhangyang was just lying to him, because inside his perception, money is hard to earn and hard to eat. If money was really as good as he said it was, would there be so many suffering people in this world? Chapter 44, The Saltfish Turns Around. Dad, I know I was an asshole before and didn't have a word of truth in my mouth, but I really do know it's wrong now, and it's really money I've cleanly earned on my own. I know you probably don't believe me and don't think the money is that good, but the world is so magical sometimes. Not to mention the other first, someone in my hometown to do the house you also followed to do. You say to do a house. The material cost of labor costs add up to a total of how much money? The total cost of a 3-story house is only $100,000, right? But what about the houses in the city? Not to mention a few floors. Just one of those 1-story pigeonholes. Millions, tens of millions, can you understand that? In this world, if you find your way to make money, sometimes you make money that you would never have thought of. Lu Zhangyang drank while talking to the old man about the various unfair things in this world. The two of you a cup by cup. Soon the atmosphere came up. To the back mouth eye also opened. Lu Jinfu himself did not react. In the end, Lu Zhangyang said good and bad. Finally, as the mom and dad in the heart of the concerns eliminated a lot. When it came time to sleep at night, Shen Mubing got in the way and slept in the same bed with Lu Zhangyang for the sake of face, but Cici was placed in the middle of the two. Unfortunately, such a good opportunity. Lu Zhangyang is like a dead pig, lying on the bed naive sleep, not a little consciousness. Early the next morning, Lu Zhangyang is in bed all heard Wang Hongmei and Shen Mubing in front of the hall chattering about the family. When I opened my cell phone, it was a little after 9 o'clock. Comfortable. Lu Zhangyang stretched. He hadn't slept so comfortably for a long time. Even if this room was simple and outdated, the familiarity of having grown up sleeping in it was unparalleled. When I got up and asked, Dad was following someone else to do the plumbing again, and Mom was cleaning hen feathers, so it looks like we'll have some old hen for lunch. By the way, how did he forget about the 2 little ones, Lu Yanyan and Lu Zhengchang? With that, he picked up his cell phone and transferred $10,000 to each of their WeChat and left a message. Hurry back, there's a family emergency. Call me when you get to the county seat. What happened at home? Why are you hitting me up for money? Soon, Lu Yanyan returned the message, and did not even receive the transfer. You'll find out now when you come back from vacation, and if your boss won't let you, you can just quit and have a good job set up for you at home. I'd better come back on vacation then. No, what's going on at home? Yesterday the demolition office came and said that the family's house is going to be demolished. I called you back to discuss the demolition fee. Don't talk to anyone else, do you hear me? Really? Surprised look. Why would I lie to you? Otherwise where would I get the money to transfer to you? Hurry back. I'll pick you up when we get to the county. Okay, I'll take my leave now. At this moment, Lu Zhangyang, who was in his hometown, felt Lu Yanyan's mood through the screen. When she comes back and finds out I'm lying to her, it's not going to get to the point of sibling rivalry, is it? Lu Yanyan is Lu Zhangyang's second sister. Since childhood is his follower, coupled with the fact that when he was a child Lu Zhangyang tall and good-looking, and learning is also good. In the village is also a little famous. Lu Yanyan was other little girls envious of the bad when he was a child, because there is such an older brother. Fights can also help. The relationship between the 2 siblings is also quite good, and in the past, when Lu Zhangyang earned money at the university, he even made a special effort to spend a huge sum of money to buy her a flagship cell phone. Unfortunately, Lu Zhangyang behind the more and more miserable, more and more confused. Lu Yanyan a junior college graduate girl even if you want to help your own brother, but also cannot help. As for persuasion or anything else, Lu Zhangyang would not even put it in his heart. What's the situation? Just after chatting with Lu Yanyan, Lu Zhengchang sent a message, but before sending the message, he transferred $10,000 to collect it first. Worthy of Lu Jingxiang. Come back if there's nothing going on. There's good things going on at home. Something good at home? I'll talk to you when you get back. Okay. Lu Jingxiang is now 25 years old, just graduated from college, a rash boy. The family owed so much money before there is no reaction. Think the problem is not big. The main reason is that he should have the living expenses. Lu dad and Lu mom gritted their teeth and also supplied him on, so he has no pressure. After contacting these two people, Lu Zhengyang had absolutely nothing to do. It was not easy to go back to my hometown, and I will talk about work matters when I go to Beihai City. Crap. Zhengyan, you're back? Just as Lu Zhengyang wanted to eyeball the area used in his family's old mansion, a greeting came from the doorway. Well, you're back too? Lu Zhengyang looked up and saw that it was Lu Zhitong from the same village, who was also his elementary school classmate. Zhitong, have dinner at my house later. Just as Yang Yang is back, Wang Hongmei also hurriedly greeted. No. It's not easy to come back. The family is waiting for dinner. Lu Zhitong gave a polite cry. Crap. BMW 740. This car you bought? Lu Zhitong looked at the car parked in the yard, but when he looked at the car label as well as the model, the whole person was bad. Are you kidding me? BMW 7 Series. It's $1 million luxury car. Is this a car that Lu Zhengyang should be driving? Didn't I hear that he owed over $1 million in gambling and his wife ran off with someone else? Looking at the shock in Lu Zhitong's eyes, Lu Zhengyang knew that he was also someone who had been beaten by society. Otherwise, the shallow-eyed people will only say in their hearts, it's just a broken BMW. Where can I afford this kind of car? This is what my friend lent me to drive. Lu Zhengyang smiled and said, although there is an old saying that not returning to one's hometown when one is rich is like traveling by night in a brocade garment, but there is also the saying, if you are rich, don't go back to your hometown. And if a horse is given night grass, don't eat it all. Lu Zhengyang's idea is to let everyone know that he made a little money on the line. There is no need to make it so that all the townships know that they have made a fortune. After all, people are unpredictable, and hell knows what some people have in mind. Crap. It's not simple for people to lend you this kind of car to drive. Lu Zhitong's words changed. Zhang Yang, got rich recently? No. It's just that I met a nobleman and followed a little business, which is kind of salty. Still you're good. What kind of business did you do that's so lucrative? Lu Zhitong basically acquiesced to what he said, so he asked with a pleasing face. Who isn't interested in making money? What if I could make a buck too? Even if you can't do it yourself, it's good to know a little bit about it. What if you have the chance later? Why? It's the real estate side of things. It's quite complicated to say the least. Lu Zhengyang played a sloppy game. It's certainly not a problem to dump the pot on this area when you make money in real estate anyway. Awesome. I'll be home for the next couple days anyway, so why don't you come over to my house and have dinner together sometime? Okay, I'll catch you sometime. Then it's a deal. Chapter 45, a company with an incredible rate of return. Just one morning, Lu Zhengyang's money-making matter then spread all over the village. Two of the reasons. One is that Lu Jinfu this morning when, with interest, the previous borrowed money all paid off. And then there's the big mouth that is Lu Zhitong. Actually cannot say that he is a big mouth. Right. After all, in the village, the fart can be spread all over the village. Not to mention Lu Zhengyang, this kind of gambling ghost turn things. For a while, Lu Zhengyang's reputation in the village went from rotten gambler, loser, and waste, to visionary and promising all at once. Even his previous gambling debts of millions have turned out to be courageous in some people's mouths. It's outrageous. It can't be helped. Some people are like that, using money to measure a person's goodness and status. If this is put aside in previous years, this car, even if someone else lent to him, Lu Zhengyang estimate will say it is their own. Even if not to say it is their own, it will also say it is their brother's. In short, is how to blow, 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 how to blow. If others are surprised and envious, Lu Zhengyang's heart can be happy for a few days. But let's forget about that now. The years of being in debt had given him a taste of the human condition. Just live your own life. What do you care what others say? If you're rich and famous, can you make other people rich and famous? If you have the ability to do so, it's fine. If you don't have the ability, or if you don't want to make others rich, you should stop fooling around in front of others. Deceive for a long time. Let others upset. Maybe one day will be others from the back to stab a knife. That really is in the gutter. Regret medicine have no place to buy to go. The rice is rising and the rice is falling. Turning to noon, Lu Jinfu rode all the gray electric car from outside to do work back. Is the rice cooked? Once he arrived home, Lu Jinfu patted the ash on his body and asked aloud. His little walk was a lot more cheerful, as anyone with eyes could see. Okay, get ready to eat. I told Yin Yin and Zheng Chang to come back today. It's just as well I'm short of people there. Lu Zhengyang said as he ate. Well, this is a good thing. Lu Jinfu didn't say anything, but Wang Hongmei was quite happy. one more thing. I'd like to redo a house on our lot. Dad, what do you think? What's the point of making a house? Don't think you've made some money and spend it frivolously. You'll buy a house in the city first. If you have more money, you can help out your siblings. As for here, you'll still be coming to live here when your mom and I are 100 years old? Lu Jinfu said in a didactic tone. Don't look at his mouth quite hard. In fact, he is made poor by Lu Zhengyang, afraid. Can't afford to give up the money. Would rather hold on to the money in the hand in case of trouble. As for the new house, who doesn't like it? In the last 10 years or so, every family in the village has made a new house. And even those who can't afford it have made 2 or 3-story empty shells to live in. What's more, Lu Jinfu himself was doing house-related things himself, and he dreamed of making a house of his own. Unfortunately, there has been no such opportunity, and when Lu Zhengyang gets older and wants to get married, then there will be even less money to make a house. Don't worry about this. I have my eye on the houses in the city, and as for Yan Yan and Zhang Chang, I definitely won't treat the two of them poorly. And that is, in the future, when my business gets bigger. If I have any business partners who want to come to my home as guests or something, it can't be too shabby, can it? Lu Zhengyang Xiao loved to reason. Good to talk to Lu Jinfu to talk to. Tell you what little money I had on hand before was all spent on you alone, and now it's not out of the question if you want to make a new house on the old lot, but you're going to have to make 3. 1 for you, 1 for your brother, 1 for me and your mom and Yan Yan. That's not too much, is it? Lu Jinfu said after calculating in his mind for a while. Anyway, the family's land is big enough to be worthless, all of which used to be divided up by the village, and doing a 3-story house, to the good, is only about $200? 000 if you don't wrap the house. Since he said he had made over $10 million, it was not too much to ask for that as his oldest son. In addition to other not to mention, Lu Jinfu and Lu Zhengyang body is to pay also more than 600,000. Excessive is certainly not excessive, but I don't think it's necessary to make 3 houses. I want to make the kind of big villa with a big yard, the kind with 20 or 30 rooms. Anyway, there are many rooms, and the family can live comfortably. Lu Zhengyang took advantage of the time to speak. It's okay if you didn't have any money before, but now that you have a little money of your own, and since you plan to make a house, you need to make it a good one. It's not much more expensive than buying a suite in the city anyway. Hearing Lu Zhengyang say this, Lu Jinfu has actually been a bit moved. Being a father really does not want his sons and daughters to separate. We'll talk about it when they both get back. If it's okay with them, it's okay with me. Good. In the afternoon after dinner, at once there are several village people in the name of the door. To Lu Zhengyang inquired about how much money he earned, what he did to earn money, and so on, but Lu Zhengyang all played sloppy and fooled around. By the time it was past 4 in the afternoon, both Lu Yanyan and Lu Zhengchang arrived at the bus station in the county. Lu Zhengyang drove to the county town to pick them up, which is also a little more convenient. Why are you still driving a BMW, old man? As soon as he got on the car, Lu Yanyan directly asked. Both of them are automotive idiots who only recognize the BMW icon and have no idea how much the car actually cost. The car belongs to a friend of mine, borrowing it for a few days. Damn, your friend is quite righteous. Why don't you go home and give me some practice? I haven't even driven a BMW yet. Lu Jingxiang touched the east and looked at the west. Greedy, that's not going to work. If it's my car you can just take it and drive it. It's someone else's. The 3 of them chatted all the way home in no time. As for the house demolition thing, naturally, it is false, and Yin Yan has no intention of finding Lu Zhengyang's trouble. But when I heard that he was now making money, that did make me happy for him from the bottom of my heart. Is there anything you two want to do? Like a dream or something? Or a job to aspire to or something? After getting off the bus, Lu Zhengyang asked. In a couple of days, Lu Zhengyang is going to acquire a company. Although nominally called a company, but the personnel is very simple. Is a few just out of the community not long ago college students founded. But don't look at the company as small. Lu Zhengyang saw from the wealth information inside the acquisition of this company's rate of return is frighteningly high. Something like this that can be run with a small capital. Lu Zhengyang naturally wouldn't think of calling out Zhao Jiming to do it with Li Wenxiang. If you really want to shout at them for doing it, you can only do it together if it doesn't affect your own interests. Otherwise forget about it. That's why Lu Zhengyang thought of his younger siblings in the first place. Chapter 46, Departure to Deep City. In the evening, the family was having a hearty dinner. Lu Zhengyang and his younger siblings said that he is now in business and made a little money, but did not say a lot, only said that he made 3 or 4 million. After all, they're young, and it's not always a good thing for them to really say they're making a lot of money. What? You made that much money? When Lu Jingxiang heard that Lu Zhengyang had earned $3 to $4 million, he excitedly stood up from the table. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just say that he is now working outside and can only earn $4,000 or $5,000 a month. So you can imagine what $3 or $4 million means to him. Take it easy. And don't you guys mumble outside about this business of me making money. Even if people ask, just tell them I made a couple $100,000. You hear me? His own sister Lu Zhengyang is not very worried, but he is afraid that Lu Jingxiang, the rash young man, will go outside and take his name to pretend. After all, he's still young and doesn't understand that money doesn't come out. And at his age, and the age when he likes to act and behave. Hearing what Lu Zhengyang said, Lu Jingxiang didn't say anything for a while, and he didn't know what was going through his mind. Older brother, you're bullish. What kind of business did you do to earn so much money? Next, Lu Zhengyang found some more excuses to muddle through. Later on, Lu Zhengyang talked to his younger siblings about making a house, and under the premise that Lu Zhengyang had made so much money, they naturally had no objections. Okay, that's everything else out of the way. Now I'm going to give you guys a chance to ask me for a gift. So don't miss it. Lu Zhengyang smiled and looked at them and said, he is now worth more than $100 million. Not to mention a gift, is to give them $10 million each. For Lu Zhengyang being rich is such a luxury. But before they go through the social beatings, Lu Zhengyang does not want to pull up the seedlings to grow, step by step slowly. A gift? Then you buy me another cell phone. Lu Yanyan said with an expectant face. Only one cell phone? You're asking a little too little, aren't you? Be bold. Your old brother can afford it. Can you buy me a motorcycle? No? I quite like motorcycles. Lu Jingxiang said from the side. Dinner time was spent in this pleasant atmosphere. Early the next morning, Lu Zhengyang drove a BMW and took everyone in the family to the city for a big purchase. What clothes and shoes, cell phones and tablets and laptops and whatnot. Bought a whole trunk. And by the way, took the family to a big restaurant to rub 2 good meals. During this time, Lu Jinfu and Wan Hongmei's mouths kept chattering about spending money indiscriminately. But the two people, Lu Yanyan and Lu Zhengchang, were overjoyed. Of course, the motorcycle or did not buy. Although Lu Zhengyang no motorcycle this thing as long as a boy will not like, including his own are quite like. But this thing is not safe. Lu Zhengyang thought about it or forget it. Wait, when to help him buy a car, forget it. When Lu Zhengyang went back to Beihai City, he wanted to pick up his mom and dad for a few days. But the 2 old men didn't want to go. Plus the old house had to be redone again. So Lu Jinfu then didn't want to go even more, saying that he wanted to be at home to supervise the workers doing the house. As for what style the house is going to be, Lu Zhengyang found a senior student working in a design institute on the internet to design it. The construction team, the old family is the most lack of migrant workers. This aspect directly to Lu Jinfu to contact into. In short, when the money is there, everything is fine. As for his younger siblings, Lu Zhengyang gave each of them another 2 to 3 million, so that they can take it first, and when he opens up the company, he will come over to help later. A few days later, Lu Zhengyang returned to Beihai City with Shin Mubing and also Cici. I might have to make a trip to Deep City in the next few days, so take Hoshi and go stay at your mom's place. Anyway, now that I bought a car, even if I live in Shin Mubing's house, it still saves time compared to squeezing the bus and taking the subway. That's fine. Then how many days will you go? After spending a few days in the countryside, Shin Mubing felt a strong family atmosphere and was in a much better mood. It'll only be about 3 days tops, so don't miss me too much. Roll. Who wants you? Looking at Shin Mubing's angry appearance, Lu Zhengyang thought she was cute, but now the relationship between the two has not returned to the old days. Lu Zhengyang is not good enough to go straight to the top. After the evening meal at his mother-in-law's house, Shin Mubing and Shishi stayed there directly. Lu Zhengyang went back to live in the rental house alone. After all, he has to catch a plane tomorrow. Early the next morning, listening to the sound of the airplane's whistling engine, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but grip the seatbelt on his seat a little nervously. Shit, no more airplanes if you can. Watching the plane gradually fly into the sky from the window, Lu Zhengyang's mind immediately appeared the news of various airplane accidents inside the movie. In the past, even if it was fine, but now that he has made so much money, if he is unlucky enough to meet an air crash, he will lose a lot of money. I have to say that while the airplane ride wasn't very enjoyable, it was certainly fast. Before noon, Lu Zhengyang was already standing in the city of Shenzhen, one of the few busiest cities in the country. According to the wealth information prompt, Lu Zhengyang came to the Deep City to acquire this company as a game company. The main creators were a couple of college students who hadn't been out in the community for long. After all, they are young people with lots of ideas, and they have designed a new kind of game that has not appeared on the market relatively. At that time, when this idea was just thought out, these people were so excited that they didn't sleep for several days, thinking that they were going to become CEOs in the future, marrying rich women and going to the peak of their lives. It's good to have dreams, but society is cruel. Despite the idea, actually getting a game made is not something you can get out of a dream alone. According to what the wealth information shows, if it follows a normal trajectory and there are no outside forces interfering with this small game company, this game company will be lacking in staff, not producing well enough, and not having enough money to keep up with the overhead of a few people. So they had to rush to put the game on gaming platforms. As soon as the game hit the shelves, it instantly attracted a lot of people to buy it and try it out because it was a novel enough idea. But when a lot of people paid money for the game to play it, they realized that the game was very mediocrely made and had a lot of bugs in it, and the word of mouth instantly went from extreme to bad. Looking at the screen full of bad reviews, these college students were ashamed and felt sorry for the players and pitched everyone. But the game's popularity was also beyond their expectations, so they announced to the public that they were refunding the money, and with a promise to seriously optimize this game until it's optimized to everyone's satisfaction. After all, the game is very marketable as far as it goes and gives them the confidence to make a comeback. Unfortunately, although they are full of passion, with a heart of gold and full of sincerity to the players, they are still too young after all. Just as they were working overtime to optimize the game, several major domestic game companies saw the right time and directly stole their ideas, taking the lead in releasing this type of game. Also, how can a couple of youngsters be a match for the gaming majors? People have a fine game production team, and enough money, and a strong publicity channels, all of a sudden the game out, make a lot of money. As for this original team, who will remember them at the end of the day? Even if they are exhausted, they will only end up drowning in a sea of frustration. Chapter 47 Acquisition of Game Company. 11:15 in the morning. Lu Zhongyang didn't even eat his meal, directly called a car and drove towards the place shown. Before not to the deep city even if, now to the deep city that naturally want to speed up the pace. Although according to the normal trajectory of things are so development, but life always have you cannot think of the unexpected happens. 40 minutes later, Lu Zhongyang arrived at the entrance of an old neighborhood. I don't think we need to get so many choices, do we? Every additional choice you make here is just too much work behind the scenes. The game is much less playable when there are not many options available. I know, but we've been making these choices alone for months longer. How about this? Let's get these scenes done first, and as for the rest, we'll add them later when we have time. Even if this copy is added later, the ambush and correlation has to be done in advance now, or else it will suddenly be added later and will seem abrupt and unrelated, and will even create a lot of bugs. So what do you say? In a 3-room house, 6 young men were sitting in the living room discussing the game's plot and copy settings. Among other things, long hours of overtime and uncertainty about the future have left the lads in an irritable mood. That enthusiasm at the beginning also wore off little by little through work and arguments. The most important thing is that they have no money left, and if it were not for the fact that this house is the property of one of them, it is estimated that they would have been sleeping on the streets. It's not really that they're not good enough. Honestly, it's more than impressive that a few of them can develop a game independently relative to their peers, even if they don't do it as well as they could. Okay, let's eat first. After eating, everyone will go back to the game to move bricks for 2 hours. Otherwise there will be no money for dinner tomorrow. This kind of bickering was not uncommon among them. In fact, a few people here knew that doing more about the settings and choices and copies of the game and stuff like that could only be good and not bad for the game itself, but the cost of time is just too high, and they can no longer afford it. Eat. As their little head, Zhang Dongshu was also annoyed as hell at this time. They were annoyed and he was more annoyed because he was thinking about more things, whether it's the making of the game, the eating, including the distribution channels for the game, and the publicity behind it, etc. These questions could bore him to sleep if he thought about them in detail, because a lot of these problems he can't solve. How do you fix it if you don't have the money? But things had already proceeded to this point, and even if a lot of problems could not be solved, he could only think of ways to do so and harden his heart. We can't let our brother's hard work go to waste, can we? Knock. Just as they were getting their bowls ready to eat, there was a knock on the door. Who's coming? How the fuck should I know? One of the lads was close to the door and walked up to it. Hello, may I ask if this is Star Studio? Looking at the young man in front of him with messy hair and bloodshot eyes with dark circles, Lu Zhongyang asked with a smile. Yeah, and you are? My name is Lu Zhongyang. Is it convenient to go in and talk? Lu Zhongyang probed and glanced inside, thinking that this should be the right place. May I ask what's the matter with you? Seeing this, Zhang Dongshu raised his eyebrows and asked. I came over to talk about cooperation. I don't know if it's convenient. Oh, come in. I'm sorry, I'm in a bit of a sketchy condition here. Zhang Dongshu hurriedly signaled a few other people to clear the table. No harm done. I used to come this way too. Lu Zhongyang laughed, seeing a few buckets of leftover instant noodles on the table. He said without a care in the world. And in the meantime, He also took out a packet of soft Chinese from his pocket and distributed it to them. I wonder what kind of cooperation you came over to talk to us about. Recently, Zhang Dongxiu had contacted quite a few gaming platforms, as well as investors and whatnot. It's basically a stone's throw away, and people don't even care. Now suddenly there is a person who comes to the door to say that they want to talk about cooperation. Zhang Dongxiu cannot pay attention to it. It's like this. From what I understand, you guys are supposed to be developing a game, right? Although the production is average, I think you guys have a good idea. You've read our game profile? Aha. Lu Zhangyang didn't beat around the bush with them and said directly, I want to acquire this game of yours. Do you have any ideas? Acquire our game? As soon as these words were spoken, the few young men in the room froze. They had fantasized countless times that their games could sweep the major game lists, and from then on everyone became CEO, marrying a rich white woman, and going to the peak of life. But thinking is thinking, and reality is reality. So far, all of them don't necessarily have $1,000 in their pockets combined. It's like this. We did think about getting the boss to come over and invest before, but if you're going to say you're going to sell the whole game, I'm afraid that's not going to work. Zhang Dongxiu's face turned a little red with excitement, but he still pretended to be calm and talked about the conditions. He looks kind of cute with this poor performance. Don't tell me. Well, let me put it to you another way then. I want to buy your entire game studio, including you guys. Lu Zhangyang smiled and said again. For this kind of technical youngster with little social experience, Lu Zhangyang was still very confident. Then, I take the liberty of asking. I don't know how much you can offer. Although Zhang Dongxiu was their little head, he really didn't have much experience. Even if he even asked for the price, he felt a little embarrassed. The 6 of you, I don't know how you're dividing it up, so here's the deal. $3 million, $500,000 each. After that you guys work for $12,000 a month each, $15,000 for you, and after the game hits the shelves, I'll give you another 30% cut. How's that? Lu Zhangyang took a drag on his cigarette and said slowly, $500,000, $12,000 a month, and finally a 30% cut of the game when it hits the shelves. Upon hearing this condition, these few people's faces reddened without exaggeration. It is important to know that none of them is a second generation of rich people. They are all ordinary people, and there are 3 from the countryside. While 2 of the families were okay, they were limited to the realm of the common man. $500,000, a down payment on a house, and that's with them not long out of school, which is already an unimaginable condition for them, not to mention the superior paychecks that follow. Boss Lu, how about this? Let's discuss it, can we? Although this condition was quite satisfactory to Zhang Dongxiu, but this kind of thing was after all a team matter, and he felt that he could not decide on it so hastily. Don't be bad if people complain about him then. Sure, tell you what, you guys haven't eaten yet, have you? Not yet. Getting ready for dinner. Let's do it this way. You guys discuss here. I'll go downstairs and wait for you. When you've discussed it, come downstairs and find me. We'll have a meal together. Saying that, Lu Zhangyang got up and walked towards the door. Okay, then thank you, Boss Lu. As soon as the door closed, the youngsters burst into cheers. Crap, $3 million. I didn't even think our shitty game could sell for $3 million. Ha ha, $500,000. If I get my hands on this $500,000, I'll see what my family dares to say. Brother Su, this is still discussing a hairline. Such a good condition still consider what? Although we made our own game we know what a dang thing it is. But this Boss Lu opened his mouth for $3 million. Do you think we can still add more? These young people are now cheering for this $500,000. But if they know that the game behind them sells for $50 million is not a matter of concern. What kind of mood is it? Chapter 48, Don't Let Me Down. After about 20 minutes or so, the 6 men came down the stairs. How's the thinking going? Seeing them go downstairs, Lu Zhangyang stepped down from the car. Mr. Lu, we still have some ideas to tell you. There's no rush. I just checked the nearby hotels in the car. Let's eat and talk. During the time he waited for them, Lu Zhangyang used his cell phone to check the nearby hotels and called 2 cabs to stand by. What about the 6 of them? You can't fit them all in one car. After chatting for a few moments, Lu Zhangyang brought them to a more upscale restaurant. Sit down. Sit down. Order whatever you want. And don't ever be polite. In the past, when I followed Li Wenxiang to eat at a high-class restaurant, I was like Lu entering the Grand View Garden. I did not expect not long role reversal. It is Lu Zhangyang's turn to host to invite others to eat in this kind of big restaurant. Not to mention, it does feel pretty good. The main thing is that it's not bad. And that rustic feeling of random people ordering food is awesome. Mr. Lu, we'll just eat casually. It's better for you to order. When Zhang Dongxiu, who had been eating instant noodles for quite some time, saw the price on top of the menu, Where was the courage to order? That's right, the deep city such as a first-tier city. High consumption is no joke. Not to mention the more famous restaurant. A slightly on-the-table dish does not move hundreds of thousands. It's normal for the average layman to not be able to afford it. Ha ha, it's okay, everyone comes from a young age. When I was your age, I was even worse off than you guys. But so what? Life is all about ups and downs. Lu Zhangyang didn't mean to make fun of them. Instead, he stood in their point of view and said things. The first time they meet they really cannot let go. So the dishes are all ordered by Lu Zhangyang. The specifications are medium or above. 10,000 out of the way. People, they are assholes. In the past, when I had no money, I used to buy pork and pick the fat and the skinny for fear that the pig killer would cut more for me. But once you have money, you can't stop being extravagant. So one should still make money while one can, and enjoy the world of flowers as it should be enjoyed. If you don't enjoy it, someone else will enjoy it for you, so why can't you enjoy it yourself? Mr. Lu, I toast you, Zhang Dongxiu, as their junior leader. No matter whether he was the one who negotiated conditions and made requests, he was the one who communicated more with Lu Zhangyang. Through the wealth information, Lu Zhangyang also knew the potential of these people and treated them as friends. Besides, Lu Zhangyang himself is not the material to be a capitalist. He practiced that as long as he had meat for himself, he would never let anyone else have soup, and there was little point in squeezing too hard. When people earn money on their own merit, they have to give it. Don't let them kick back and quit in the end. You will still suffer in the end. Talent is something that is always a scarce commodity no matter what. Of course, those with bad character or lack of ability are not included. I took a look at your work environment earlier, and to be honest, it's a bit aggravating. In this case, you guys are more familiar with the city than I am. Do you have any preferred office buildings? After the acquisition was negotiated, the next step was to help them get a good working environment. After all, they had already sort of become their own employees, and Lu Zhangyang's ambitions in gaming go beyond that. A good poker face is also necessary. An office building? What does Mr. Lu mean? Zhang Dongxiu did not think that much and asked with some uncertainty. Of course it's to help you improve your working environment. Do you still want to work in that residential building? For young people, it's actually quite easy to be satisfied sometimes. A good working environment, along with a decent salary and a seemingly bright future, would have satisfied a significant portion of the population. After dinner, Lu Zhangyang took them to look at office buildings near the CBD in Shenzhen. The deep city is worthy of the domestic economic prosperity district. Strolling around here, although he chose an office area, but he was deeply hit. Before he also felt that he was now already worth 100 million, already considered a relatively bullish figure. But a little inquiry, can open a company in such places, or have real estate, which is not worth tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars? Even the likes of Lu Zhangyang can only be considered as a small boss, and can't be on the big stage. However, Lu Zhangyang naturally would not show it in front of these youngsters. The latter Lu Zhangyang rented them 2 suites in the neighborhood to facilitate their proximity to the company to facilitate work. As for their progress in the game afterward and whatnot, Lu Zhangyang did not force them. After all, slow work makes perfect work. If you don't do it, you don't do it. If you want to do it, you have to be a boutique. And once you do it, you have to take the market down in an absolute way. Or else the other game makers aren't eating their words. Because it was impossible for himself to be based here at the moment, Lu Zhangyang gave Zhang Dongxiu quite a few rights. All the work, including recruiting, was also given to him. Of course, Lu Zhangyang didn't give him a lot of pie in the air during these few days, saying that he was now exercising his ability and training him as a general manager or something like that. Although Zhang Dongxiu is their little head, but after all, he is a young man, and such a lofty word as general manager is still too far away from him. So when Lu Zhangyang said these words to him, it was a thrill. It was almost like taking a bottle of white wine and blowing the bottle directly in Lu Zhangyang's face to show respect and gratitude for the favor. But to be honest, Lu Zhangyang, this is not really a pie in the sky. He really does not have the time and does not understand the game production, but also really have to train him to become his own competent helper in this area. I'll give you a chance, but there's only one chance. It's up to him to grasp whether or not he has it in himself. Time rushes. Time always passes unnoticed when you actually do something. In the blink of an eye 3 days have passed, although there are still a lot of things have not been done. But Lu Zhangyang does not want to stay here. Wife and child hotbed is not cool. Leave me a message if you have questions. Or if it's more urgent, call me directly and I'll get back to you when I have time. Lu Zhangyang put on a day-to-day lookout as he left at the airport. After all, no time, busy, this situation is the standard of the big boss. If you let others see you every day idle leg pain, people can balance it? Don't worry brother Lu, I'll try my best to get it right on the company side. Being so pretentious by Lu Zhangyang, Zhang Dongshu was really bluffed, and hurriedly patted his chest to ensure that he would try not to disturb him. Right now you're still a bit young, but that's okay, go for it. I'm optimistic about you. Don't let me down. Lu Zhangyang patted his shoulder and got on the airplane without looking back. Looking at the back of Lu Zhangyang's dashing departure, Zhang Dongshu silently swore in his heart that he must not let him down. Hello MS. Do you have time to do a home survey for us? As long as you help us complete a survey, we can send you 2 dolls as a reward. Oh. When Shin Mubing went downstairs for lunch with her colleagues at noon, a sweet-looking staff member stopped her and asked, "No, I don't have time now." For this kind of sales pitch, Shin Mubing had always been cautious after all, and thoughtfully rejected it directly. It's quick, beautiful. We don't need you to fill out any information. Just pick out a little bit about the style of the house and we'll make a note of it. Look how nice these 2 dolls look. You do me a favor, pretty sister. I have only one task left today. Okay. Looking at this little girl in front of him, Shin Mubing could only agree. The main thing is that there are 2 more beautiful dolls to get, so I'm sure that when I take them home Hoshi will love them very much. Chapter 49. Goodbye Shin Yuanliang. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Zhangyang returned to Beihai City. Boss Lu, the task you gave me has been completed. I wonder when you'll be free. I'm coming over now. Lu Zhangyang, who just got off the plane and wanted to go to Zhao Jiming's company to sit down, received Zhang Xia's message and thought it was okay to get the house thing done first. Boss Lu, your lover's vision is really good. This house is good both in terms of location and household type. Coming to Zhang Xia's agency, Lu Zhangyang took over the materials and looked at the house. As for what she said, it was pure fart. Shin Mubing is looking at a villa, not very far from the city center, driving just more than 10 minutes away. The whole house covers an area of more than 260 square feet. The house covers an area of more than 180 square feet, before and after the 2 small yards, the upper 3 floors with a basement. The total price of more than 12 million. In Beihai City is also considered to be the most expensive group. Most importantly, the house is furnished, although there is very little furniture, and the original owner had previously bought the house with the intention of investing in it, and had not lived in it, making it a quasi-new house. Originally, Lu Zhangyang looked at the house also looked quite satisfied, until he took a look at the bottom price of the previous house transaction. Suddenly upset. The original owner of the previous buy this house when it cost more than 5 million 6 million less than 5 or 6 years in the past, a net profit of more than 6 million. That's a lot more fucking money than putting it in the bank. Real estate still makes money. Lu Zhangyang silently lamented in his heart. But that was a few years ago. If you buy a house now then not so much. You might even lose money. But it doesn't matter to the current Lu Zhangyang. Expensive is expensive. Anyway, it is also their own residence. As long as the wife likes it, it doesn't matter. Okay, then this set. I'll pay the full amount. You see if you can bargain. Help me save money on furniture sets. Lu Zhangyang put down the information and took a sip of tea. Okay, Boss Lu. I'll contact the landlord right now and make sure to get it for you at the lowest price. When she heard Lu Zhangyang talking about full payment in a light tone, even Zhang Xia, who looked like a high-cool imperial lady, was happy at this moment. At this moment, she felt that Lu Zhangyang was damn handsome. It's not like she's been selling houses for so long, and it's not like there's no such thing as a cool one, but in this current climate, at this price, she hasn't written a cool order like this in a long time. When the original landlord heard that someone had paid full price for his house, he was so happy that he directly reduced the price by $800,000, saying that he wanted to give an auspicious figure. As for the other formalities, that was Zhang Xia's thing to do. After all, she got enough brokerage fees to make her happy for a while. Formalities have to do 2 days, and now immediately to eat dinner. Lu Zhangyang bought some cigarettes and wine gifts, directly towards the mother-in-law's home for dinner. What brings you here? Knocking on the door. When Shin Yuanliang saw that the person who came was actually Lu Zhangyang, his face suddenly changed and questioned. Crap, how could I forget about this flunky? Looking at Shin Yuanliang's unkind expression, Lu Zhangyang's heart thumped. I thought I'd find some time to talk to him myself so that I could take the initiative, but I never found the right opportunity, so I put it off until now. Forget it, what should be faced in the end is still to be faced. Can't hide. Might as well solve it directly today. Let's talk about what we have to say inside. Lu Zhangyang knows that this kid is a rash, but rash also has a rash way of communication. Lu Zhangyang in his mind calculating how to communicate with him. Who the fuck are you? I let you in my house? A few days have not seen. I did not expect Lu Zhangyang. This dog was so nonchalant. This almost did not Shin Yuanliang confused. Is this the same Lu Zhangyang who hid when things went wrong and was as weak as a dog before? If it wasn't for mom and dad being home, He would have had to beat him up high and low. What are you doing, Lian? Shin Jiangwo saw in the living room that the visitor was Lu Zhanyang and hurriedly walked over. Zhang Yang is here? Come in quickly. Daddy. Sitting on the couch watching TV. Hoshi TV didn't even watch anymore. Directly jumped off the couch and ran towards him. Why didn't you call when you came? Why did you buy so many things over again? I haven't even finished eating the last time. Wang Guizhi, who was in the kitchen, heard the sound and said while carrying the dishes to the table. As for Shin Mubing, she looked at him a few times and didn't say anything for the time being. Dad, why did you let him in? Do you still think he hasn't harmed our family enough? Seeing his father and mother so enthusiastic, Xin Yuanlian was blinded on the spot. No, what are you all doing? Previously, when Lu Zhengyang owed more than $1 million outside, his own family was pitched more than $200,000 by him. When Sis first wanted a divorce, you guys were very agreeable, saying she was blind to find a man like that. But what is it now? Xin Yuanliang desperately wanted to know why at this moment. Lu Zhengyang smiled towards his father-in-law and mother-in-law as a greeting, and after placing the things on the coffee table, Lu Zhengyang was thinking in his mind how he should communicate with him. Xin Yuanliang belongs to the kind of cynical nature, and is very close to Shin Mubing's sibling love. In terms of his own previous behavior, it was basically impossible to get him to put things on ice with him, using normal means. Zhang Yang has changed now. You say less. Shin Jiangwo was afraid that his son and Lu Zhengyang would get unpleasant, and said in a hurry, "Oh, he can change? The dog changed to eat. I don't even believe he will change." Thinking of Lu Zhengyang's previous sorts of things, Xin Yuanliang sneered. Although he didn't know what flowery words Lu Zhengyang used to make his parents change their views on him, but as far as he was addicted to gambling before, and whoever persuaded him not to gamble was as if he was killing his father's enemy. Could he change? It's just a way to scam some more money to gamble again. TCH, speak properly. This is your brother-in-law. When she heard dog or not dog, Wang Guizhi immediately frowned to stop it. Brother-in-law? Mom, Sis divorced him. What kind of brother-in-law is he? And what the hell is wrong with you guys? Xin Yuanliang was very annoyed by this attitude of his family, as if he was the only one who felt blindfolded. Don't be in a hurry. Sit down and let's talk. Lu Zhengyang thought of a way to communicate with him and said, well, today I'd like to see what other flowers can come out of this mouth of yours. Xin Yuanliang sneered again. Although Lu Zhengyang now looks as if he gives a feeling of stability, but Xin Yuanliang still do not believe it. No matter what he says, Laozi will not believe him. What do you think makes a man a man? Looking at Xin Yuanliang's face full of defiance, Lu Zhengyang asked, "Oh, how about being a man? I don't know, but I know you're not a man." Xin Yuanliang certainly knows what a man is, but he just doesn't want to be led by Lu Zhengyang, and what he had done before would not have been for a man to do. Defeat, irresponsibility to the family, domestic violence, gambling, etc. There's one thing that counts, just not something a man should do. Chapter 50, I can't get rid of my anger. I'm not arguing with you right now, and I don't want to. If you want to argue, or if you want to cuss me out first, I can wait until you're done cussing me out. In the face of Xin Yuanliang's disdain, Lu Zhengyang did not get angry. Instead, his face was calm and he spoke to him word by word, because this is his own brother-in-law, not someone else. If someone else has as far as possible to get away, and one does owe him a lot, both emotionally and financially. When he heard that he had domestic violence Shin Mubing, this kid froze from home, carried a kitchen knife over to find him. Fortunately he ran fast. Otherwise it would be a loss if he really cut it. But this kid isn't all bad for himself. When he was chasing after Shin Mubing, he didn't contribute much. And when he was getting married, there were people who were wedding crashing and trying to fix himself, but he stood by his side, even when he got upset with some of his friends and family. Also he was the one who argued and fought with someone because she was bullied and he wasn't around. And he lost someone $20,000 because of it. Hey, that's the way it is with loved ones. Cut and dried. Okay, then I'll talk to you. Seeing that Lu Zhengyang is not joking, Xin Yuanliang finally no longer sang against him. You are not saying what is a man. I will say a little bit. Raising a family, you can do it? During this time Xin Yuanliang didn't have money and didn't want to go home, so he didn't yet know what Lu Zhengyang's situation was now. I didn't do it before, but I'm doing it now. Lu Zhengyang didn't show him anything else, only opened a banking software and put the balance of more than 7 million in front of him. Not only have I now paid off over $1 million in foreign debt, but I have so much saved up that I wonder if I can count it in your mind as a breadwinner. Most of the young people practice strength in numbers. As long as you're bullheaded, then whatever you say is right. Xin Yuanliang is not convinced, right? Then I will use the most direct, you most recognized way to fold you. Is this really true? Looking at the deposit of more than $7 million, Xin Xin Yuanliang was instantly confused. He didn't believe that Lu Zhanyang could make so much money. Of course it's true. Can't I get the banking software to cooperate with me in lying to you? Where did you get all that money? Don't you care where I got the money? Anyway, I didn't steal or rob this money. I'm just asking you if it's enough to support your family as you say? Lu Zhanyang put away his cell phone, stared at Xin Yuanliang, and asked, does making a little money make you a big deal? Does that negate the fact that you're a gambling dog? Even if you add 2 more zeros on the back, you'll still lose everything. I'll just ask you if it's enough to feed your family as you say. Lu Zhanyang changed his previous cowardice and questioned in a loud voice. Enough? So what? Xin Yuanliang was pressed by him in such a way that his entire face was suddenly suffocated in a reddish color, as if he had been provoked and suppressed in a very difficult way. Because the breadwinner is the one who said it, and now he has nothing at all to say against it. Then it's not over? Being rich is marvelous, but not being rich means everything, Xin Yuanliang retorted, even if this retort was a bit pale and powerless. To be honest, at Xin Yuanliang's age, he hadn't suffered much since he was a child, and at the age of 20, he really didn't pay that much attention to the money thing, even if the family has been rattled by Lu Zhanyang's affairs in the past 2 years, not to mention Xin Yuanliang. In fact, most people were like this, with little concept of money, because they have not yet accepted the poisonous beatings of society, and have been too well protected by their families since childhood. They feel that love is sacred and priceless, and that money cannot buy a true heart. Kinship is unselfish and does not discriminate between you and me. You can't buy relatives with money. Friends are righteous and share the same pain. And you can't buy friends with money. And most importantly, the feeling that money can be earned through hard work. So no matter what, you'll have it for yourself later. But really, when they encounter something in society, or a difficult situation, they will come to their senses. But often by this time it's too late. Too late. Right now, Xin Yuanliang is at the stage where he is still rash. It's true that it's remarkable to feel rich, but it's not quite as remarkable as it could be. You're right. Money really doesn't mean everything. Money can't buy love. It can't buy affection. It can't buy a lot of things. But no man is without fault. Killing people is nothing but a headache. I can't be allowed to reform myself after Lu Zhanyang, made a mistake, can I? Lu Zhanyang's words turned, changing his previous forcefulness, and suddenly using a very sincere tone, said towards Xin Yuanliang. It was as if he himself was a victim who had been greatly wronged. You, Xin Yuanliang, who was about to lose his temper and angrily dislike Lu Zhanyang, was looked at by him with such sincere eyes, and instantly felt as if he was a bad person who was grasping at other people's mistakes and not letting go. The feeling made him very uncomfortable. One might even say very hard. Of course, the premise that made it hard for him was that Lu Zhanyang had put the money he had earned in front of him first. Otherwise it's bullshit to say anything. I know I used to be an asshole, and as the saying goes, you have to admit when you've done something wrong and stand firm when you've taken a beating. But no matter what, whether you recognize it or not, I'm your brother-in-law and Hickey's real dad. How about this? You beat me up right now until you're out of breath. But after the fight, the past is over, and we're still Uncle Tu Lang. Lu Zhanyang said as he got up and stood up from the sofa and walked over to Xin Yuanliang. What are you doing? Liang doesn't know any better. But you still don't know any better. Zhangyan? Between family members have something to say openly is not the end of it. What to fight or not? Seeing this, Xin Jiangwo quickly came out to round up the situation, reaching out to pull Lu Zhanyang back. Dad, Rio is right. I did do a lot of things wrong in the past, and getting beaten is considered light, so just let Rio beat me up, so that he's more comfortable. But I promise, from now on, I'll never be a jerk again. Lu Zhanyang truly said to everyone present. Lu Zhanyang's move, if it was an onlooker's view, he might think that it was staged, just making a scene for Xin Yuanliang to see. But honestly, Lu Zhanyang wants to be a new man. This attitude is true. As for letting him beat up, this is acting, but it can't be helped. Men, often just because of face delayed a lot of things. If he didn't come to such a hand, and didn't give Xin Yuanliang a step down, this matter really wouldn't be able to pass. As for whether doing such a thing would make Lu Zhanyang lose face, he didn't care at all. As long as you can make your wife's side of the family happy and joyful, it doesn't matter what the face is. Well, as the saying goes, the prodigal son returns. Zhanyang, we don't ask for much extravagantly. As long as you guys live a good life in the future, we'll be satisfied. Women are always emotional. Hearing Lu Zhanyang say these words, her heart is not some flavor. As for Xin Mubing, although she didn't say anything, she was hugging Shishi at this moment and secretly wiping her tears. I'm hungry. Let's eat. Xin Yuanliang this young where to stand this kind of scene, but if you let him personally say what forgiveness and other emotional words, I guess the knife on his neck he cannot say. Had to go to the kitchen to get a bowl to eat. As this thing did not happen. Chapter 51, Another Project. Fine, fine. Eat, Zhang Yang, eat quickly. Seeing this, Wang Guizhi and Shen Jiangwo hurriedly pulled Lu Zhangyang into the seat. This meal down. Although Shen Yuanliang did not say a word to Lu Zhangyang, but at least willing to sit at the same table to eat. That's a big step forward for a relationship between two people. It's okay. We'll see how it goes. With Lu Zhangyang's current worth, it should not be too simple to corrupt a youngster. It won't be long before Lu Zhangyang will have Shen Yuanliang following his lead, calling out brother-in-law in every breath. Early the next morning. Lu, old brother, what did you do during this time off? Brothers and sisters want you to think of the egg pain. Following Lu Zhangyang made 2 waves of fast money. Zhao Zhiming is now not interested in his own company's career, and every day he thinks about continuing to make big money with him. Then I'll see you at the usual place at noon, just as I have something to ask of you. Old brother. Good, then it's a deal. Recently, because of the matter of Cici reading kindergarten, it could annoy Shen moving to death. There is no shortage of money these days, but some good kindergartens are more of a hassle even if you pay for them, such as some of the better public kindergartens. Let's see if there's anything Chiyu can do about this matter. Noon. Lu Zhangyang drove to the restaurant where they often ate. As soon as they got off the bus, Zhao Zhiming brought Li Wenxiang and also Zhou Jianhua to welcome them. Gu, can miss me to death. This period of time are doing call and say no time. Later can be more, drink 2 cups. Zhao Zhiming still had this look of treating everyone very warmly, hugging Lu Zhangyang and not letting go of his hands. Harm. It's just that I made a little money and went back home to settle down. A few people exchanged pleasantries as they walked towards the box. By the way, brother Zhao, my daughter is going to kindergarten soon. I heard that the bilingual art kindergarten is quite difficult to get into. I don't know if brother Zhao has any solutions? Taking advantage of the casual conversation, Lu Zhangyang threw this matter out. This kindergarten is a kindergarten that can be said to be famous in the province, because Beihai City is the capital of the province, and a school that can be counted as a bull in the local area can naturally be ranked in the province. Because of the limited number of places, it is natural for dignitaries and whatnot to want to be stuffed inside. That's why it's not really a good deal for rich people in general. That's it. I'll take care of it. I, Zhao Zhiming, don't have any other skills, but I still have this bit of face in Beihai City. If you want Zhao to do anything illegal, he is determined not to do. But things like this can be solved by relying on relationships. Zhao has never been false. After all, there was a big brother who was a leader in the family at the top. Even though he was a little upset with him, but upset as it was, doing things in his name still smelled good. Then thank you, brother Zhao. After that, how much money and how many gifts do you want to give? You tell me. TSK, Zhang Yang, I'm going to get angry if you keep being so polite in the future. A little help between brothers is nothing. Don't worry about it. You don't need to send a penny of gifts. I guarantee that my niece will eat well and drink well in the kindergarten. One size fits all. Say no. In the end, Lu Zhangyang couldn't argue with him, so he didn't say anything. Lu, old brother, since you did not talk to you last time with the investment of crude oil gold, my intestines are repenting. The last time I drank too much, and my wife mentioned a mouth, scolded me enough, almost did not kick me out of the house. If you have any more ways to make money, make sure you bring my old brother along this time. After 3 rounds of wine, food over 5 flavors, Li Wenxiang picked up a bowl of Mao Tai, toasted Lu Zhangyang, without saying a word, directly head dry. In the beginning he followed Lu Zhangyang pouring hairy crabs, looking to earn a 3 to 4 million. Li Wenxiang also felt that his life highlight is about to come. During that time he watched the crabs grow day by day and couldn't wait to sleep with them every day. But the back because of the hairy crabs and missed the opportunity to follow Lu Zhangyang to get rich. So angry that he directly carried a bag of not yet grown crabs home red hot. Damn! Lu Zhangyang is now worth $100 million. He didn't have as much money as he did in the beginning, but now his own fortune was a drop in the bucket for others. This feeling of missing out on $100 million makes Li Wenxiang feel miserable, which also makes him firm in following Lu Zhangyang's confidence. No, not too long ago, directly sold all the hairy crabs in a package. Even though it won't be long before the hairy crabs hit the market, he's about to make even more money. But he doesn't care. He just wants to follow behind Lu Zhangyang and do it, even if he eats farts. You listen to me this time? Lu Zhangyang asked as the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Elder brother Lu, this time I will never go west when you say east. Whatever you say is what you say. Even if you now tell me to take my money to the grave and burn it, I will listen to you. Hearing that Lu Zhangyang seemed to have another idea, Li Wenxiang immediately stood up from the table in excitement. This time say anything to follow him, not even if the King of Heaven comes to stop them. Not to mention Li Wenxiang, Zhao Jiming and Zhou Jianhua similarly eyes glittering, looking at Lu Zhengyang, wanting to see what he now has a good idea to make money. Brother Zhao, I don't know if you know anything about the land in the south of the city? Lu Zhengyang turned his words toward Zhao Jiming and asked, the land in the south of the city? In the early years when real estate was booming, the city sold all the land it could, and just the land south of the city never sold well enough. The economy over there is pretty average, and it's adjacent to a rural county, so there's basically nothing to invest in. If you want to say other things, Zhao Jiming may not understand, but in this Beihai city real estate things, Zhao Jiming that is clear. He even has a cooperative engineering team under his hand. After all, that's how he used to make a lot of money in the past. So what if it's not going to be long before this county has to be transferred to North Haven? At Zhao Jiming's certainty, Lu Zhengyang's mouth curled slightly and said with some playfulness, Zone to the North Sea? Where did you hear that from? The moment these words came out, Zhao's entire body was bad. Although he didn't work for the government himself, he was much better informed than the average person, or even the average public official. After all, he had a real brother who was a big leader, with news this big. If it was true, there was no way he wouldn't know about it. That's none of your business. If this county is assigned to the North Sea, and the subway is passed by the way, do you think this land in the south of the city will still be worthless? Lu Zhenyang smiled and said again, although it is true that the development of real estate has slowed down a lot in the past 2 years, but now it is still a pillar industry in the country, the profits of which naturally do not need to think much. If the county below the southern part of the city is really going to be assigned to the North Sea, then this is going to be a huge profit. In this current situation, the land in the south of the city belongs to the state of the dog. If you get into the best lot at this time, then the back will not make a lot of money? Associating it with what was behind him, Zhao instantly became agitated. However, such a big thing, even the official side did not have the slightest wind. Lu Zhengyang, what makes Lu Zhengyang think that there will be such a big policy? Chapter 52, the house is in hand. Zhang Yang, if this matter is true, then the land and property prices over in the south of the city will undoubtedly skyrocket. But I've never heard of this. After calming down, Zhao couldn't help but be a little worried about the authenticity of this matter. To be honest, real estate development to this point today has been considered the end of the line, although the first-tier city prices are still strong. But the second, third and fourth line of the house has been very difficult to have space to rise, not to mention the others. How many of those bull realtors went bankrupt in the last few years just to know? But even so, housing prices are still strong. There are still a lot of people do not realize this, and still lift the whole family to buy a home or not a few. How long this will continue is unknown, but at least it's not now. So it's not impossible to do it on top of real estate if you have a good project. If this news was known to you, would it be your turn to earn this money? Lu Zhengyang skimmed his mouth. Revenue from land sales is an important source of local finances. Before earning a lot of money, and now all of a sudden dropped so much, no matter for whom it is a bit unacceptable. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Since the market is in the doldrums, let's stimulate the market. Wait until you can't stimulate the market with this. At least it's worked so far. Hearing these baseless words, Zhao fell silent. If anything else, he was perhaps truly ignorant, but this aspect he knew. 7 or 8 years ago, the circle of who was not meeting to say where to go up, hurry to invest in a few sets, late will not be able to buy and so on. But now, people in my circle move around and ask me where I have a house. Do you want it or not or something? Anyone with eyes can see that the industry isn't that appetizing anymore. Under these circumstances still have to go to be the front runner to auction the land, which more or less let Zhao Jiming heart is not sure. Originally sworn, must follow Lu Zhengyang on the mountain of swords under the sea of fiery Wenxiang at this time and some confused. Although he mixes in the wholesale market every day, he knows a little bit about the house. And nowadays when there is a little bit of money, it seems that they don't put the money on top of the house. They would rather take it out to do other things. Even he himself has a house listed for sale in the agency, and it's been listed for half a year, and basically no one has come to ask about it. However, he is not very short of money and is not waiting for it in his hand, so he is listing it a little on the high side. But even if it's on the high side, if the market is booming, it's not like there's not even anyone to ask. So how do you plan to operate? Zhao Jiming followed Lu Zhengyang and made so much money. He really trusted him and was grateful in his heart. As long as the risk was not too great, he was still willing to follow Lu Zhengyang to continue the madness. But if you are going to shake up your old roots, then you need to think long and hard about it. My idea is of course left hand in, right hand out. It's hard for me to develop my own properties to sell. Next Lu Zhengyang spoke out his thoughts. According to the wealth of information above the display, South of the city and the county junction has a pretty big lake. It won't be long before the officials will announce the annexation of the county into the city declaration, and the back will be planning to pass through 2 subway and a viaduct over. In this way, the price of a piece of land by the lake has risen exponentially because of its location and unique environment. What Lu Zhangyang wants to do is to buy this piece of land at a low price before this statement has been released, and then turn around and sell it when the news comes out. As for which ingrate takes over in the back, that's out of one's hands. Of course, it is also possible that the real estate developer who takes over the land will rise from the dead and make a lot of money. And in any case, it is difficult for anyone to predict what will happen in the following years, but at least for the moment, it's plainly profitable. And shoot the land to go through the relationship such things. It is necessary to Zhao Zhiming to go out to solve the problem. After all, his relationship is there, and he has done such things. It is also considered to be a lightweight. Lu Zhangyang's ambition is not big. The auction of that piece of land 50 acres in size, according to the current price of $150 million, Turn can sell more than 400 million. Of course, this is also Lu Zhangyang doesn't have that much money on hand. And there's also the problem that if the cake is eaten by him alone, then what he eats might not be a cake, but instead, it's likely to turn into a mine. One should not be too greedy. It is enough to earn your share of the limited benefits. According to the current land auction, there is about a week left to maneuver, so let Zhao be the hard laborer this time. After all, he's not short on money. After dinner with them, Lu Zhangyang returned to the rental house alone. Shen Mubing lived comfortably in her mom's house during this time, so she didn't return to the rental house. It was good that she hadn't come back, so she wouldn't have to sleep on the couch herself. After taking a shower, Lu Zhangyang comfortably lay on Shen Mubing's bed. The faint fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose. This feeling was very comfortable. Early the next morning, Zhang Xia's phone called. Lu Zhangyang had a simple breakfast and drove to her agency. Boss Lu, congratulations, congratulations, the house thing is finally done. This is your real estate license. Keep it. Zhang Xia handed over a transparent bag with both hands, which contained a red house book and some other documents and a key. Thanks. Receiving the room book, Lu Zhangyang's heart immediately rose with a different feeling. One finally had a place to stay in the city once again. Thinking back to a few years ago, Mom and Dad emptied out their old pockets and helped themselves to an ordinary commercial house in Beihai City. And at that time, they were also very happy, and they could not notice the kind of despondency on their faces at all. In retrospect, it's a bit uncharacteristic. That's money that Mom and Dad have been saving all their lives. Lu Zhangyang did not know how Mom and Dad felt at that time. Sadness is definitely there, but there should also be a little bit of happy emotions. After all, the most obedient and promising son in their eyes landed in the big city. Unfortunately, this son, whom they had given high hopes to, not only disobeyed them, but even mortgaged and sold the house they had saved up their whole life to buy because of gambling. Looking back now, Lu Zhangyang didn't even know what kind of mentality his mom and dad had at that time. Accepting this fact, thanks to their own parents at that time good health, did not gas out a good or bad, or Lu Zhangyang now even if he earned $1 trillion. It is estimated that he will have to live with guilt for the rest of his life. And then there's Shen Mubing. When the financial company came to the door to collect the house, the way Shen Mubing cried when she was swept away holding Cece was like a thorn in his heart forever. And I'm afraid he can't forget it in this lifetime. Don't want to. Lu Zhangyang silently reminded himself in his heart. Because every time he thought of that image, Lu Zhangyang felt his whole body was dry, and that feeling of groundlessness gave him nowhere to hide. It's as if you are a tenfold, unforgivable sinner. It wasn't actually as if, in that moment, he was indeed a sinner. Chapter 53, This is awkward. Boss Lu? Seeing Lu Zhangyang's eyes closed and his face a bit off, Zhang Xia shouted in confusion and thought if he was sick and uncomfortable. Oh, it's fine. Returning to reality, Lu Zhangyang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead without realizing it. Luckily, my parents are still alive now, and my wife and kids are with me, all in good time. As for the pain and scars that he had given them, he would take his time to heal them in his own life. Leaving Zhang Xia's agency, Lu Zhangyang drove to the newly bought villa. After going to the property company and registering his information, Lu Zhangyang parked his car in his exclusive garage. I have to say that the original landlord who bought and invested in this place was really discerning. Not only is the villa in a great location, but the house is equally well styled. Sitting in the north-south, light is very good. There is a large balcony on the second floor. In the future, if you sunbathe in the clothes and quilts and so on is simply perfect. Especially for someone like Shen Mubing who had to wash the quilt every other day. Speaking of the matter of washing the quilt, Lu Zhangyang had even lost his temper with her before. Because I used to live in the commercial housing on a small balcony in front of the living room is slightly good to dry a little clothes, sheets and covers and what is big. Wash a trip directly to the original not big balcony blocked tightly. A little light cannot shine in. And Shin Moving's small body and not much strength. The sun is very strenuous. Often to Lu Zhangyang to help Sun. At that time, Lu Zhangyang, and because of the debt thing annoying a batch, can give her a good face is strange. In retrospect, what a blessing it took to marry a woman who was willing to sew and wash at home. When he saw a few small unknown flowers growing in the corner of the villa's front yard, Lu Zhangyang's heart suddenly sprouted a very vulgar idea. Hello, is this the flower store? Lu Zhangyang casually found a florist from the top of the manhwa and dialed the phone. Yes boss, may I ask if you are ordering flowers? The one who answered the phone was a female. Her voice sounded good, a bit of intellectual gentleness. Yes, I want to order flowers. May I ask which style of flowers you would like to order? We support delivery within 5 kilometers of delivery. A lot. Gone. Shin Moving shut down the computer, greeted towards the colleague next to her, picked up her bag and headed out. What's the situation? This Shin Moving seems to be in a good mood lately. Oh, I told you she's got big money on her side. Even a small car. Humph. Demonic bitch. During this recent period of time, some of the old women in the company saw that Shin Moving's state was starting to get better with the naked eye, and she also drove a new car, and each one of them was jealous. Coupled with the fact that they saw Shin Moving get into a luxury car last time, they were even more certain that she was 100% in the hands of big money. Shit. Looking at Shin Moving's shapely back and hearing the whispers from those outside, Huang Zhibwa said in a spiteful tone. Last time he wanted to use $20,000 to invite Shin Moving to dinner. She did not want it, and he thought she was a chaste woman. I didn't expect to turn around and find a big moneymaker. Listening to the person next to her, she seemed to have plans to resign, which made Huang Zhibwa even more angry. No, we must find a chance to sleep with her. Otherwise I can't swallow this breath even if I die. Don't become someone else's food for the prey you are aiming at. Which makes Huang Zhibwa, who has always had a sense of superiority, very unhappy. There aren't really many things that can sway a man in this world, but the color thing definitely counts as one, and a pretty important one at that. Otherwise, there wouldn't be that saying, it's not easy to die under the peony flower and be a ghost. Huang Zhibwa now has a little money and leisure, plus Shin Moving is good looking, and the character shown is on the cowardly side. This makes Huang Zhibwa's colorful courage is getting bigger and bigger, and a plan is quietly taking shape in his mind. But these Shin Moving naturally did not know. In the evening, Shin Moving knocked on the door and found that Lu Zhangyang was standing at the door to greet himself, and also reached out to take the satchel on his shoulder, and said gently, "Back? When did you get so good at kissing ass?" Shin Moving skimmed her mouth, somewhat uncomfortable with this kind of behavior from him, but she didn't reject him, but allowed him to take the bag over, while she herself bent down to change her shoes. "If you like it, I'll often kiss your ass in the future," Lu Zhangyang said rascally. Poof. Hearing this, Shin Moving didn't feel disgusted. Instead, she hummed arrogantly and directly bypassed him to hug Shishi. "Did you listen to Grandma today? I'm obedient. If you don't believe me, go ask Grandma," Cece said perfunctorily while watching the cartoon. "You're not going to watch TV all day, are you?" "No, I even went out with Grandma to buy groceries in the morning." Hearing this, it was as if Cece was greatly aggrieved. Her voices were much louder. This little girl can't do it anymore. After Grandma and Grandpa were spoiled a little temper. "Soon I'm going to send you to kindergarten and I'll see how you can watch TV." "I don't want to go to kindergarten. I want to stay with Grandma and Grandpa. By the way, I've already found a school for Hoshi for kindergarten." Lu Zhangyang finished putting his satchel and said as he sat on the sofa, "Which kindergarten are you going to put her in?" "It's that what's her name bilingual art kindergarten," Lu Zhangyang said indifferently. "Ha, I thought that school was hard to get into? Did you spend a lot of money?" "It's not really necessary. It's just kindergarten. You can just go to a normal one." Shin Moving didn't know much about the kindergarten during this time, and she knew very well what level this kindergarten was. She didn't want Lu Zhangyang to spend all that wasted money, although she didn't know what he was doing now. But money didn't come from the wind. It didn't cost anything. It was just a friend who made some connections. Oh, okay. Since she had said so, Shin Moving couldn't continue to say anything, but from the looks of the last one, he does seem to be mixing it up better. "I made a purchase today that I would like to share with you, and I was wondering if you would like to reward me for it." After dinner, when the family was walking downstairs, Lu Zhangyang walked to Shin Moving and said, "What the hell? The stuff isn't here. It's in another place." "Not going." Shin Moving walked forward without saying a word. "You just take pity on me." Lu Zhangyang chased after her and pestered her, saying, "Lu Zhangyang, today tired day to set up a good scene. If she does not go, that is not in vain. How about this before you are willing to go?" Seeing Shin Moving ignoring herself, Lu Zhangyang stopped her way and asked, "You tell me what it is first." To be honest, Shen Mubing do not know have not received Lu Zhengyang sent things by him, so really produced a little sense of anticipation. You won't know if you go. Let's go, let's go. It's quick. Lu Zhengyang took Shen Mubing's hand with his upper hand and was about to walk in the direction of the car. Let me talk to Cici and Mom and Dad. Shen Mubing dodged, but knew that she couldn't argue with him. Mom and Dad. Cici, I'll go out for a bit with Zhengyang, and I'll be right back. No, where are you going? I want to go too. Hearing that Mom and Dad were going to the same place, Cici, the little wit, thought it was something good, and hurriedly pampered herself to follow. Okay, we'll go together. Originally, Lu Zhengyang only wanted to bring Shen Mubing alone, but now Cici insisted on following. So bring it. Let's bring Grandma and Grandpa over again. Okay? Cici knew that Grandma and Grandpa spoiled themselves, and if they went looking for food, with Grandma and Grandpa around, there would be no shortage of food for them. TSK. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyang was about to reject it in a hurry. Alright, go and call Grandma and Grandpa over. Which thought? Shen Mubing didn't even give him a chance to refuse and said directly. Chapter 54, Lu Zhengyang's Romance. Where are you going at night? Wang Guizhi was a bit puzzled as she was shouted over by Shishi. Mommy and Daddy are going to a nice place. Come with us. Hoshi took her grandma's hand and said in a pouty tone. Good place? What good place to go at this time? Shen Zhengwo asked towards Lu Zhengyang and Shen Mubing. If you want to go, hurry up and go. Don't make it too late. Without waiting for Lu Zhengyang to speak, Shen Zhengwo muttered. Let's go. Seeing Lu Zhengyang's somewhat embarrassed appearance, the corners of Shen Mubing's mouth rose slightly as she followed and urged. Humph. Still want to play some kind of surprise with me, right? I would like to see what kind of tricks you have. Shen Mubing muttered silently in her heart. Okay. It couldn't be helped. Since they were all called over, Lu Zhengyang couldn't open his mouth and tell them to go back. Sooner or later they will know anyway. Greeting them and getting into the car, Lu Zhengyang directly drove them towards the villa. It's not far to travel. Only 30 to 40 minutes by car. Where is this place? When the car passed through the security personnel's inspection, Shen finally lost his composure. Because the villa area at that time, in order to look a little bit of class, the doorplate made very atmospheric good looking. Just like the ancient palace gate is grand and magnificent. This made Shen Zhengwo and the others, who had been honest all their lives and had never been to a high-class place, unable to help but feel a little weak. This is the villa area. I bought a house here. Lu Zhengyang answered truthfully. What? You bought a villa here? Seeing the elegant environment of the villa area, Wang Guizhi's voice instantly raised several degrees. Although she didn't know exactly how much a villa would cost, it must be expensive. Villa, what's the concept? Wang Guizhi and Shen Zhengwo hadn't even thought about things concerning the villa before, because it doesn't mean much to the average citizen. Maybe the rural people's concept of villa is expensive. As for the other, rather did not feel anything, because in the countryside, almost everyone has a single house. It's just not as well located geographically as the city. But for the average city dweller who has little money and has lived in a pigeonhole all his life, villas are a rarity. You don't have to spend all day figuring out how to organize your home with too much stuff to fit in it, and you won't be kept awake by noises from upstairs. You also don't have to worry about your downstairs neighbors being affected when you have guests in your home or children bouncing around. There's also light, and drying clothes and quilts and stuff. Best of all, the villa comes with a yard, which is perfect for some people who like to raise flowers and grow vegetables. Aha! For Wang Guizhi's excitement, Lu Zhengyang did not explain too much. The vehicle drove into the courtyard of the villa, and a beautiful set of villas appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Boy, this house must cost a lot of money. Compared to Shen Zhengwo's forced composure, Wang Guizhi's emotions did not carry any concealment. Not bad, within the acceptable range, Lu Zhengyang said while leading them towards the house. Daddy, is this our new home? Cici looked around very curiously and could tell she was quite happy too. When the lights turned on, a house full of flowers piled up all over the living room. Wow! Before Shen Mubing could open her mouth, Wang Guizhi was shocked and let out a wow. Lu Zhengyang, on the other hand, was awkwardly picking his toes furiously. He originally wanted to leave this surprise to Shen Mubing alone, and now that this image appeared even in front of his in-laws, it was indeed a bit awkward. In fact, Lu Zhengyang did not think to make it so exaggerated at the beginning, but when he thought of his own seems to have not sent Shen Mubing flowers for a long time, he thought to take advantage of this opportunity to make up for the flowers thing at once. You have to say romantic or not romantic, Lu Zhengyang do not know. Anyway, girls like flowers, this should not be wrong. Since the girls don't resent it, and since you have a little money on hand, build it. Money should die right anyway. Looking at the bright house filled with flowers, Shen Mubing froze for a moment. I have to say, The visual effect of a house full of flowers looks really explosive. A red rose looks so delicate and pretty. He must have spent a lot of money buying so many flowers. This was the first sentence that appeared in Shin Mubing's head. With so many flowers, he should have arranged them with care for a long time, right? And this house. I think it's the same house that someone asked me to look at 2 days ago, right? At the thought of the Shin Mubing's somewhat dull eyes slowly turned to Lu Zhengyang's face. In fact, he placed a fart. He is only a bit of money. As for what flowers placed here, how to arrange, with what shape, all is the flower store owner coordinated design arrangements. But Shin Mubing does not know. She only knows that Lu Zhengyang is very attached to himself at this moment. Cheesy is cheesy. If you don't like it, I won't get it next time. Shin Mubing's dumbfounded expression in the light made Lu Zhengyang mistakenly think that she was high and cold and felt childish, which instantly made him feel a little stupid. Yeah, we're an old married couple. What's the point of all this? To be honest, when he first bought these flowers, Lu Zhengyang was completely in his head, and now it does seem a bit childish and embarrassing. After all, what guy likes things like roses? But what he didn't know was that his actions had created a warm current in Shin Mubing's broken heart, warming her heart. If Shin Mubing held Cece in her arms in the beginning and was driven out of the new house by the debt collectors, it was a thorn in Lu Zhengyang's heart that he could not forget in his life. That Lu Zhengyang previously domestic violence Shin Mubing, let her feel the fear of life and death. The same as also her heart cannot pass. But tonight just this action of Lu Zhengyang, at least let Shin Mubing in crossing this hurdle. Footsteps raised a lot. Wow, it's so beautiful. Cece cried out in a very exaggerated manner when she saw so many flowers. Daddy, did you make all these flowers? Where does she know those things between mom and dad? Only to see her two hands grasping Lu Zhengyang's wrist constantly shaking, wanting to know the answer to this. Well, do you like it? Of course I like it. It's too pretty. With that, she ran to the flowers, wanting to pick one up with her hands to see if they were real or fake, and to smell if they smelled good. Don't move. Just as she just wanted to reach out, Shin Mubing hurriedly followed up from behind and couldn't help but shout. This scene, Shin Mubing wanted to see more of it in its original form. She wanted to keep this scene in her head forever, to savor it in the days to come. After all, this was a romance that Lu Zhengyang, that pig-headed man, had managed to give himself, and he couldn't just waste it. I didn't expect you kid to have this hand. It's okay. Seeing his daughter's so caring appearance, Shin Jiangwo passed a look over to Lu Zhengyang. Humph, you're still talking about him? You also don't look at what kind of virtue you are. I don't know if Wang Guizhi was envious or sour in her heart. She directly gave him a blank stare. Chapter 55. Huang Ziwei has swung his hand. This house is great. It's big. It has lots of rooms. I don't know how much better it is than where we live. Shin Jiangwo visited the upstairs and downstairs and said with considerable satisfaction. That's easy. There's plenty of room here anyway, so why don't you and mom just move in here? Lu Zhengyang followed behind and took the opportunity to speak. He wasn't being polite. After all, if there were two old people at home, it would be good for Hoshi to take a little bit with her, and no matter what time he came home, he would have a mouthful of hot food to eat. And the villa is really big. 2 or 3 people live up a little empty. More people to be a lot more lively. The most important point is that the parents-in-law are quite good in the world. Not difficult to talk to people. Otherwise it is the house again. Lu Zhengyang would rather buy another set of villas will not live with them. That won't do. This is your young couple's home. What's it like for the two of us to run over and stay here? Shin Jiangwo immediately refused. What's wrong with that? Hoshi likes you guys too. And if you guys don't come to live here, the front and backyards will be deserted. And that would be a bit of a shame. Anyway, I'll prepare the room for you too, so you can come whenever you want, Lu Zhengyang said while showing them around. Although Shin Mubing didn't say anything, it was inevitable that she was happy to see such a large villa, especially when she saw that there was also an exclusive check room, as well as a very luxurious bathroom. She was even more tickled, and she couldn't help but look forward to the days of living here. The house is just about ready to be furnished with furniture and appliances and stuff, so as soon as those are purchased, you can just live in it. So, I'll leave this task to you. Lu Zhengyang turned towards Shin Mubing and said, now that she bought the house herself, let her furnish it and all that, and live in a house she furnished herself, so that the happiness can be raised a little more. Just buy it yourself. Shin Mubing once again talked tough. At this statement, Lu Zhengyang just smiled without saying anything. It's a good solution to deal with her situation. When the time comes to hire an interior design talent over yourself is just that. Just say you've topped up $1 million in home improvement directly in someone else's company, and you can't get a refund. I'll let someone else pester you and I'll see if you still buy it. Cece, when the time comes, Daddy will help you get a princess room. Okay. Yeah. The group visited for over an hour before moving back. Boss, I've recently recruited 6 more people into the company, and now our game production progress is moving at the expected rate. You said last time that you wanted to develop a game platform on your own. I've already contacted the production team, and I'm already working on it now. This is our latest game demo. If you have time you can play it and see if there are any good improvements to the game. We are now. Ever since Lu Zhangyang left the Deep City, Zhang Dongxiu had been reporting on the situation as well as the progress on the game company's side, although Lu Zhangyang basically seldom returned to him. The reason why Lu Zhangyang had entered the game industry before was because the game industry was just too lucrative. Let's not talk about anything else. Just one skin inside the Goose Factory game can be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you think it's profitable? Although he made a lot of money speculating with Zhao Zhiming and the others. But in the end, this kind of thing is ultimately unstable. But it's not the same with game companies, proper companies that are relatively stable. And that's enough. So when a pop-up game appeared under his own hands, Lu Zhangyang wasn't willing to earn money from just this one game. He thought about earning money from every game in the future. He asked Zhang Dongxiu to contact a software company and design a game platform of his own. As long as you can make the game platform up, the money is not money that need not be said? Of course, in terms of the current internet environment, it's already amazing to be able to make a hit game out of it, let alone create a gaming platform. But since Lu Zhangyang chose to be a platform, he certainly has his own way. In the face of Zhang Dongxiu's report, Lu Zhangyang made some instructions and fed him some chicken soup from time to time, playing chicken blood and drawing big cakes. Money. Still need money. When he thought of the business empire he was going to build behind him, Lu Zhangyang immediately felt that he was poor. A week later. Congratulations to Mr. Zhao for taking the land he wanted. Congratulations. When are we all going to have dinner together? Zhao walked out of the land auction bureau, and many people greeted him. Although he was smiling on the surface, he was still laughing at him in his heart. Just the piece of land he bought. The bird does not pull. There is not a bit of commercial value. Otherwise it is not possible to be bought by him so cheaply. Crap. You know what? I've been made to look like a fool today. As soon as he got on the car, Zhao Zhiming threw a bag of documents to Lu Zhangyang as soon as he got on the car, and said without a good mood, everyone buys downtown, or else a plot of land in a popular suburb. Where is the one like him who actually buys barren land in the south of the city? A fool? What's wrong with being a fool if there's money to be made? Lu Zhangyang looked at the document and after seeing that he had already bought the land, he was relieved and put the document back in. Zhangyang, I looked at the land auction information today. Are you really sure that the city will incorporate the county into the city? If this policy doesn't exist, we'll be in the red. Although he had bought the land, he always felt unsure in his heart. The price of this auction is 150 million. Lu Zhangyang shelled out 80 million. The rest is Zhao Zhiming's own money. Li Wenqian's 5 million is just a sprinkle. Why are you obsessing about this stuff when you've bought the land? Just wait. In less than 3 days the news will be released. Lu Zhangyang smiled and said, in fact, like this operation, the country has been a lot of cities like this operation, but as long as the policy has not come down a day, no one dares that they're real money to bet. Alright, you're the only one in the world I can trust that much. Lu Zhangyang is right. The land has been bought. They are worried about what is the use of awe. With that, the two of them drove towards Zhao Zhiming's company. Shin, come to the office. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Huang Zhibua sent a private message to Shin Mubing. Manager, you wanted to see me? Yes, because of your excellent work, the company has appointed you team leader, and your salary is going up by 1,000 on top of what it was. Huang Zhibua revealed a smile that he thought was very affable out. We'll see about the group leader. I want to do my job first. Shin Mubing didn't agree in the first place because she was ready to resign when she finished handling a few projects on her hands. Hearing this, Huang Zhibua's eyes narrowed as he knew that Shin Mubing might be resigning soon, so it seemed like he had to speed up his actions a bit. Alright, then this matter will wait until you're done with all the projects at hand. Huang Zhibua paused for a moment. Your child was sent to your parents by you, right? Right. Although Shin Mubing was a bit puzzled about this question, she still nodded. Then today's company group building you cannot find another reason not to go otherwise you are also too much. Huang Zhibua smoothly stated the purpose. Chapter 56, Successful Drugging. At everyone reunion tonight, everyone's going to go and have a meeting on the side. After Shin Mubing left the office, Huang Zhibua sent a message directly to the group. What's the deal? What's with the company reunion? And talk about a meeting? I'm really convinced that this is still a reunion? Ouch. It's good to have food. Just let him have a meeting. A lot of people in the company gossiped when this news came out. Originally, the company seldom group building, and now suddenly group building. It is not easy to take advantage of the company. They are very satisfied. As for Shin Mubing originally did not want to go, But was Huang Zhibo first set of words, if you say no again, then a little too much. It's okay, he is now placed on mom and dad's side anyway, and the reunion is just a dinner thing. Thinking of this, Shen Mubing continued to bury her head and started working. Brother, you're okay with this medicine, right? I'm going to do it today. After sending the notification, Huang Zhibo asked towards an Edison again. This person was someone he added to a WeChat group. His group was originally a color group with a mixed bag of people who often shared nasty things. Huang Zhibo is considered an old man in the group. Brother, don't worry about it. I just need to take a little bit of this medicine. I guarantee that you will sleep like a dead pig, and you won't have any memory at all. But when you put down the drug, estimate the amount. Put a nail cap is almost enough. This drug, if you take too much or a little after effects, don't be exposed at that time instead. Okay bro, if this works, I'll give you another bonus. Huang Zhibo said and took out a white pill bottle from the drawer. Inside the bottle was a white powdered drug. He was now thinking about how he could put the medicine into Shen Mubing's cup unknowingly. Don't think that the kind of thing Huang Zhibo did may seem like it's a bit unrealistic, but this kind of thing abounds in real life. It's just that a lot of people don't know about it. As the saying goes, as long as the mind does not slip, there are always more difficulties than ways. Regardless of whether something is right or wrong for a moment, when a person has a concrete idea and is willing to put it into action, there is basically nothing that can't be done. As long as it's not particularly outrageous, time rushes by, and before you know it, it's time to get off work. Huang Zhibo was afraid that Shen Mubing would run away, and greeted everyone when he was about to get off work to go to the hotel that had been booked for dinner. Have a free meal. This group of women's mood is naturally very good, chattering towards the company's nearby restaurants. What are you going back for? We're all having dinner tonight. In Zhao Jiming's company, Lu Zhengyang looked at the time and said that he was going back. Zhao Jiming pulled him and said that he would introduce a few bullish characters to him later. Forget it, it's enough to know you in this North Sea city. Knowing more people is rather a trouble. Lu Zhengyang waved his hand and was about to excuse himself. Those people that Zhao Jiming said, Lu Zhengyang had contacted quite a few before following him. How can I say this? We are not young people anymore and have limited energy. Besides, which one who can get to this level is not a human being? It's really tiring to communicate with them, and even when we eat together, it's just no alcohol and not much fun. If something does come up, it's just a matter of being able to find a connection. Ha ha, your kid is quite penetrating. Hearing this, Zhao Jiming instantly laughed. I have to say, he still loved that line. Indeed, there was no problem that he couldn't solve in this North Sea city. Leaving Zhao Jiming's company, Lu Zhengyang drove to his mother-in-law's home. Yesterday he obviously felt Shen Mubing's attitude towards himself improved a lot. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to get to the next level, because she was in a hurry to get back from work. By the time she waited, Wang Guizhi had already cooked almost all the dishes. Why isn't this girl back yet? The dishes were all served. Wang Guizhi looked at the time. Normally Shen Mubing would have been back long ago. Forget it, let's not wait for her. Let's eat first. Shen Jiangwo looked at the table full of dishes and greeted Lu Zhengyang. Let me make a call and see when she arrives. Saying that, Lu Zhengyang made a call over to Shen Mubing. Hey, are you back yet? No, the company's temporary reunion can't be put off. You guys eat first. I'll go back after I eat. Okay, then you don't drink. Don't worry, I'll eat casually and go home. Receiving Lu Zhengyang's call, the corner of Shen Mubing's mouth rose slightly. In the past, Lu Zhengyang didn't care if he was dead or alive outside. Now that he called just because he didn't come home on time, it seems that he cares more and more about himself. Some of you may think it's just a phone call. What can it mean? Of course, this is for men. Often call will only feel very annoying. Will feel that the woman grating, but for girls, often call that represents that you have her in mind. This premise is that the girl heart also have you. Otherwise don't do lick the dog. Everyone is annoying. The company has been doing well lately, so everyone has been working hard. In one of the hotel's private rooms, Huang Zhibo raised his wine glass, showing off a manager's faction to the fullest. The crowd followed suit and raised their glasses at his greeting. Drink if you can, drink if you can't. After some scene stealing, these women started eating and chatting amongst themselves. The difference between male and female dinner is here. Men generally like to brag and talk about things at the table. Women are clunking wildly eat. Wine have not even drunk 2 cups of it. With a hand to support the stomach to say that eat full. Right now, Huang Zhibo naturally cannot let Shen Mubing go like this, or else all of this will be for nothing. So he twirled the ring he wore on the middle finger of his left hand and began to make toasts one by one. The ring he wore on his middle finger was bought along with the ecstasy, specifically for drugging. The ring holds the amount of medicine for one person inside, and the powder spills out when you gently break the catch on top before using it. Don't tell me, It's pretty nifty stuff. It cost him $500. When a man is a spermatozoa, not to mention $500 apiece, even $5,000 apiece, there are a lot of grudges who are willing to spend that money. In order to drug undetectable, Huang Jibo helped them get drinks or orange and coconut milk, because this kind of drink is opaque. Even if the drug powder sprinkled down cannot see anything. Damn. I have to say, this cub seed Huang Jibo is quite thoughtful in this regard. For all this, Shen Mubing knew nothing. She quietly ate the dishes in front of her, thinking that she would go back early after she was full. Little Li, it's been a long time of hard work. You have to keep up the good work. Huang Jibo picked up Sister Li's cup. I'm a person who likes to drink, but you guys are women who are not convenient to drink. But it's okay to drink a drink and let me pour it, right? Mr. Huang has said so. What can I say? Just pour, no matter how much Mr. Huang pours today I'll drink. Then I'll be polite. When the crowd saw Huang Jibo come to this, they were a bit strange, but they didn't say anything. After all, he was pouring a drink, not real alcohol. Little Shun, come, I'll pour you a drink. Finally, it was Shen Mubing's turn. Chapter 57. Without waiting for Shen Mubing to react, Huang Zhongbo enthusiastically picked up Shen Mubing's cup and used the edge of the cup to press down the clasp on the ring as he poured the drink. The powder from the ring poured down, mixing with the coconut milk and disappearing without a trace. Xiao Shun, this period of time work well. Good cheer. The company will not treat you poorly. Seeing that the medicinal powder was successfully put in, Huang Jibo handed it to Shen Mubing with some excitement. I'll drink first. Afraid that Shen Mubing wouldn't drink, he finished off the wine in his own cup before Shen Mubing could take over his own cup. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Shen Mubing took the cup and frowned slightly when she saw that the drink was poured full, but she still drank it in one gulp. Good. With that, Huang Jibo walked towards the next person again. A large cup of drink went down, making Shen Mubing, who originally had a small appetite, feel a bit propped up all of a sudden. In fact, she had never been much of a fan of eating food from outside restaurants. She preferred to eat food she made herself at home, which was clean and hygienic. By the time Huang Jibo finished his round of toasts, 4 or 5 minutes had passed, at which point Shen Mubing suddenly felt like she was in a bit of a trance. Hey, okay, I'm coming over now. Huang Jibo knew that the medicine would only take about 10 minutes to kick in, and when he saw Shen Mubing sitting there without moving, he knew that she was already a little uncomfortable, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and pretended to make a call. I'm really sorry. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. I've already paid for this meal, so you guys just eat. Saying that, Huang Jibo started to pack up his things to leave. Gee, what a bummer. Take care, Mr. Huang. Leaders want to go. This group of people set on the mouth to stay, but the heart has long been happy. I'll leave first. You guys eat slowly. As soon as Huang Jibo left, Shen Mubing immediately picked up her satchel to leave as well. She was a little disoriented by now, and she wanted to get out of here and go home as soon as possible. When she had just stepped out of the restaurant door, she saw Huang Jibo right in front of the door. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Seeing Shen Mubing, Huang Jibo hurriedly went forward and was about to assist Shen Mubing. What are you doing? Don't you come over. Shen Mubing took 2 steps back, using her hand to block him from coming closer to her. But at this time, the medicine had already kicked in, and Shen Mubing's footsteps were already a bit weak, stumbling as if she would fall at any time. A great sense of crisis made Shen Mubing want to take out her cell phone from her bag to make a call. Are you okay? Come here. I'll send you home. At this time Huang Jibo still cared so much. His car was parked next to him. As long as she was dragged into his car, this matter was completed. The thought that he could finally get a great beauty like Shen Mubing made Huang Jibo excited just thinking about it. Help! Seeing Huang Jibo with a lewd smile on his face trying to forcefully hug himself, Shen Mubing didn't know where to get the strength to ask for help towards a young couple in a passing restaurant. What are you doing? We do not just quarrel or fight. Do you need to trouble others? Huang Jibo did not expect Shen Mubing to this time, but also so calm, scared out of cold sweat, and quickly went forward to want to drag. Save me, help me make a call, please. Shen Mubing's entire body was already very uncomfortable at this time. She forcefully opened her eyes and wanted to take out her cell phone to call Lu Zhangyang. At this point in time, the only thing that comes to her mind is Lu Zhangyang, and even the alarm is behind her. What are you doing? Don't come over yet. This young couple is not very old. Now is the time when the sense of justice is bursting. Plus the girlfriend is around. Next to this man immediately stood out. The girl hurriedly helped Shen Mubing take out her cell phone. Call Lu Zhengyang's phone. After saying that, Shen Mubing directly fainted. By the time Shen Mubing opened her eyes again, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Are you okay? Lu Zhengyang sat next to the hospital bed and asked with an anxious face. Seeing Lu Zhengyang by his side, Shen Mubing had tears in the corners of her eyes and wanted to jump directly into his arms, wanting to seek comfort. But just as she tried to get up, she realized that she didn't have any strength left in her body, and even her hand was now in a sling. The lab results came back, and your loved one is in a coma because of the benzodiazepines she took, and it has nothing to do with her physical condition. At that moment, a doctor in a white coat walked in with a lab sheet and said, "What kind of medicine is this? It's a kind of want that people eat and pass out. Your lover should have been drugged." As a doctor, he had seen this situation too many times. "You mean to say that the reason why my wife is unconscious is because she was drugged?" Hearing this, Lu Zhengyang was immediately shocked into a cold sweat. "I didn't realize that I could meet this kind of doggone drama myself." Shen Mubing was similarly pale with fear. "Honey, do you know who drugged you? It should be Huang Jibua. He had thoughts about me before." Shen Mubing now thought back. It should be the drink she drank, plus Huang Jibua's usual behavior of looking at himself. In all likelihood it was him. Huang Jibua, right? Okay, I got it. Saying that, Lu Zhengyang picked up his cell phone and made a call to Zhao Jiming. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Huang Jibua, who was in a hotel room with a beautiful woman, heard a sharp knock on the door. "Who? Waiter, a previous tenant in this room dropped something." "Dropping nifty stuff? Ha, get out of here." Today things did not succeed. Huang Jibua was already very upset, but also be annoyed by the waiter. This nymphette did not hit people as good. "Knock knock, open the door. We'll get our stuff and go." "Chow Nima. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock your mom." "Right. Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you?" Listening to the knocking outside, Huang Jibua cannot help it. Surrounded by a bath towel, Furious opened the door to the waiter outside to scold. As soon as the door opened, Huang Jibua saw Lu Zhengyang looking at himself with a gloomy face. This murderous eyes froze. Huang Jibua stared the first time, did not dare to speak. "Fuck you." At this time, Lu Zhengyang finally found a vent and directly kicked hard towards his crotch. This foot down, broken or not, Lu Zhengyang do not know. There will be able to play normal function. It will depend on the will of God. Originally started to make money, Lu Zhengyang also thought that he wanted to maintain a bit of the rich man's demeanor. But if you don't even do this kind of thing yourself, even if you make a lot of money, it's still a pile of waste paper. Ow. A miserable killing sound instantly rang out. Huang Jibua covered his crotch with both hands and lay on the ground wailing and rolling. In order to beat him for a while longer, Lu Zhengyang closed the door of the room with a bang, taking advantage of a person's illness. "You kids like to play dirty, don't you? I'll make it so you can't even think about playing in this life." At this moment, Lu Zhengyang vented all his anger on Huang Jibua. Chapter 58, News. Mercy, mercy, mercy. Huang Jibua was beaten by Lu Zhengyang punch after punch without the power to fight back, hands holding his head and keep conceding. "In the future, if you fucking dare to appear in front of Shen Mubing again, I'll kill you." Lu Zhengyang stood up from him, shaking his hand in the process. "Don't tell me, it feels pretty damn good to beat someone up." Lu Zhengyang punched his own fists, a little painful, but not yet relieved. "You are Shen Mubing's ex-husband?" After seeing Lu Zhengyang's face clearly, Huang Jibua instantly remembered that this kid had picked up Shen Mubing twice before. This time Huang Jibua was instantly furious. In his eyes, Lu Zhengyang is nothing more than a waste of money. Money, no power. Let's not say he and Shen Mubing are divorced. Even if they aren't, what can he do? He may not be able to get anyone else in this North Sea city, but it's still easy to get a foreign worker. But we can't irritate him now. When he's gone, I'll have to get you killed. Huang Jibua looked at Lu Zhengyang with a resentful face, thinking in his heart how to take revenge on him. "Hey, I'm done with my business. Now it's your turn to appear." Lu Zhengyang hung up the phone, turned around and walked out of the room. Before Huang Jibua could get up from the ground, a large group of police officers walked in. "Now you are suspected of attempted rape. Come with us." "What are you doing? It's impossible. You've got the wrong person." Seeing this scene, Huang Jibua finally panicked a bit, his hands swinging, about to struggle. "Let me make a phone call first. You guys got it wrong. Really wrong. Obstruction of official duties. Suspected of assaulting a police officer. Take him away directly." "Horse shit. I'm going to get him now." Inside the ward, when Xin Yuanliang understood what happened, on his violent temper where to stand this, immediately stood up from the chair, muttering to go to find Huang Jibua revenge. "Don't you go. Your brother-in-law has already gone." Shen Mubing understood this younger brother of his and was afraid that he would do something stupid out of it, and hurriedly advised, "What are you doing? Where are you going to find someone at this hour? Wait until Yu Zhengyang comes back. Don't you go. We can call the police." Seeing this, Shen Jiangmo and Wang Guizhi hurriedly pulled Xin Yuanliang to prevent him from leaving. "Ha, Waiting for him to fix it? What problem can he solve with that goon of his? Thinking of Lu Zhengyang's previous cowardly appearance, Xin Yuanliang did not believe that Lu Zhengyang had the ability to retaliate against Huang Jibua. Just then, Lu Zhengyang walked in with some fruits and other things in his hand. Lu Zhengyang, my sister was almost harmed by someone else. You still have the heart to buy these things. Are you still a fucking man? Seeing Lu Zhengyang's breezy appearance, Shen Yuanliang was furious. I've solved the matter. There's nothing to do now. Lu Zhengyang put the fruit by the bedside, picked up the water cup and was about to feed Shen moving a mouthful of water. Because the doctor said that if you drink more water in this situation, the detoxification will be faster. Things worked out? How did you work it out? In response, Shen Yuanliang was disbelieving. He didn't believe that Lu Zhengyang could have any means. I beat him up first, then sent him straight to the police. 6 or 7 years should be less. And I'm sure that when he comes out he'll be a skillful master tailor. In response to Shen Yuanliang's questioning, Lu Zhengyang said indifferently, 6 or 7 years? Seriously? How can he? Actually, what he's trying to say is, how can you be that good? Because in Shen Yuanliang's heart, the most he could do in this situation was to give Huang Jibua a hard beating. As for the rest, he really didn't have much of a solution. That's why he's angry, because a beating doesn't take away the anger, and it might even lead to him having to pay for his own detention as a result of the outburst. But for what he had done to his old sister, even if he had to pay for his detention, Shen Yuanliang was willing to accept it. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can go to the police station right now and verify it. It's a pity that it's a law and order society nowadays. The most we can do is to put him in jail for a few years. Scum like Huang Jibua, Lu Zhengyang hated to directly stab him to death. This performance of Lu Zhengyang made Shen family members feel his energy somewhat vaguely, but they didn't bother to ask detailed questions. It was good that the matter was resolved. A few days later, the news that Beihai City was going to be divided into counties and turned into a city gradually came down from the top. Many people, when they heard some of the rumors, took their families' bank cards and headed down to the counties to visit without saying a word. Now the news has not been fully released. When the ordinary people know the news, it is estimated to be a month or two later. By that time the yellow flowers are cold. Pick a good location to buy a house for a house and a storefront for a storefront before most people know the specifics. A lot of people can't afford to do big projects, and it's not their turn to do them, but small projects don't just come to them? Zhang Yang, crikey, you're a real fucking god. When Zhao heard this news from his old brother, he dialed Lu Zhengyang's phone at the first opportunity. I told you, now that finances are tight, those people will definitely have ideas. Hearing this news, the corner of Lu Zhengyang's mouth rose slightly. You're a fucking investment genius. I fucking love you. Zhao expressed his love to Lu Zhengyang, although this love sounded a bit disgusting. No more talk. No more talk. Someone called me? We're getting rich. This phone has not been hung up yet. There are 2 phone calls in. Zhao Zhiming said and hung up Lu Zhengyang's phone. After all, the main thing is important. Crap, Mr. Zhao. I said, why did you have the brainwave to buy the land in the south of the city some time ago? I didn't realize it was still you who was well informed. Boy, you used to cry poor to us all the time, but now you've made a fortune, right, Mr. Zhao? I don't know if you have any thoughts of selling that piece of land in the south of the city? For a while, it also didn't matter if it was a friend or a real estate agent. They all called in droves. Zhao Zhiming also changed from the Zhao de smart in their mouths to Zhao de Mingbai. It is important to realize that if Zhao just turns out the land in his hands, he will make hundreds of millions of dollars at least. Several $100 million is probably nothing in a big city, but in this acre of Beihai City, it's big news. In the evening, a few people sat in the hotel box again. Zhang Yang, why was I so stupid in the first place? If I had followed you earlier, I would have been rich. Wine over 3 rounds, food over 5 flavors. Li Wenxiang know that this time he invested more than 5 million is about to become more than 15 million. Not only did not happy, but regret nevertheless at first. Thinking back to the time when he had been holding onto the hairy crabs for dear life, he couldn't wait to give himself so many slaps in the face. Zhang Yang, now that our land is so sought after, why don't we just develop it ourselves? It's not like I don't have a construction team under my hand anyway. How much profit real estate Zhao Zhiming heart is clear. Now it is hard to get a piece of land so good. If they develop, and then the property and so on next, that is a lot of income. To be honest, Zhao was now a bit reluctant to part with this piece of interest, although Lu Zhengyang said at the beginning that his idea was to be a second-hand dealer. Chapter 59, The Simplicity of a Son-in-Law. Develop it yourself? In this current market environment? You're not kidding, are you? Lu Zhengyang also drank a little too much. Lit a cigarette. He would like to see what Zhao Zhiming actually has in mind. Let me put it to you this way. It won't take more than a month for the news to be released to the public, and by then our piece of land will be even hotter than it is now. And here's the thing about making a house. If we start construction now, it won't take more than a month and a half for us to get the foundation right. And with just a little bit of building that 1 or 2 floors of the house up, we can just open up the pre-sale and collect the money. This before and after, definitely not more than 3 months, so that the profit can increase by 1/3. Why let those real estate developers have all this money for nothing? Doesn't it smell good to keep it for yourself? Zhao said what was on his mind. Doing a house is really quick these days, as long as the money is there. As far as getting a license or whatever, just by virtue of your connections, that's basically a green light all the way. And there are even people to help you step on the gas. So this matter was in Zhao Jining's eyes. What he had paid for was nothing more than a little time, and it wasn't long yet. Zhang Yang, I think brother Zhao has a point. Such a simple account. Even Li Wenxiang, who had already drunk a bit too much, knew it was a solid deal. No. Lu Zhangyang flicked the ashes of his cigarette and made a straightforward decision. No, it's obviously something that makes money. Why don't you do it? Zhao couldn't figure out why Lu Zhangyang would reject this idea of his. Not doing it means not doing it. Where are all the whys? Probably because he had drunk too much wine. Lu Zhangyang spoke with a much stronger attitude. Okay, you're the grandpa. You call the shots. In the meantime, you reach out to more realtors and find a high-priced one. Will get out as soon as possible. Don't stare at these 3 or 2 all day. There are plenty of opportunities to make money behind you. Possibly realizing that his attitude was a bit unfriendly, Lu Zhangyang picked up his wineglass and clinked it as an apology. Zhao Zhiming and Li Wenxiang and the others naturally wouldn't be angry over such things. After all of this was brought about by Lu Zhangyang. Since Lu Zhangyang had said so, the next step was to try to find a little more realtors and see if the land in his hands could be sold at the highest price. Ms. Shin, the price of these furniture and appliances you chose is completely out of line. You're making it difficult for us. In a relatively upscale-looking furniture and home appliance city, a female team leader in her 30s said with an embarrassed face when she saw Shin Mubing's selected home furnishing price list. The reason why she was recommending things so vigorously was because Lu Zhanyang was afraid that Shin Mubing wouldn't be able to afford to buy the good stuff and had already given her an advance payment. After all, it was a villa of more than $10 million. In the future, where they live, cannot be installed too shabby. This is not enough. How much do you want us to spend? Wang Guizhi saw that the total price was up to more than $600,000. She had long been heartbroken, and there was some anger all of a sudden as she spoke, because in her eyes, all this money is almost as much as half a suite. Even if she is rich, she can't build it like this, can she? You know that the villa is with hard furnishings now, although there are more rooms, but more than $600,000 only for soft furnishings. For ordinary people really would have been considered upscale, but Wang Guizhi, who has been frugal and hardworking all her life, does not know that some rich people can spend millions of dollars on the decoration of just one of their mom's toilets. Auntie, it's not that I'm encouraging you to consume, it's just that Mr. Lu's side has an explanation. If your selection is too low, it's really not good for my side to deliver. To be honest, it was the first time that this selling lady had encountered this kind of thing after working for so long. The reality is that most people are looking for ways to save money when decorating. And even a lot of people obviously do not have so much budget, but also engineers to help them design high-grade home furnishings, and so on when you pay for it, and then said that there is not so much budget, and want a point of discounts and so on. The other people in the store didn't know how envious they were of Shin Mubing after learning about the situation. There were even a few people who despised the mother and daughter from the bottom of their hearts, saying that they didn't know how to spend their money. This is guaranteed to be loaded with gold and luxury if you play it for yourself. Of course, they could only think about it. Even if they were envious or jealous, they had to serve with a smile at this moment. Okay, I know. You replace this sofa with the one that's over $300,000, and this dining table, replace it with a mahogany one. At first, Shin Mubing was also a bit distressed, but after seeing more high-end things, coupled with the fact that Lu Zhanyang is really not short of money now, her heart was hardened and she began to let go of her mind to buy things. After all, the saying that you get what you pay for is true most of the time. You want to look good and airy. How can you do that without money? Nearly $3 million was gone with this maneuver. When she came out of the store, Wang Guizhi was silent. How could she have imagined that now her daughter and son-in-law would spend $3 million as plainly as they spent $300, which turned her outlook on life and the world upside down. Previously has been heard Lu Zhanyang make money. Her heart has no concept, only know that the future house car, as well as the future life no longer need to worry about their too old man. That was all. And that was enough for her heart. But after this operation this morning, she finally realized just how much money Lu Zhangyang had made. and it feels so painful to be rich. So cool. Bing bing. What kind of business has Zhang Yang been doing lately? Why is it so profitable? Wang Guizhi asked as an aside. I think he's in the real estate business now. I don't know that much about it. Do you think now that Zhang Yang is so profitable, can you let him bring Liang Liang to do things together? In the past, Wang Guizhi may not be able to say such words out. After all, they are elders. Say such things are a little embarrassed. But after this morning, where does Wang Guizhi care about the face of the older generation? Only the money is real. Xin Yuanliang is ultimately his own son. Lu Zhangyang, even if he is rich, it is still a son-in-law. If his own son can make a lot of money, then it would be better. It should be able to. As soon as this question was mentioned, Shen Mubing instantly didn't know what to say. Although Lu Zhangyang treated her well and was willing to give money to spend on herself, in the end it was something between the two of them. If she brought her family into this because of herself, Shen Mubing always felt a little bad. In her heart, she would rather Lu Zhangyang apologize to herself than apologize to him and bring him trouble. Especially after the term foodie devil caught fire on the internet. She was even more resistant to such things. That's good. When we go back I'll talk to your dad, so that your dad can talk to Zhang Yang again. Hearing this answer, Wang Guizhi instantly smiled, pulling her to rush home in a hurry. Chapter 60, Xin Yuanliang's ego. What? You spent over $3 million in one morning? This loser girl, Xin Jiangwo, who was helping in the kitchen, was equally shocked when he heard Wang Guizhi add to the morning's events. What is she losing? She's spending less. People. Zhang Yang is still not happy about it. Wang Guizhi had a gossipy expression on her face, as if she was the one spending money. Hearing this, Xin Jiangwo fell silent. Yeah, what are you yelling for here? People don't care at all, and even say they don't put the $3 million in their eyes at all. It was the first time Xin had experienced this sense of disparity in such a real way. What do you say? How about letting Liang Liang follow Zhang Yang to make money? He's bringing anyone anyway, and Bright is still family. Wang Guizhi took the opportunity to say, why don't I talk to him tonight? Xin Jiangwo hesitated for a moment and said, it's a deal. I'll cook a few more good dishes tonight. Seeing that her old man was willing to open up, Wang Guizhi's enthusiasm for work rose quite a bit. In the evening, Lu Zhangyang returned to his mother-in-law's house. During this period of time, because of the land matter, Lu Zhangyang mixed with Zhao Jiming and others every day, and did not come back for several days. When he saw the table full of good food, Lu Zhangyang had been out there for so long and guessed that they probably had something to look for themselves. Otherwise, if it's not a New Year's holiday and you're not considered a guest, where would you use so many dishes? However, Lu Zhangyang didn't resent it. As far as his current strength was concerned, coupled with what he had done in the past, he couldn't wait for them to seek his help. Lu Zhangyang did not open his mouth for the first time. He estimated that this matter was related to Xin Yuanliang. After all, even if they have something, it is not a big deal. And the only thing that makes their old couple embarrassed to open their mouths is that apart from Xin Yuanliang, there is probably no one else. Zhang Yang, I heard that Bing Bing spent over $3 million in one morning. You can't spend like that even if you're rich. It's okay, Dad. The money is nothing to me. Besides, money isn't meant to be spent, so I'm happy to give it to Mu Bing. Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. The corners of Shen Mubing's mouth rose slightly when she sat on the side and heard this. Although those poisonous chicken soup on the internet often preach that if a man loves you he has to lay down money for you, I have to say that this statement is really pleasing to girls. Even for someone like Shen Mubing, who didn't value money very highly, it was equally effective. Although Wang Guizhi didn't say anything, her expression looked a bit smug, rather like she was honored. You ah. Xin Jiangwo didn't know what to say at those words. Next, Xin Jiangwo was there again to talk about things, just not about Xin Yuanliang's work. Dad, is Liang Liang still working at that company? Why don't you ask him if he's willing to work for me? After all, I'm still short of people there, and Rio is one of my own. After all, and I can trust him. Speaking to the end, Lu Zhangyang couldn't help it, and directly said this out. Old Shen family people are like this, honest and loyal, do not like to trouble others, for fear that in the end I am sorry for others, but for other people's things, and very enthusiastic, such as willing to suffer themselves, but also to help Lu Zhangyang to pay off gambling debts. Then he's definitely willing to do it with you. How much money can he make in that small company of his? And there's no prospect. Seeing Lu Zhangyang take the initiative to open his mouth, Wang Guizhi quickly said, don't look at Xin Yuanliang. Looks tall, big and thick, but he studied in college majoring in computer programming. In the company to do things seem to get the website and the back-end system. I don't know if there is any relationship with this aspect of the game, but it shouldn't matter much. After all, it's all about computers. So it really doesn't matter much before he learns it. Even if he can't learn it, he himself can make him the CPO. commonly known as the product director, which is not technically demanding. Failing that, let him go into operations, planning, etc. Whatever. Anyway, it's your own company and you're in charge. As for Shin Yuanliang, to the company inside will not eat outside, party camping, or mixed food, blind if you mess. Lu Zhengyang is not very worried. Shin Yuanliang's character, Lu Zhengyang still understands very well. He absolutely can't do anything to apologize for himself. As for the issue of ability, Lu Zhengyang was even less worried. As long as the company is not in the entrepreneurial stage, life and death moments, who and the management are in fact not bad. After all, do things under the people. He basically only need to make a decision on the line. If this is not good, then Lu Zhengyang might as well open a small supermarket to let him lie down and make money. Alright, then find some time to call Rio back. I happen to have a company under my hand that needs to be taken care of. Mom and Dad, don't worry, as long as Rio is willing to follow me, what's right will be there. Lu Zhengyang gave them a peace of mind. Okay, then this matter is settled. Eat your vegetables, eat your vegetables. If you don't eat, it will get cold. Wang Guizhi heard this and was all smiles. If the Rio thing gives you a hard time, forget it. It's fine on my parents' end. After dinner, Shen Mubing whispered behind him as she led Shishi downstairs to see him off. I'm willing to do anything that has to do with you, not to mention Liang Liang. Lu Zhengyang turned around and walked to her, looking into her eyes and said with a sincere face, quickly, go, it's already very late. Being looked at by Lu Zhengyang like this, Shen Mubing suddenly felt some heartbeats and said in a hurry, well, you also take an early rest. The installation of the villa you take care of. After all, that's where the family will live in the future. The hand of the land has not been sold. This time is really quite busy. Lu Zhengyang did not stay long. Mom, you made me come back just to talk to me about this? At noon the next day, after hearing what Wang Guizhi said, Shen Yuanliang was instantly upset. His company is now catching up with the project. It was not easy for him to take a half day off. I did not think that my mom's mouth important thing is to let himself follow Lu Zhengyang dry. What a joke. Although he didn't have a lot of objections to him continuing to live with his old sister, but letting him go to work under his hand, Shin Yuanliang really couldn't afford to lose that face. What's wrong with this thing? Ask your sister, who spent over $3 million in one morning yesterday. How long are you going to make this money for you? Also, it was your brother-in-law who asked me about this matter. He said he was short of people there and needed you to go over and help. That's why I told you. Do you think other people who want to follow your brother-in-law can have this opportunity? Blaze, I'm telling you, don't be ignorant. Seeing that Shin Yuanliang even revealed a look that he didn't want to go yet, Wang Guizhi immediately became a bit anxious. Shin Yuanliang is still young and doesn't realize how important this kind of opportunity is for his life. Thinking that you're young, your heart is bigger than the sky, and you don't give a damn about anything, especially to his brother-in-law whom he had once cursed and even beaten. How could one still have the face to work under him? It's like ripping his face off and stomping on it. Chapter 61, The Ambitious Lu Jingxiang. No go. Shin Yuanliang's brain was tilted and he said stubbornly, You want to piss me off? Wang Guizhi wasn't a young person, and she had been in society all her life, so she knew how rare this kind of opportunity was. If he was left alone in society, he wouldn't be able to make a name for himself until the end of time. You go talk to him. For her son Wang Guizhi is still favored. She can't say any harsh words out, and directly dump this to Shin Jiangwo. You tell me why you don't want to go. Do you know how much money your brother-in-law makes? Shin Jiangwo sighed, wanting to talk to him rationally. Not going is not going. He has nothing to do with me even if he makes a few $100 million. I, Shan Yuanliang, have no other skills. Even if I starve to death, I won't beg for a living under his hands. Shin Yuanliang had already made up his mind in his heart, trying to get himself to bow down with him unless the world ends. You go talk to uncle and let uncle follow dad to make money. Shen Mubing wasn't a forceful nature. You asked her to persuade Shin Yuanliang. She didn't even know what to say, so she asked Shishi to pester him. Uncle, just follow my dad to make money. My dad is making a lot of money now. You can make a lot of money by following him. Where does Shishi know so much? Since her mother has instructions, Shishi head ironed directly over to hug Shin Yuanliang's arm, where she pampered. Uncle, you just go uncle. Cece's milky voice. But the strength is not small. Uncle has his own job. Uncle can support himself. Uncle doesn't want to follow your father to make money. For Shishi, Shin Yuanliang had little to do. He really liked this niece of his. Alright mom and dad, I won't go to my brother-in-law's place. I'll work well on my own. After dinner, Shin Yuanliang thought that the company still had projects to catch up on, and headed back to the company without looking back. What can we do? This kid doesn't understand a thing. This is going to piss me off. Wang Guizhi sighed to Shin Jiangwo and Shin moving there. That silly boy. Bing bing. Why don't you ask Zhang Yang to think of something? What are you talking about? You still want Zhang Yang to beg him to work at his place? How can that be? Shin Jiangwo said so, but still kept his eyes on Shin Mubing. Why don't I talk to Zhang Yang? At her parents' request, Shin Mubing was silent for a moment and said, a few days later, in a small auction, Lu Zhangyang and Zhao Zhiming finally sold the land in their hands at a price of $440 million by auction, including the money he invested himself, and the dividends that Zhao Zhiming and the others gave him. Lu Zhangyang's funds in hand amounted to 280 million. Older brother. I'm going to resign soon on my side. Zhenxiang's side has resigned for several days. What are your arrangements? In the evening, Lu Yanyan's phone called. Tell you what, you and Zhenxiang will go back to your hometown in the next 2 days. There are some things you can't say over the phone. Okay, then I'll buy tomorrow's ticket and go back with Xingxiang. Now that things are over on this side, it's time to go back home and see what's going on now. As for Xin Yuanliang's matter, let's wait until we return this time. Brother, I'm back. The next day after calculating the time, Lu Zhangyang drove to the high-speed train station to pick up Lu Yanyan and Lu Xingxiang. Do you two have any ideas for the future? Lu Zhangyang asked towards them while driving. If they had something they wanted to do, Lu Zhangyang could support them unconditionally. But if they didn't have any goals or ideas at the moment, Lu Zhangyang could arrange something for them. Older brother. I think now those live with good money. I have a classmate in Hangzhou to get this. I heard that made hundreds of thousands of dollars. As soon as he did, Lu Xingxiang began to talk about what he had seen and heard. What? You also want to go live streaming with goods? Hearing this, Lu Zhangyang asked with a smile. For some reason, Lu Zhangyang saw in his brother's body the shadow of his former youth. Always so curious about emerging things. When you see others making money, you always think you can get a piece of the big market. In fact, this kind of immaturity is not a symbol of youth. Besides, it's not a bad thing. In fact, whenever a new industry is created, it often brings a lot of opportunities for ordinary people. Just like the live broadcasting and also the gaming industry in the past. In the beginning, who would have thought that playing games, or sitting in front of the computer and chatting, or even pretending to be crazy can make money? And making more money than an average person could ever make in a lifetime. But when ordinary people have seen this industry to make money, the beginning of the people in the industry have the ability to have long become the industry benchmark, not capable of disappearing. But it does not matter. After all, people at the beginning of the mouth to eat that meat is also enough. The worst part is the people who go in behind you. Either you have to be exceptional or just pay for traffic and followers. And most of the money earned will be made by the platform. And you will end up in a situation that is no different from a part-time job. Just like the current live bandwagon. Although it seems as if it's still in a state of bursting at the seams. And it's still very hot indeed. But when you really want to get into the business you realize that it's not that simple. If you don't spend money on traffic, even if your goods are great and your live streaming style is good, it won't matter because people won't even see you. Well, anyway, I think live streaming with goods is quite lucrative. If I can catch fire, I can get rich selling anything. When Lu Xingxiang said this, his brain had begun to fantasize that he had turned into a big anchor, as if he could be instantly seconded by the audience by casually putting on the same thing. Goo, how can things be so simple? Don't you see some people make money, but you live broadcast may not even have a single person to watch it. Seeing Lu Xingxiang so full of confidence, Lu Yanyan struck out. What's wrong with that? There's nothing in the world that's that simple. Just take your time. What if I succeed? Maybe I'll earn more than Big Brother. Lu Xingxiang said unconvincingly. Needless to say, he is still naive now, and also full of the time when he thinks that if he is serious about doing something, he will be 100% successful. That kind of passion is rare. If a person always maintains this passion, then indeed many problems can be solved. Not to say great wealth, at least in this life, food and clothing without worry, can be difficult to be difficult when the average person full of confidence to do a thing, and finally found that this thing is not alone in the effort to succeed. It is inevitable that the mentality will change. Once the mentality changes, then this thing you are very difficult to do it again wholeheartedly, until the last sprouted the idea of retreat. And that occurs with the caveat that you're still really trying to do this. You can imagine how hard it is to make something out of a line, especially for Lu Xingxiang, such as just out of the society of the impetuous young people. Once did not earn money, twice did not earn money, 3 times did not earn money. He still have the confidence to insist on it, even if he still wanted to hold out. I'm afraid the cost of living at that point wouldn't allow him to do so anymore. Chapter 62. Okay, it's good that you have this self-confidence. Boldly go for it, but one thing I can assure you is that you will surely encounter difficulties and setbacks. You can fail, but never think of taking the crooked path like your brother used to. Lu Zhangyang took a deep breath and thought of his former self, not wanting his brother to be reduced to the same as his former self. I understand. Old brother. Lu Zhengxiang nodded his head somewhat unconvincingly. The bloodthirsty man, naturally, could not look at those crooked ways, nor would he feel that he would fail. Lu Zhangyang looked at the expression of his rash old brother. How could he not know what this guy was thinking? But he didn't care. What was the point of trying to make money on his own? Isn't it so that his family can go boldly without having to think so much? And even if they fall, he's got his back on everything. At that time of his own, his parents sold their coffin books and were helping him. Then now that he has money, he naturally wants to help his family whose blood is thicker than water. Older brother. Got it. What a nag. Just wait for me to make more money than you. Lu Jingqiang bristled. Lu Zhangyang smiled slightly. When he fought for a few years, he would naturally understand. What about you? What are your thoughts? Lu Zhangyang asked to his sister who hadn't said anything. I actually don't have any big ambitions. I can make money on the line. Old brother, you look at the arrangement. But old brother, you won't look down on me. Lu Yanyan smiled awkwardly. She also thought about what she was going to do. But after half a day's thought, she realized that she didn't seem to have any particular dream. As long as she could have a stable job and her family was safe and sound. How come? Everyone pursues a different state of life. As long as you are comfortable and your family is at peace, that is the greatest happiness. Lu Zhangyang shook his head. He wouldn't make fun of his sister because of this. That's right, brother. That's exactly what I was thinking. What happened to you a while ago scared the hell out of me. Lu Yanyan quickly nodded her little head. Old iron. Solid. Seeing that his old sister had brought up his sore spot, the corner of Lu Zhengyang's mouth twitched. Alright then, go home. Take a look at the condition of the house. Pack up your things, and you'll come with me to Deep City. Lu Zhangyang was ready to arrange his sister into that game company. Okay, old brother. Lu Yanyan shouted happily. Che, no talent. Young people should fight for their careers. Lu Jingqiang muttered and mocked his sister. Lu Jingqiang, it's been a long time since I've smacked you. It's your skin that's itchy, isn't it? Lu Yanyan wasn't polite either, reaching out and pinching Lu Zhengqiang's arm. Pain. Sister, spare my life. Lu Jingqiang instantly started begging for mercy. Lu Zhangyang smiled and shook his head. Sure enough, there was still a bloodline suppression. The three of them chatted along the way and soon arrived at old Lu's house. Father Lu and Mother Lu had already prepared dinner and were waiting for their sons and daughters to return. Lu Zhangyang parked his car in the courtyard. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Lu Yanyan happily ran into the house first and shouted intimately. Back? Quickly go wash your hands for dinner. Wang Hongmei smiled and nodded her head, her face full of happy smiles. Alright, but tomorrow I'm going to leave with my old brother and go to work in his company. Lu Yanyan told what happened in the car. That dares to be good. That makes us feel much more at ease. Lu Jinfu nodded with satisfaction. This daughter of theirs was the most reassuring and at the same time the most worrying for them. Rest assured that my daughter is very knowledgeable. The worry is that a girl, a person outside the fight, be aggrieved, be bullied that can do But now that they were following Lu Zhengyang's work, their hearts could be put at ease. What about you? Lu Jinfu twisted his head to look at Lu Zhengxiang, who had just stepped into the threshold. The expression that had just been like a warm spring breeze suddenly slumped. This jerk, on the other hand, has a personality just the opposite of his daughter's. It's not saving at all. I'm not going to follow my old brother. I'm going to make my own career. Lu Zhenxiang's chin lifted in triumph. Hey, you bastard boy. I guessed it. Is it bad for you to follow your brother? Lu Jinfu was furious. I don't want it. I believe in myself. Lu Jingxiang is also a stubborn master. Although he knows that if he follows Lu Zhangyang to do it, he will definitely be much more comfortable and can earn money. But he is just not convinced in his heart that he can earn money himself. Lu Zhangyang smiled at the corner of his mouth. Worthy of being his own brother. Really like himself when he was young. A great man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Not even your own brother. Dad, let him fight his own battles. I'm here. I can't starve him. Seeing that the noise is going to intensify, Lu Zhangyang hurriedly came out to say good words. Lu Jingqiang grunted. And he was even more determined in his heart to do something great. My stupid Odaodua. Lu Zhangyang shook his head. Still too young to know how hard it was to make money. Right, Dad. How's the house building thing going? Lu Zhangyang asked. Everything has been handed over. And once the lines are drawn tomorrow, work will begin. Lu Fujin's eyes had a joy that could not be hidden. Who doesn't love a big villa? That's good. Then I'm counting on you to oversee this side of the house. Don't be afraid to spend money. As long as he was able to do things for his family, he was very happy. A meal that old Lu's family ate very happily. The next day, After sending his oldest brother to the high-speed train station, Lu Zhengyang took his sister and drove towards the deep city. He last night and looked for Lu Jingxiang. Through the wealth of information, told him a message. A certain live platform's next cultivation of newcomers will be very strong. Will smash a lot of traffic, though it doesn't make much and has a long cycle, only making over $200,000 a month. But it was enough for the fledgling Lu Jingxiang. Deep City CBD. Wow. Old brother, is your company in here? Lu Yanyan looked at one of the surrounding office buildings that were high into the clouds and opened her mouth wide. Yes, that's right. Except it's a small company at the moment. All young people like you, and you should get along quite well. Lu Zhengyang smiled and finished, then led Lu Yanyan to the office area of Star Studio. Mr. Lu is here. Zhang Dongshu had long ago brought his group of minions to welcome him at the door. Hello Mr. Lu. The crowd cried out in unison, their voices each loud and strong, desperate to exert their strength. Lu Zhengyang froze slightly. He hadn't been welcomed like this before, but honestly, the feeling, it's kind of cool. Ahem. Okay, quiet. Lu Zhengyang waved his hand. Let me introduce you all. This is my sister, and also your financial director. Everything about finances in the future will be her responsibility. Hello Superintendent. The crowd shouted in unison at Lu Yanyan again. Lu Yanyan instantly small face red. She was originally a small social animal. Where has she seen this battle? Chapter 63, pulled the hooks on things. It was Lu Zhengyang's arrangement to make Lu Yanyan the finance director, because my own sister was an accountant by profession. And that's what she did at her old company. The specialty is right on the money. There is no fear that she will be too busy. Even if Zhang Dongshu recruits people again in the back, there are only a few people in the company, and with the game not out yet, there's not a lot of work, just a little bit of the usual expenses and a couple of people's paychecks. Lu Yanyan is perfectly competent, and now Lu Yanyan has another person under her to help her. Lu Zhengyang will still be recruiting when the game is almost out in the back. Lu Zhengyang took his old sister to familiarize herself with the company for a while, then took her to rent a house, bought some living items, and then even left the deep city. He is also not worried that his sister will be bullied. He has personally brought it today. Lu Zhengyang believes that there should not be anyone who is not long-sighted. Lu Zhengyang returned to Beihai City late at night. He returned to the rental house and found that the lights in the living room were not closed. Lu Zhengyang's mouth smiled faintly. It should be the lights that Shin Mubing left for him, although it is a very small thing. But Lu Zhengyang can already feel that the iceberg in Shin Mubing's heart has melted a lot. Lu Zhengyang tiptoed after washing up, afraid of being too loud and waking up the mother and father who were sleeping in the bedroom. The soundproofing in the rental was ridiculously poor, and the villa side of the house will take 2 more days to get in. Too much stuff to buy all at once, and the villa is so big that it's a little slower to load up. Early the next morning, Lu Zhengyang got up early to make breakfast. Although his eyelids were still fighting, he didn't dare think about it, because the thought made his heart ache and guilt wrapped itself around his heart in a death grip. The old Shin Mubing used to come over like this every day, exhausted every day and having to eat his foul temper. He took a deep breath and threw the thoughts out of his mind. Today was a particularly important day. Hitch, that little guy is going to kindergarten today. This is why Lu Zhengyang rushed back overnight. Not a moment too soon. Mommy, I don't want to go to kindergarten. Hoshi's childish voice came out of the bedroom then. No, kids have to go to kindergarten. They'll get stupid if they don't. Shen Mubing's good-looking brows knitted slightly. Yesterday he had talked to this little guy all night, but as a result, he was unwilling to go again the next morning. Then get stupid. You have mommy and daddy anyway. Hoshi mumbled and clutched her 2 little arms, just refusing to change her clothes. Knock knock. So, can I come in? Lu Zhengyang's voice sounded outside the door. Ah, it's daddy. Daddy will definitely not let me go to kindergarten. Cece's cute eyes lit up like she had found her savior. Come in. Lu Zhengyang heard Shin Mubing's voice before he pushed the door in. Although when Shin Mubing was not around, he often came to the bedroom to sleep in her bed. But now if he directly pushed the door in, it might destroy the good impression that had been left in Shin Mubing's heart with great difficulty. Daddy, I don't want to go to kindergarten. Little Cece took a short step with her short legs and ran towards Lu Zhengyang. Ouch. Why? Lu Zhengyang hugged Cece, who was still wearing her cute bear pajamas. Because then I won't be able to see mom and dad. She buried her head in Lu Zhengyang's arms and rubbed around vigorously. Lu Zhengyang is now a qualified father. She is just now getting a taste of it and definitely doesn't want to leave. Lu Zhengyang smiled at the corner of his mouth. Seeing his daughter pestering herself so much, he was actually very happy in his heart. But this school still needs to be attended. Daddy knows that Cece loves mommy and daddy. That's why she doesn't want to go to kindergarten. But Cece is a big kid now, right? Big kids go to kindergarten. Daddy's coworker often brags to daddy that his child, Who goes to kindergarten never cries, is super well behaved. Can't Cece let daddy brag in front of his coworker as well? Lu Zhangyang immediately revealed a distressed expression. Cece's cute little frown immediately frowned. Daddy is so good to himself, but he can't help daddy. Cece, don't worry, as long as Cece is good. After school today, daddy will bring cupcakes to pick up Cece, okay? Lu Zhangyang saw the effect and hurriedly gave sweet dates. Okay, I'll go to kindergarten then. Then daddy must come and pick me up. Hoshi's mental defenses were completely opened when she heard there were cupcakes, and she puckered her lips and agreed. Definitely will. Cece is so good. Then the agreement is made. Pull the hook. Lu Zhangyang stretched out his little finger, and Cece also stretched her own short little finger and hooked it. If you've pulled a hook, you must do it. Aha! Lu Zhangyang tenderly touched Shishi's little head. Shin Mubing was relieved to see that Shishi had finally agreed. At the same time her eyes became more tender as she looked at Lu Zhangyang. It's really changed. The previous Lu Zhangyang simply couldn't have such good patience and be so gentle. He gets mad at the slightest noise. Alright, be a good boy and change your clothes. Breakfast will be ready soon. Lu Zhangyang carried Cece back to Shin Mubing's front, revealing a smug look. Shin Mubing's beautiful eyes whitened him in a bad mood. Not just coaxing a child. See how proud you are. After breakfast, Lu Zhangyang drove to the bilingual arts kindergarten. Today is the first day of school. The kindergarten in front of the car has long been parked. Lu Zhangyang had to park the car in the distance. Holding Cece hiked over. Lu Zhangyang holding Cece, looking at the luxury cars on both sides of the road. Worthy of the city's most difficult to enter the kindergarten. Lu Zhangyang drove the Baby 7 series. Here are not even considered a good car. Kindergarten entrance. The cries of the children, the parents, the teachers, the persuasive voices, one after another, make one's head spin just listening to them. Lu Zhangyang and Shin Mubing glanced at Cece worriedly, fearing that she would be affected. However, the current Cece didn't cry or fuss at all, and obediently followed Lu Zhangyang's side. Cece's heart is actually still very uncertain and uneasy, but for the sake of her father, she has to be good and be a good boy, so that she can let her father show off in front of her co-workers. So she mentally drummed up the energy. Both of their hearts were filled with amazement. Was this little guy so unfazed by changes? Hello, Teacher Zhang. Cece is in your hands. Lu Zhangyang handed Cece into the hands of a female teacher. Don't worry, Hoshi's dad. I haven't seen a child as good as Hoshi again for a long time. Zhang Xiu was slightly taken aback when she saw Shishi walk into the kindergarten without crying and very well behaved. Yes, she has always been our pride. Cece, cheer up. Lu Zhangyang smiled and cheered Cece on. Aha, don't worry dad. I won't embarrass you. Hoshi nodded her little head heavily with a serious face. Lu Zhangyang's face was drawn. So this little guy has been thinking about this in his heart. Not ashamed to be daddy's little cotton coat. Shin Mubing couldn't help but be amused by Shishi's expression, and the worry in her heart lessened quite a bit. In fact, it is not only the child who was at a loss, but the child as well. After all, this is the first time that one's child leaves the care of the family, and it is impossible to say that one is not worried. Face? What face? Zhang Xiu froze, his head not responding for a moment. It's alright, Teacher Zhang. This is an agreement between me and her. Lu Zhangyang reached out and gently pinched Cece's white and tender little face. Chapter 64. This doesn't make sense. It's fine. Cece is so smart. In kindergarten, she will take care of herself. Lu Zhangyang comforted Shin Mubing. The kid's mom is still a little hurt. I know. It's just kind of sad inside that Hitch is starting kindergarten so soon too. When she was so little. Shin Mubing looked at Shishi's back as she left, her beautiful eyes tinged with sadness. Yes, years have passed in a flash. Lu Zhangyang nodded, wanted to reach out and put his arm around Shin Mubing's shoulder, reached halfway and retracted. He was still a little afraid. Alright, let's go. I have to keep looking for a job. Shin Mubing took a deep breath and turned around. Good. Lu Zhangyang awkwardly and quickly withdrew his hand. He sighed slightly in his heart. Such a simple action. He didn't even dare to do it now. It's his fault for being such an asshole before. Why don't you work in my company? Lu Zhangyang brought this out again. After the drugging incident, Shin Mubing left her job the next day and is now looking for a job. No, I can find it on my own. Even though you're rich now, if in case you go bankrupt again, there's still a guarantee on my side. Shin Mubing shook her head. Although Lu Zhangyang had changed a lot now, the memories of the past were still too deep. Fear not. Fear not. Okay, then what is needed to help? Remember to talk to me. Lu Zhangyang's heart is a little bitter, and did not force it. Everything still has to come slowly. Shin Mubing had an interview this morning, and Lu Zhangyang wanted to accompany him after he was sent to his destination. But was Shin Mubing refused? She is not a child. Do not need to accompany this and that. Let Lu Zhenyang go to busy themselves. She was worried that Lu Zhenyang had a hard time getting his career off the ground and couldn't be delayed again because of him. Lu Zhenyang couldn't argue, so he had to let her go alone. And he wasn't idle. He had a new goal too. Lu Zhenyang drove to a cafe, decorated very petty. The air is filled with a light fragrance, so that Lu Zhenyang's sleepiness dissipated a lot. But Lu Zhenyang's target was not to come for coffee, but a short-haired girl playing a guitar and singing a cheerful little song on the bar. Lu Zhenyang didn't know music, but he could hear that it was good. At least it was much better than some stars who only relied on their faces. The girl was not big, her clear face was childish, and she looked like she should have just graduated from college. The wealth information shows that this girl will write a smash hit song in a week's time, raking in $2 million across the internet. Of course, what attracted Lu Zhenyang was certainly not the $2 million, but the girl herself. What are some of the most lucrative industries in our society nowadays? The internet counts as one, and Lu Zhenyang has already begun to engage in it. Energy counts as one, but Lu Zhenyang can't afford to mess with it at all with his current strength. Entertainment definitely counted as one as well, so Lu Zhenyang wasn't prepared to let this girl go. This is the same talent as Zhang Dongxu and the others. It's the cornerstone of his future business empire. Hello, waiter. Hello sir, may I help you? Can I give a reward to the girl on stage? I think she sings very well. How can you attract a beautiful hostess? That, of course, is to do list a big brother. That was what Lu Zhenyang was planning to do now. Sir, there's a QR code on the table. Scan it and you'll be able to reward. And you can also order songs. Okay, I get it. Lu Zhenyang took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code on the table. He was slightly disappointed to find that the highest reward was only $99 for the Ferris wheel. Only $99. How could this reflect his status? Then let's make do with quantity. Lu Zhenyang's fingers clicked wildly, and all of a sudden 10 Ferris wheels flew out. The big screen behind the girl was instantly fancy. Thank you to Mr. Lu Zhenyang from table 16, who gave out 20 Ferris wheels and ordered a song for the road to ordinary. Liqueur froze slightly as she twisted her head in surprise to look at the large screen behind her. This is really someone giving her a reward. She's only been at work a few days. 20 Ferris wheels, to her hands although only half, but also $1,000. Thanks. She looked at Lu Zhenyang and said gratefully. Lu Zhenyang didn't say anything, just nodded with a smile. The waiter standing next to Lu Zhenyang also froze for a moment. He just saw with his own eyes. Lu Zhenyang like he didn't want to die, wildly clicking the screen. After Liqueur withdrew her gaze, she began to sing the song that Lu Zhenyang had ordered. Wandering, on the road. The girl's clear tones are a different flavor to the song. Lu Zhenyang's eyes narrowed. No wonder this girl would be on fire. She also had the ability in her body. Singing was indeed very good. Thank you to Mr. Lu Zhenyang of table 16. For the 10 Ferris wheels. Thank you to Mr. Lu Zhenyang from table 16. For the 20 of the Ferris wheel. Lu Zhenyang had a wild point, and finally gave out a total of 200 Ferris wheels. That is, $20,000. And Lu Zhenyang's operation also attracted the attention of many people. One looked at Lu Zhenyang with surprise. That's just a few minutes to give away $20,000. Where did this landlord come from? Lu Zhenyang enjoyed the shocked gazes of the crowd. He now understands those who give gifts. This feeling is quite cool. Until you see the ordinary, it's the only answer. Liqueur almost sang the song away. Just half a song time. It was already worth 2 months of her salary. Your story, where is it told? Liqueur finished her song with great difficulty. Her clear face flushed red. She hadn't seen this kind of battle yet. She looked at Lu Zhenyang again and realized that Lu Zhenyang's eyes became fiery when he looked at her, and her eyebrows immediately furrowed. This man is quite handsome, but I don't think he's trying to dive himself. Lu Zhenyang saw Liqueur looking at him as well and waved his hand at her, signaling her to come to his side. Liqueur was a little hesitant as to whether she should go, or not. If you go, what if this man wants to dive himself? But if you don't go, people swipe so much right money for themselves. So, can you talk to your manager? I'd like to talk to the singer, can I? Lu Zhenyang saw Liqueur's hesitation and thought that it was because Liqueur couldn't just get off the stage. So he said to the waiter next to him, yes, sir, I'll communicate here. After a while, a man in a suit said something next to Liqueur, and Liqueur slowly walked in front of Lu Zhenyang. Thank you for the reward, but I won't do that kind of thing, even if you're rich. Liqueur hugged her guitar, her pretty face very wary. She's obviously not even famous yet, so how did she run into something like this? It doesn't make sense. Chapter 65, Counting Ghosts. Won't do anything? Lu Zhenyang frowned and didn't understand Liqueur's meaning for a moment, but after all, he was a 30-year-old man and quickly understood Liqueur's meaning. Don't worry, I'm not looking for you for that kind of thing, and I'm giving you a reward purely because you sing so well. Rochelle let out a huge sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't that kind of thing. So what was it about? Lu Zhengyang smiled lightly and opened the door. Do you want to be an artist under my hand? Li Kor's pupils momentarily shrunk, and then brightened violently. You're a talent scout? Pretty much. It's my own company. Lu Zhengyang thought for a moment and nodded. So what's the name of your company and do you have any famous stars? Li Kor asked excitedly. She had waited for this moment for too long. The name of the company hasn't been thought of yet. And the stars, if you count, then you're the one. Lu Zhengyang said awkwardly. He came in such a hurry that naturally he had nothing prepared. Li Kor froze in place, the corners of her pretty mouth twitching madly. What's going on here? Ahem. I know you kind of don't believe me when I say that, but I'm preparing an entertainment company right now. So naturally I need artists. So I found you. And don't worry about me being a liar. You can create at home. I'll give you $20,000 a month as a salary. What equipment you need and I say, I'll provide it. But the songs you create, the copyright belongs to the company. The interest is divided 50-50, and it can be raised later depending on the situation. But it won't be lowered any further. And on top of that, I can pay you a year's salary up front. Lu Zhengyang knew that he did look like a liar when he came to the door so suddenly, so he tried to give favorable conditions. For this kind of young girl who just graduated, there is no need for any kind of city. Sincerity is a must. Li Kor frowned, looking at Lu Zhengyang's sincere expression. She felt that he indeed did not look like a liar, and the conditions Lu Zhengyang proposed were already very generous. And that $20,000 a month salary tickled her fancy. 20,000 a month. 10 months is 200,000. A year is 2 million. 10 years is 20 million. Little golden stars were already sprouting from Li Kor's eyes. Nabla. Okay, I promise you. $2 million. WeChat or Alipay? Li Kor immediately pulled out her cell phone. Lu Zhengyang's expression froze. 2 million? What the hell? After negotiating a cooperation with Li Kor resigned from the cafe on the same day and was about to follow Lu Zhengyang to start preparing for the entertainment company. But it was driven back by Lu Zhengyang. A professional has to do professional things. It's not like you know anything about this. Go home and write a good song. You're the first artist in my company. I want your first song to be a hit. Okay, then $2 million remember ha? Li Kor said fondly. All told, it's $240,000 a year. Lu Zhengyang's face skin wildly pumped. Just now in the coffee shop, Lu Zhengyang pressed the calculator and counted several times for Li Kor before believing over. Lu Zhengyang also doesn't know how this counting geezer counted out 2 million. Sorry, Mr. Lu, I said it wrong again. Li Kor hurriedly apologized. Alright, hurry back. I hope to hear your good news. Lu Zhengyang waved his hand and drove off. He was now going to find Zhao Zhiming. According to the wealth information, Li Kor's song was going to be written in 7 days, and the company had to be started up by that time. And the only one who had this ability was Zhao Zhiming. Elder brother Lu, here we go. What you said is fine, but what are you trying to do by establishing an entertainment company? Could it be that you have a new investment project? In the office, Zhao Zhiming and Lu Zhengyang poured a cup of tea and asked. That's not true. I created it myself for fun. I can't make any money. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. If it's those speculative things, it's not impossible to drag Zhao Zhiming. But now that Lu Zhengyang is trying to start his own company, he naturally doesn't want anyone to get involved. Yes, old boy. It's a small matter, and it will be done for you in 3 days. Zhao Zhiming is not a dilettante. He can see that Lu Zhengyang wants to do it himself, although it is a bit of a pity, but he will not force it. After all, Lu Zhengyang has already taken him to make a large sum of money. Thanks in advance then. But apart from this, there really is one more investment we can try now. Lu Zhengyang certainly wouldn't let Zhao Zhi understand work. What project? Zhao Zhiming's eyes instantly lit up. He knew that Lu Zhengyang had come to find him. It was definitely not because of such a small matter. A cell phone app that is about to go out of business. Lu Zhengyang said word for word. Zhao Zhiming immediately puzzled. This how to jump to the cell phone app. Lu Zhengyang's dabbling in such a wide range of it? How? This app was particularly hot in the first few years, but because it didn't keep up with the times, it ended up slowly falling out of favor. Now they're hundreds of millions of dollars in debt and facing bankruptcy, and all we have to do is help them fill the hole with money so they can get through it. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Zhao Zhiming looked at Lu Zhengyang's smile and was completely baffled. A company that's about to go out of business, with a huge debt, and now we're asked to go down. Isn't that just going to throw money into the fire? No, a few $100 million thrown into the fire pit can still smash the fire pit to extinguish, but thrown into this, really cannot be heard at all. Ring ah. Elder brother Lu, are you really not joking? How could I joke? I'm also going to invest money. Besides, when have I ever lied to you? Lu Zhanyang raised his eyebrows, knowing that the investment this time was quite a bit more outrageous than the previous times. But the wealth of information does not lie. That app for 3 more days. An employee under the hand accidentally invented a function. And it is because of this function let the company that should be bankrupt instantly back from the dead. In a few days, the company's stock soared. And not only did it pay off all of its debts, but it also made so much money that the company's market value doubled several times. When that time comes, Lu Zhanyang and the others will be too late. Zhao was very hesitant. It was another investment beyond his perception. Exactly how much money will be invested? Zhao was cautious and asked how much first. Not much. 600 million. Hiss. Zhao sucked in a breath of cool air. Why don't you call Wen Chang over? And the 3 of us can discuss it properly? Zhao decided to pull a helper over to relieve his pressure. Crap. What's the point of calling a minion like me over for a big order of $600 million? Li Wenxiang's face twitched furiously. Chapter 66, President of the Primary 1 Class. After Li Wenxiang heard about this investment, a hint of helplessness appeared on his rough face. His own last wave made a little money though, and he doubled his own value to over $10 million. But in front of these $600 million, it is estimated that not a single splash can be made. It's fine. Just express your opinion. You follow or not? Zhao patted Li Wenxiang's shoulder. Vote ah. Definitely vote. I now completely believe in Lu's words, even if it's just a loss. I believe that Lu can take me back to the east. Li Wenxiang nodded. After so many investments, he had long trusted Lu Zhanyang. Although he does not understand the industry of cell phones, it is right to follow Lu Zhanyang to vote. Not bad. Have a vision. You will be glad for your decision. For yourself. Lu Zhanyang nodded in satisfaction. Zhao frowned. He wasn't a big old man like Li Wenxiang. Mobile software is a product that is updated very quickly. And once it's gone, it's hard to have a chance to turn it around. And it's $600 million this time. Almost all the money on him and Lu Zhanyang, all added up so much once you lose a bet, it's a straight up firecracker. Congratulations for going back to your old self overnight. Isn't this 600 million too much? Why don't we find another person to partner with? Zhao proposed a neutralizing solution. Well, that's fine. In fact, that's what I was planning to do at first. Lu Zhanyang nodded. Although it was impossible for him to lose money on his investments with the wealth information in place, it wasn't quite right to throw all of his money out at once. Okay, then after lunch, we'll start looking for someone. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. If there was one more share, then even if he lost money, he would lose less. But to Zhao's great disappointment, he called the entire afternoon. Originally, one by one heard that it was to find their investment. One by one happy to death. Because this period of time, Zhao Zhiming and Lu Zhanyang they, in the circle is also considered a small famous wave. But after hearing about the specific projects, one after another waved their hands and said no. Don't have that kind of money myself. Let's stop here today. If tomorrow morning, no one has agreed to partner, we'll just vote. Lu Zhanyang looked at the time. It was time to pick up Cici from school. Okay. Zhao clenched his teeth. If he really couldn't pull in a partner, then he would fight. Lu Zhanyang smiled faintly. The prophet's feeling is comfortable. Do not have to worry so much, as long as there is money. The entrance to Xuanyu Art Kindergarten. Lu Zhanyang carried a cupcake and joined Shin moving at the door, waiting anxiously. Like them, there are very many parents who feel the same way. After all, the child has been away from him or her for a day, and the worry in his or her heart is definitely not letting go until he or she sees the child. Relax. Cici is so well behaved. Nothing will happen. Besides, this is the best kindergarten in the city. Trust the management ability here. Lu Zhanyang comforted Shin moving, who was blanched because her knuckles were a bit too hard. I know, but can't help it. Shin Moving's beautiful eyes kept looking inside the kindergarten. Jingle bells. The kindergarten dismissal bell finally rang. At the teacher's command, a neat little line came out, and Lu Zhanyang was surprised to find that the class team where Cici was actually the captain, and on the smooth and white little brain, there was an extremely bright big red flower attached, and then walks with his head held high and his 2 little short legs going up to the sky. Daddy, Mommy. Cici first jumped into Lu Xinyan's arms, and then jumped into Shin Moving's arms. Mom, look, I have a big red flower rewarded by the teacher on my head. Yeah, the other kids don't have it, Cici said with a proud face. Cici is really great. So how did Cici do it? Shin Moving asked with a smile on her face. Seeing Cici in such a good state, a piece of her heart was put down. Cici's mom, Cici didn't cry or make any noise all day today. And she was also very well behaved and finished her lunch. So she was rewarded with a big red flower. And she was also chosen to be the little class president of primary 1. Teacher Zhang Xiu answered this question of Shen Mubing for Cici on the side. She was shocked by Cici's good behavior. Wow! Our Cici is so good. Nah, this is a reward cake for you. Lu Zhenyang was surprised and lifted the cake up. This wasn't a pretense on his part, but he was genuinely surprised. This is the first day of kindergarten actually can do so good. Really worthy of his Lu Zhenyang's child he, that's for sure. But I promised Dad. When Cici saw that there was cake, she broke away from Shen Mubing's arms and ran into Lu Zhenyang's arms. Daddy, open, Hoshi said excitedly, looking at the delicate cupcake. Eat in the car later. Let Mom feed you, okay? Bye-bye with Mr. Zhen. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Bye-bye, Mr. Zhen. Bye-bye hitchhiker baby. After greeting the teacher, the three headed for their cars. Are you Mr. Lu? The three had just walked to the car when a voice suddenly sounded right behind them. You are? Lu Zhenyang turned back and looked at the middle-aged man who called out to him in surprise. It's normal that Mr. Lu doesn't remember me. I also participated in that auction a few days ago. It's just a pity that I didn't shoot it. My name is Zeke. Nice to meet you. The middle-aged man warmly extended his hand. Lu Zhengyang. Nice to meet you. Shaking hands with the middle-aged man. I wonder what Mr. She is looking for me for? No, just want to get to know each other. I know that piece of land. It was Mr. Lu who convinced Mr. Zhao. Mr. Lu always has such an investment vision. I naturally want to make friends, Chika said with a smile on his face. No, what did Mr. She say? It's just better luck. Lu Zhenyang was strategically modest. Ha, Mr. Lu, don't be modest. In the future, if you have a good investment project, you can be sure to pull me on it. Lu Zhenyang slightly stunned. This guy turned out to be here to dig Zhao Jiming's corner. Mr. Lu, I know that you and Mr. Zhao have a good relationship, but although Mr. Zhao has more connections in Beihai City, but in terms of assets, it can't be compared to mine. So in terms of some big investments, I hope that Mr. Lu can consider me. Zeke's eyes smiled. He had recently sent someone to ask around, and almost all of the money that Zhao had made in recent times had been the idea of the man in front of him. Okay, Mr. Chi, I do have a project right now, Mr. Zhao, and I can't eat it with the two of us. I don't know if Mr. Chi has any idea to consider it? Lu Zhenyang's eyes narrowed. What project? Zeke was immediately interested. Wait for me to go back and contact you. Mr. Chi, now that the child has just gotten out of class, I'll accompany the child first. Lu Zhenyang signaled the two mothers next to him. Okay, Mr. Lu, then phone contact. After that, the two exchanged contact information and left on their own. Chapter 67, Immortal Meat? Over 1,000 per plate. Cici is so good today. What kind of big meal do you want to eat tonight? Daddy's treat. Lu Zhengyang asked with a smile on his face as he drove the car. I want KFC. Hoshi's adorable big eyes stared like copper bells in excitement. What's the point of eating KFC? It's expensive and unhealthy. We still have food at home. Just go back and eat. Shen Mubing hugged Shishi and pulled down his face. A chicken can have 8 wings. That's the kind of thing she wouldn't give to Hoshi. Cici's little face instantly collapsed, and as soon as her little hand hugged Shen Mubing's arm, she began to use her pampering magic. Mom, no, I want it, please. Right, kids. Mom, today is Cici's first day of kindergarten and she got a big red flower, so reward her with KFC. Lu Zhenyang helped out on the side. No, KFC is not healthy. Change it. Shen Mubing made a concession. Her daughter was so well behaved today. She also wanted to celebrate. Then let's go to that old place. Lu Zhenyang also knew that it was not good to eat too much fast food like KFC. Daddy, which one? Cici was still very young and naturally had a hard time remembering locations and whatnot. It's the one Dad took you to last time, along with 2 uncles, and the desserts are delicious. Oh, I know. Those 2 uncles even gave me a present. Hoshi remembered after her dad reminded her so. Uncle? Gifts? Shen Mubing's beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of doubt. It's my 2 partners in the business world. That time on the Mercedes. It's one of them. Took Cici together to eat once. It's a very delicious restaurant. Lu Zhenyang said slowly. In that case, well then, let's go to that one. Shen Mubing nodded, remembering, and that if it was a restaurant, then she could still accept it. Thanks, Mom. Cici's little face was full of smiles. In fact, for a small child, just a change of scene was a very happy thing. Okay, I'll be right there. Lu Zhenyang's heart was also very happy right now. because the conversation he had just had was the scene he had always dreamed of. A cozy home. The hard-working, thrifty mom is stopping two father-daughter duos who don't know how to be mindful of money. The corners of Lu Zhengyang's mouth couldn't help but rise upwards, and although he hadn't gotten back together yet, Lu Zhengyang knew that day wouldn't be too far away. After a while, the three of them came to that old place. Shen Mubing looked at the restaurant that wasn't particularly conspicuous, and inwardly let out a slight sigh of relief. This store didn't look particularly expensive. Hello, Mr. Lu, you brought your family here. As soon as Lu Zhengyang's trio stepped into the restaurant, a waitress came up enthusiastically. Lu Zhengyang is considered a regular here. As long as there is something to talk about, or get together, we'll choose here. The waiter here has long been familiar with this big brother. Yes, help arrange a quiet box. Lu Zhengyang nodded with satisfaction. This waiter is very up to speed. Shen Mubing looked at Lu Zhengyang in surprise. The waiters here actually recognized him. What Shen Mubing didn't notice was that for the waiter's words about her family, her heart actually didn't resist a bit and acquiesced to this matter. The waitress led the three to a private room. This is the menu, Mr. Lu. The waitress put the menu in front of Lu Zhengyang, then complimented. Mr. Lu, your wife is so beautiful. The most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Ha ha, that's for sure. There wouldn't be any woman in this world more beautiful than her. Lu Zhengyang nodded with a smile. Shen Mubing's pretty face blushed. These words of love. She hadn't heard Lu Zhengyang say them for a long time. Lu Zhengyang looked at the two-colored haze on Shen Mubing's white face and couldn't help but freeze a little. It's so beautiful. What the hell was he thinking before? I can't believe you don't appreciate having such a good wife. What about me, Dad? What about me? It took Shishi's childish voice to pull Lu Zhengyang back. So is Hoshi. But Hoshi is the most understanding and sweetest girl in the whole world. Lu Zhengyang touched Shishi's head and said with a smile. Hey, thanks Dad. Hoshi got a satisfying answer and a smile all over her little face. Lu Zhengyang looked at his side of the two smiling women. The meaning of his efforts to make money may be here. I kinda don't know what to eat. You choose. You can order whatever you want. Lu Zhengyang handed the menu to Shen Mubing. He had eaten the dishes here many times and was a bit unsure of what to order. Alright, then I'll choose. Shen Mubing took the menu, but she just glanced at it and closed it inside a moment. How many digits? How many zeros after that dish just now? Shen Mubing's pupils shrunk slightly. What's wrong? Lu Zhengyang asked suspiciously. Nothing. Shen Mubing took a deep breath and slowly reopened the menu. But when she saw the price of the dishes, the corners of her pretty mouth twitched. 10, 100, 1,000. You want over 1,000 for a plate of braised pork? Is it God's meat? She was very shocked in her heart. Although Shen Mubing knew that the dishes inside those high-class restaurants would be very expensive, this was the first time she had actually seen them. She hurriedly turned to the next page. But the next dish was even more expensive. Another page, even more expensive. $132. Shen Mubing's eyes lit up. Finally a dish that seemed reasonable. But when she saw a green vegetable, the whole thing went bad. Is it really okay to be so outrageous? I suddenly feel sick to my stomach. Let's go back. Shen Mubing turned her head and said to Lu Zhengyang. She wasn't lying. She hadn't eaten yet and these dishes made her feel sick to her stomach just looking at the prices. It's okay. These dishes are just labeled as expensive. I'm cheap as hell. Sign up for a membership and you get a 10% discount. Otherwise no one would order such expensive dishes. How could Lu Zhengyang not see that Shen Mubing was heartbroken for money? I don't believe it. Shen Mubing wasn't a 3-year-old child anymore. This kind of words, she didn't believe it. Lu Zhengyang hurriedly threw a glance towards the waitress. The waitress immediately understood. It's true, ma'am. I can show you the bill later. Mr. Lu, he didn't lie. Really? Shen Mubing was slightly more convinced. Of course it's true, ma'am. Look at our restaurant. The decoration is also average. The location is also average. How can it be sold so expensive? The waitress hastened to add. Alright, then believe it for once. Shen Mubing, finally, nodded. Although she knew that Lu Zhengyang was rich now, it was still hard to convert her mind. The last time the villa home, if not Lu Zhengyang set a hard condition, she would not have a hot head and buy something so expensive. When her brain had cooled down, her heart ached vaguely. It was hard to get better. Money had to be saved. Chapter 68, A Sudden Flirtation. It's actually really discounted by 10%. Shen Mubing looked at the bill and was completely relieved. See, I told you, and you still don't believe me. When have I ever lied to you? Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. But after saying that, he regretted that he had lied about all his previous deeds. Sure enough, he immediately received a blank stare from Shen Mubing. But Shen Mubing didn't count Lu Zhengyang. She just hugged Sisi and got into the car. Lu Zhengyang smiled awkwardly, expecting to be criticized. but he didn't expect that he would be let off so easily. He followed in a hurry. Returning to the rental house, Shin Mubing organized her luggage because the villa would be ready to move in tomorrow. She is dutifully watching TV. Lu Zhongyang, on the other hand, was on the phone, talking about investments. Instead of calling Zeke first, he called Zhao first to see if he had, in the meantime, found a partner. Zeke was, after all, someone who came out of nowhere, and naturally wasn't as trustworthy as the person Zhao had found in terms of trustworthiness. This group of old greaseballs, each and every one of them is so refined that they won't do a single thing that's slightly risky. Zhao Jiming's complaining voice resounded on the other end of the phone. But, old brother Lu, is this project really reliable? I feel it's still a bit false. Not to blame those old guys, even Zhao Jiming himself, in his heart about this matter, actually has no bottom. Trust me, I don't have to joke around with my money, and if you don't have anyone on your side, I do have someone on my side. Lu Zhangyang told the story of how he met Kik in the kindergarten. Zeke, the old boss of Dali Yuan Bread Group, he would actually take the initiative to look for you. It seems that Lu Laodi's your reputation in the circle should also be thoroughly resounding. Zhao said faintly. This is all trivial. Then since this person has a genuine background, let's find him to cooperate. Lu Zhangyang didn't really care about this. The good thing about mixing circles is that you can know about business opportunities that others don't know about. But now that he has information about wealth, the circle is not really that attractive to him. Okay, yes, Zhao nodded. Then the two discussed the specifics first. Prepare for a three-way split, $600 million. 3 people investing $200 million each. And Levante's $10 million can be added to the mix if he's willing to pitch in. Hey, Mr. Shi, it's me, Lu Zhangyang. After Lu Zhangyang finished his discussion, he called Shi Ku. Mr. Lu, I finally waited for your call. Kik's tone feigned a complaint. Isn't this just getting home? Mr. Shi, and no more nonsense. I'll step straight to the point. Lu Zhangyang briefly explained the matter to Kik. Mr. Shi, that's the way it is. If you're willing to go along with this 200 million, let's get together tomorrow night and discuss the details of this matter. Kik was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. He didn't expect Lu Zhangyang to actually find him such a big investment. 200 million. Even he had to hesitate a little. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow night then. However, Zeke still nodded his head and agreed. Rich and powerful. He climbed to this position. Naturally he knew this. Okay, see you tomorrow. Lu Zhangyang hung up the phone. His heart was slightly relieved. If there was no Kik, he would have to dump all his money. Knowing that it will be earned back though, but it's still going to be a while in the meantime. And if there's a bit of an emergency, that could be bad. And he has 2 companies in his name now, so he could use the money at any time. That's a triple minimum profit. Lu Zhangyang gulped as he thought of the rate of return on the wealth information. After this, he'll be worth $1 billion. Your things, I've also packed them for you, all in that bag. Shin Mubing's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Thank you, Mubing, it's good to have you. Probably because he was happy, Lu Zhangyang's flirty words came right out of his mouth. After saying that, both of their expressions froze, and then both of them blushed in shame. No, it's okay. Shin Mubing's words all stuttered a bit. Lu Zhangyang this suddenly gave her a bit. All to her will not be whole. Only feel 2 cheeks hot. That, Lu Zhangyang was also a little unsure of what to say. But looking at Shin Mubing's expression, he knew that he seemed to have crookedly hit the right spot. The shy look of Shin Mubing was really like going back to the way she was when she was in love. Mommy and Daddy, are you guys hot? Why are your faces so red? Hoshi's childish voice pulled the two back to reality. Hish, stop watching TV and come wash up. You have kindergarten tomorrow. Shin Mubing's face turned even redder, just wanting to escape from the living room. And after saying that, without giving Cece the time to turn off the TV, he picked Cece up and walked towards the bathroom. Mom, the TV isn't off yet. Hoshi raked her little hands together, indicating that you're in too much of a hurry. Mom, it's okay, I'll close it. Lu Zhangyang looked at the back of the 2 people. A trace of happiness welled up in his heart. This kind of life, he liked it very much. Early the next morning, after sending Cece to the kindergarten, Lu Zhangyang started to open up for moving. The in-laws came over to help. The moving company was hired to help, and all of them worked until after 4 p.m. And each of them was so excited that they even forgot to eat lunch. Finally, no need to sleep on the sofa. Looking at the neat and tidy house that finally had the flavor of a home, Lu Zhangyang sighed in his heart. The little couch in the rental house was about to collapse from his sleep. Now except for Cece's princess room, all the other rooms can be stayed as you like. You 2 old people, why don't you stay over? Otherwise such a big villa will be unpopular. Lu Zhengyang said to his father-in-law and mother-in-law who had been busy for a day. Yes, Dad. Mom, it's too much of a waste for the three of us to live in such a big house. Shin Mubing also said on the side. That won't do. This is your young couple's house. It's not like us two old guys to live over here. Shin Jiangwo hastily shook his head. That's right. At most, we'll just come over occasionally to stay and keep Cici company. It's not good to stay here all the time. Wang Guizhi also said slowly. Nah, it's one of the spare keys to the villa. So if you two want to come over, whenever you want. Lu Zhengyang shoved a key into Shin Jiangwo's hand without saying a word. Well, I've been so busy for so long that I forgot to eat my lunch. Cici is almost out of class. Let's go pick her up and then have dinner together to celebrate the housewarming. Lu Zhengyang didn't give the two old men a chance to resist, so he pushed them out the door. In the evening, a large group had a happy dinner. Let Shin Mubing drive the two old men back. Lu Zhengyang is going to talk business. Chapter 69, How dare a three less company make a move? Lu Zhengyang came to the location that was agreed upon yesterday. A tea house. Zhao, Zeke and Levante are already inside. Elder brother Lu, you can come, sit. Zhao Zhiming stood up from his chair and hurriedly greeted Lu Zhengyang to sit down. I moved today, so I came a little late. Sorry. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly. It's alright, Mr. Lu, it's getting late. Let's get down to business. Shika said slowly. For him, money was the most important thing. Okay, then, since we've established that we're partners, I won't hide anything. I think everyone knows this app. It's called Renren. Come. You should have heard of it at one time or another. It used to be all over the country, but it doesn't make much noise anymore, because it's about to be on the verge of bankruptcy and the huge debt is going to crush them. And what we're going to do is buy all the shares of this company that are currently out there, have them declare bankruptcy and delist a little later, and then sell them when we wait until it rises to its highest point. Lu Zhengyang's words silenced the three people listening. That's too much of a gamble, or a gamble on a company that's about to go bankrupt. Mr. Lu, what is your bottom line? Shika did not veto at first, but asked Lu Zhengyang for his reasons. It's very simple. I obtained a piece of information some time ago. They are about to come up with a new feature that is not available in all the software on the market. Once this feature is new, I think it will immediately cause a firestorm and then rise from the dead. Elder brother Lu, is this information of yours credible? Zhao's brows furrowed. This news sounded even more outrageous than the last land parcel. Gao, I know it's hard for you guys to believe, so I won't force it, but tomorrow Renren Com will declare bankruptcy, and at that time their stocks will be useless, and we'll lose this chance to make money. Lu Zhengyang could only say this much. There was no way he could expose the wealth information. Zhao and Zeke looked at each other, both understanding the hesitation in the other's eyes. After all, it is 200 million. Even if it is used to throw, the hands are going to throw cramps. I'll go with, even though I only have $10 million. Li Wenxian's voice suddenly rang out. So many times over, Li Wenxian has been very trusting of Lu Zhengyang. If it is not only 10 million, or he 600 million all their own investment. Okay, count you in. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly. This kid Li Wenxian, after regretting how many intestines he broke, he finally trusted him completely. Then I'll vote too, for $190 million, just enough to make up 200 million with Wenchang. Zhao Zhiming also made up his mind. Why should he question Lu Zhengyang? Is it that his previous investment projects were not profitable enough? Zeke saw the two men agree so readily, and for a moment he was a bit skeptical that these two guys were trustees. Such an outrageous project, promised so readily, it can't be a collusion to cheat him, right? But on second thought it was unlikely. Zhao's identity was here after all. You guys aren't kidding? That's a company that's about to go out of business. And with this stock thing, who can be 100% sure? Shika's face still didn't believe it. Even though Lu Zhengyang's previous record was so good looking, but one can't be that lucky all the time. And this kind of stock is just too risky. Renren Com, which he has noticed before, has been losing money year after year, so I guess if they don't declare bankruptcy, they'll have to wear the ST hat right away. The stockholders who now hold this stock are all gutted. I have 100% certainty. It depends on your vigor, Mr. Shi. If not, you can also quit now. Lu Zhengyang's tone was very confident. Aura, it's just cool to have a hang. Zeke's old face stiffened. Who the hell gave you that confidence? Do you rely on your gossip? But seeing Lu Zhengyang's confident expression, Shika thought for a long time, and finally nodded. Vote for it. Isn't it just $200 million? Just consider it charity. Lu Zhengyang's mouth smiled faintly. Okay, then all will be happy. Everyone just wait for the good news. Mr. Shi, you will be glad for your decision. In fact, if in the end, even if the three people talk down, Lu Zhengyang does not care. A single business only. There's a lot more information like this on Wealth Info. It's just that this is the best thing to do at the moment. The following morning, in the president's office of Renren Com Group, a man looked at the report card in his hand, both eyebrows knitting together. Mr. Sun, the bankruptcy statement has been prepared. May I send it out now? A female secretary also walked into the office with a sad face. After today, she'll be looking for a job again. The man didn't say anything, looking at the report in his hand, hesitant to put it down. Stocks continuously down. Huge debt. He didn't know what had happened over the years, and it was clear that he had once been so brilliant, but now he had fallen to this point of bankruptcy. The man finally let out a long sigh, a face that seemed to have aged several years. Send it. Let's end it all here. The company that had been with him for more than a decade was also finally going down. Although his heart was still very unwilling, he could only resign himself to the will of God. Just as the female secretary was about to walk out of the office, a man rushed into the office in a fiery rage. Mr. Sun, Mr. Sun, something big has happened. Sun Yu thought to himself that the bankruptcy announcement can still be issued. Why come to a big event? Did the falling stock move? But he quickly threw the idea out of his head. It was impossible. If it was going to go up, it would have gone up long ago. What is it? So flustered. What else could be flustering you right now? Our stock moved and someone bought it. Sun Wu. How? Sun Yu immediately opened his computer and saw a rising line. What the hell is going on here? Who's eating up all the falling stocks? Sun Yu's eyes were dilated and he couldn't even believe his eyes. I don't know. It seems like some big guy stepped in and spent about $200 million to take almost all of the shares we had out there that were hanging down. Sun Yu's brows tightened. What was this all about? Is there any value in Zhen? What does this man want? Want to cut the leak? But how can anyone want to follow them as leaks when they are a stock that is rotten to the core? Wait, don't send it yet? The broken application is also kept for now. Sun Yu called out to the female secretary, a glint in his eyes. It seems like some big guy is trying to run the show, so his company might be able to hold out for a little while. In the company of Zhou Jianhua, Lu Zhengyang, a group of people, just finished the operation. Well, the first wave first, a little stimulation. There should be some retail investors to follow, but it does not matter. Soon it will fall again. That time we are buying the second wave. This will pull in the low cost. Lu Zhengyang looked at the big screen, the stock price slightly rising. Renren said, nice one. If it was someone else who said this, then Zhou Jianhua would have to give a couple sentences. Do you think stocks are so easy to play? You go up when you say you're going up, and you stop when you say you're going down? But the person who said this was Lu Zhengyang, and all of his words were held back. He had seen Lu Zhengyang's investment ability with his own eyes. He, a veteran of the financial world, was too embarrassed to talk too much in front of Lu Zhengyang. But when he saw that Lu Zhengyang had bought that lousy stock, his eyes were filled with surprise. That stock is out of the stock market. It has been losing money. Even the people are guessing when this company will go out of business. As a result, Lu Zhengyang actually brought people to buy, pulling a total of $600 million to prepare to play this stock. It was a bit incomprehensible to him. What does Lu Zhengyang see in such a bad stock? The company has no money, no strength, and no potential. Would anyone really follow a company with such a trifle? Retail investors, they're not all stupid. Chapter 70. Lu Zhengyang is a liar? Zhou Jianhua. Although the expression on his face is very flat, but the heart is actually Lu Zhengyang's investment, this time with expectations. Because anyone who pays the slightest bit more attention to stocks knows that there's definitely something going on here. A stock that's been down for so long suddenly goes up all of a sudden. When things go wrong, they go wrong. He felt that Lu Zhengyang thought about stocks too simply. The last time around crude gold was a lot simpler than that. There's no way we can go to war this time too. And it has nothing to do with this even if it hits. Zhou Jianhua until now actually thought that Lu Zhengyang is trying to play the set of capital through the operation of the stock to make money. The stock price started to rise after Lu Zhengyang bought it, but the rise was particularly limited. It didn't take long for it to start dropping rapidly again, to a falling price. This was just as Lu Zhengyang had expected. Keep buying, Lu Zhengyang said in a cloudy voice. Soon, another 200 million was slammed down. Zhou Jianhua face a draw. This is 200 million not $200. To not be so casual? Neither Zhao Jiming nor Lu Wenxiang said anything, just quietly looking at the big screen. After following Lu Zhengyang in business so many times, his heart has long had a bottom, but Zeke wasn't in such a good frame of mind. Mr. Lu, is this really okay? Although Kik knew that this was within Lu Zhengyang's plan, he was still worried in his heart when he saw the stock price fall. If these stocks don't sell in the end, All this money will go down the drain. Don't worry, Mr. Chi, you're the boss of Dolly Yuan Group. The company has a market value of so many billions. Do you still care about these two small amounts of money? Lu Zhengyang smiled slightly. Mr. Lu, look, you said it yourself. That's the market value of the company. It's not mine. And I'm just a person working for the board of directors. This 200 million is my personal money that I've been saving for a long time. If it's gone, I'll be heartbroken. Zeke's face is full of heartache. Don't look at him as the president. He thinks that he has very much money. He can casually take out a few $100 million without blinking an eye. In fact, he is just a poor wage earner. Since it's an investment, there are risks, right? Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Crap, Mr. Lu, don't scare me. Is it too late for me to quit? Zeke instantly freaked out, combined with the fact that that's not what you said before. Ha ha, Mr. Chi, just kidding. Don't worry, I'm confident. Just wait and count your money. Lu Zhengyang laughed a little, then put on a serious expression. Jokes are jokes, but if it's not profitable, it won't appear above the wealth information. That's good. Zeke's face twitched as he looked at the walk on the big screen. Because of the $200 million entry, the stock started to rise a little bit more, but still not by much. Lu Zhengyang also does not panic, because his current purpose is not to rise so little stock price, but to increase the position. The stock firmed up a bit more this time than last time, but it also very quickly fell off again. Buy in. For the third time, the last $200 million of money down. Almost Renren. Com's shares out there have been pocketed by Lu Zhengyang, and from now on, the show really begins. Lao Zhao, what is Mr. Lu doing? Spending so much effort to increase the position, and spending so much money. This stock our company has actually studied. There is no possibility of operation. Buy it and you lose. Or the kind of loss that your own mother can't even find. Zhou Jianhua pulled Zhao Jiming's arm and asked in a low voice beside him. I don't know, Lao Zhou. I actually don't know about stocks. But Lu said it can make money. Then I'll follow it. Zhao shook his head. He has always been in industry. Stock this thing. Just understand. Do not understand. Nice guy. You guys really came here to spread your money. Ha! Zhou Jianhua spat in his heart. Okay, you can go now. That's it for today. Just wait for the collection from tomorrow. Without waiting for Zhou Jianhua to say anything else, Lu Zhengyang opened his mouth on the side. Today's mission has been accomplished, which is to buy shares of Renren. Com at the lowest possible price. Just wait for the positive to show up, which is the feature that employee developed, and wait for the stock to scurry higher. That's the end of it? Zeke looked at the rise on the big screen, which was barely moving anymore, and became even more disillusioned, because most of the shares of Renren Com are now held in their hands, and they are the ones that the stockholders can't wait to sell, and they haven't risen in I don't know how long. If it keeps going like this, and Renren Com goes bankrupt and is liquidated, then who are you going to cry to yourself? That, I have something to do at noon, so I won't eat together. Pardon me for leaving. Lu Zhengyang waved his hand at Zhao Jiming and the others with a relaxed face and headed outside. Zeke's face twitched. Why can you be so relaxed? These $200 million, are you totally not taking it seriously? Suddenly, an employee next to him went to the side of Zhou Jianhua and whispered something. Zhou Jianhua's face instantly became complicated. Guys, I don't know if I should tell you the bad news. What is it? Old Zhou, you're direct? Zhao frowned. I just heard the news that Renren Com is actually preparing to issue a bankruptcy announcement and file for bankruptcy today. Zhou Jianhua said slowly. Crap. The three of them were shocked at the same time. They only heard Lu Zhengyang say that this company was about to be on the verge of bankruptcy, but they didn't think that it would be so fast. Going broke today? They thought they could hold out for a while. No wonder he ran away after spending the money. That kid couldn't be a scammer hired by Renren Com, right? Zeke's face became even more ugly. His tone of voice became nonchalant. He had a feeling of being cheated. No way. Old brother Lu wouldn't lie to us. He himself invested $200 million into it. Zhao Jiming shook his head. He didn't believe Lu Zhengyang was such a person. That's right. I've come along with elder brother Lu. I know very well what kind of person he is. Li Wenxiang also nodded on the side and said, Hey you two, do you really believe that there is a feature that can save a company? Zeke was extremely depressed inside right now. He had fainted and found an unreliable person to invest with. I'm sure. Zhao nodded. Chips, crude oil, gold, land. Which time did Lu Zhengyang not complete a turnaround when everyone was not optimistic? I believe it too. Li Wenxiang nodded as well. Zeke instantly froze. How had he stumbled upon such two rash partners? He was about to say something else, which he held back at the edge of his mouth because he knew there was no use complaining about it. Alas, The money has been invested. So let's buy a lesson. Chika now hated to slap himself. He believed too much in Lu Zhengyang's previous record. It caused him to not even look into it himself. Chapter 71 Mr. Lu, you came. The home is a little messy. You do not mind. Lu Zhengyang naturally didn't know what happened subsequently, but even if he did, he wasn't worried, because as soon as tomorrow arrives, none of these problems will be problems anymore. And the reason why Lu Zhengyang had to go so fast was because Li Qir's song came out. She had just sent a message to Lu Zhengyang asking him to come and audition, so Lu Zhengyang left first. Li Qir is his money tree in the future. A talent can create more value for you than just a song. Lu Zhengyang drove to Li Qir's house. Mr. Lu, you're here. The house is a bit messy. Don't mind. Li Qir led Lu Zhengyang into her rental house. Just a single room. Only Lu Zhengyang first time to see such a messy girl's room. Clothes littered even if. But why your shoes in your bed? And Lu Zhengyang could see that this was still after finishing. It's fine. It's very artistic. Li Qir noticed Lu Zhengyang's gaze, took her shoes off the bed, smiled awkwardly, and hurriedly changed the topic. What does Mr. Lu drink? I have cola and iced tea here. Plain water will do. Okay, Mr. Lu. Li Qir quickly picked up a cup of water and placed it in front of Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang looked at the pink Hello Kitty cup and couldn't get down a bit. You're not using this cup for yourself, are you? Li Qir's pretty face blushed and nodded. We haven't had any guests in the house, so there are no other cups. It's better to forget about it and step straight to the point and start your performance. Lu Zhengyang put down the water cup he had lifted up again. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll play it for you. Li Qir picked up her own guitar. I've actually been preparing this song since college, only that I haven't perfected it until now. Li Qir took a deep breath, and her white and slender fingers plucked the strings. Li Qir's moving singing voice also slowly resounded in the room. The beautiful melody and Li Qir's gripping timbre are perfectly combined. It's as if you can sing right into the heart. There are techniques to be skillful and emotions to be felt. Even Lu Zhengyang, who didn't listen to much music, was a bit mesmerized. And when Li Qir was singing, she was fully concentrated, without any distraction, with a hint of clean face, also looked more attractive, so that people's eyes could not help to see her body. But for Lu Zhengyang it's just fine. There is a super beauty at home. The resistance to beautiful women has long been quite high. A song. Lu Zhengyang actually felt a bit unfulfilled and wanted to listen to it a few more times. Snap. Very nice. Nice. Your song is going to be a hit. Lu Zhengyang applauded with satisfaction. At least so far this year, I haven't heard a song that is better than your song. I believe that once it's published, not to mention the popularity of the song, in terms of heat, it can definitely catch up with the divine song Genie State Plum. Lu Zhengyang did not mince his words of praise. Thank you, Mr. Lu, but I wouldn't dare to compare it to Genie State Plum. That's a song composed by my idol. Li Qir hastily shook her head and said, really? It seems to be called Koen Koen. I heard that he can also play basketball. Lu Zhengyang said in surprise, not realizing that Li Qir was still his fan. That's right, he's great at basketball. I'm actually a fan of his basketball. Li Qir said excitedly. Alright, that's it for today. You can start working on the other songs. Let's try to make the first album first. Wanting to truly stand firm in the entertainment industry, one song was definitely not enough. Okay, Mr. Lu, so how is our company doing? When will this song be released? When can I have a concert? Li Qir asked with some excitement. In the huge stadium, she was dressed in an exquisite dress. The lights hit her body, and she sang the song elegantly. The support sticks under the field connected to a starry sky. She had seen such scenes in her dreams more than once. What the hell is a concert? This first song hasn't even been posted yet. Lu Zhengyang's face twitched. Tomorrow will be fine. Signing the contract is also tomorrow. Don't forget. I'll pick you up and we'll go shopping for some equipment together then. The application for the entertainment company. Zhao had already helped him pretty much. Even though this company currently consisted of just 3 people, he was the boss. Li Qir was an employee, and Zhao hung out as a supervisor, and no other positions have been hired yet. Aha! Li Qir's eyes were already full of visions of the future. Lu Zhengyang looked at the light in Li Qir's eyes and froze slightly. This glow was familiar to him. He'd had it once before, when he just graduated from the, only to lose later on in the line against the living land. And the light in his eyes was taken away from him as a trophy by life. He smiled at the corners of his mouth. Now he had the ability to line up with life. But exactly he couldn't go back to the old days. But he's also frustrated. And now he has a new goal, which is to make a good life for everyone he cares about. To make up for the mistakes he made in the past. Alright, I'm leaving. Work hard. I'm sure tomorrow's superstar will be you. After Lu Zhengyang complimented him, He got up and prepared to leave. Hey, Mr. Lu, promised to complete the mission. Li Kor playfully saluted. Lu Zhengyang nodded with a smile and left. He had a bunch of things to do in the afternoon. He had to go recruit employees for the entertainment company. Otherwise the company couldn't really be just 3 people. It wouldn't even be running. Evening. In the president's office of Renren. Sun Yu looked at his company's stock. His brows still locked. That's the end of it? Knowing that his company's stock had risen, he had been glued to his computer. But it's been a long time since noon, and instead it's slowly lowering again. Sun Yu let out a long sigh. His company was really hopeless. He couldn't even run his capital. He was at the same time a little heartbroken for the big guy who had been operating the market today, with an estimated loss of $600 million on this one. But he could only be heartbroken. There was nothing he could do. Mr. Sun, something big has happened. The man from this morning rushed in again in a flaming rage. What's all the excitement for? The company is going bankrupt. What else can make you excited? Sun Yu said without any good humor. The company is going out of business. Can't you be a little quieter? No, Mr. Sun, do you remember a plan for a dating feature? Remember, it was innovative and very attractive. But wasn't it abandoned because of technical problems? Sun Yu frowned. How long ago was this? Yes, it was abandoned at the time, but one of the employees kept sneaking it in, and then just now he did it. What? With a jerk, Sun Yu stood up from his office chair. Chapter 72, Raising the Dead. Say what you just said. Again. Sun Yu walked up to the man at once and grabbed him by the arm, both eyes widening. Mr. Sun, lighten up. Don't get excited. You said it yourself. It's going out of business. What's the point of getting excited? When I tell you to talk, you talk. What's all that nonsense for? Sun Yu didn't care what he had said before now. I say, that featured dating function that was developed. Ha ha, this is a fate that should not be taken. A cheerful smile appeared on Sun Yu's face. Quickly, update it straight away and then promote it vigorously. With all the resources the company has left, Sun Yu said excitedly. This featured dating function, which they had been particularly optimistic about before, and invested a lot of manpower and resources, ended up in failure and finally had to give up. If this function had been completed earlier, maybe Renren, Calm wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Okay, Mr. Sun, I'll be right there. The man's heart was actually very excited. Soon, the advertisement of Renren, Calm, appeared frantically among various media. So boring, it would be nice to have a sister to talk to. Eek, searching for the unknown her. This commercial seems a bit interesting. Holy shit, dating can still be so exciting. It's a feature invented by Renren. Calm, it's okay. It's over. I can't walk out. Early the next morning, in the villa, Lu Zhenyang finally left that tiny sofa and slept on a big bed. Jingle bells. But then he was woken up by the damn cell phone ringing. Found out it was Joe who called. He frowned slightly. It was only 6 in the morning. Was it necessary to love him so much? Hey! He pressed the answer button anyway. Fired up. Our stock is bound to soar this time. You're telling the truth. I'm going to go ahead and say that Renren, Calm has really flipped the script. Who would have thought it? It's fucking divine. And don't even get me started on the new features they've developed. They're really interesting. Without further ado, I'll grab a few more matches and gather at the Zhou head office later. Do. Without waiting for Lu Zhengyang to speak, Zhao hung up the phone. Come on, you're better than an alarm clock. Lu Zhengyang's mouth twitched as he spat helplessly, then tossed the phone aside. He had known it would go up, so it hadn't been such a surprise to him. And it's only the first day. The real fun hasn't even started yet. It's time to go make breakfast for the girls, too. Lu Zhenyang washed up and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. I have to say, more space is better. He couldn't get his hands dirty in that little rental house he used to live in. Unlike here, where just a kitchen is bigger than the living room he used to have. Small fire simmering porridge, while stirring and cooking, the sweet aroma of white porridge, constantly drifting into the nostrils, so that Lu Zhenyang the whole person is a lot of pleasure. Are you up so early? Shin Mubing came to the kitchen wearing a professional outfit. It's okay. I woke up from my sleep and got up. Come on, taste how well the porridge is made. It's not half as good as your handiwork. Lu Zhenyang smiled and beat a bowl of porridge and handed it to Shin Mubing. Last night Shin Mubing had already talked to him, saying that she had found a job. Careful, it's hot. Thank you. Cece is still sleeping. I'll trouble you to send her to kindergarten later. Shin Mubing took the kanji, and a trace of warmth surged in her heart. Isn't this Lu Zhenyang in front of her, wearing an apron and a gentle smile? What she's been longing for. No problem. Leave it to me. Don't worry about going to work. Lu Zhenyang patted his chest and assured. Aha. Thanks. Thank you for what? Cece is also my daughter. Besides, there is no need to be so raw between us, Lu Zhengyang said warmly. Shen Mubing's beautiful eyes glanced at Lu Zhengyang. The corners of her pretty mouth rose slightly, and she said 2 words, extra points. Then without giving Lu Zhengyang a chance to react, red-faced, carrying the porridge, he walked outside to the restaurant. Lu Zhengyang was slightly stunned, and then immediately became delighted. This was the first time that Shen Mubing had spoken well of herself, in front of herself. He knew he was not far from completely melting the iceberg in Shen Mubing's heart. Shen Mubing finished the porridge and carried her bag to work. Lu Zhengyang's eyes narrowed as he noticed that Shen Mubing's bag was already very old, and both were still the same one that he had given her before they got married. Looks like it's time to buy a bag. Lu Zhengyang silently kept it in his heart. Daddy, Mommy, where are you? I'm lost. Just as Shen Mubing's front foot had just left the villa, Cece the little Nini's voice rang in Lu Zhengyang's ears. Lu Zhengyang was slightly stunned. What is this situation? Hish, don't be afraid. Daddy's coming. He rushed upstairs, but the corners of his mouth twitched when he didn't find Neisan in the first place. The house is too big and has too many rooms, which doesn't seem to be all good. Daddy, I'm not afraid. Where are you? Cece's voice sounded again, and Lu Zhengyang quickly located the location. Finally, behind a corner in the villa's hallway, he spotted the cutie in her pajamas. Daddy! Cece jumped into Lu Zhengyang's arms. Next time Mommy isn't here, just stay in your room. Daddy will come and find you. Lu Zhengyang scraped Cece's cute little nose. Because the master bedroom is at the far end of the villa, there are 2 turns to make, and for an adult, the first time you go, you may have to hesitate. Not to mention a child as young as Shihi. Don't. Hoshi can do it. Just walk a few more times. Hoshi shook her cute little head. Cece is so brave. Come on. Daddy will take you down for breakfast. Cece should look carefully. Aha! Lu Zhengyang was still very happy that Cece had such independent thoughts, but then there was a little hidden pain in his heart, because he knew that a large part of why Hoshi was so independent was because of him. Shen Mubing had to work during the day, so he left Shishi alone at home. Hickey often stays alone just for the whole day. Lu Zhengyang couldn't even imagine how Cece survived alone. She was still so young. She should be at the age of being spoiled in the arms of her mom and dad. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but tighten his grip on Cece's hand even more. He would never leave Hoshi alone again. Dad. It's okay. Was it too hard? Lu Zhengyang slowed down and hurriedly eased his strength a little. Almost couldn't breathe. Hoshi nodded her dotty little chin. Dad is not good. Take you out to play at night. Okay. Lu Zhengyang said apologetically. Yeah, Daddy's so nice. Cece's cute big eyes lit up and immediately cheered in Lu Zhengyang's arms. Chapter 73, Crap. Big deal. Finished breakfast and dropped Hoshi off at kindergarten. It was only then that Lu Zhengyang drove slowly and arrived at Zhou Jianhua's company. It's 9:40. Crap. This is only the past night. The opening directly pull up the stop. Those stockholders who sold out yesterday are all going crazy now. Mr. Lu's vision is just too poisonous. I'm so sorry now that I didn't buy it with Mr. Lu at that time. I don't care. If Mr. Lu has this kind of investment next time, I'll sell my kidney and invest together. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Zhengyang heard Zhou Jianhua's employees chattering and discussing. Crap, Lu old brother, you finally came. Quickly look. This piece of big red Zhao Jiming saw Lu Zhengyang come in through the door and hurriedly pulled him to his point. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I admit that I was the one who spoke a little too loudly yesterday and shouldn't have doubted your vision. Chiku really couldn't believe that such a thing had actually happened. It's fine. It's normal to be skeptical. It would be a lie not to be, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Elder brother Lu, so we throw it now? Although the stop is only 10 points, but the input base is large, $190 million, so that to his hands also, 19 million. You know, that's a day's profit. Throw what? It's only the first day. You're satisfied with making such a small amount of money? The corner of Lu Zhengyang's mouth hooked. That's only 10%? Don't forget that the wealth message says it's at least a 6-fold return, 10% per day, which means a minimum of 12 consecutive days on the board. It's only the first day, but he's already up. No, old brother Lu, what do you mean? Zhao Jiming's pupils shrank. The eyes of the others looked over. That's right, it will go up continuously. Lu Zhengyang nodded. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Crap, big deal. Zhou Jianhua swallowed a mouthful of water. He now regrets that he did not follow the purchase. Now even if you want to buy, it is difficult to buy in. Has missed the best time. This is too terrifying. A function to bring back the dead. Li Wenxiang was astonished. That's the way the internet works. You just have to be able to attract traffic and hold it steady. You'd be hard-pressed not to post. That feature they did. I experienced it and it is indeed very attractive. Not to mention how it will be in the long run, but in the near future, it will certainly be very hot. Zhao answered Li Wenxuan's doubts. The executives at Renren Com are laughing their asses off right now. Zeke's heart was also very excited, with a hint of gratitude. Fortunately he had held back yesterday and didn't freak out. Otherwise today would have been even more embarrassing. Well, let it do what you do. Not just to stop. How big a deal? Lu Zhangyang laughed lightly. Is this the real stock market bull? So unperturbed? Completed a miracle general operation. Actually can still be so calm. This if he high and low in the circle of friends to show off a year and a half. Zhou Jianhua now heart only left admiration. When the others heard Lu Zhengyang's soversai words, one by one, the corners of their mouths twitched, but they couldn't find a point to refute, because Lu Zhengyang seemed to be really calm all the way over. The expression on his face hadn't even changed. Right, elder brother Zhao, has the company's qualification come down yet? I've pretty much recruited all my people. The stock matter was put aside. The main thing to be busy with now was the entertainment company. I'll call and ask. Zhao pulled out his cell phone and made a call. After a moment, Zhao nodded. Done. Okay, thank you brother Zhao. Then does brother Zhao know anyone in the entertainment industry? I want to find a reliable agent. With that Li Care guy's character, if he ran into a worse agent, he would probably be sold and still counting for others. Li Care was the signboard he wanted to build. The cash cow in the future. He couldn't afford to lose anything. Let me ask. I remember a friend who owns an entertainment company. Zhao pulled out the cell phone he had just put down again. It's not bad to have a brother who's an official, but connections are just extensive. Lu Zhengyang smashed his tongue. With this network in place, it's hard not to get rich, as long as you have hands and feet. Hey, yeah, it's me. I'd like to ask if there's a little while later, the two cars then drove out from Zhou Jianhua's company and came under a building. Lu old brother, to tell you, this friend of mine, but also very tactful, young age, is the largest entertainment company in the entire Beihai city. Li Gabe, have the impression, is a while ago PC into that. Is their company? It is not easy to get to that position, but went in. This put my friends angry enough. The loss of a large wave of yuan qi. Zhao Zhiming brought Lu Zhangyang with him as he explained. Lu Zhangyang raised his eyebrows. Li Gabii he recognized. When he used to accompany Shin moving to watch TV, he had seen it. It seems to be acting some kind of ancient sword. Old Zhao. Finally here. Long time no see. Yes, old Chang. Last time we had a party. We asked you to come, but you didn't even come. Arriving at the chairman's office, Zhao greeted a man warmly. Don't mention it. Being upset by the artists under my hand. This is the general manager Lu you're talking about. Cheng Jia looked towards Lu Zhengyang who was behind Zhao Zhiming. That's right. It's him who wants to find a reliable agent. Zhao Zhiming nodded. Hello, Cheng Jia. Hello, Lu Zhengyang. The two men shook hands. Come, sit down. Let's talk carefully. Cheng Jia greeted the two men and sat down. Just one agent? Cheng Jia asked suspiciously. Although Lu Zhengyang was his peer, he wasn't repulsed, not only because Zhao Zhiming brought over his friend, but also because there was no need for it. People just needed an agent. Yes, because my company only has one artist right now, and it was only founded a short while ago as well, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. In that case, just find a random agent, debut or whatever. It should all work out just fine. Cheng Jia frowned. There was absolutely no need to specifically find an agent for this. It doesn't need to be that good at all if it's also a new artist. How can I put it? I'm very optimistic about this artist of mine, and I want to train him seriously, but the person is a bit naive. So I'd like to find an agent who is a bit more reliable. That way, it will be less of a detour, and I'm not in the company very often, and I've got other things on my mind. If this agent can't put me at ease, I'll be tired too. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly. In that case, then I do have a candidate that fits your requirements very well, but not someone in my company. I can give you an address. You guys just go there and look for her. Cheng Jia was unimpressed with Lu Zhengyang's words. A new artist is just a new artist. How valuable can he be? Chapter 74 doesn't feel too smart. Old Cheng, there's no need to be so troublesome. You from within your company, pick a reliable agent over to us, and we'll treat you to dinner. Zhao frowned slightly, as he could hear that Cheng Jia didn't seem to want to do this favor. Lao Zhao it's not that I don't want to give it. You also know that it's not easy to mix in the entertainment industry nowadays. It's hard for a star to come out, and it's even harder for a good agent. Cheng Jia said bitterly, but you're such a big company, it's impossible to even have a Zhao still wanted to struggle a little bit, but was interrupted by Lu Zhengyang, who could see that the relationship between Zhao and this Cheng Jie was not that good. Lao Zhao, it's okay, I understand. Every good agent is trained by vomit, so suddenly come to the door to ask for someone. It is indeed we are inappropriate. I'm not ambiguous. I don't know what kind of conditions Mr. Cheng needs before he is willing to cut, Lu Zhengyang said slowly, and the reason he's willing to spend a lot of money right now. A good agent is vital to an artist. An agent isn't just taking care of the artist's life and living and all that juggling. Running a business, planning a trip, talking about collaboration. These things, which are extremely important to the artist, are the agent's job. That's why Lu Zhengyang doesn't just find an agent. A good, hard-working agent with extensive resources is like a real father to an artist. On the flip side, it may pit the artists against each other. Mr. Lu, you're an understanding person, but it's not that I don't want to give it, but the company really doesn't have it. That Li Gabe's agent has also recently been investigated to go. He has several artists under his command. As soon as he's gone, our company's personnel, really not enough. Cheng Jie was telling the truth. Otherwise he wouldn't have not given Zhao this favor. However, Mr. Lu, the person I'm introducing you to is a former gold medal agent, only that she retired later. I went to invite her but was rejected. If you can invite her to come out, I'm sure your artist can soar. Cheng Jie immediately added another sentence. This time he was telling the truth. After his agent also went in, he contacted that agent, wanting to pay heavily to ask her to come out. But Ada knows, agents in her segment have long since stopped caring about money, and all that would attract her is just a great artist. But none of the artists in her own company had caught her eye. He couldn't even get it himself, so he just let Lu Zhengyang try it out. And the probability is that he will touch a nose anyway. Alright, then I'll trouble Mr. Cheng to give a contact information. Lu Zhengyang nodded. He knew it was hopeless with Cheng Jie. Okay, I'm on my way. Lu Zhengyang and Zhao Zhiming walked out of Cheng Jie's company together. This cheapskate won't release a single agent and wants us to find them on our own, Zhao said with a curse. It's okay, no relatives. The top is looking for someone else to ask for someone else. They've already given face. It's better to go and see how this gold medal agent he's talking about is doing. Lu Zhengyang shook his head, not caring about such a small setback. Life wasn't going to be smooth sailing, and he'd learned that the hard way early on. Call her first. Lu Zhengyang dialed the phone number on the note. Hello, is this MS Wang? I am. May I ask who you are? Here's the thing. Our friend told me that you're an extremely good agent, so I'd like to hire you out. Salary and all. In an upscale neighborhood. Wang Lihua's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She has been in the entertainment industry for more than 20 years and I wonder how many stars she has brought to fame. She'd gotten tired of this kind of work a long time ago, only to her great regret. It never produced a superstar. I'm sorry sir, I'm retired. Words with money don't impress me. She refused. Then may I ask MS Wang, what kind of conditions are required? Artiste. I want an artiste with real superstar potential, and if your artiste can satisfy me, I can even do without a salary. Lu Zhengyang's brows furrowed. This made him a bit of a dilemma because he didn't know if Li Ke was fulfilling Wang Lihua's request. Then what MS Wang means is that you have to meet my company's artists before you can do so? That's right. Then I'll bring one to you now. Is that okay? Lu Zhengyang didn't care. First bring Li Ke there. Yes, come straight to my house. A little while later, Lu Zhengyang brought Li Ke and arrived at an upscale neighborhood. The gold medal agent that Cheng Jie talked about lives here. Holy shit, Mr. Lu, is it really that Wang Lihua? She turns out to be from our Beihai city. Li Ke asked excitedly once she got off the bus. Yes, that's right. You asked all the way through. Lu Zhengyang face skin a draw. He looked at Li Ke this worthless look. The heart is even more bottomless. This seems to really do not have a little superstar look. Am I not excited? Mr. Lu, you don't pay attention to the entertainment industry. You don't know Wang Lihua's status. It can be said that as long as she has brought an artist, there isn't a single one that isn't a big hit. Come on, take it easy. It's not certain if they want you or not. Lu Zhengyang shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had to prepare plan B. Elder brother Lu, this artiste you've found, although she's pretty, how come she doesn't feel too smart? Zhao Zhiming pulled Lu Zhengyang's arm once and whispered, be confident and take the feeling out of it. Lu Zhengyang faintly replied back and walked towards the inside of the neighborhood. Good lord, is it really good to talk about your own artists like that? Zhao's face twitched as he mentally spat out a sentence and followed. Ding dong. Lu Zhengyang rang the doorbell. Soon, a woman of about 40 came over and opened the door. So you're here, just 3 of you? Wang Lihua looked at it in surprise. Usually in this situation, it was the company that brought a bunch of artists over to increase the probability of being selected by her. But artists from such companies tend to be even less so. Yes, because there is only one artist in our company. Lu Zhangyang laughed and moved aside, revealing Li Qier, who was carrying a guitar behind her. Hello, Ms. Wang Lihua. My name is Li Qier. I've heard a lot about you. Li Qier instantly straightened her body and her speech was taut, letting people know at a glance that she was nervous. Lu Zhangyang helplessly held his forehead. It seemed that this time it was going to be a disaster. Hello, come in and talk. The corners of Wang Lihua's mouth smiled faintly. She hadn't seen such a vegetarian artist in a long time, and she saw an aura in Li Qier's body, something that very few artists possessed. Chapter 75, Prepare for Plan B. Feel free to sit down. You guys get ready. The interview will start later. Wang Lihua guided the three into the living room. This is where she lives and picks people. Yes, Ms. Wang. Rochelle nervously returned. Lu Zhangyang then hurriedly pulled Li Qier to the side. Holy shit, can you act a little more relaxed? Where's that spunk you just had outside? I don't want to, but she's Wang Lihua, yeah. Seeing her makes me inexplicably nervous. Li Qier muttered, indicating that she didn't want to either. Come on, be good later. Relax. You're a future superstar. What's with all the nerves? Lu Zhangyang sighed. He actually had a feeling of being a father. It's best if you can recruit Wang Lihua. If not, forget it. There are thousands of brokers. This Wang Lihua does not like money. Naturally there are other Wang Lihua like money. Mr. Lu, don't worry la. Just watch me perform. Li Qier's vegetative hand patted her breasts and comforted. The way you just acted. You don't look like a sure thing at all. Lu Zhangyang spat in his heart, but now the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Okay, I'm good to go. Li Qier took a deep breath and walked to Wang Lihua with her guitar on her back. Ms. Wang. I'm ready. Okay, introduce yourself first. Wang Lihua looked at the little girl in front of her with eyes full of smiles. She was still quite fond of this little girl. Unlike the group of sultry bitches that came in front of them, although in this business, it was the norm for men to wear makeup, but for someone like Li Qier to be so beautiful without makeup, at least it would be comfortable for people to look at. However, this does not become Wang Lihua choose Li Qier reason. Like Li Qier's like this, the entertainment industry is still some. Hello Ms. Wang. My name is Li Qier. I graduated from Southern Communication University. Li Qier's next words were much more natural, without the tension she had just felt. Lu Zhangyang nodded with satisfaction. This is normal. Well good. Show off your talent. Wang Lihua nodded slightly. Li Qier's self-introduction wasn't something that didn't appeal to her. If the performances were mediocre as well, then she'd have to say bye-bye. I'm performing my own original song next. Li Qier's eyes became grave as she knew that she hadn't attracted Wang Lihua's place so far. And now the only hope is on top of his own song. Original. Wang Lihua's brows frowned. It wasn't that she didn't like originality, but the young people nowadays make up a random melody, then put it together from the east and the west, and a song that spells out she comes out. It's also labeled as an original song, but it turns out that when you listen to it, it's a shadow of 7 or 8 songs inside a song, so it causes her to not have a good sense of originality now, and to be much more demanding of it. Begin. Li Qier's long, white fingers rested on the strings of the piano, playing a melody that she had long known by heart. The melodious melody instantly sounded and grabbed one's ears at once. Wang Lihua's eyes lit up. This prelude was already a surprise to her. She could score at least 98 points. Li Qier's red lips flicked out, her otherworldly timbre and heartwarming tune blending perfectly. It's as if one is instantly transported back to one's first love, to the time of one's first heartbreak. The corner of Lu Zhangyang's mouth rose slightly. He just couldn't help but think of when he was in college. That spirited look of the scene when he first met Shin Mubing. It was that good and nostalgic. This niece sings better than yesterday. Lu Zhangyang looked towards the living room, playing the guitar. Li Qier. Wang Lihua's eyes looked dead at Li Qier. She thought she had found it. Found the one with superstar potential. It was as if Rochelle Fo was made to sing. From the moment she sat there holding her guitar, she seemed to glow and sparkle so brightly that she couldn't keep her eyes open. The beautiful singing kept ringing in her ears. And Wang Lihua hadn't heard such a beautiful song in the entertainment industry for a long time. The last melody disappears. Thank you. Li Qier stood up and bowed slightly to Wang Lihua. Crap. That's fucking great. I'm thinking of my first love. Without waiting for Wang Lihua to make any comments, Zhao Jiming couldn't help but burst out on the side. Listening to the song reminded him of his white moonlight. Li Qier's pretty face slightly reddened. This boast was too rude. Wang Lihua blankly glanced at Zhao Jiming, then solemnly looked at Li Qier and faintly asked, "Are you ready to become the No. 1 person in inner entertainment? I'll use all my resources to train you." Li Kuo's beautiful eyes snapped open. Then she quickly nodded her head. Lu Zhangyang smiled faintly, not ashamed of a song all over the network wildly 2 million. Or in the absence of capital operation, purely relying on the network to spread the situation. MS. 1. So now we talk about the details? Lu Zhangyang walked over to Wang Lihua. Of course you can, but I have a condition. The development of Li Kuo, I will be the main responsible. Your capital can't force something bad. This is a good seedling that can become a superstar. I don't want to ruin it just like that. Wang Lihua's eyes changed when she looked at Li Kuo, as if it was a piece of fat meat at the edge of her mouth. No problem. Leave it to the professionals. We just need to talk about the money. Lu Zhangyang will not generate electricity for love. His main purpose is still to make money. It's true that you guys only have money in your eyes. Songs are powerful. They can inspire people's hearts. Wang Lihua shook her head and said, in the past she also cared a lot about money, but she got tired of it later. Can remotivation be motivated by money? Lu Zhangyang spat out. Wang Lihua could say such things, and that was because she had already earned enough money. Floating on reality can be said by anyone, but when there is no money, who cares how noble your thoughts are? But he was also too lazy to care about other people's thoughts. As long as Wang Lihua could help him cultivate Li Kuo and help him to be able to earn money, he was fine with it. Wang Lihua froze for a moment. Lu Zhangyang's tirade was quite reasonable. Well, let's go to the company to talk about the specifics, just to discuss how this song of hers can be even hotter. Now that there is capital coming in, Lu Zhangyang will not be satisfied with the 2 million that the wealth information says. Good. Wang Lihua nodded. Her eyes were now full of fighting spirit. Finally letting her wait for such a person. She's already fantasizing about making her mark in agent history. The trio arrived at the office and talked from morning until afternoon before finalizing the specifics of the first song. According to estimates, Lu Zhangyang would be able to earn $10 million for this first song. Chapter 76. A Man Should Be Tough. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Zhangyang left his entertainment company. He set up the task and then proceeded to be a handful. On the entertainment company's side, it allowed Wang Lihua to start getting busy with Li Kuo. Recorded songs, debut photos, music videos, promotions. Luckily, Lu Zhangyang recruited people yesterday, or he wouldn't have been able to start today. As for the company having only one artist, that's a problem that he doesn't really care about. Since he had chosen to start a company, he had to be refined. Someone with real talent, not the kind of greaseballs that he had trouble keeping. He drove to the kindergarten. Shun Mubing's new job. There is a probationary period. Cannot get off work so early. He had to come alone to pick up Shishi. Dad. Cici still walked at the front of the line and was the first to jump into Lu Zhangyang's arms. Why isn't Mommy here? Hoshi's big cute eyes were a little lost. Mommy has to go to work today. Cici, let's go pick up Mommy from work together. Okay? Lu Zhangyang rubbed Shishi's little head. Good. Let's go then. Lu Zhangyang picked up the little guy in one hand. When he put the little guy in the backseat and fastened the little guy's seatbelt, Lu Zhangyang frowned slightly. It occurred to him that it was time to install a child seat in the car, which would be safer for Hoshi. But it's Chiu's car. It seems like it's better to get a car of your own, and it's not convenient to drive his car all the time. Lu Zhangyang fastened his seatbelt and drove towards Shin Mubing's company. Shin Mubing glanced at the time. It was already past 6 o'clock, and everyone in the company had pretty much left. She rubbed her neck and was ready to leave as well. This was a job she had managed to find. Even if it was just for show, she had to stay an extra hour. She stepped out of the doorway of the building and stopped in her tracks in surprise, because then she saw a large bouquet of flowers walking towards her. She frowned slightly. The flowers had become a spirit? It would actually walk by itself. She was just trying to avoid it when she saw two familiar short legs hiding behind the flowers. A wide smile appeared at the corner of her mouth and she hurried over, holding the person with the flowers. Where's your dad? Where is he hiding? Hey. Mommy looked back. Shin Mubing turned around, a bag blocked in his own line of sight. Spruce. Lu Zhangyang's voice sounded behind the bag. Shin Mubing couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes, but her mouth was scolding. What flowers and bags to buy? It's not a festival. It's a waste of money to buy these. How can it be wasted? Buy you more stuff. It's not wasted. How about you look at this bag? Cici, come. Daddy, hug. Without any further ado, Lu Zhangyang carried Cici from Shin Mubing's arms and then stuffed the bag into her arms. This bag is expensive, isn't it? How much did it cost? And such a big bouquet of flowers. It costs quite a bit too. Although Shin Mubing said this on her lips, her face was overflowing with smiles. Not because of how expensive the bag and flowers were, but because it was a surprise Lu Zhangyang had prepared for her with his daughter. Don't want much money, just worried that you don't like the style I picked, Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Halfway to the office, he went to the mall. and when he saw the wide variety of bags, he immediately had trouble choosing, and he realized that he had long forgotten Shin Mubing's favorite type. In the end he bought the most expensive one under the recommendation of the guide. Anyway, there must be a reason why it is expensive. I think it's worth over $600,000. It seems to be a brand name item. In fact, a designer bag can be a good buy for $10,000 to $20,000, and a very good buy for $50,000 to $60,000. How many vain women are willing to give up something of themselves even for a tens of thousands of dollars designer bag? Not to mention this limited edition designer bag of over $600,000. Lu Zhengyang is not going to tell Shin Mubing this bag how much money to buy, otherwise he will certainly be scolded. Shin Mubing probably will not carry to work, or to carry her old bag. The point of him buying the bag, then, is gone. But his heart ached when he saw that Shin Mubing didn't recognize the bag either. It was logical that it should be something that a woman would know best, but Shin Mubing, like him, a straight man, did not recognize the brand either. No, like it very much, but next time you are not allowed to spend this wasted money. I can still use this bag. Shin Mubing looked at the bag and flowers in her arms. Her heart was surprised and distressed. Okay, Lu Zhengyang now said half on his mouth, but added half in his heart. Definitely will continue to buy. Well, let's go. Today to celebrate your first day of work. Let's go to the restaurant. Lu Zhengyang looked at it. Time is not early back home. Then cooking. It will be too late. Yeah, down the hall. Hoshi cheered as she raised both of her little hands. No, I have nothing to celebrate at work. I've already wasted a lot of money today. I can't afford to waste anymore. And there's so much food in the fridge at home. Shin Mubing was determined not to go this time. Lu Zhengyang and Shishi persuaded for a long time, but did not persuade. The three ended up going home for dinner. In the evening, Lu Zhengyang accompanied Shishi to watch TV in the living room. In the bedroom, Shin Mubing finished her shower and looked at the bag on the dresser. The corners of her good-looking mouth rose slightly. This man is finally getting the hang of it. How much is this bag worth though? Puzzled, she walked over to her bag, took out her cell phone and snapped a picture, then searched for it with Peach Treasure. Soon, the corresponding product information came out. 1,10,100,000. What? 620,000. Shin Mubing almost threw her cell phone out, her beautiful eyes snapped wide open. This bag was expensive beyond her imagination. She gulped when she thought it would only be a few tens of thousands of dollars tops if it was any more expensive. But it turned out to be $620,000, which was a down payment on a house. Her hands were a little afraid to touch the bag. It would kill her if she got bumped or bruised. Ta-da! Shin Mubing ran to the living room in her pajamas and stood in front of Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang, return the bag. I appreciate the thought, but it's too expensive. No refunds, that's just one bag. I'm going to buy you more later and stuff it all over the room. Although Lu Zhengyang is a straight man, he is not a fool. In this situation, he definitely cannot retreat. Stuff the whole room? Shin Mubing's breath stuttered. One bag is $600,000. If a whole room, how much does that cost? She didn't even dare to think about it. Yes, that's why it's just a bag, and I've lost the invoice. So don't think about returning it, and don't feel bad about it. Just carry it out the door normally. Lu Zhengyang hemmed and hawed. He wouldn't give Shin Mubing a chance to retreat. But, no buts, buy it for you and carry it. Lu Zhengyang interrupted Shin Mubing's words. Sometimes you cannot be too accommodating to women. A man should be hard. Well, it's about time. I'm going to bed. Lu Zhengyang finished handsomely, not waiting for Shin Mubing to speak, leaving her with a handsome back, and left in style. Chapter 77, The Internet Explodes. Time flew by and 3 days passed. Lee Kor's debut is all ready to go. As soon as the music video and songs are online, Lee Kor will be considered to have officially debuted. In the company, Lu Zhengyang looked at Lee Kor's freshly baked MV and nodded with satisfaction. Although it felt a little less in line with Lee Kor's character, it was still very good. There's no fancy stuff in MV. Only Lee Kor's pretty face was wearing delicate light makeup, wearing a simple white dress, quietly walking on the edge of the lake. The sun shone on the lake, sparkling, reflecting Lee Kor. She was like the purest maiden in the world, immaculate, coupled with the music. It's hard to argue that this isn't heartwarming. Holy shit, I can actually be this immortal. It would have been better if Rochelle hadn't opened her mouth on the side. Mr. Lu, at 6 o'clock this afternoon, the music video and the new song will be online at the same time, so we'll be able to see the results then. Wang Lihuo also said with satisfaction on the side. Not counting the songs, the music videos alone are in the top 3 of her career. The main thing is that Lu Zhangyang is willing to spend money and hire a very professional filming team. And there was also a very important point that as long as Li Kur was concentrating on her performance, she could feel Li Kur's body exuding a dazzling light that made people couldn't help but notice their eyes on her. If you count the song, it's even more impressive. And the music video definitely counts as number one in her mind. Aha! Lu Zhangyang nodded. Whether it would work or not would depend on the reaction to the release. However, Mr. Lu, during the time of publicity, there have been several companies that have found us discussing the small advertisement endorsement thing. I have given a rebuff. Now Li Kur is not in a hurry to endorse the time. She now needs to enrich her own heritage. Wang Lihuo looked at Lu Zhangyang with some concern, as it was related to Lu Zhangyang's interests. It's okay, I'm not so short-sighted. You're bold enough to engage. I have the same goal as you, to take this stupid kid and raise him to superstardom. Lu Zhangyang smiled and shook his head. He wasn't going to jeopardize the layout behind him just because of the small profit in front of him. That's good. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Wang Lihuo breathed a sigh of relief. This boss of his was still very far-sighted. At 5 p.m., the music video and song went live on all major music and video platforms on time, because these days, it's been heavily publicized and paid for another push. Li Kur song and music video pushed to many people. Lu Zhangyang is not afraid of losing money, because the strength is here. It's hard for anyone to listen to Li Kur's song and not like it. The result was also not unexpected by Lu Zhangyang. The number of plays of the music video and the song, in just 1 hour, easily went up to 10 million across the net, and it's still going crazy. Ha, that's nice. What's this song? I'll go. This sister is too pretty. So immortal. Why am I crying? It's obviously a happy song. Upstairs, I cried too. This song reminds me of my dead first love. So moving. The name Li Kur also instantly swept across the internet, instantly attracting countless fans. The accounts of the major platforms used to publish the songs and music videos have instantly turned from small, obscure accounts into large V's with millions of fans, and are still rising. Li Kur's fan club and support group were also formed. Buckle Music, go ahead and negotiate. The exclusive rights to this song have to be ours. Emo Music, Buckle Up Music, they must have already made their move. Joe Dong lost. We must win this time. Get in touch. Handsome Dog Music, here's a newcomer. Potentially our chance to turn it around. Punch Me. All the major music platforms can't sit still. In just one night's time, the whole network play volume is almost breaking 100 million. Who doesn't crave it? Le Flower Entertainment, this is not an internet song. It's a company artist? Which company released the big bomb? How come there's no news at all? Ing Huang Entertainment, this newcomer has a lot of potential. This company seems to have dug up a treasure. So envious. Birch Brothers, a small company just created? The agent is actually Wang Lihuo. In Cheng Jie's office, he looked at the news on his computer and Li Kur's music video. His face was ironic. Focus Wang Lihuo was really invited out by Lu Zhangyang. Now it would be hard for Li Kur not to catch fire. Wang Lihuo's resources in the entertainment industry are not comparable to ordinary people. And Li Kur's debut was so good that even a top-tier star wouldn't necessarily have such good numbers. He was now very envious of Lu Zhangyang for having an artist like Li Kur. Although he knew that Lu Zhangyang must have spent a lot of money for Li Kur to have such good data. But if Li Kur wasn't good enough, she wouldn't be able to pick up these data. That's why some stars, even if they spend more money to train them and give them more resources, can't catch fire. And now, Li Kur can say that her future is bright. He regretted that he didn't give Lu Zhangyang an agent at that time, or else he owed this favor. And he could still let Li Kur follow up with his own artists and bring in someone from his side. But now, not to mention cooperation, the artists of his own company were not even worthy of lifting Li Kur's shoes. For a guy who spent a lot of money to develop Li Gabe and thought the PC went in. Pop. Cheng Jie heavily slapped the table, really getting angrier the more he thought about it. Mr. Lu, congratulations. Now the airplay of the song and MV on the whole network have both broken 100 million. Just tonight's clicks, traffic and all kinds of earnings added together. There's 1 million inch. Wang Lihuo's voice rang excitedly on the other end of the phone. Well, good for you. Keep it up. Lu Zhangyang nodded his head in satisfaction. Knowing that today's songs are free to listen to, without charges or membership, the main thing is to open up the popularity. And if membership and fees are charged, then the revenue can multiply several times. Also, Mr. Lu, Buckle Music, Emo Music and other platforms have sent people to the door, wanting to buy the exclusive rights. Wang Lihuo said slowly. That fast? Lu Zhangyang froze for a moment. Are these people so rolled up? The song has only just been released one night. Yes, they blocked the entrance of the company and almost fought. They probably won't go back without a satisfactory answer today. Wang Lihua said helplessly as she looked at the agents of the various platforms in the reception room who were blowing their beards and eyes. Lu Zhengyang face skin. This is just to earn some money, not to still fight. Which one do you want to sell to? Mr. Lu, I may not want to sell for the time being. Right now Liquor is still a newcomer. Roadkill is the most important thing. If she is bought exclusively, she will lose a lot of fans. Wang Lihua hesitated and said, because he knew that this would make Lu Zhengyang lose a lot of money. Chapter 78, Today is a good day. Lu Zhengyang's brows were slightly frowned. He knew that Wang Lihua had a point. It's only the first song out of the gate, and it's going to lose a lot of fans when the rights are bought and you can only listen to it on one fixed music platform. And it loses even more listeners if the platform owner also requires membership and payment to be added. While this can make a large sum of money very quickly, it's not really appropriate for a newcomer who is just starting out. There are a lot of people who are not willing to pay to listen to songs. Okay, then let's not sell it for now. Rebuff them, we want to be big fish. Lu Zhengyang still agreed. The current marketing for the entertainment company isn't big enough to pay back the revenue from this evening, let alone follow it up. Liquor's new song can't just be a one-night fire. The fire hasn't even peaked yet. Mr. Lu, wise decision. Bosses with foresight like you really don't see many in the entertainment industry. Don't worry, I will definitely not fail you. I will definitely cultivate Liquor into a superstar. Wang Lihua said excitedly. Ha ha, nice ass kissing. Keep it up. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. If he only had one entertainment company, he might have said yes to those platforms. It's not all bad when you make a quick buck first and get purchased by a platform. Although it will lose a lot of fans and roadies, the platform will recommend it, give resources, and the income may be even higher than now. But Lu Zhengyang is not just relying on an entertainment company to make money, so naturally he has to make long-term plans. Now a little money, he didn't really care. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll go rebuff them. Yes. Lu Zhengyang hung up the phone, walked back to the living room, and rejoined the sofa. Mommy, Daddy's back. You can continue, Cece said with a happy face as her little hands clutched the remote control. The cartoon had just been paused because Lu Zhengyang had answered a phone call. Good. Shin Mubing smiled and pressed the continue playing button. Still waiting for me? Hitch is great, Lu Zhengyang complimented. His heart was very happy. A little kid can pause his favorite cartoon to wait for you. This is something that can only be done if he likes you very much. That's for sure. Otherwise Daddy will have a lot to see later. Cece got down from Shin Mubing's arms and climbed into Lu Zhengyang's arms. Our Hitch is truly the most understanding child in the world. Lu Zhengyang pinched Cece's cute little face. The family was happily watching TV. Shin Mubing felt a warm and cozy atmosphere surround him. Looking over at the father and daughter, he couldn't help but get a little carried away. What's wrong, Mubing? Is there something on my face? Ah, it's fine. It just feels like such a scene. A bit dreamy. Lu Zhengyang's voice pulled her back, but Shin Mubing didn't hold back her true thoughts at once. Fantasy? Mommy, what does fantastic mean? Hoshi cocked her little head. Is that what dreaming means? But Mommy hasn't gone to bed yet. Why would she dream? Because. Shin Mubing stuck. She is not too good to say in front of Lu Zhengyang. It is because Lu Zhengyang came back, and even became more gentle and family-oriented. She glanced at Lu Zhengyang and found him looking at her with a smile on his face. Shin Mubing regretted in her heart, had she known that she would have controlled her mouth? This guy must have known her thoughts, and she was probably complacent. You let Daddy. Tell you what, Daddy knows. So she decided to dump the question on him. Daddy, what does fantastic mean? It's those scenes that are only thought of in your head that appear in reality. Which means dreamy, right, Mubing? Lu Zhengyang asked with a smile. Pretty much, that's what it means. Shin Mubing's pretty face reddened. This guy was really being smug. So that's it. Hoshi nodded plausibly. Shin Mubing looked at Lu Zhengyang's smug face and was a little embarrassed to stay here. Well, it's about time. Time to go back to bed. You have school tomorrow. Shin Mubing immediately snatched Cece from Lu Zhengyang's arms, carrying it upstairs. Ha, Mom, but tomorrow is the weekend. Hoshi's little face was a mask. Shin Mubing froze in her footsteps. I'll enroll you in a class tomorrow to make up for it. Then continued toward the stairs. Lu Zhengyang. Hish, don't. Mom. Hoshi's little face instantly scrunched up. Why is it getting more and more like a little girl? Lu Zhengyang looked at Shin Mubing's back and the corner of his mouth hooked up. He knew that Shin Mubing was just shy and wouldn't really enroll Cece in a class. Today is the day. Lu Zhengyang hummed a cheerful little song, turned off the TV, and also went upstairs to sleep. The following morning, in the company of Zhou Jianhua, Lu Zhengyang and Zhao Jiming and the others watched the trend of Renren, calm stock, and each of them smiled happily. Lu old brother, Your investment vision is really too good. I personally seal you as a god. It has been up for 5 consecutive days. Zhao looked at the ever-reddening stock price, and his eyes opened up with a smile. In the last 5 days he's made almost $100 million. Don't look for only 50%. Not as horrible as crude gold can turn out to be. That's because there was a war to get that much. It's not like we're going to be at war every day. It's situations like this that are normal. Elder brother Lu, this has been up for 5 days. Can we dump it? Li Wenxiang swallowed a mouthful of water. 5 consecutive days of rising. It is estimated that it should already be the limit. If it is not thrown, it may be almost time to fall. He's made $5 million now, and he feels that's more than enough. Brother Chang, it's not that I'm talking about you. Since you want to make a lot of money, you need to be bold. Have you forgotten the lesson of the hairy crabs? Lu Zhangyang patted Li Wenxiang's shoulder. Li Wenxiang froze, his brow furrowed as he remembered his fear of being dominated by hairy crabs. It is because he was too timid to part with those hairy crabs that he lost many chances to get rich. Mr. Lu, it's not a matter of being bold or not. 5 days, according to my experience, it should also come to an end. After all, it's an internet company that's about to go out of business. And when the heat is over, it should fall. Zhou Jianhua was off to the side, speaking his mind. Going from being about to go bankrupt to being up 5 days in a row is a miracle. The pattern is small. Mr. Zhou, it's only 5 days. As long as there are users, the heat will not fall. A dating function. You can ask Mr. Zhao. He has experienced it. And ask him if he is willing to give up the beautiful sister inside now? Lu Zhangyang twisted his head to look at Zhao Zhiming with a smile on his face. Ahem. Zhao Zhiming's old face reddened. For the time being, it is a little bit reluctant to give up. The sister inside looks beautiful and speaks well. Chapter 79 One Night's Riches. Chapter 79 One Night's Riches. I'm afraid that no one wants to be in a hot conversation with a fling and just suddenly stop talking. At least not before the meeting. That's what's so amazing about that feature. The added mystery and the urgency to peel back layer by layer. So the feature is rapidly catching fire. See, Mr. Zhou, I wasn't wrong. Lu Zhangyang spread his hands and said. Zhou Jianhua looked at Zhao Zhiming in surprise. Was that feature really that much fun? I recommend you try Mr. Zhou, don't be afraid of your wife. You can hide it with one click. It won't be discovered, Zhao said with a smile. I don't want it. I'm a good man at home. I don't do this kind of meticulous thing. But like this, won't that app be blocked? Zhou Jianhua said with a bit of doubt. What are you thinking? He's the kind of guy that's very positive. Soulful communication. Zhao hemmed and hawed with a very lewd smile. But pull back. I can tell by the look on your face that it's not a serious function. The corners of Zhou Jianhua's mouth twitched, and only Zhao Zhiming could make an expression that lewd. It's okay, Mr. Zhou, you can rest assured that it is a proper function. Illegal and disorderly investment. We do not do it. That kind of app is not likely to be fire. It has long been reported. Money can be made, but it must be done in a legal way. Otherwise you'll lose all the money you get. Okay, I'll dump it then. It's too risky to wait any longer and make less money anyway. Zhou Jianhua in the sea the first day of the stop. The next day to buy. To now rise for 4 days in a row. He felt that it is almost time to close. The most is to earn a little less. And then up a day or two on the top. Okay, Mr. Zhou, if it continues to rise in the future, don't blame me for not advising you yo. Lu Zhangyang shrugged his shoulders. This is not a little less earn 12 consecutive days of suspension. The back will only get more and more. It won't be. Mr. Lu, I still have this pattern. How much I earn is my own skill. How can I blame you? Wrinkled Jianhua slowly said. What about you? Lu Zhangyang looked at Li Wenxiang. Li Wenxiang's face instantly hesitated, which he also felt that it was almost time to throw. But it was a little reluctant to give up. I'll throw it too. I feel like it's about time. Almost at the limit. Just as Li Wenxiang hesitated, Zeke spoke up. Well, this is your own decision. Don't regret it. Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Everyone was an adult, and there was no way he could force them to keep the stock. Then I also threw it. Li Wenxiang saw that the two people had thrown it, and his heart was even more shaken. Older brother. You're confused Think about it when Lu Laodi has ever fought an unprepared battle. Not throwing is definitely still continue to make money. Zhao Zhiming opened his mouth on the side to persuade. Too timid is not able to earn big money. Kick in Zhou Jianhua and Lu Zhangyang's friendship is not deep. And are the company's boss. In his own mind has long had a set of money-making laws. He persuaded also play a small role. But, I've earned a lot now. Li Wenxiang had previously worked in a vegetable market, and his vigor was not as great as Zhao Zhiming and Lu Zhangyang. Are you satisfied with only $5 million? To make big money you need to be ruthless and bold. Zhao's tone became serious. Li Wenxian's brows knitted as he pondered, and finally clenched his teeth and said, "Spell it out. Not for sale. I'll sell it when old brother Lu sells it." "That's right." Zhao revealed a satisfied smile. Lu Zhengyang also smiled on the side. Li Wenxian would be glad for the decision he made. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye another 7 days had passed. In the company of Zhou Jianhua, Li Wenxian's mouth was hanging open. Today was the 12th day that Renren, Calm had gone up, and if he hadn't sold on the 7th day, then it would have been the 12th day that he had owned the stock as well. I'll be damned. Lu Lao Di. This continuous stop for 12 days. Isn't it a bit too scary? Li Wenxian closed his jaw with his hand. How is it? Regret it? Just persuaded you not 2 days ago. The result is that you yourself behind our backs secretly sold. Cry go you. Lu Zhengyang sighed. He had tried his best and still didn't stop this guy. Zhou Jianhua wanted to say something on the side, opened his mouth, and closed it again. During these 7 days, he had actually been keeping an eye on Renren, Calm's stock, just to see when he would fall, but the stock liked to work against him like how it just wouldn't fall. He tried to sneak in another purchase halfway through the day, but was afraid it would drop the next day. After 7 days of this hesitation, he ended up not buying. I told you to trust old brother Lu's vision. Isn't it great to earn more than $20 million less? Zhao Jiming also had a helpless look on his face, but they were all adults, so he couldn't say anything more. Levanti made money anyway, just less. He was in a joyful mood right now and didn't care about Li Wenxian. The money he put in has tripled by now, from 190 million to almost 600 million. Who can top that rate of money making? No wonder so many people like to speculate on stocks. Overnight wealth is not a dream at all. What's the point of being an industrialist? A few years of hard work won't earn you as much as these days, but he also knows that with opportunity comes risk, and it's not uncommon for people to lose their money overnight. He is now able to earn so much, all thanks to Lu Zhengyang. Cool, I'll go. I'll die if I have the slightest suspicion of elder brother Lu in the future. Li Wenxian's heart now felt as bad as dying. Well, let's talk about it next time. Let's dump it today. This stock has reached its limit, Lu Zhengyang said to Zhao Jiming. Only he and Zhao Jiming held out until the end. Funds all of a sudden from 200 million to more than 600 million, plus the money on his own. He now has 700 million in assets. Rounded up, immediately $1 billion. He himself couldn't believe that more than a month ago, he was a poor man with a lot of debts, and now he became the owner of 2 companies with $700 million on him. Okay, Lu old brother, wait for me to treat you to dinner at noon. This has earned such a big sum of money. Zhao Jiming immediately opened his mouth and said, having earned so much money, he must celebrate. Mr. Zhao, this won't do. This meal has to be my treat. I didn't listen to you guys. Next time you must wake me up. Li Wenxian really wanted to treat. If he had listened then he would have earned more. Looking at the 3 people on one side, Zhou Jianhua on the side of a bitter face, cannot take care of his feelings. This is still in his company. Li Wenxian had at least followed him for 7 days, while he had only followed him for 4 days. In the president's office of Dali Yuan Bread Group, Zeke's expression was exactly the same as Zhou Jianhua's, all with a constipated face. He had also been paying attention to this stock for the past 7 days, and this damn stock, actually TM up for 12 consecutive days. Was this the achievement that a company that was about to go bankrupt should have? He now regretted in his heart why he had sold so early. Otherwise now he is now making not 100 million, but 400 million. It would have been fine if I didn't know, but now that I know, it feels as bad as losing $300 million. Chapter 80. A man is good for a mouthful of face. I'm going to Deep City in the next few days. Lu Zhengyang brought breakfast to the table and said to Shin Mubing and Shishi. How long is daddy going to be gone? Hoshi's little face collapsed. I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2 days. Maybe 3 or 4 days. Cici should listen to mom at home. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Aha, I know. Daddy, I'll be good. Hoshi nodded her cute little head. Don't worry about your work. My side of the work probation period is over. And I don't have to go to work so early and get off work so late. I'll take care of Cici's side. Shin Mubing heart slightly lost, and Lu Zhengyang stayed for so long, her heart inexplicably a little reluctant to give up, but she will not show it. Then it's hard work for you. Lu Zhengyang smiled. It's fine. It's me who has been troubling you all this time. Shin Mubing shook her head, looking at Lu Zhengyang with somewhat complicated eyes. Although right now, Lu Zhengyang's performance was exactly that of a qualified husband, and even performed better. Also know Lu Zhengyang's inner thoughts, but her heart can never step out of that hurdle and say the word compound. She also knows that it's not good to keep hanging on to Lu Zhengyang like this and still keep suffering from his goodness. Her heart is actually struggling, But thinking about that domestic violence, that was the first time she felt scared in her soul, so she has never been able to say anything. It's no trouble. I'm just doing what a competent father should do and will continue to do so in the future. Lu Zhangyang didn't feel that what he had done was anything remarkable. During the period when he was a bastard, Shen Mubing carried the family on his own, and that was truly remarkable. He still couldn't believe how Shen Mubing's skinny shoulders had carried it over. But if I have the chance, I still want to be a qualified husband. Lu Zhangyang heatedly smiled and added. Shen Mubing's pretty face reddened. Thinking about it, Cici, eat breakfast quickly. After eating mom will send you to school. Okay mommy, but mommy you're blushing yeah. Hoshi blinked her big eyes, her little face full of smiles. I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. Open your mouth and drink the porridge. Well, Shen Mubing took the already cooled porridge and stuffed it into Cici's cute mouth. Lu Zhangyang smiled at the corner of his mouth. It was a pleasure to see such a cozy scene every morning. After breakfast, on his way to the airport, Lu Zhangyang made a call to his father-in-law and mother-in-law and asked them to go and accompany his mother and his wife during this period of time. After all, such a large villa, only 2 people live. Lu Zhangyang worried that the mother is afraid. At noon Lu Zhangyang got off the plane, took a car, and ran towards Star Game Company. The reason why he came to the deep city was because Zhang Dongshu sent him a message yesterday, saying that the game was almost made, and as long as he waited for the version number to come down, it would be ready to be published online. It still would have taken months, but there he is. Lu Zhangyang used his money ability to outsource the time-consuming projects like art, and Zhang Dongshu and others just need to review the game content and plot. So the development of the game went a lot faster. Only the game platform will take a while. Lu Zhangyang wants to do it. He wants to do it fine. It's not his style to make one up as he goes along. Mr. Lu is here. Welcome, a warm welcome. As soon as Lu Zhangyang stepped into the company, Zhang Dongshu led his men to greet him at the door. There's no need to be so enthusiastic every time. Lu Zhangyang's face twitched. Older brother. I've advised them, but they won't listen. Lu Yanyan held her forehead helplessly on the side. How can that be? Mr. Lu, you are our bread and butter. Without that, it might not be possible for us to complete this game, let alone get it online right away. Zhang Dongshu shook his head. This game they poured too much effort, and in their most difficult time, it is Lu Zhangyang gave help, willing to invest in them a few fledgling young people. Okay, I know. Come to the office. Let's talk business. Lu Zhangyang's mouth faintly smiled. No wonder people like to be the boss. This ass-kissing is still comfortable. Briefly explain the situation, Lu Zhangyang asked as he sat in his own office chair. The development of the game has all been completed. The major platforms have also been contacted. The reputation of the first few tests is also very good. As long as we wait for the version number to come down tomorrow, we can go on the shelves. Zhang Dongshu said excitedly. After such a long time of preparation, the day of the shelf is finally coming. Isn't it hard to apply for a game license number? Lu Zhangyang remembered that there seemed to be some kind of game winter in the past. It used to be, but now with the new policy, within 5 working days, you can get the license number. Okay, so how's the gaming platform coming along? It's still in preparation, but it's getting close. When the game catches fire, it'll be diverted to our own platform. But for the time being, we'll still have to borrow other platforms first. Okay, then, let's wish the game a big hit, go to the peak of life, and marry a rich white woman, Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Thank you Mr. Lu. Would you like me to install a copy of the game on your computer so that you can experience it first to kill your boring time? Zhang Dongshu said with a smile. Well okay, that's fine too. Lu Zhangyang nodded. It was idle anyway. Experience this future game that was extremely hot in the market first. See how much fun it was? Going first to the game demo that Zhang Dongshu had sent him. He didn't have much time to play it. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll install it for you. Lu Zhangyang on this side is also an office and an office computer. Although there is no opportunity to use, but always have to pretend. Mr. Lu, there are 4 levels of difficulty, easy, normal, hard, and hell. So if you don't usually play many games, I recommend easy will do. Zhang Dongshu said slowly. Simple? Are you looking down on me? I've at least been on diamonds before. Give me direct hell difficulty. Lu Zhangyang frowned slightly. What's most important to men? Of course it's face saving, but also and especially when it comes to gaming. Then it's even more important not to admit that you can't do it. Mr. Lu, the hell difficulty is almost a professional level. It's hard for ordinary people to pass. It's for those players who like to challenge the limits. The easy difficulty can also perfectly experience the plot and gameplay of the game. Zhang Dongshu hesitated and still said, it's okay, I just like to push the limits. And I don't like things without a challenge. Alright then, Mr. Lu, good luck. I'll leave you alone. Zhang Dongxiu selected the difficulty and exited the office. I'd like to see how hard this game is, Lu Zhangyang said disdainfully as he looked at the loading page. 2 hours later. Damn, this novice village still doesn't let people go out. Chapter 81 I didn't see anything. Brother Su, Mr. Lu has already been playing inside for 2 hours. It seems our game is really good. Even a big boss like Mr. Lu can be attracted. That's for sure. Otherwise Mr. Lu wouldn't have found us. Naturally he sees our potential. I just don't know which copy Mr. Lu has hit? Zhang Dongxiu had a smug look on his face. Why don't we use the background to see which copy Mr. Lu has played to? Just to know a little bit about the general 2 hours. Which copy can be played to? Well, that's fine too. Zhang Dongxiu nodded and then used the background to look at it. Then the two men's faces froze instantly. Brother Su, I didn't read it wrong. How Lu is still in the novice village? This play even if it's held difficulty is not it. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Lu is just hanging on to the game and not playing it. Zhang Dongxiu said with some embarrassment. But the tour length on this is 2 hours. What did you say? Are you sure you saw it was 2 hours? Zhang Dongxiu's eyes narrowed and his tone was grim as he looked at his brother. I didn't see anything. I'm going to work. Brother Su. Bye. Count on you to be sensible. Zhang Dongxiu snorted coldly, then silently adjusted some data on Lu Zhengyang's account. Otherwise he was afraid that Lu Zhengyang would start smashing the computer. In the office. Ha! Little trash. You're still not finished by me yet. Right. Telling you to jump in front of me for so long and kill me so many times. Lu Zhengyang looked at the ground boss that he had fought for half a day and collapsed at his feet. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. So much for hell difficulty. Next level. Lu Zhengyang controlled the character and finally entered the next level. Playing until dinner time in the evening. Lu Zhengyang advanced the main line by 30%. I have to say, this game is really, really good. Both the plot and the gameplay are to die for. The only weakness used to be in the art and UI, but now it's beautifully crafted even with his banknote abilities. Lu Zhengyang walked out of the office, looked at the crowd working in front of the child's computer, and cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, everyone put all the work at hand aside. I'll treat you all to dinner tonight for all the hard work you've put in over this period of time. The crowd looked up, their eyes bubbling over. Yeah, thanks boss. Great. Finally a good meal. Boss is mighty. Mr. Lu is atmospheric. During this period, they worked overtime almost every day, but no one asked them to. They all volunteered. This game is the equivalent of being their child, and they're all holding their breath just to see how well their child does when they get to school. Lu Zhengyang found a restaurant nearby, so that the group could eat and drink happily. He was not a petty person either. Employees were very important to whether a company could develop well and go far. Not to mention talents like Zhang Dongxiu who rely on technology and eat with their brains. If they're not comfortable working and not willing to do their best, then what the hell kind of money is their company making? Can't have him, the boss, knocking out the code himself. The point is he wouldn't either. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Shaking Zhang Dongxiu stood up. Mr. Lu, I toast to you. Without you, there is no our present. Feel free. I'm dry. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Zhangyan to open his mouth, a cup full of white wine, he directly muffled it in one mouthful. Good man. Not bad for a young man. That. You two sitting next to him. Don't just yell and be persuade him a bit. Don't let him drink. Lu Zhangyan's face twitched. This kid will regret that he was so desperate to drink today when he gets a headache tomorrow. Mr. Lu, it's our turn. We're not very good at talking, but we won't fail your expectations of us. Besides this game, we'll definitely develop more good games. Yes, Mr. Lu, make yourself at home. We're dry. The two boys next to Zhang Dongxiu also poured a full glass of wine and toasted towards Zhang Dongxiu before finishing it off. Lu Zhengyang froze. He just said the words, is to let you also toast this meaning? Older brother, drink less. It's not good to drink too much wine. Lu Yanyan said with a frown on the side. It's alright. Your old brother's drinking capacity is still good. Drinking these few young people is still not a problem. And looking at them like this, it's almost over. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Drinking for a while, Lu Zhengyang felt that these young people's limits, and called the car to send these small vegetables dog are sent back. Instead, he went to Lu Yanyan's rented house for a few days. When he rented her a room, he thought of this situation, so he had a spare room. By the way, I promised mom and dad I'd buy you and your brother a suite in the city each. Do you have a favorite floor plan? Villa, big bungalow, anything. Lu Zhengyang sat on the sofa and asked, "Isn't the family building a house? Why do you still need to buy a house?" Lu Yanyan poured a cup of tea for Lu Zhengyang and said in surprise, "That's from the old family. The city naturally needs a set. Otherwise you can't keep renting a room." Lu Zhengyang took a sip of tea. Warm and sweet. "Ha, older brother. You're not thinking of buying me a house in Deep City, are you? House prices here are sky high." Lu Yanyan had a surprised look on her face. "That's right, there is a company of mine here. In the future I definitely want to come over here often. There must be a landing point. You also want to work over here. Just buy a suite is also for convenience." Lu Zhengyang nodded. This matter is also something he has considered. One move many. Why not? Older brother, listen to what you're saying. Are you a human being? To buy a suite just for convenience. If this gets out, you're going to be criticized. Lu Yanyan's pretty face twitched. Rich people deserve to die. It's fine. Your brother, I've recently made another small wave of money. Buying a house is just a small thing. It's completely trivial. Now that he was worth $700 million, even if the house in the deep city was even more expensive, he still had the ability to take it in full. Small money? Brother, you earned how much again? To know the slightly better houses in the deep city can be several million to start. Although at the beginning Lu Zhengyang lied to them that only 3 or 4 million, but she later from her parents to conclude that old brother has earned 10 million. But the old home to build a house must have spent a lot of money. This side there is still a company to run, and then spend a few million to buy a house. Old brother's funds are expected to be difficult again. Not much, $600 million. Buying that kind of super luxurious villa, although it's a bit difficult, but a little bit worse, it shouldn't be a big problem, Lu Zhengyang said indifferently. Right. You see, difficult bar. No. What? $600 million? Lu Yanyan stood up from the sofa at once, her face full of incredulity. Chapter 82, Rich People. Damn it. Say that again. Old man. I didn't hear you. Lu Yanyan couldn't believe her ears. I said I made $600 million. Lu Zhengyang said with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and said word for word. How can that be? Brother, how long has it been? And you've gone from $10 million to $600 million? You're not lying to me, are you? Lu Yanyan came up to Lu Zhengyang and looked at him with a pair of dead eyes. TSK, what am I lying to you for? Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. The origin of my money is very clean. Lu Zhengyang took out his cell phone and showed Lu Yanyan the balance and the source of the money. She just believed it. $600 million. You actually say it's small money? Lu Yanyan sat paralyzed on the sofa. Her head filled only with the large string of zeros and zeros just above the balance. Of course it's a small amount of money. I'll make more money in the future. Don't worry about it now. That's why I said, don't worry about the money to buy a house. It's just a small amount of money, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Alright, then the house is still in your name, old brother. I'm just living in it, Lu Yanyan said after thinking for a while. Why? This is a house for you. Lu Zhengyang froze for a moment. Because the devil knows, if the man I meet in the future is reliable or not. I don't want to have any property disputes. Lu Yanyan's showy eyebrows were raised. Old sister. It's zapped again. Lu Zhengyang covered his chest and said with difficulty. But in the end, under Lu Zhengyang's persuasion, the house is still written in Lu Yanyan's name, and it was decided that after the game is out tomorrow, they will go to see the house. The next morning, Lu Zhengyang and Lu Yanyan came to the company, found a whole bunch of people, half dead, slumped in front of their computers, and the sound of vomiting coming from inside the restroom. Only a handful of people who didn't drink yesterday remain energized. Mr. Lu, you're here. Sorry, we lost our temper. Zhang Dongxiu held a pack of tissues in his hand and walked out from the toilet. It's okay, I understand. It's very nice of you to make it to work. Lu Zhengyang smiled and shook his head. Yesterday drank into that kind of hanging, today can still come to work on time. Is considered to have perseverance. Thank you, Mr. Lu, you are really a good drinker. You actually didn't have any problems today. Zhang Dongxiu squeezed out a smile and complimented. Ha ha, average. Lu Zhengyang said modestly. It wasn't that he was a good drinker, but they hadn't given Lu Zhengyang a chance to drink yesterday. When will the version number come down approximately? Lu Zhengyang continued to ask. It should be released in the morning. There will be people keeping an eye on the approval information. Zhang Dongxiu said slowly. Well, okay, come let me know when you have the results. Okay, Mr. Lu, then I'll go to the toilet to vomit for a while longer. After Zhang Dongxiu finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards the toilet. Lu Zhengyang's face twitched. Yan, wait and notify the cleaning. Let her do a cleaner hygiene today. Otherwise there will always be an odor in the company. Okay, old man. I know. Lu Yanyan nodded. A faint odor of alcohol now permeated the company. Lu Zhengyang returned to his office and opened the game that he didn't finish yesterday. It was because there was nothing to do. Lu Zhengyang played. Definitely not because he was addicted. After playing for 2 hours, about 10 o'clock in the morning, Lu Zhengyang passed 2 more levels and was comfortable in his heart. Is this the career difficulty? It doesn't seem like much. Am I going in the wrong direction? I turned out to be suitable for esports? Lu Zhengyang stretched his back, a smug expression on his face. Mr. Lu, the addition number is out. Zhang Sudong's voice shouted outside the door. Lu Zhengyang's eyes lit up. The main event was finally going to be on. He exited the game and walked out of the office. He saw that the crowd was looking at him with excitement on their faces. Mr. Lu, the version number has already come down. Let's send out another announcement to notify. In an hour, we can officially put it on the shelves. Zhang Dongshu's tone was a bit excited. They had waited for this moment for too long. Alright, then start preparing. Lu Zhengyang nodded. Everyone start preparing, make sure to get our first shot. Zhang Dongshu clapped his hands and shouted. Yes. The crowd returned in unison. On the operations team side, they also sent out a script that had been prepared from the beginning. Time always flies when you're excited, and an hour goes by in a flash. On the shelf, as soon as Lu Zhengyang's words fell, Zhang Dongshu opened the download access, and their game opened today. Mr. Lu, go rest for a while. The data didn't come out so quickly. Although Zhang Dongshu was excited in his heart, he knew that the data, the number of downloads, would not come out so quickly. Good, then I'll go out for a while. If you have specific data, inform me again. Lu Zhengyang nodded. He also understood that these data couldn't come out so quickly. It was just as well that he utilized this time to take Lu Yanyan to buy a house. Alright, Mr. Lu, I will inform you as soon as I can. Zhang Dongshu nodded with a smile. Well, good. Yanyan, let's go. Lu Zhengyang shouted and Lu Yanyan walked out. Mr. Lu is leaving. Mr. Lu, Director Lu, take care. Be safe on the road. With the crowd cheering him on, Lu Zhengyang walked out of the company with the blushing Lu Yanyan. Older brother, what kind of ecstasy did you give them? Being so polite to you. My previous company was never this polite to the leaders. The corner of Lu Yanyan's mouth twitched. Maybe they know I'm a good boss. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. But come on, what kind of good boss doesn't come to the company a couple times a month? Lu Yanyan spat. Isn't that the best? Do you want your boss to watch you guys every day at the company? Lu Zhengyang asked directly in return. That's true. They'll have a lot less psychological pressure with you being away like this. Lu Yanyan nodded. This is not right. Occasionally come over to shine a few times. Send a few benefits. This is enough. They are talents who rely on their brains to eat. Can't be pushed too hard. As long as they can work seriously, it's no big deal. Lu Zhengyang said lightly. That's why he recruits young people and still lets them do their own games and doesn't interfere too much. And that's because then they'll have the enthusiasm to use their talents and show off their pie-in-the-sky ideas to their heart's content. For the gaming industry, a constant stream of ideas to live on is the key. Older brother. I don't know much about games. Can this game really catch fire? Although Lu Yanyan had been in the company for almost half a month, her understanding of the game was still not deep enough. Yes, I dare to pack my bags. It's just that maybe the first day's results won't be too good. Lu Zhengyang said indifferently. He was expecting it, even though the game had been publicized some time ago and had a good following. But after all, it is a new game, and not a big factory game. The first day of the results will not be too good, and so on. Rely on the back of the word of mouth. Slowly and slowly up, will be more and more hot. Chapter 83, Mom's Legacy. Old brother did not expect that you actually know so much about the game as well. Did not waste the time to help you cover up when you used to go to that small black internet cafe at the village entrance. Lu Yanyan had a relieved look on her face. I thank you. Middle school things still come out to say. Lu Zhengyang's face twitched. When I was in junior high school, there was a family at the entrance of the village, and I don't know how to find 3 broken computers, or the kind with no internet, only some single-player games, lone gunman, violent motorcycle, and so on. But for them in middle school, it was a new thing. On the way home from school, he had to go in even if he didn't have the money to go on it, and it was dark once he did. In order to avoid being beaten, let Lu Yanyan say to her parents that she went to her classmate's house to do her homework. Lu Zhengyang is really a meaningful time when he thinks about it now. And later on, as I got older, that fun got less and less. And when I was in college, I would still have the occasional big game, but I was also mostly busy earning money. And when I got out of school, I had even less of a chance to play. It's not that it's bad to make money. It's just that simple pleasure has become less frequent. That of course. And you also said that you would buy me candy to eat. As a result, I waited for more than 10 years have not waited for. Lu Yanyan's grudging eyes looked at Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang, why do you remember such small things for so long? Cannot remember for a long time? That's an innocent young girl, something she looks forward to every day. And as a result, old brother, you act like you've completely forgotten about it. No, it should just be forgotten. Lu Yanyan spat. My pot, now aren't we buying you a house, just to make up for it? Lu Zhengyang had long forgotten about this nook and cranny. It's useless. It has already caused damage in my young mind. It can't be repaired. Lu Yanyan covered her chest and said painfully. Okay, don't pretend. Get going. Hurry up and buy the house. Move your home in the next few days. Lu Zhengyang patted Lu Yanyan's head, then walked to the curb and started to take a taxi. Cut. Lu Yanyan's mouth turned away and she followed. The two took a taxi to China Resources Garden. Here is Lu Zhengyang checked yesterday. 10 minutes drive from the company. The price is also more appropriate. The average in 50,000 yuan a flat. Hello, it's Mr. Lu. I'm he you who spoke to you on the phone yesterday. Lu Zhengyang just got off the car. A middle-aged woman in professional clothes walked up with a smile on her face. It's me, MS. He. Lu Zhengyang nodded. Great, Mr. Lu, the keys to a few houses. I've already brought them over. He Yu's face immediately revealed an even brighter smile. Okay, let's go then. Soon, He Yu led the siblings to the first suite first. Did Mr. Lu buy the house himself, or did he give it to this lady? Bought for my sister. She recently had to stay alone in deep city to work. Having a house will be a bit more convenient. Try to find a suitable one for a girl to live in. Lu Zhengyang pushed out Lu Yanyan who was hiding behind her. Buy you a house. Look at it yourself. What are you doing hiding behind me? Older brother. I'm not inexperienced. You help me choose just fine. Lu Yanyan's pretty face was slightly red. Where did she think that she really had the day to buy a house or in the deep city this place? What do you care about experience? Just look good to your eyes. Lu Zhenyan's face twitched. How could someone buy a house and still be so formal? Miss Lu, if you are living alone, then this set of house is just right. The landlord of this house is a girl who is about the same age as you, so the decoration is also on the female side a little bit more cozy. The cabinets of the house and things like that are also designed to be lower. It is the turnstile for the girls to design. You can visit it, He Yu said with a smile. Let's go. Don't stare. Go in and take a look. This is your future house. Don't take a closer look. Be careful to regret it later. Oh. Lu Zhengyang pushed his sister. Okay. Lu Yanyan nodded, knowing that it wasn't the right time to be shy. Buying a house is a big deal and there is no room for sloppiness. Lu Yanyan then began to scrutinize the inside of the house, not sparing even the slightest detail, although found a little flaws, but overall, Lu Yanyan is still very much is her favorite style of decoration. The focus is there is a large floor-to-ceiling windows, just the sun can shine on the sofa. Winter nesting in the above to catch up with the drama. Reading novels must be very comfortable. MS. How much does this house cost? Lu Yanyan put her satisfied eyes away and asked indifferently. The house is a total of over 150 square feet, and with the fine decoration, it's about $7.5 million? He Yu looked at the watch in his hand and laughed. Hiss. Lu Yanyan sucked in a mouthful of cool air, barely able to control the expression on her face. That's over $7 million. She used to make more than 4,000 a month. Waiting for a part-time job to fight until the monkey's age? It's too expensive. In this room, as you just saw, there are a lot of decorations that are aging. Let's make it cheaper. $5 million. I also looked online. Almost all of them are at this price. Lu Yanyan doesn't care. Cut 2 million first. MS. Lu, this isn't something I can decide. It's the landlord who sets the price. I'm just a small agent. How am I qualified to lower the price? He Yu's face showed a difficult color. Then contact the landlord and ask her if she is willing to sell it for $5 million. Lu Yanyan shook her head, her expression unusually firm. Lu Zhengyang froze for a moment. She actually in the body of the old sister, saw the shadow of the old mother. When she went to the market, the old mother is this expression to cut prices. I didn't realize that this inheritance had actually come to my oldest sister. But this price is too low. A rough house is more than this price. He Yu's face twitched. She had seen those who cut a little, but it was the first time she had seen those who cut so much. It's a house, not a cabbage at the market. You make a call with the landlord first and ask. If it doesn't work, we'll go look at other houses. Lu Yanyan did not show any weakness and continued to firm up her price. Alright, then I'll make a call. He Yu nodded helplessly. Selling a house, he was afraid of meeting a cheeky one. Wasn't this little girl shy at first? How to kill the price? So just. It's possible. Yen Yen, this is Mom secretly transmitting power to you. Seeing you walking away, Lu Zhengyang gave a thumbs up towards his old sister, giving her a nod of approval. That's for sure. Who told the family that I'm the only one who cares about money? You and that guy Jingqiang. Both are the type to spend a lot of money. Lu Yanyan sighed. She had worked her ass off for this family. At that time, when she heard that Lu Zhengyang owed so much money, she was scared in her heart. Although her salary was very low, but she also began to save money, hoping to help Lu Zhengyang. Chapter 80 for the Mute Bride. At that time, she was so miserable that she didn't even dare to eat a meat bun in the morning. Cough cough. Well, it's all in the past. Now that you have money, don't think so much. Lu Zhengyang's old face blushed. He really didn't have the habit of being thrifty. But if, however, the landlord won't lower the price, then this house really isn't for sale? I look pretty good, yeah. Lu Zhengyang continued. I don't know. The highest level of bargaining is not to let the other party not be able to feel your heart if you want to buy or not, but to let yourself not know, so that you yourself are not sure. How can the other party see through your heart? Lu Yanyan had the expression of a master of the way. Awesome. Out of this world. Old sister, I personally seal you as the ceiling of the bargaining world. Lu Zhengyang felt that he would not be able to penetrate such a realm in his lifetime. Keep a low profile. She's coming over. Let's see what he says. Lu Yanyan instantly resumed her cloudy expression. The landlord said, 5 million is really too low. She bought it over at that time, plus the decoration all cost more than this much. The minimum is 6,800,000. It can't be any lower. He spread his hands and said helplessly. Lu Zhengyang's eyes lit up. It was cheaper by 700,000 at once. This price reduction should be okay, and he felt that such a house, according to the price of housing in the deep city, should be a conscientious price. It's still high. Let's go look at other houses. This house decoration is still too feminine. I don't like it too much. After Lu Yanyan finished speaking, she was about to go out without a bit of hesitation. $6.5 million. The landlord's lowest price. Okay, deal. Lu Yanyan snapped back and smiled. Lu Zhengyang frowned slightly. How did the old sister know that 6,700,000 could be further reduced? Alas, Ms. Lu, but the landlord wants the money paid within 3 days because she's going abroad for further studies soon. He sighed. This house could have been sold for a higher price. Then her own handling fee, she could have gotten a little more. But this house, the landlord is in a hurry to sell. And the decoration is on the girly side. And the average man will not want it. And the girls who like this style of decoration are girls as old as Lu Yanyan. And very few of them can afford it. This is no problem. It's all right to pay today. It was finally Lu Zhengyang's turn to specialize in the session. Okay, Mr. Lu, may I ask if Miss Lu has her ID card with her? Is it married? Brought. Unmarried. Okay, then please give me Ms. Lu's ID card. I'll go make a copy and get the contract along the way. He took the ID card and walked out of the room. I didn't make as much as I expected, but it was a lot. Old sister. Underestimated you. Actually move your lips. Help you save $1 million. Do you want this million to you as pocket money? Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Don't. I don't lack anything. The salary you gave me. It's already very much. I want that $1 million. There's no use for it. Lu Yanyan shook her head. There is no use in giving her more money. It's not like she will spend it. Who said it's useless? This 1 million for you to take to buy a car. You can't take the subway to commute to work every day, right? Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. This was also one of the purposes of his coming to the deep city. To buy a car for Lu Yanyan and a car for himself. He couldn't keep driving Zhao Jiming's BMW 7 Series. That wasn't very convenient either. And deep city, being one of the few most developed cities in the country, should have a very wide range of cars. What, brother? You actually have to buy me a car? Lu Yanyan's jaw almost fell to the ground. There's no need to buy it. I usually just take the subway to work. The car is a necessity. It will definitely be used in the future. Lu Zhengyang said slowly. But, think about it, how much money your brother has. What's this amount? And your brother is going to buy it too. Let's buy it together. Maybe we can even get a discount. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Yan Lu, why do you say that buying a car is as smooth as buying roadside cabbages? Lu Yanyan couldn't help but spit. Both of these things, in fact, there is no difference in essence. They are both consumables, only that one consumes a little faster and the other a little slower. Lu Zhengyang said without a care in the world. To be able to talk about a car and roadside cabbages as being on the same level as only you. Old brother. Lu Yanyan's face twitched. You don't understand. Unless it's someone who really likes cars. In the eyes of some super rich people, it's really almost the same. Of course, It's not that your brother is boasting. This amount of money that your brother has, it's really saying, counts for nothing. This amount of money in the eyes of the really rich people is just the same as the sprinkles that scatter the water. Lu Zhangyang smiled faintly. Since that day, he looked away. Life is no longer about money, and money is about life. Older brother, you're talking loco, eh? In an ordinary person's lifetime, they might not be able to earn $1 million, and you're still here in Versailles? Lu Yanyan cast a look of contempt. It's a bit Versailles, but I'm telling the truth. And I don't mean to look down on ordinary people. Your brother is also an ordinary person. Even if one day your brother earns untold amounts of money, he's still just an ordinary person. Lu Zhangyang said sincerely. This is what he thought at first, so he always never looked down on Zhang Dongshu and them. Instead he thought that they could realize their dreams into reality. It was a very powerful thing. Jingle bells. Lu Zhangyang's words had just fallen when his cell phone rang. It's Zhang Dongshu calling. Hey, he just answered. Zhang Dongshu's that excited voice rang in Lu Zhangyang's ears, almost didn't make Lu Zhangyang's ears deaf. He hurriedly turned the phone away from his ears. Mr. Lu, it's great. Our game has exploded. I would have thought 100,000 platform-wide downloads on day 1 would have been thankful. But in just 2 hours, the number of downloads surpassed 100,000, and we only had 100,000 reservations. Mr. Lu, you probably don't know what concept this is. Do you know Branch Wolf? His first day's sales were only 100,000 sets, and we surpassed him in 2 hours. Although our game is free, but this is still very bullish data. Zhang Dongshu's voice droned on, and Lu Zhangyang, on the other end of the phone, could feel him dancing around the company. Okay, I get it. Any idea what it is? Why is there suddenly so much more traffic? Lu Zhangyang asked suspiciously. In such a short period of time, he didn't believe that it just suddenly caught fire. There must be other reasons. Checked it out. It's a big anchor that's live streaming our game, helping us attract a lot of traffic, Zhang Dongshu said with some excitement. Which big anchor? Why are you playing our game all of a sudden? It's Sister Chow, the Mute Bride, Chapter 85 New Home Purchase. Lu Zhangyang's expression froze when he heard this name. The Mute Bride of the famous Topsy-Turvy. The only anchor who gets more heat in the booth by not talking than by talking. It seems like it's because when Sister Zhou was looking for a new game during the live broadcast, she just happened to find our game. Zhang Dongshu slowly said. So that's how it is. Then we're pretty lucky to have a free big anchor to help us publicize the game. Yes, Mr. Lu, but should we contact Sister Zhou and ask her to play our game for a few more days and ask her to publicize it? Zhang Dongshu asked hesitantly. No need to believe in the game you made. A simple publicity would be good. Hiring a big anchor would be a bit scratchy. Lu Zhangyang rejected Zhang Dongshu's proposal. He had thought about it before, spending a lot of money on publicity, but on second thought, he didn't think it was necessary. It's a game he's sure anyone who plays it will love it, and in time the players will spontaneously publicize it. And there's absolutely no need to spend any more money on publicity, and it might even backfire. A lot of publicity might make some passers-by get rebellious. Even if your game is doing well, you won't want to play it. That's why relying on word of mouth and publicity amongst players is the most effective and safe. Got it, Mr. Lu. Zhang Dongshu was too embarrassed to continue mentioning it, as the expenses of producing this game had been very large for such a long time. Now it hasn't helped Lu Zhangyang earn back a penny, and it's an additional expense if he hires a big anchor. Well, you guys continue to keep an eye on it. We'll be back after we finish our business. After Lu Zhangyang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Older brother, is it about the game? Lu Yanyan, as a member of the company, was naturally concerned in her heart. Yes, I heard that the results are very good. Lu Zhangyang nodded with a smile. That's great. I've been looking at the money the company spends out for a while now and I'm dying of heartache. Finally I can make money. Lu Yanyan breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Because it's an action game, there aren't really many paid props in it. It seems like there are only some weapon skins. Lu Zhangyang thought for a moment. When he was playing the game, he did not particularly care about this, as the account given to him by Zhang Dongshu was a full skin account, so he did not pay attention to this piece. Skin is good. That Goose Factory game I played can sell hundreds of millions of dollars on skin. Lu Yanyan said excitedly. That's true. One step at a time. At least now it's an open door. Lu Zhangyang laughed a little. In fact, he and Zhang Dongshu intended not to prepare to sell universal skins like Goose Factory. Instead, it's ready to be built like CSGO, with open trade skins and props. Of course this is still only his and Zhang Dongshu's vision, the specifics, but also depends on the subsequent development of the game, and not just want to be able to do. Mr. Lu, long time waiting, I'm back. He walked in from outside with a file bag in her hand. I've also contacted the landlady. She'll be coming over soon. You can take a look at the contract first. Aha! Lu Zhangyang took the contract and read it carefully. The contract was simple and there was no problem. A little while later. Sorry to keep you waiting. A girl who was about the same age as Lu Yanyan appeared at the door of the room, dressed in a fashionable and elegant manner, so that at first glance one could tell that she was a child of a rich family. It's okay, it wasn't that long of a wait. Lu Zhangyang shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Let me introduce you. This is the landlord of the house, Arya Toki, M.S. Toki. This is Sir is Lu Zhangyang, Mr. Lu, and this is his sister, Miss Lu Yanyan. He stood in the center and introduced each other. The one who is going to buy the house is this beautiful young lady, right? Great. Then my house is worth it. Shirley looked towards Lu Yanyan with a clearly relieved expression on her face. What do you mean? Lu Yanyan asked in surprise. This house was my dad's 18th coming of age gift to me, but our whole family will all be going overseas soon, and you seem like a nice girl, miss, so you should take good loving care of this house. Tokoyori smiled. Lu Yanyan's face twitched. A birthday gift of a set of houses worth several $1 million. This is too ho. Don't worry. I'll take good care of it. Lu Yanyan nodded. Alright then, let's hurry up and sign the contract. You guys can move in earlier too. Shirley twisted her head to look at Hiyu. Hiyu hurriedly took out the contract. Lu Zhangyang and Li Yanyan have also read the contract. There is no objection. Both sides quickly signed the contract. The money should have been transferred. $6.5 million. MS. Sure, you confirm it. Lu Zhangyang put down his cell phone and said, it's fine. I believe in you guys. Well, I'm leaving, bye-bye. Have a nice life. After finishing her speech, Shirley waved her hand and left in style. Well, Mr. Lu, Miss Lu, then I should go too, so I won't bother you too. And if you have any problems in the future, you can contact me, Hiyu said with a smile. The house was left to the two siblings. Older brother, when you transfer money, don't your hands even hesitate? Lu Yanyan said with a heartbroken face. What's the hesitation in this? When your brother played stocks with $200 million, once it failed, it was blood money. Didn't even hesitate for a second. Lu Zhangyang said lightly. Alright, now it's time to go buy a car and then just move. Lu Zhangyang saw that there was nothing more to do when he stayed in the room. Don't, old man. Just spent $6.5 million, yeah. Lu Yanyan tried to struggle, but it was useless and was pushed out the door by Lu Zhangyang. Older brother, why are you here? Although Lu Yanyan didn't know much about cars, she still knew about the ding-ding Rolls-Royce. What's wrong with coming here? You've bought a few $1 million house. What's wrong with this car? Lu Zhangyang said with a smile as the corner of his mouth hooked. Lu Zhangyang's first destination is Rolls-Royce. Rich, Lu Zhangyang will not treat himself poorly. No man does not like the car. Since the decision to buy, then buy a good one. Wasn't that what you told me to buy? Lu Yanyan blanked Lu Zhangyang. Well, since we're here, let's take a look first. Lu Zhangyang finished, then he pushed Lu Yanyan inside. Welcome to the Rolls-Royce flagship store. As soon as he entered, a female guide, dressed in a Rolls-Royce uniform, greeted him. May I ask if you two are looking at a car, or buying one? Lu Yanyan just wanted to open her mouth and say look at cars, but Lu Zhangyang beat her to it. Buy a car. I remember you guys have an SUV, right? Yes sir. That car is called Cullinan. I'll show you and the lady. The female guide's eyes lit up and she led the two towards the store. Chapter 86. It's okay. Swipe the card. Sir, this one is it. The female guide said with a smile on her face. A domineering SUV appeared right in front of Lu Zhangyan's eyes. The Parthenon grille and squared-off headlights give the whole car a stately look. The lines of the body are also very concave and convex, and at a glance they are as elegant and smooth as the lines of a master's brush. Lu Zhangyang nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of being a Rolls-Royce? Just the visual impact it brings to people is very shocking. Do you have this car in stock at your store? Give me two of them. Lu Zhangyang slowly spoke. Hiss. Lu Yanyan sucked a mouthful of cool air. Really, when the cabbage to buy to not be so incidental. Others buy cabbage no to pick a little. There is, sir, it's just that there's only one. The other one might need to be reserved. The female guide froze for a moment, then a smile instantly covered her entire face. In that case, let's take one first. When will the other one arrive around? Lu Zhangyang nodded. He knew that with this kind of car, there wouldn't be a lot of existing cars. The other one might take about a month. The female guide said with a smile. Then take one. The other one is not needed. Lu Yanyan hurriedly seized the opportunity to open her mouth. She didn't dare to take such a big thing on the road. Sir, you see? The female shopper looked embarrassed. Well, just listen to her. First one. Lu Zhengyang thought for a moment, then nodded. A month is too long. Well, sir, then follow me, please. In installments or full payment? Full payment. By SUV is also Lu Zhengyang thought a long time ago. The safety performance of the SUV is higher than the sedan. The family has a wife-child. Safety is certainly the most important. And SUVs are so roomy. They're more comfortable than sedans. In case there are 2 more children in the future, the 3 children will not feel cramped in the back seat. Lu Yanyan also lazy to persuade Lu Zhengyang. Anyway, it is for him to buy their own, and she also knows that the old brother business, to have a good car to support the row. That, sir, I might need to remind you that current car is the black badge version. It might be quite a bit more expensive, the female guide said slowly, fearing that Lu Zhengyang would back out. How much more expensive? Because it's Hermes orange interior, 4 seats with meteor roof. It costs about $9 million. After the female guide finished, she carefully looked at Lu Zhengyang. It's okay, swipe your card. The female guide froze for a moment, then a delighted expression appeared on her face as she respectfully accepted the bank card. I'll go and handle it for you. Boom! The commotion on this side of the room instantly attracted skepticism from the other people in the showroom who came to look at the car. There was shock as far as the eye could see. This is almost $10 million of car. Say bye. Not even a little hesitation? As if one more word would be disrespectful to the money. A moment later, came over with a pile of papers. Sir, you may need to wait 2 hours. We'll go get your license plate and other information for you and you can drive away later. Okay. Trouble. Lu Zhengyang nodded. Shouldn't it take days to get a license? Why so fast? Lu Yanyan said in surprise. Old sister, you have to know a saying. That is, money can make the devil to push the mill. Like their level of car store, naturally there are ways to help get it done. After all, can spend more than 9 million. Go. Also noon. We go outside to eat a meal. The world is complicated when you don't have money, with a bunch of formalities, but when you have money, it's a different story. All these things, people rush to do them for you, so you still have to work hard to earn money for a better life. The two finished their meal and returned to the Rolls-Royce boutique. After waiting a little longer, the female guide put the 2 keys into Lu Zhengyang's hand. Mr. Lu, the vehicle's driving license and other documents have been put into the car for you. Come over here for a handover ceremony. You can drive the car home. Lu Zhengyang followed the female guide to the scene that had already been set up, and once the salute sounded, Lu Zhengyang officially became the owner of the Rolls-Royce. Mr. Lu, thank you for your support of Rolls-Royce and welcome to the Rolls-Royce family. Lu Zhengyang nodded and pressed the unlock button, and the flying goddess rose out of the car, standing proudly at the front of the car. Let's go. Get in the car and go back to the company to take a look first. Lu Zhengyang greeted Lu Yanyan and got on the car. Bon voyage. Under the cheering of the flagship store's line of people, Lu Zhengyang left the flagship store in his Cullinan and drove towards his own game company. Older brother. Is this the legendary starry skytop? It sure is pretty. Lu Yanyan sat on the co-pilot and looked up at the roof of the car, her beautiful eyes full of little stars. What kind of girl doesn't like bling 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 stuff? Like it? If you like it, let's go back and look at the other models. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. At lunchtime, this ninny refused to buy it anyhow, and in the end, considering the fact that she really hadn't driven much, letting her commute to and from work every day by herself might even be dangerous. And then, if she moved, one car by herself should be enough. She didn't bring many things over either. No need. I'm just saying, you'd better buy one for your sister-in-law. Lu Yanyan hurriedly retracted her own gaze, fearing that her oldest brother would turn around and go back if his head got hot again. Lu Yanyan is still as unaware of the fact that they have divorced as her mom and dad. Your sister-in-law has a mobility scooter. First wait for her to get used to driving, then buy her a good one. Lu Zhengyang also thought about Shin moving to change a car, but the thought of the existence of a substitute car, she will certainly not agree, and can only temporarily slow down first. Lu Zhengyang now a little regret to buy her that car, but it's okay, he now bought it's almost the same. Anyway, our family. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Zhengyang parked his car in the underground parking lot of the office building and went upstairs. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Zhengyang felt the fullness of joy, almost everyone's face, overflowing with smiles. Every now and then there was a hearty laugh. You're back, Mr. Lu. Zhang Dongxu was the first to spot Lu Zhengyang and hurriedly got up. Hello, Mr. Lu. The others also rose to greet one by one. All sit down. There's actually no need to be so polite. Lu Zhengyang's face twitched. Every time it was so grand, it made him a little embarrassed. That won't work, Mr. Lu. Zhang Dongxu was interrupted by Lu Zhengyang halfway through his speech. Alright, You'll get tired of kissing horse's ass all the time. How about the results so far? Seeing that each of you has such a happy expression, it seems that the results are very good. Yes, Mr. Lu, so far, there have been almost 300,000 downloads, and, except for some malicious bad reviews, all the other reviews are clear and favorable, saying that our game is fun and creative. Zhang Dongxu said excitedly. After all, it was created by his own heart and soul, and when he saw so many favorable comments, he was still very happy inside. Chapter 87 Sister Joe's Love. Yes, keep up the good work. The game on the shelves is only the first shot. The later operation and maintenance is also vital. Lu Zhangyang had played it and knew that the game was really fun. By the way, Mr. Lu, there's actually another reason why we're so happy, and that's to watch Sister Joe's live broadcast. Zhang Dongxu heatedly smiled. What do you mean? Sister Joe from 10 o'clock this morning to start broadcasting. Alive until now are playing our game. Can be said to be live effect pull full. After Zhang Dongxu finished, he brought Lu Zhangyang to his own computer and turned the sound on external playback. IQNMD. What's the best way to fight this boss? Holy shit, this gremlin still stabs me in the ass. Is that a place to stab in passing? Damn whoever invented this game. Pa pa pa. Violent table slapping sound. Sister Joe's roar instantly exploded, accompanied by the collapse of her character. She had failed this challenge again. The corner of Lu Zhangyang's mouth twitched. He recognized this scene. It was the novice village. He had also struggled here for 2 hours. You're not telling me that she's still been in the novice village since 10 in the morning? Yes, that's right. Zhang Dongxu nodded. Holy shit, so why is she playing on hell difficulty? Lu Zhangyang frowned. Could it be that Sister Joe had a masochistic tendency? Originally was playing normal is not it. Sister Joe playing still very happy, bragging about how good he is. A new game. So quickly on the hand. But Lu, you should also understand the fans. How they see Sister Joe so flaunt. Began to provoke. Said have the ability to go to play the hell difficulty. Sister Joe is not some character euphemistic person. At that time the violent temper came up. Directly began to challenge the hell difficulty. The result can be imagined. Was abused by the body, no abuse of the body. Zhang Dongxu slowly finished his explanation. Lu Zhangyang's expression froze, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Got an account? Let me send him a rocket to comfort her. I know that this level is pretty hard to beat. At that time I played for a long time before I could beat it. Lu Zhangyang said after thinking for a while. Okay, Mr. Lu, there is an account number. I'll switch it. Zhang Dongxu skillfully tapped on the keyboard a few times. Alright, Mr. Lu, there's a balance in there. It can punch up a rocket. Good. Let's hope she's in a better mood. Lu Zhangyang found the rocket in the gift list and tapped send. Holy shit, the officials are here, and they're giving away a rocket. Ha ha, is this asking Sister Joe to stop playing? Afraid that it will affect her game. Laughing to death. I reckon so. Being so devastated by Sister Joe. No one else could stand it. Stop playing bad girl. The officials are here. Let this game go. It's not for you. Go play Baby Bus instead. Looking at these pop-ups, Lu Zhangyang's face twitched furiously. Beautiful. His meaning was successfully misunderstood. Shut up you guys. Thanks to the official maze runner for sending out a rocket. The official must have encouraged me. It's not like you guys. One and all. You just like to fall on your sword. Sister Joe revealed a sweet smile and compared a heart to the camera. Yes. Cheers. Lu Zhangyang typed and sent out. Sister Joe had helped him with his game. Publicizing a wave for free. No matter what. Can't let her chill out. See? All of you bad old men are bad. Sister Joe saw Lu Zhangyang's pop-up and immediately raised her smug face. But come on. The official reason is that they can't stand to see you play too much. So they've come to send you a rocket to comfort you. That's it. It's a waste to give you this game for free. Lu Zhangyang looked at the pop-ups that immediately followed, helplessly holding his forehead. There are these all day long, trying to make you break the defense of the fans. The temper is really not good. Can you send a limited short sword skin to Sister Joe? Just as a thank you for her 1 day of publicity. And incidentally as compensation. Lu Zhangyang thought for a while and said, of course, but Mr. Lu, is this good? Zhang Dongxu said after a moment of hesitation. Good, but remember to add some additions. Saying that this skin is the only one she has. It's limited. And if the game's boss is the first pass on the entire network, it will drop a golden treasure chest, which can drop unique equipment and skins. Of course Lu Zhangyang wouldn't let go of this opportunity to promote the game, so that he could mobilize players' desire to pass the game. And the news, which is only on its first day, has not yet spread completely. Okay, I got it. Zhang Dongxu understood what Lu Zhangyang meant. This is to whore publicity by not spending money. Worthy of being a boss? Just shrewd. Zhang Dongxu silently gave Lu Zhangyang a compliment in his heart. Crap, guys. Just now the official gave me a gift pack that says it's a skin for a short sword weapon. And I'm the only one who has it. Sister Joe received a notification from her assistant and was instantly beaming with joy. Thank you for the official gift from Lost in Translation. Love you yo. Sister Joe immediately threw flying kisses at the live camera. After the flying kiss, Sister Joe quickly opened the mailbox, and sure enough, she saw a cool short knife. I go. So handsome. Brothers, are you envious? It's a pity you guys don't have it. I heard that this only limited prop will only drop when the first pass of the All Network boss is made. Brothers, just ask you guys, are your eyes not craving for it? Sister Joe showed off as she controlled her character and waved a beautiful blade pattern. Damn it, such a nice looking sword. Why did you give it to this bad woman? What a waste. How nice to have this knife for me. No, did the bad woman just say something important? I'll go. The only limited prop. Brothers, you watched the bad woman. I'll go brush the boss first. Lu Zhenyan's face twitched, and fans so in love with each other. It is estimated that only Sister Zhou, but seeing the next few comments, Lu Zhenyang knows that the effect has played just fine. Alright, which one of you is free now? Lu Zhenyang looked at the group of men in the office area. What's going on? Mr. Lu, all of them are free right now except for a few brothers from maintenance. Zhang Dongxu asked suspiciously. I want you all to do me a favor, help your director Lu move a home, and treat you all to dinner tonight. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. This matter a small matter. The meal is not necessary. My stomach is still not feeling well right now. Zhang Dongxu hurriedly shook his head and said, that's fine. Wait for the next opportunity to invite again. I only need 2 people. More than that, the car can't fit. Lu Zhengyang knew that this group of young people had not yet practiced their drinking, and Lu Yanyan's stuff, not a lot of it, doesn't need so many people. He and Lu Yanyan packed up their things. 2 people moved. It should be very fast. It can be done. Chapter 88, The Leaky Coat. Mr. Lu, this car, how did you change your car? Zhang Dongxiu's impression. Lu Zhengyang should be driving a BMW 7 Series is right. How all of a sudden become Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Just bought it this afternoon. How about it? Handsome, right? Lu Zhengyang pressed the button and the flying goddess rose gracefully. I'll go. This scene, I've only seen it on TV yeah. Another boy who followed Zhang Dongxiu here said excitedly. Do a good job. I'm optimistic about you guys. According to your current achievements, I believe you can afford this car too. Lu Zhengyang smiled lightly. As the saying goes, a boss who can't draw a pie is not a good boss. I go. Mr. Lu, how much does this car cost exactly? Zhang Dongxiu looked at the cool appearance and his eyes were envious. It's not very expensive. It's just over $9 million. Lu Zhengyang spoke indifferently. Hiss. 2 voices sucking in cool air rang out. The light in Zhang Dongxiu's eyes disappeared. More than $9 million. This was no longer something he could think about. Lu Zhengyang offered him a salary of 15,000 a month. For over 9 million, let's go with 9 million. 900 divided by 1. 5 equals 600. That means he's going to do it for 600 months, which is 50 years. He would be over 70 by that time, and might not even be in this world anymore. But of course, he didn't count the dividend money, but over $9 million is pretty outrageous. Alright, don't show off, hurry up and get in the car. Lu Yanyan pinched her old brother's waist, looking at his satisfied expression, helplessly shook her head. Her own old brother. How does he sometimes feel the same as a child? Okay Lu. Lu Zhengyang smiled and got into the driver's seat. Zhang Dongxiu sat in the back seat with another person. And that familiar feeling of restraint returned. When they had thought that more than $9 million was the limit, when they saw more than 100 square feet of house, they were stunned jaws again. Feelings Mr. Lu, you spent more than $15 million in one day today. Mr. Lu, do you still need a sibling? Moving home. Lu Zhengyang stayed another night and rushed back to Beihai during the day the next day. And today happened to be the weekend. Shen Mubing and Shi were both at home. Daddy is back. Shi, who was watching TV, immediately noticed Lu Zhengyang who came in, jumped down from Shen Mubing's arms and pounced towards Lu Zhengyang. After not seeing you for a few days, our Cici has gotten heavier again. Lu Zhengyang held Cici in his arms and weighed her. Humph. Daddy bad. As soon as he came back, he said I'm fat. I'm not fat. Fat is not good looking. Cici's little mouth pouted. Well, our Cici didn't get fat. She just grew taller. Lu Zhengyang was amused by the little guy and quickly changed his words. Hoshi's mouth then returned to normal. That's more like it. Nah, this is a gift for you. Lu Zhengyang pulled out a hairpin from his pocket. Wow. Thank you, Daddy. So pretty. Where? Cece's little hands took the hair clip and let Lu Zhangyang put it on himself again. Our Hoshi is so pretty. She must be the prettiest little girl in the world. After Lu Zhangyang put it on, he immediately complimented it. Thank you, Daddy. Cece's two big cute eyes instantly curved into a nice crescent moon. You also have, parent-child model O. Lu Zhangyang walked to the front of Shin Mubing, hugged Cece with one hand, and from his other pocket, pulled out a hairpin that was a little bigger than just now. I don't want it. Just give this thing to Cece. I'm too old. Shin Mubing's eyes flashed with a hint of delight, but it was quickly covered up by her. In the past few days, she was actually looking forward to Lu Zhangyang's return every day, and seeing Lu Zhangyang come back to bring himself a gift, her heart was actually very happy. Even if it was just a small hairpin. Not big. How can it be big? You are still so young. Using this thing is just right. Lu Zhangyang forced the hairpin into Shin Mubing's hand. Hitch, isn't mommy still young? Lu Zhangyang twisted his head again and asked Shishi. Yes, mommy is super young and will always be 18. Shishi immediately nodded her head and said, who taught you to be so oily? Not learning at a young age. Shin Mubing didn't hold back the corners of her mouth from rising and scolded with a smile. Daddy taught me. Daddy said that mommy will always be 18. Shishi didn't hesitate in the slightest to give up Lu Zhangyang. Lu Zhangyang was slightly stunned. How come this little cotton jacket is still leaking? Good it's really you. You're not allowed to teach Cece these things in the future. Shin Mubing immediately counted up Lu Zhangyang. Yes, I know. I won't teach in the future. Lu Zhangyang immediately said with a smiling face. He was not angry. Instead he was happy because he saw Shin Mubing secretly stuffing the hairpin into his pocket. Woman. Still haughty. Still not pinned to death by me. Lu Zhangyang said triumphantly in his heart. Have you had lunch yet? I'll go make you some. Shin Mubing looked at the time and was a little worried that Lu Zhangyang hadn't eaten lunch. No yet. Just had breakfast and then drove until now. Lu Zhangyang shook his head. You have to eat even if you're driving. Then wait. I'll go and fry a dish for you. Shin Mubing turned around and was just about to go to the kitchen when she immediately realized something was wrong. No. Why are you driving back? Didn't you not drive there this time? Shin Mubing asked suspiciously. Because I bought a car later take you to see it. I'm starving now. Want to eat first? Lu Zhangyang changed his position to hug Cece, then said. What? You bought another car? Doesn't the family have a car? Even if you're rich, you can't squander like this. Shin Mubing knew that the BMW 7 Series belonged to someone else, but didn't she still have her tram? She could totally give it to Lu Zhangyang and she took the subway to work. That's your car If two people a car, it will always be inconvenient. It's okay, the car is not expensive. Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Forget it, let's eat first. After Shin Mubing finished speaking, she walked towards the kitchen. Lu Zhangyang looked at Shin Mubing's back. He knew that when he said the matter of buying a car, he would definitely be scolded by Shin Mubing. But his heart is quite happy, because it means that Shin Mubing really takes you as his own person. And only then will he be so heartbroken about your money, and doesn't want you to be too wasteful. But now let Lu Zhangyang headache is how to explain that the Cullinan to more than 9 million. When this price is said, it is estimated that Shin Mubing will have to nag himself for half a month. Cece, when daddy takes mommy to see the car later, you have to be on daddy's side. Lu Zhangyang could only pin his hopes on his little cotton jacket. No problem, daddy, don't worry, I'll be on your side. Cece patted her little chest and promised with her mouth full. Hoshi is so good. Daddy didn't hurt you for nothing. Lu Zhangyang went toward Shishi's white and tender little face and took a bite. Chapter 89. It's just a niche brand. Still, your fried food is delicious. It makes me feel better than even restaurants. Lu Zhangyang put down his chopsticks and said with a smile. I don't believe your bullshit. I'm going to go wash the dishes. Later let me see what kind of car you say is not expensive. Shin Mubing didn't believe Lu Zhangyang's bullshit. It's good to believe half of what a man says. Okay, guarantee you will like it. Lu Zhangyang has a little bit of heart. Not expensive is also for himself. But for Shin Mubing, more than $9 million. She must have thought it was ridiculously expensive. A while after the meal, Lu Zhangyang held Cece and brought Shin Mubing to the courtyard. Shin Mubing's tram is parked next to a powerful and domineering SUV. Shin Mubing's tram, in front of it, is like a little brother, completely not a grade. What kind of car is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Shin Mubing's small mouth was slightly open. She had never seen a car that looked like this before, but she hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter at this time. She thought that Lu Zhangyang buying a 1 million plus car was tops. Just a niche brand, not very famous. Lu Zhangyang smiled faintly. Yeah, and how much does the car cost? It's not expensive. It's just over $900,000. A niche brand? It won't be expensive? Lu Zhengyang was prepared to say truthfully, but after thinking about it, he still said 900,000. Really? How do I feel not quite believe it? Shen Mubing's eyebrows wrinkled. She looked at the shape of this car. How to look as if it was more than $900,000. But then again, after all, it was $900,000. The car is better as if it is normal. Well, the car has been bought. Don't care so much. Today's weather is so good. Let's go out to play in the afternoon. Lu Zhengyang hurriedly changed the topic. If he asked any more, he was going to reveal himself. Yeah, go out and play. Mom, let's go out and play. Cici received instructions in Lu Zhengyang's arms and hurriedly opened her mouth to show her support. It's this time of the day. Where else can we go to play? Is it not good to save some money and watch TV at home? Shen Mubing frowned slightly. This father and daughter, how come all day long? They are thinking of spending money? You see, I haven't come back for so long. I definitely want to take you and Cici out to have some fun. And it's something to go out this afternoon. To install a child safety seat for the car so that Cici can be more safe. This was actually one of the main reasons why Lu Zhengyang wanted to go out this afternoon. Alright then. Shen Mubing's attitude changed when she heard about installing a child safety seat. After all, Cici's safety always comes first. After getting ready, the three of them got into the car. This car really only costs more than $900,000? Shen Mubing looked at the overhead starry skytop. And this looks and feels like the texture is not the same as the interior. The focus is just get on the car. She found that the door is actually open to the other side of the car. These let her once again on the price of doubt. Don't care so much. These things which are getting a little fancy, actually have no use. Doesn't affect the price of anything. Lu Zhengyang's mouth twitched, forcing an explanation. Wow. Mom, this car is so beautiful. There are so many stars. Cici looked up at the roof of the car. Inside her big watery eyes, they were all dotted with light. I just knew that Cici would like this. That's why I bought it. How much it costs doesn't really matter, right? The point is that our Cici is happy and likes it. That's all. Right. Lu Zhengyang hurriedly picked up the conversation. Shen Mubing did not say anything. Her heart has a vague feeling that this car must be more than 900,000, but she knows that if she says again, it is a little too much control. After all, it is Lu Zhengyang's own money. How he wants to spend. How to spend. Lu Zhengyang found a car accessory seller and installed a child safety seat in it. Only at the time of installation, Lu Zhengyang persuaded half a day, saying that there are bumps and bruises will not let him pay. The staff is willing to install. And Shen Mubing knew the real price of the car from the staff. 9 million plus. Her expression froze for a long time before she slowed down. She had thought it would be expensive, but not this expensive. After installing the table and chairs, a peace of mind was closed. Then Lu Zhengyang took the mother and daughter to find a children's playground in the city and took Shishi to play for a few hours before going home. Mr. Lu, yesterday's one day's downloads were as high as 800,000, and the overall revenue was 4.5 million. It's expected that today's revenue might be even higher, because some guilds are starting to go down. They're starting to organize their experts, and they're ready to start charging the hell difficulty bosses. Lu Zhengyang was lying on the bed, listening to Zhang Dongxiu's work report, nodding with satisfaction. For an action game, it's pretty good to have such a good first day. It's not back in the black yet, but it can't be too far away from that day. The early investment of this game, Lu Zhengyang about invested tens of millions of dollars, because a lot of high-quality outsourcing, Lu Zhengyang and the pursuit of speed, because the gameplay creativity of this thing, it is in a race against the clock. If you're slow, there is a high likelihood that someone else will take the lead. So Lu Zhengyang, regardless of the cost of accelerating the game's progress. This is also thanks to Zhang Dongxiu. They produced the framework has actually almost, is more rough just, so only spent tens of millions of dollars, otherwise this type of action game, is definitely more than spend so little money. This also side by side confirms the ability and efforts of Zhang Dongxiu's several people, coming 6 people in such a small studio to accomplish so much progress. There's a reason it's on fire. Creativity, ability, plus hard work. That's the secret to success. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Never indulge in a small bit of success. This game is just your beginning, not your end. Don't forget what I said to you. Our goal is a game empire. Create our own game platform. Let our game go to the world. To break this prejudice that only big foreign factories can make a 3A game, our road is still far away. This is the reason why Lu Zhengyang acquired Star Studio, because in addition to being able to earn money, he saw hope in Zhang Dongxiu and the others. This group of young people have a force in their hearts and potential. Although there was still a big gap between Mistborn and those well-made 3A games abroad, he saw hope that this group of people were genuinely making games. It's not scary to have a gap. What's scary is that you're afraid to take on the challenge because of the gap. That's what's sad. At least you go for it to get hopefully one step closer. Lost in Translation is the best example of this. And while it's not as high quality as a 3A game, it's a success in terms of gameplay and creativity, realizing another form of breakthrough. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, a few of us will never forget. With a boss like you, who is supporting domestic games, I believe domestic games will definitely rise. Zhang Dongshu was filled with excitement. Chapter 90. I took it to buy a house. Holy shit, Lu Lao Di. You either don't buy a car or you buy a big guy. Li Wenxiang circled around Lu Zhengyan's Rolls Royce with an envious face. This one car, almost worth half of his fortune. Last time I sold my stocks, I had almost $20 million on me. But this car, it's almost worth 10 million. Ouch. Rolls Royce Cullinan. No wonder old brother Lu doesn't want my broken BMW. Zhao Jiming said jokingly as he looked at the Rolls Royce that Lu Zhengyang drove. This is not always driving your car is not good. And there are children at home. Need to install child seats. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. The BMW 7 Series was returned to Zhao Jiming on the day Lu Zhengyang left for the deep city. What does that have to do with anything? You just install it by the way. It doesn't matter if the car has been scrapped for you. Zhao Jiming was speaking from the heart. What's a BMW 7 Series? How much money did Lu Zhengyang make with him? All can buy hundreds of BMW 7 Series. And the last Renren incident made him admire Lu Zhengyang's financial sense even more. Because the day after they dumped the stock, it dropped. That won't do. No matter what. That's your car. Not quite right. Lu Zhengyang shook his head. Then continued. Well, not to dwell on this. I came here today to find you guys with money to earn. Business again? Zhao's eyes lit up. This was too fast. It hadn't been long since he had made a few $100 million. Li Wenxian's little eyes also became big. And he was able to make money again. Of course. You guys see about what place you are coming from. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Antique Street? Could it be to dump antiques? Old brother Lu, you actually know about this? Zhao Jiming was still wondering why Lu Zhengyang would ask him to meet him in Beihai City's Antique Street. Of course not. Lu Zhengyang shook his head. Then what are we doing here? The water in here is deep. If we three laymen go in, we'll probably be pitted to the point that we won't even have any pants left. Zhao Jiming's face twitched with white excitement. Li Wenxiang naturally do not understand. You let him look at the vegetables is not overnight. He may be able to see, but the antique words even if. Don't worry, even though I don't understand. I'm sure, it's up to you guys if you dare to follow me. Lu Zhengyang laughed a little and walked towards the inside of the street. Zhao Jiming and Li Wenxiang looked at each other and hurriedly followed. After experiencing so many things, they have long believed in Lu Zhengyang, and it is foolish not to make money. Lu Zhengyang, if there is no wealth of information before, then naturally do not dare to come to touch this thing. Antiques this thing, unless you have superpowers or decades of experience, or no one is confident that they must not look away. And the wealth information shows that on this day there will be a yuan blue and white porcelain jar auctioned on this street, which finally fetched a sky-high price of $360 million. If only ordinary auction, Lu Zhengyang certainly will not come to participate in. But this yuan Qinghua porcelain jar, this is a pair, and the other jar, 2 days later, was accidentally broken by the collector viewing? And then today's auction of this jar instantly became a loan product. Straight away the value has risen dramatically, more than doubling to $750 million. It set a new world auction record for porcelain. Of course, Lu Zhengyang could naturally afford to pay all this money for the first auction alone. But the reason why Lu Zhengyang called on Zhao Jiming and Li Wenxiang was because this money was slightly too much if he paid it alone. And it's quite possible that this price may go up after he participates in the auction. He now has two money-burning companies under his hand. Although the game company is now beginning to make a profit, but the entertainment company side began to burn money again. Li Kier, this guy recently created a lot of songs. In preparation for the music video, there will soon be offline performance. So Lu Zhengyang didn't dare to consume the money too quickly. Wait in case the money chain is broken. It is back to the old kind of life. Now there is wealth information. There is no need to gamble so much. The money slowly earned can be. And since Zhao Jiming and Lu Wenxiang had helped him a lot, he was still happy to pull the two of them along with him for a money-making opportunity like this one. Elder brother Lu, what is our goal? Zhao Jiming followed next to Lu Zhengyang, and seeing that Lu Zhengyang didn't even look at the stores on both sides, he asked with some doubt, wait until you do, and you'll see. Elder brother Lu, actually being mysterious. Li Wenxiang spat. Isn't this afraid that you guys will run away? When you guys run away, who am I going to find to partner up with? Lu Zhengyang said jokingly. Zhao Jiming put one hand on Lu Zhengyang's shoulder. Lu, old brother, if you say so, old brother, I'm going to be sad. What kind of person is your old brother? I am. You're still not clear. Even if it's a project that is bound to lose money, I'll still vote with your old brother. Li Wenxiang didn't say anything on the side and just looked embarrassed. What do you say, Wenxiang? Zhao saw that Li Wenxiang didn't say anything and pushed him. Well, I may not have any money to invest. I took all my money to buy a house, and I only have $2 million left on me. Li Wenxiang showed an awkward smile. Lu Zhangyang and Zhao Zhiming, the corners of their mouths twitched, looking at each other without words. Alright, then you might earn very little again this time. Lu Zhangyang shook his head and said, this guy always perfectly avoids all opportunities to get rich. There is the man who has wealth right in front of him, within reach, but he just always has every way to slip through the cracks. Lu Zhangyang then briefly talked to the two about buying and selling porcelain. Zhao's expression froze slightly when he heard that a piece of porcelain cost 400 million. Was this about buying a national treasure? This porcelain is made of gold. Right. Not much. Not even made of gold is so expensive. Li Wenxiang exclaimed in shock. So this is antique porcelain? You can not just look at his material, but also cultural and historical value. Lu Zhangyang, although he understands the reasoning, but in fact he also feel outrageous. But then he does not care so much. He is a middleman. After buying today, wait for the time to resell again can be. The cultural and historical value is left for others to study. In general, I've said it all. So our goal is to take that porcelain jar. Finally, the three of them determined the percentage of funds for the auction. Lu Zhangyang 50%, Zhao Zhiming 49.5%, and Li Wenxiang 0.5%. The money that is sold later is divided in the same proportion. Lu Zhangyang is not that he does not want to give Li Wenxiang a little bit more, but because his whole body family property is 2 million. Want to share a little bit more, but also have the heart. Li Wenxiang looked at his share and wanted to cry. He also didn't realize that his latest opportunity to make money had come so quickly. The three of them arrived in front of a lavishly decorated antique store where the auction was taking place. Excuse me, sir, the store is wrapped up today. We need an invitation. A waiter stopped the trio. Lu Zhangyang frowned slightly. He had accidentally forgotten about this. But he's got a secret weapon, and that's not going to be hard to beat. He turned back to Zhao Zhiming, a smile on his lips. This was the time when someone with a background was needed to step in. Why else would I have brought you here? Zhao's face twitched as he pulled out his cell phone and silently went to the side to make a call. Chapter 91. I won't be sleepy for a while. Holy shit, bro, how did you know there was an auction here today? Zhao Zhiming walked back with a face of walking surprise. This is not important. Did you get the invitation? Lu Zhangyang definitely wouldn't tell Zhao Zhiming about the wealth information. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't believe it. Got it. But this auction is not open to the public. Can participate in all walks of life as the big brother? At least our assets over 100 million, and inside the auction of things, are all ridiculously expensive antiques. These Zhao Zhiming was just called to understand. He was curious. This kind of specification auction, even he, if he didn't actively pay attention to it, couldn't understand it. How did Lu Zhangyang know about it? There were also so many almost magical investments in front of him that Lu Zhangyang seemed like he knew the future. But Lu Zhangyang chose to avoid the question. Then he couldn't be bothered to ask more. Everyone hides secrets. Only Lu Zhangyang now his heart, wrapped in a veil of mystery. He felt that Lu Zhangyang's background identity was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Half an hour later, the three got their invitations and went into the antique store. The waiter who had stopped them at first became the one who showed them the way. This way, sir. There was something big inside the antique store, and after the attendant took them into a door, a supersized showroom actually appeared inside. Gilded, the center stage, illuminated by a spotlight, looked somewhat sacred. In the auction room, there were already quite a few people, and they were dressed in fancy clothes, but they didn't talk to each other. They just sat quietly in their seats, making the whole auction house seem even more serious. The arrival of Lu Zhangyang's trio didn't attract their attention either. They just lowered their heads and looked at the booklet in their hands. Sir, your seats are here. Have a nice auction. The waiter took Lu Zhangyang's trio to their seats and then left. Why is it so quiet here? Li Wenxiang sat on Lu Zhangyang's left and whispered in surprise. This was much quieter than his food market. Look at you that have not seen the world. Look. Come here are the elite of all walks of life. And this is not your food market. Zhao Ji said with an understanding glance. Hey. Also Li Wenxiang scratched his head awkwardly. Alright, take a look at the auction booklet. It has this auction. The things that are about to be auctioned. See if there's anything else you want to buy besides that piece of porcelain. Lu Zhangyang took out a booklet from beside his chair and just read it. Apart from that yuan blue and white porcelain jar, if there was something he liked, then he would buy it. Li Wenxiang picked up the manual and took a look at it, then silently put it back. he can be said to be penniless now. The minimum in here is $1 million to start with, which makes him, who is not into antiques, even less interested. Zhao didn't have much interest in it either. These old things of his predecessors, he wasn't at a point where he could appreciate them. At 10 a.m., the auction began on time. Hello everyone, I'm the auctioneer for this auction, Chao Cheng. First of all, I'd like to welcome everyone to this auction. A woman in a cheongsam and white gloves took center stage. The woman is not very old, about the early 30s. Her dignified face reveals a graceful temperament, and her concave and convex figure is shown to the fullest by the cheongsam. This woman is so charming. Li Wenxiang instantly came energized. Now he wouldn't be sleepy. The auction became interesting all of a sudden. With introductions out of the way, let's look at the first item in the collection. This is an ancient painting from the Ming Dynasty period, a picture of a lady from the hand of our famous Tang Yin. I think quite a few of you here should have come here just for it, only to see that as soon as Chao Qing's words fell, quite a few people directly sat straight up. It was obvious that they were just interested in this. Authorized starting bid is $60 million with a single minimum increase of $1 million. Li Wenxiang surprised at the words of the field. The corner of the mouth. This up on the whole so expensive? Why do you want $60 million to paint these ugly women? $60 million, $65 million, $67 million, $73 million. But the constant sound of shouting. Let Li Wenxiang feel the world rich people is really more. This shouting. Feel with money is not money. Tang Yin's painting. Lu Zhengyang still saw a little bit on the internet, and he knew that the price was ridiculously expensive, but he is not moved to appreciate it. The point is that he planned to leave the money for the more important Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain pots. 79 million once, 79 million twice, 79 million 3 times. Let me congratulate the buyer for obtaining this supreme treasure. As Chao Cheng's voice fell, the painting ended up in the hands of a man in a Chinese mountain suit. The atmosphere of the auction was mobilized by the painting of the ladies. As the lots continued to appear, Lu Zhengyang also auctioned off a trinket. Is a piece of phoenix jade pendant. Lu Zhengyang looked very pleasing, also not expensive. So 1,300,000 to shoot down. Ready to give CC where? Gentlemen, our first half is over. There is a buffet restaurant and rooms upstairs. Our second half starts at 2 p.m. Chao Qing's pleasant voice rang out, and the crowd began to leave the venue. Lu Zhengyang's trio was no exception, and after going upstairs to the cafeteria to eat lunch, they took a brief rest in their room. At 2 p.m., the auction continues. There were obviously more people in the afternoon than in the morning, and they should be here for the afternoon auction items. Lu Zhengyang looked at the booklet in his hand and frowned slightly. The main event of the afternoon, in addition to a piece of calligraphy, is his Yuan Qinghua porcelain pot. There must be a lot of people come for the porcelain pot, which makes his pressure become bigger. The next item in the collection had to be put up for sale because the original owner was in desperate need of funds. Otherwise it would never have been at this price. That's the much anticipated Yuan blue and white porcelain jar for enjoying plums under the moon. With a starting price of $211 million, and each increase of not less than $5 million. As Chao Qing's voice rang out, not only did Lu Zhengyang sit up straight, there were quite a few people whose eyes blazed. I drop ghost, is not just a blue cans and cans well, at once want people 200 million, really think that people's money is the wind blowing Li Wenxiang smacked his lips, $211 million, but immediately, someone responded to the starting bid, $215 million, $235 million, hearing someone add $20 million at once, Li Wenxiang gulped a little. This was the entire body count just from this one increase, $240 million. Lu Zhengyang slowly raised his card. It was almost time for him to go down. His goal this time was this jar, and if he couldn't get it then he had come for nothing. Chapter 92 Yuan Chunhua. Take it. Li Wenxiang next to Lu Zhengyang body trembled a bit. 240 million cannot hesitate a little but Lu Zhengyang's voice was quickly silenced. $320 million. $325 million. After the price surpassed 300 million, the number of people shouting for the price became much smaller. But the ones that stayed until now are almost always the ones that have the financial resources and the genuine desire to do so. $345 million. The man in the Zhangshan suit this morning added another $20 million at once, instantly causing many people to stop shouting. It's not that they're out of money, but it's because if they add more, it won't be a good deal for them. And that Zhongshan Road man added $20 million at once, in addition to the wealth, but also exudes a signal. That is, he is interested in this porcelain pot. Then they don't bother to argue. More is better than less. $350 million. $355 million. But not everyone has given up. Lu Zhengyang and the other bald man were still raising the price. $360 million. The man in the middle mountain suit frowned slightly. This price was already almost at the limit of this porcelain jar. $365 million. Lu Zhengyang's expression didn't look too good either. It was about to reach the price given by Fortune Information. $370 million. The bald man hesitated slightly, but raised his sign. The man in the mid-mountain suit twisted his head to look at Lu Zhengyang and the bald man. The corner of his mouth twitched. This was already the limit he could accept, but he still raised his sign. It was all up to this point. He didn't want to give up. $375 million. Lu Zhengyang sighed in his heart. Sure enough, it still broke through $370 million. The bald man put the number plate aside. He gave up. It was already too much over. $380 million. Lu Zhengyang didn't hesitate and raised his card again. This porcelain jar he was also aiming to win. The man in the Zhongshan suit furrowed his brows, and a pair of sharp eyes looked at Lu Zhengyang, as if to say, "Are you kid here to deliberately raise the price?" Lu Zhengyang returned a smile, indicating that he also wanted this very much. $390 million. The man in the middle mountain suit directly added $10 million. His family's collection was just short of a precious yuan Qinghua. He didn't believe that this man, who didn't look too old, could still talk to. $395 million. Lu Zhengyang didn't say anything more, just silently raised the sign. The crowd's surprised eyes have looked at Lu Zhengyang. Where is this big rich man? Older brother. I should be about 10 years older than you. It shouldn't be too much to call me older brother. I don't think you've participated in several auctions. As an old brother, let me advise you. You should not look at this porcelain jar that has almost tripled in price now and think that you can double it if you buy it and auction it again. Auctions don't work like that. It's just that the starting price for this item is lower this time, and the item is a pair, which means that there is actually another one of these jars, and he's not as valuable as you might think. The man in the mountain suit said slowly, trying to give Lu Zhengyang a little bit of science. And then what? Lu Zhengyang frowned. This inexplicable sudden lesson to others would make people very upset, and it was the fact that he knew there was another one that brought him to this auction. And then, of course, I hope you give it up, or else you'll be buying back this thing, which is really just an ordinary jar. The man in the middle mountain suit said in a deep voice. Thank you for the reminder, but I won't give up. If you want it, you start quoting. Lu Zhengyang said indifferently, since it's on the auction house, let's use money to talk. Don't move your lips and these useless things. Seeing that Lu Zhengyang was unmoved and was already going to bid with himself to the end, the man in the mountain suit clenched his fist. 400 million. Hiss. Almost everyone in the auction room sucked in a breath of cold air. The yuan Qinghua auction price this time will cause a big stir again. 400 million. TSK, worthy of yuan Qinghua. It's been a long time since there's been a porcelain deal this expensive. That young man, he should be giving up. The attention of the people on the field was placed on Lu Zhengyang's body, but Lu Zhengyang's movements were beyond their expectations. Only Lu Zhengyang slowly raised his sign. $405 million. Everyone froze, then turned their eyes quickly to the man in the mountain suit. Could it be that the sky-high bidding was going to continue this time? The man in the Zhongshan suit had his nails snapped into his flesh, and finally took a deep breath, looked deeply at Lu Zhengyang, and threw the raised card to the side. He gave up. He was rich, but not an ingrate, and the price of this item was just too much beyond that. 405 million once, 405 million twice, 405 million three times. Pop! Congratulations to our buyer for obtaining the yuan Qinghua jar of plum appreciation under the moon. Chao Qing's beautiful eyes shone. This sum of her commission earned quite a lot. Her veiled hand held the hammer and Lu Zhengyang officially became the owner of this porcelain jar. Elder brother Lu, you really don't bring any hesitation in adding up this money. Zhao Zhiming finally found the time to speak. This is not have you guys give me the bottom line, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. At the same time, his heart was relieved. This porcelain jar finally took down. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't nervous at all. After all, it was spending $400 million on a blue canister. The point is there's a bunch of other people trying to steal it from him. Elder brother Lu, is it really possible to resell this jar after buying it? I feel as if that man is talking a bit of sense, Li Wenxiang said with some concern. Of course, just wait. Otherwise I wouldn't have paid such a big price for it. The notice given by Fortune Information was that 2 days later, the other porcelain jar of enjoying plums under the moon would be broken, so the one he was holding would be the lone one. After the man in the Chinese mountain suit did not take the porcelain pot, as if he had put his grudge on that pair of characters, he paid a large sum of money to pocket the over $100 million. It had to be said that this man in the mountain suit was really rich. After the auction, Lu Zhengyang paid with one hand and took the goods with the other. Let me ask. What formalities are required if I entrust your side to auction this jar? Lu Zhengyang did not understand antique auctions. All you need to do is fill out a form. Submit the application and the rest will be arranged by our company. This startled the staff member who received him. How could he want to sell when he had only just bought it? So that's how it is. Then when is your next auction? Is it okay for me to fill out the form now? Lu Zhengyang said slowly. The staff froze straight away. You're fucking for real. She spoke with an embarrassed look on her face. Sir, I don't recommend you to do that. If you immediately conduct a second auction for a collection that you just auctioned off, you will most likely lose. Chapter 93, Why bother again? It doesn't matter. Just tell me when there will be another auction. I'm not afraid of losing money. Lu Zhengyang smiled and shook his head. Lu Zhengyang knows that the price of this transaction, and cannot become the next reservation price, will fall quite a lot, but this does not matter, because immediately this porcelain jar will soon become an orphan, when the bidding will be more intense than now. Alright sir, wait a moment. I'll go get you a table. Our auctions are held every day. It's just that the scale may not be as big as today's, but our professionals will allocate your collection. In about 3 days, there's a large one. The staff took out a table and handed it to Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang filled in the information about the yuan blue and white porcelain jar he got. Okay, so this jar, is it going to be placed here with you, or should we take it home? Lu Zhengyang handed the sheet to the staff. 3 days was enough time, just 1 day after the jar broke, to allow the news to fester and ferment. Sir, put it here with us. There will be a professional appraiser to value your collection later, and will contact you by phone to discuss with you then. The staff looked at the porcelain jar that had just been sent out from his hands, a little confused. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. It's not like spending $400 million to play. It's a scary world for rich people. Okay. Lu Zhengyang nodded and walked out of the separate compartment. Outside the door, Zhao Zhiming and Li Wenxiang had been waiting for a long time. Hey, where's that canister worth $400 million? Let me see just how expensive it is. Li Wenxiang looked left and right, but he couldn't see the jar he had invested $2 million in. Inside directly let the auction company re-auction it. Save us another trip. As soon as Lu Zhengyang's words fell, a middle-aged man's surprised voice rang in his ears. What? You took the china pot back up for auction? Lu Zhengyang turned his head and realized that it was the middle-aged man in the Chinese mountain suit just now. Yes, if you like it, just rejoin the auction 3 days later. Lu Zhengyang said indifferently. Why are you doing this? Zhongshan suitman face skin twitching. This directly let him not just good, save him directly to another trip. Lu Zhengyang will not lose money. It's almost impossible to re-auction it at a higher price than this one. When the time comes, you'll understand. With a faint smile, Lu Zhengyang led Zhao Zhiming and Li Wenxiang towards the outside of the antique store. The man in the middle mountain suit looked at the backs of the three inside. These people were still too young. 6 o'clock in the evening. Lu Zhengyang just stepped into the door of his house and smelled a fragrance of vegetables. Then there was a little guy in a pink dress, lunging towards himself. Daddy, hug. Lu Zhengyang picked it up in a hug. Back, wash your hands and eat. Just the last dish. Shen Mubing, who was wearing an apron, put the braised fish in her hand onto the table and smiled. Okay, right away. Lu Zhengyang nodded with a smile. With the little one in his arms, he headed for the restaurant. That's the whole point of a man trying to make money. When you come home, your wife will prepare delicious meals for you, and your children will always be the first to jump into your arms. What could be more blissful than that? After dinner, the family of 3 sat on the couch and watched TV. Cici, close your eyes. There's a gift for you. Lu Zhengyang touched his pocket. Inside was the jade pendant that had been converted into a necklace, so that if he let Cici wear it around her neck, it wouldn't fall off so easily. Yes, Daddy. As soon as Hoshi heard there was a gift, she hurriedly closed her big Khazarian eyes. Shenmu also looked curiously at Lu Zhengyang. After this man changed his nature, he always liked to give gifts every now and then. Lu Zhengyang pulled the jade pendant out of his pocket and put it on Shishi's little neck. After seeing that it was a jade pendant, Shen Mubing's heart trembled. She had the self-consciousness that this thing would definitely not be cheap. Is Daddy ready? Hoshi's long eyelashes flickered, and she looked like she was holding back. There. Lu Zhengyang smiled and nodded. Hoshi immediately opened her own eyes, and her little hand went up to her neck and grabbed the jade pendant. Wow, what a beautiful necklace. Thank you, Daddy. But Daddy, what is this pattern? Cici looked at the phoenix on the jade pendant and didn't realize what kind of creature it was. This is a phoenix, a very divine beast. With it, Cici will be able to protect Cici when she is alone. Lu Zhengyang laughed. Divine beast? That sounds awesome. Shishi's big watery eyes lit up. How much is this necklace? Shin Mubing looked at Shishi's neck, her eyebrows slightly knitted. Not expensive. Just over $1 million. Lu Zhengyang didn't choose to hide it this time. Anyway, sooner or later in the end, it's going to be known. It's good to let Shin Mubing get used to it a little earlier. Shin Mubing's pupils slightly shrunk. More than $1 million is not expensive. Then what is called expensive? No, it's too expensive. Let Cici wear it. It's too easy to fall off. Shin Mubing was about to go and take the necklace off of Cici's neck. Ah, mommy don't. Cici didn't know how much $1 million was. She just knew it was a gift from her dad and she was going to wear it around her neck herself. No, this necklace is too expensive. Mom will help you save it first and give it to you when you are older. Shin Mubing couldn't possibly let Cici go out with such an expensive thing. If this fell off, her heart would ache to death. Don't. Daddy save me. Cici broke free from Shin Mubing's control at once, and with her short little legs, she fled to Lu Zhengyang's back. It's okay. It's most important for the child to be happy. And I believe that Cici is already a big kid. She definitely won't get rid of it. Lu Zhengyang smiled sarcastically. Shin Mubing stated that she didn't believe your man's bullshit. Get out of the way. Look at how old she is. She just started kindergarten. You're buying her such expensive things. She's sure to drop them. After Shin Mubing finished speaking, she rushed towards behind Lu Zhengyang to pull out the little die Cici. Lu Zhengyang's old face was red. He knew that it seemed inappropriate to give Cici such an expensive thing now. But when he bought it, he didn't think so much. He felt that it looked good. So he wanted to buy it for Cici. Don't. This is from Daddy. Cici hugged Lu Zhengyang tightly, fearing that she would be pulled away by her mom. Why don't we just let her wear it for a while? She's having fun right now. There's no way she'll want to. Lu Zhengyang stopped Shin Mubing. He understood the mood of both sides. He had a hard time choosing between the meat on his hand and the meat on his back. No. Nowadays the little kids are all rowdy. If you accidentally drop it, who are you looking for to reason with? Shin Mubing said no, looking at the time, then towards Lu Zhengyang's back to pounce. And because Cici in Lu Zhengyang's back, she was a little anxious, resulting in an unsteady center of gravity, then fell towards Lu Zhengyang. Not so much. Mubing, don't be like this. Lu Zhengyang saw that Shin Mubing was so agitated, and subconsciously and consciously opened his hands, wanting to stop Shin Mubing. But soon he realized that Shin Mubing was actually falling towards him. Chapter 94, The Second Artist? Lu Zhengyang felt the familiar softness in his arms, as well as the faint fragrance that drifted into his nostrils. He actually had some trance. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had hugged Shin Mubing. Shin Mubing's face leaned against Lu Zhengyang's chest, and the familiar and unfamiliar sound of her heartbeat made her heart feel as if it were a deer jumping about. She had almost forgotten what this feeling was. This feeling that she could rely on. And she was actually a little reluctant to leave Lu Zhengyang's embrace. The two just hugged each other, neither saying anything, neither reminding anyone. If it was just the two of them at the scene, they might have been able to enjoy the good times a little bit more. But don't forget that there was also a gold-swallowing beast at the scene. Mommy and Daddy, what are you doing? Shy. Cici's childish voice rang in the ears of the two. The two immediately separated. Both faces red. It's nothing. You kids can't look at things. It's almost time. It's time to go back to bed with me. Shin Mubing grabbed Cici without Lu Zhengyang's protection, carried and ran upstairs. Mom, slow down, and lurch. Hoshi's voice popped out of her throat in a single staccato. Lu Zhengyang looked at Shin Mubing's shy back. The corner of his mouth gently hooked up. The days of sleeping alone should soon come to an end. Early the next morning, Lu Zhengyang sent Shishi to kindergarten. The necklace on her neck, indeed, was already gone, put away by Shin Mubing. Bye Dad. See you later Hitch. After sending Cici, Lu Zhengyang drove towards his entertainment company. There has been a period of time without going there. I do not know how Li cares my duck, whether it has stabilized and laid eggs. Hello, Mr. Lu. As soon as Lu Zhengyang entered the front door of the company, the pretty receptionist greeted him sweetly. Are Li Kor and Wang Lihoi here? Yes, Mr. Lu, I'll take you to them. After the pretty receptionist finished speaking, she led Lu Zhengyang to find the two in the recording studio. Li Kor was recording a song inside, while Wang Lihua was listening outside with headphones on and two staff members around her adjusting the parameters. Working in a serious manner, he didn't even notice Lu Zhengyang's arrival. Lu Zhengyang was just about to remind him, when an employee spoke up. Sister Wang, Li Kor's vocals don't need any voice repair at all. Repairing the voice will instead eliminate the spirituality in her voice. A staff member on one side said with a face of enjoyment as he took off his headphones. When this song is over, put it inside the music video. Wang Lihua nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of being her chosen seedling. Mr. Lu, Another staff member spotted Lu Zhangyang and hurriedly got up. Mr. Lu, why are you free to come? Come and listen. These songs released is about to be another sensational existence in the music industry. Wang Liuhua got up with an excited face, pulled Lu Zhangyang to his seat and sat down, handing over the earphones to Lu Zhangyang. Then I'll hear about it. Lu Zhangyang had just put his headphones on when he heard Li Qier's familiar voice. Mr. Lu, it's been a long time. You're a busy man who's finally free to come see me. I thought I'd forgotten you had an entertainment company. How could I forget? You are my money tree. Lu Zhangyang turned to the microphone, the corner of his mouth hooked. Good man. Mr. Lu, you're so straightforward. Li Qier's pretty face twitched. Come on. Stop talking poorly and show me what you've accomplished lately. Okay. Li Qier responded playfully and began to sing. A few songs were sung. Lu Zhangyang felt his ears being purified. Li Qier's singing voice really carried an indescribable aura. Yes, very good. It's not in vain for the company to spend so much money to train you, Lu Zhangyang said with satisfaction. It had been half a month since Li Qier's debut song had been released, and the amount of money she had earned for the company during that time was about $15 million. But it was soon consumed again by herself. In addition to the production of the first album and the first concert offline on the same day as the album, these are the kind of pins and needles, the kind where money is poured into them and you can't even see the splash. If Wang Liuhua hadn't used her face and used a small amount of money to invite a number of big names to support the show, it would have been expected to cost more. That's for sure. Don't look at who I am. Tomorrow's superstar. Li Qier said proudly. No pride. Haven't I always warned you that you should be humble as a person, and even more so as a celebrity? Wang Lihua's stern voice sounded in the headset. Got it. Sister Wang. Li Qier's voice instantly wilted. Lu Zhangyang raised his eyebrows. Was this the pressure of a senior in the entertainment industry? However, he felt that this was quite good. After all, Li Qier was a young man and was prone to complacency, so it was okay to suppress her in this way. Anyway, she was the only artist on the company's side for the time being, and it was only natural that she had to endure all this pressure while enjoying all the company's resources. Broker Wang, come with me for a moment. Lu Zhangyang took off his headphones and said to Wang Liuhua. Okay, Mr. Lu, you guys take a break. Wang Liuhua said to the three of them. Li Qier, and followed Lu Zhangyang to his office. Mr. Lu, what can I do for you? Wang Liuhua asked politely. Have you ever thought about recruiting new artists for the company? Lu Zhangyang asked slowly. New artist? Mr. Lu, Li Qier has a completely promising future. The benefits she'll bring to the company in the future will definitely be huge. I think it's fine to focus on cultivating her now. Wang Lihua's brows frowned slightly. If the company's volume was large, then it didn't matter if a few more people were recruited. But right now Lu Zhangyang's company was still a small company, and even the agent was only her. Recruiting someone else would be fine if it caught fire, but if resources were invested and the return was mediocre, then it would be a big loss, and it might even affect the current layout of Li Qier. If that artist is not a peaceful master and brings a bit of blackmail to the company, then it will be even more screwed. So Wang Liuhua doesn't want Lu Zhangyang to recruit new artists, at least not right now. I understand your concerns, and I know Li Qier's potential, but I'm worried that if it's always just Li Qier, she'll slack off and have no sense of competition. And now that she's just entering the circle, she's full of enthusiasm, so naturally that won't be the case. But over time, it's not that Rochelle's character isn't good, but it's because people are inert, and it's hard to work your way up when you're in a comfortable environment all the time. What do you think? Lu Zhangyang rested his chin on his hands and looked at Wang Liuhua with a deep gaze. Wang Liuhua didn't say anything. She knew that Lu Zhangyang had a point. It was just a new artist, which is so good to find. Chapter 95 should look pretty good. Lu Zhangyang looked at Agent Wang De, who didn't say anything and knew what was going on in her mind. I'm just informing you about the new artist. Li Qier's resources won't change. You should first temper Li Qier well in the company. That's it. Lu Zhangyang said indifferently. After all, he was the boss, and he didn't need Wang Lihua's consent to recruit new artists yet. Okay, I understand. Mr. Lu, Wang Lihua nodded. Since Li Qier's resources wouldn't become less, she had no other opinions on recruiting new artists. She also believed in Lu Zhangyang's vision. To be able to find someone like Li Qier, naturally her vision wouldn't be that bad. But the newcomers found still need you to bring them. No problem, right? Lu Zhangyang couldn't find any other agent right now, and even if he did, his ability wouldn't be outstanding compared to Wang Lihua. With Wang Lihua's ability, it shouldn't be difficult to bring two artists. Okay, Mr. Lu, but my key cultivation will probably still be on Li Qier. Wang Lihua nodded. Bringing two artists was not a difficult task for her. Okay, No problem. Lu Zhengyang agreed with a smile. Resources and energy are limited. And Lu Zhengyang didn't have much to say about Wang Lihua's words. Alright, company side, you continue to watch. I'm going out. After Lu Zhengyang finished this matter, he got up from his office chair. Okay, Mr. Lu, don't worry. Lu Zhengyang walked out of the company and smiled helplessly at the corner of his mouth. The boss is running around outside to make money, and the employees are sitting inside the office. So I guess there are not many companies like this, except them. And he has 2 other companies like this one. They themselves work hard to make money out there and provide for them. Alas, I hope you guys will hurry up and rise, so that I can be comfortable too. Lu Zhengyang sighed, but he also knew that starting a company wasn't like him making quick money. It was a long-term thing. Getting into his Rolls-Royce, Lu Zhengyang drove towards his destination. Lu Zhengyang drove to the front of a university. Yi Qingxin, female, 22 years old, senior student of the acting department at Southern Media University, a future screen superstar, face value and talent rolled into one, for starring in a supporting role that will die, performing the bleak and overwhelming sense of beauty to the fullest, attracting countless fans, momentarily gaining more popularity than even the protagonist of the movie over there, and then quickly being discovered by Yinhuang Entertainment, signing in, and becoming a huge money tree for Yinhuang Entertainment. Lu Zhengyang was in the car looking at the information on the wealth information on his cell phone. What he wanted to do was to grab in front of Yinhuang Entertainment and sign Yi Qingxin. Although the wealth information did not give a specific amount, Lu Zhengyang knew that Yi Qingxin's value must not be low, otherwise it would not appear on the wealth information. Like liqueur, Yi Qingxin, these are the kind of talent reserves that fortune information recognizes, the kind that God feeds on, and as long as they appear in the right field, that will definitely make money. And with a future would-be fire like this one, it costs him less to recruit now, so why not? But Lu Zhengyang now had a bit of a headache. How should he find Yi Qingxin? The university was so big, he couldn't possibly walk the campus step by step. No matter what, let's go into the school first. Lu Zhengyang got out of the car and walked towards the school entrance. He was going to drive in, but thought that he was unfamiliar with the school and that driving would be more of a hassle, so he opted to walk on his feet. Hello? Excuse me classmates, do you guys know a girl named Yi Qingxin? What does she look like? She should look pretty. Lu Zhengyang originally wanted to say something about appearance or something, but after thinking about it and realizing that he actually didn't know Yi Qingxin at all, he squeezed out this sentence. The 2 girls who were stopped by Lu Zhengyang, the corners of their mouths twitched at the same time. Brother, can you be more specific when you look at what school this is? One of the girls slowly spoke. Oh, yeah, it's senior acting. The senior sisters should all be taking classes over at the Shape Building, so you can go over there and check it out. Okay, thanks. Lu Zhengyang said a thank you and walked in the direction the girl pointed. After about 20 minutes of walking, Lu Zhengyang found his destination. The students coming in and out of here do seem to be a bit more mature. Wealth information what can upgrade the system can show a photo. Lu Zhengyang looked at these students who were all dressed up one by one. He was a bit face blind. It seems like we can only find someone to help. Lu Zhengyang's mouth twitched, so he walked straight into the school building and found an office. There was just one person inside the office. Hello, who are you looking for? As soon as Lu Zhengyang appeared in the doorway, the middle-aged female teacher with a shapely body asked suspiciously. Hello, I am looking for a student named Yi Qingxin. Lu Zhengyang said back. Yi Qingxin? What are you looking for her for? Huang Jie's brows frowned slightly. This Yi Qingxin happened to be a student in her class. It's like this. I'm the owner of an entertainment company. I caught a glimpse of Yi Qingxin unintentionally, and I think she has a lot of potential, so I'd like to come over and sign with her. Lu Zhengyang directly opened the door and handed over a business card. Star Entertainment Company. Huang Jie's pupil's face was slightly happy. She hadn't even graduated yet, and she was able to be looked at by an entertainment company. Yes, I wonder if this teacher could help with introductions. Come with me. They should be in a form class at this time. Huang Jie got up and led Lu Zhengyang out of the office. Mr. Lu, is Yi Qingxin the only person you want? On the way, Huang Jie wanted to test Lu Zhengyang to see if he was willing to sign a few more people. We'll see. At the moment I'm only interested in her alone. If there are others that I feel good about, I might pick them too. Lu Zhengyang naturally knew Huang Jie's thoughts. Although it was true that he only wanted Yi Qingxin alone, he didn't want to say it to death. Okay, Mr. Lu, then I'll let the students show them all later. Huang Jie said a little happily. Although the entertainment industry to make money, but does not mean that their group of acting students, after graduation, one by one out, can find a job. Most of the graduates can only go to the major film and television city to run dragons. The wind. if this time can be seen by the entertainment company, it will be a lot more comfortable. At least there is a little source of income. After a while, the two came to the door of a classroom. Mr. Lu, wait a moment, I'll go talk to the teachers inside, and by the way, let the students inside prepare, Huang Jia said with a smile. Yes, Lu Zhangyang nodded. Anyway, they are here. It won't hurt to see this group of students' performance. Chapter 96, Don't Leave Me. Director Huang, why are you here? The teacher who was teaching form was a bit puzzled when she saw Huang Jia walk in. Teacher Zhang, can the class stop for a little while? There's someone from an entertainment company outside. He wants to come and sign some people. Huang Jia turned her gaze to Yi Qingxin in the corner, her pupils flickering slightly. Yi Qingxin was considered outstanding even in a group of handsome men and women, only as if the general eyebrows of the distant mountains exudes a living person do not approach the temperament, so that people generally will not notice that this girl was born extremely handsome, just will feel that this girl is too cold. Director Huang, really? Which entertainment company is it? Great. Gotta do well so I don't have to run around after graduation. A group of students, one by one, began to get excited. This was an unattainable opportunity for them. Director Huang, how many people from that entertainment company are going to sign up? A student asked. I don't know about this. If any of you want to sign up, just perform in front of people on your own later. They will choose you if they see you. Huang Jia finished and looked at the form teacher. The form teacher nodded, signaling that Huang Jia could bring the people in. Huang Jia walked out the door. Mr. Lu, it's ready. Lu Zhangyang nodded and followed Huang Jia into the classroom. The classroom was filled with students, more women than men, each wearing form-fitting clothes that showed off their young bodies to the fullest. Students, this is the founder of Star Entertainment, Lu Zhangyang. Mr. Lu. Huang Jia smiled and introduced the students in the classroom. Lu Zhangyang swept his eyes and did not find his target for a moment, as he did not know exactly what Yi Qingxin looked like, and Wealth Info doesn't provide specific job information like Lycle does. It should be because Yi Qingxin is currently unemployed. Mr. Lu, I'd like to ask, what artists do you have in your company? How is the treatment? A pretty girl who looked as if she was the centerpiece of a small group raised her hand to ask a question. Because we're a new company, there's only one artist in the company at the moment, and that's Li Kor, who just recently made her debut. Lu Zhangyang paused slightly, then continued, in terms of salary and treatment, we are also very generous. In addition to a not-so-low basic salary, there is also a dividend as high as 50-50. Lu Zhangyang didn't lie. It's just that this kind of generous conditions, he will only give it to the talents he sees. Whether there are any in these people, that's not certain. The eyes of all the students lit up one by one. Not to mention how much the basic salary was, just that 50-50 dividend alone was very attractive. It was simply impossible for a normal entertainment company to have such a large percentage of dividends for a newcomer who had just signed up. The former artists, basically, work for the company for nothing. As for that liqueur, they also knew that it was a newcomer with a lot of energy, and the first artist was able to make such an opening. This new company still had strength. Mr. Lu, can we start the show now? That pretty girl couldn't wait. Sure, but I hope it won't take more than 3 minutes because there are too many of you. Lu Zhangyang laughed. The crowd of students quickly spread out, revealing the space in between. Lu Zhangyang and the two teachers sat moving their stools and sat at the front, ready to evaluate. Mr. Huang, which one is Yi Qingxin? Lu Zhangyang asked in a low voice. The one in the corner looks very high and cold. Huang Jia said slowly, this student was exceptionally good no matter which aspect. It was his nature, which was a little too cold, and it's not okay to mix with this character in showbiz. Lu Zhangyang looked towards the corner and saw a girl with a cool face. Her features were very delicate and she could hardly pick any faults. Lu Zhangyang raised his eyebrows slightly. He finally saw a girl whose face value was only a little worse than Shin Mubing's, but still not as good looking as his own wife. Good. Lu Zhangyang nodded, having found his money tree. Then he had a lot of confidence in his heart. Yi Qingxin naturally noticed the eyes of her teacher and Lu Zhangyang looking over. Her willow brows slightly knitted. She didn't understand why they were suddenly looking at her. Hello Mr. Lu, my name is Chang Xin, and I'm bringing a crying performance. The pretty girl who was the most enthusiastic was the first to start performing. Aha! Lu Zhangyang nodded. He knew that crying scenes were vital for actors. Mr. Lu, these are some of the best students in our grade. Very powerful. Huang Jia said with a smile on the side, hoping to increase the pass rate a little. Go Chang Xin. Chang Xin, you can do it. Chang Xin's white chin lifted slightly in triumph when she heard the cheering. She had the confidence to conquer the man in front of her. Seeing that there were also girls on both sides cheering Chang Xin, Lu Zhengyang slightly froze. It seems that this girl is quite popular. Oh, don't leave me. Oh, I'll change. Will I change? Ah, don't go. Oh, I was really wrong. Please, don't leave me. Ah, oh, ah. Cheng Xian's face was covered with tears and her voice was very hoarse and sad, but Lu Zhengyang just didn't feel it. He couldn't feel any sadness in Cheng Xian's body and he couldn't say why. But when he saw Cheng Xian immediately reveal a smile after her performance, he instantly realized that Cheng Xian she hadn't gone through the motions, and all the emotions were floating on the surface. Mr. Lu, I'm done performing. Cheng Xian was very satisfied with the piece of performance she had just given, and the corners of her mouth rose with a smile. Next, Lu Zhengyang shook his head. Cheng Xian's smile instantly froze. No, this can't hold you? Mr. Lu, do you want to give me another chance? I didn't speak my lines very fluently just now. Cheng Xian wanted to remedy the situation. No need. It's not the problem of the lines. It's the problem of not walking the talk. Next, Lu Zhengyang hadn't opened his mouth yet. Huang Jia on the side opened her mouth. As a teacher in the school, she naturally saw Huang Jia's problem. Her expression was slightly disappointed. It's not because Cheng Xian performed poorly, but because Cheng Xian didn't notice the problem at all. Alright, teacher. Cheng Xian didn't say anything more. Just returned to her position forlornly. Cheng Xian is fine. You've been great. It's the teachers who are too demanding. Yeah, it's even more impossible for us if you can't even choose. Ugh, you were crying like that and your teacher actually said you didn't walk the walk. As soon as Cheng Xian returned between the small groups, her little friends immediately whispered reassurances. I'd like to see who can be favored by him. Cheng Xian's eyes looked at Lu Zhengyang with a hint of complexity. The next performance, Lu Zhengyang looked even more and more terrible. There are performances of crying scenes where half the time you can't cry. And to say that you've been practicing this dance for 2.5 years, and then you end up with a center parting where you keep arching your shoulders? Just when Lu Zhengyang's toes were about to dig out of the 3 rooms, finally Yi Qingxin moved to the center of the classroom. Chapter 97. No. You keep acting. Yi Qingxin slowly walked to the center of the classroom. She was actually very eager to get Lu Zhengyang signing. This is at least a guarantee of life. This actor's profession. Definitely not as glamorous as in the eyes of outsiders. Before rising to power, you were a nobody, not even on an average person's salary. And she had no time to continue wasting. Mr. Lu, my name is Yi Qingxin, and the clip I'm performing is Yu Ji cutting her own throat. Yi Qingxin slightly bowed towards Lu Zhengyang. 3 people, the voice as the face. Very cold, but will not make people feel uncomfortable, but very melodious. Suddenly in the winter from the eaves of the falling ice picks. Good. Start your performance. Lu Zhengyang nodded with satisfaction. Among so many students, Yi Qingxin was the only one who bowed. The Han soldiers have already skirted the land, and the Chu song is sung in all directions. The great king's intentions are exhausted, so what is a concubine to live for? Yi Qingxin's chanting voice rang in the ears of the crowd, instantly bringing people's emotions to that period of Chu and Han's struggle for supremacy. Yi Qingxin didn't simply just perform a knife ga neck and fall towards the ground. Instead, it starts with a sword dance, which, together with the chanted stanzas and body movements, brings out Yu Ji's love for Xiang Yu and her fearlessness of death. The king is still sighing, but Yu Ji finally cuts her own throat. Yi Qingxin's soft body collapsed on the ground. A drop of cold tears slipped from the corner of her eyes, making the girl like a fading flower of life. Pa pa pa. Lu Zhengyang applauded. Worthy of being a future superstar in the future. This short scene was able to attract him into his mind. Not bad. I signed it. You can get up now. Lu Zhengyang had a smile on his face. His task today was completed. In the future, Yi Qingxin and Li Kur, one for film and television and the other for music, would be the invincible twin stars of his company. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Yi Qingxin got up and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. In her clear pupils, a glimmer of brightness flooded her heart. Finding this job was a huge relief, and she bowed again to Lu Zhengyang. It's fine. You deserve it. Lu Zhengyang smiled and shook his head. Huang Jia was on the side, also revealed a smile. After all, it was her student. She was happy to find a stable job. No way. No way. She's an ice cube face. What makes her sign on? Saying I don't walk the walk. Does her cold face walk the walk? But an abrupt voice instantly spoiled the atmosphere. Lu Zhengyang frowned and realized that it was the first girl to perform. Her beautiful face twisted a bit. Cheng Xin, sit down. You can't be so rude. Huang Jia hurriedly got up and chided. Director Huang, I must be told a reason why she, an ice cube face, was chosen. Cheng Xin took a step forward. Since childhood she had always been the one chosen. She would not allow such a thing to happen. Mr. Huang, the person I want to choose, has already been chosen. Can I bring Yi Qingxin to the company to sign the contract? Lu Zhanyang ignored Chang Xin. He was too lazy to fight with a little girl who hadn't graduated yet. Originally, other than Yi Qingxin, everyone else was just there to give face to Huang Jie. After all, she was the one who brought him to Yi Qingxin. It's okay to be okay. Huang Jie was a bit embarrassed. Ms. Yi, go and change your clothes. I'll wait for you outside and take you to the company to sign the contract later. After Lu Zhangyang finished speaking, he walked out of the classroom without even looking at Chang Xin. No, you can't leave. You must give me an explanation. Chang Xin was about to walk towards Lu Zhangyang, wanting to stop him, but she was stopped by the students around her. Chang Xin counted. Not so much. It's not that you're bad. It's that man who likes Yi Qingxin's type. It's not a bad performance. It was only after a round of compliments and consolations from the crowd that Chang Xin quieted down, and Yi Qingxin had long since gone to the locker room to change her clothes into something else. And with a faint glance at Chang Xin, she walked out of the classroom. Did she just despise me? Chang Xin was stunned by Yi Qingxin's look, then immediately reacted and was about to rush towards the outside again. Chang Xin, stop it. Huang Jie also chided Chang Xin. Chang Xin and Yi Qingxin were two of the most talented students in her class. On the contrary, neither of them had a good temperament. Damn it, stinky iceberg face. Chang Xin viciously cursed fiercely and didn't chase out anymore. Here we go. After saying that, Lu Zhangyang led Yi Qingxin towards the outside. Yi Qingxin nodded and just followed Lu Zhangyang without speaking. After leaving the school entrance and seeing Lu Zhangyang's car, Yi Qingxin was only slightly surprised for a moment before returning to her bland expression. Don't you have any questions you want to ask? Lu Zhangyang drove the car and saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. He couldn't help but open his mouth. Yes, Mr. Lu, what's the basic salary? Yi Qingxin twisted her head and said, just ask any questions. No need to be so formal. Lu Zhangyang first froze for a moment, then continued. Wages, you and Likur are the same as newcomers. 20,000 per month. You can advance a year's salary. The share of the money made later is 50-50. The specifics will be written on the contract. Lu Zhangyang gave the same treatment as Likur. Both are the company's future cash cow. Can't favor one over the other. $20,000? You can get a year's advance? Yi Qingxin's small mouth slightly opened. Her bashful expression was about to be unable to keep it. This basic salary and treatment was also too high, knowing that she was still just a newcomer who hadn't graduated. Well, yes, I know you college students. When you just graduated, you must be very short of money. Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. He also came from this age and understood the dilemma of these people. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Yi Qingxin was about to be unable to hold back her inner excitement. This money was a relief to her immediate needs. Only her face quickly turned ugly as she carefully winged her words. Mr. Lu, there's something that I didn't tell you. What is it? I recently took a supporting role in a movie. Yi Qingxin looked at Lu Zhangyang with a bit of concern. Is it playing a dead man? Lu Zhangyang raised his eyebrows. Did this opportunity come so soon? Mr. Lu, how did you know? Yi Qingxin's pretty face froze as she asked suspiciously. Also, do not look at what I do. This point of information is still well informed, and because it is so, I pay attention to you. Think that you are a talent that can be made, only to come to your school to sign you. Lu Zhangyang laughed. Mr. Lu, you said you're here specifically for me? Yi Qingxin was surprised. Yeah, the others are just giving your teacher a face. She's worried about your future. Lu Zhangyang nodded. Then I'll go and push that role off. I'm just an unimportant role. It shouldn't be difficult for me. Yi Qingxin hesitated and still said, no, you keep acting. Chapter 98. Where did Lu Zhangyang find so many spiritual seedlings? That's more like it. Seeing that Yi Qingxin actually wanted to push away this opportunity to burst into flames, Lu Zhangyang hurriedly said, it's okay, you continue to act, and you'll take all the money from this performance yourself. That's the kind of opportunity you don't get. Even if he made a movie specifically for Yi Qingxin, it wouldn't necessarily have that kind of effect. Okay, Mr. Lu. Yi Qingxin's willow brows slightly knitted, although she didn't know why Lu Zhangyang would let her continue to act, but the cost of this performance, it wasn't quite a lot. She actually didn't want to give up. You can already be said to be an artist of my company now. I hope that when you shoot, you'll do your best. Even if it's a supporting role, you still have to put your heart into it. Lu Zhangyang took a precaution on the side, fearing that Yi Qingxin would miss this opportunity for her to rise to the top just because she had found a stable job. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I won't. I treat every performance with extreme seriousness, never perfunctory. Yi Qingxin said sincerely. Okay, here we are. Get off. Lu Zhengyang was satisfied with Yi Qingxin's work attitude. Having such a work attitude was the first step to success. Just after stepping into the company with Yi Qingxin, she ran into Wang Lihua heading out with Li Kur. They were just about to go out to shoot the music video. Li Kur froze for a moment. It had only been a while. How could the boss find a new love? Boss, is this your new mistress? Don't you want me anymore? Li Kur's pair of big, moving eyes looked at Lu Zhengyang with a grudging look. Lu Zhengyang's face twitched. Can't this niece talk properly? Talk to me normally. This is the company's new artist. You'll be a senior from now on. It's still true. Li Kur's expression stiffened slightly. She knew that there would be a day like this. This company couldn't possibly have only her as an artist, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. She felt the pressure all of a sudden. It's a hammer. What are you guys going out for now? Lu Zhengyang was too lazy to move his lips with this guy. We're going out to shoot a music video. Wang Lihua, who was on the side, opened her mouth. She also didn't expect Lu Zhengyang's action would be so fast. Just finished in the morning, and brought people back at noon. That's not urgent. Wait first. Come with me to the office. Lu Zhengyang said indifferently. What about me? Li Kur began to feel a little anxious when she saw that she was going to be left alone where she was, with her own manager going off with someone. You wait here. What else can you do? The corner of Lu Zhengyang's mouth twitched. After saying that, he brought Yi Qingxin and Wang Lihua to his office. This is Wang Lihua, a famous agent in the circle. I think you should have heard of her. Lu Zhengyang introduced Yi Qingxin. I've heard of it. Hello Ms. Wang. My name is Yi Qingxin, a preparatory actress. She had definitely heard of Wang Lihua's great name, but it was just the first time she had seen her in person. Hello? Wang Lihua looked at Yi Qingxin. Her eyes slightly lit up. Where did Lu Zhengyang go to find so many seedlings with aura? Alright, from now on, she'll be your agent. Here's the contract. Take a look. From inside the drawer, Lu Zhengyang took out a contract that was exactly the same as Li Kur's and handed it to Yi Qingxin. Okay, Mr. Lu. Yi Qingxin took the contract and read it carefully, signing her name after finding nothing. Good. Then congratulations. You have officially become a member of our star entertainment company. Lu Zhengyang put away the contract. This money tree he had truly planted. Thanks. Yi Qingxin also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. If you don't have a class in the afternoon, you should follow Wang Lihua to see Li Kur filming her MV. It's just right for you guys to familiarize yourselves with each other. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. He hoped Yi Qingxin would get into the mood quickly. Wang Lihua's eyes narrowed. This girl was actually still in school and was tapped by Lu Zhengyang. That, Mr. Lu, you said that you can advance a year's salary, right? Yi Qingxin torn for a moment, but still asked. Yeah. You want an advance? Lu Zhengyang frowned slightly. Yi Qingxin's appearance did not look like she was very short of money. Yes, I want an advance. And with an advance, I might not be available this afternoon. Sorry, Mr. Lu. Yi Qingxin apologized. It's okay, you give me the account number. I'll call the money to you later, but within this year, the financial side, it won't hit the basic salary to you. Lu Zhengyang said indifferently. I know. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Yi Qingxin gave her account number to Lu Zhengyang, and after the money arrived, she left the office. Mr. Lu, Ms. Wang. I'm sorry, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Mr. Lu, what's wrong with this girl? How come it feels like she's here to cheat? Wang Lihua joked. Maybe she really needs money for an emergency. She also took a supporting role in a movie at school, so I guess she's really short of money. Lu Zhengyang didn't care. The contract had already been signed. He wasn't afraid of Yi Qingxin running away. She wouldn't owe a campus loan, right? I heard that college students nowadays, this stuff is borrowed a lot. Wang Lihua frowned. This was the ultimate black history for an artist. It shouldn't be so. It doesn't look like that kind of person. Lu Zhengyang shook his head. Someone with a character like Yi Qingxin should be condescending and wouldn't touch that kind of thing. And she takes a supporting role in a movie? Does that keep her acting? Although Wang Lihua didn't know how Yi Qingxin's acting skills were, and said she would focus on Li Kur. But now Yi Qingxin was after all an artist under her own hand, and the movie hadn't gone through her. She was still a bit relieved. Continue. A supporting role is just a supporting role. Nothing to do with it. Anyway, now there is no movie or television can let her shoot. Might as well let her practice. Lu Zhengyang nodded his head. Mr. Lu, this is not a matter of practicing. If the movie's reputation is not good, and the crew is not reliable, it will be easy to leave black materials on the internet. This artist's first step is very important. I can use my resources to arrange for her to be in a reliable crew, and act in a supporting role, or there is no problem. Wang Lihua frowned. Lu Zhangyang is an outsider. It's normal that he doesn't know that the entertainment industry is difficult to mix. No need. I watched that movie. It's okay. It's a very good opportunity to exercise if you let Yi Qingxin act. Lu Zhangyang shook his head. That was Yi Qingxin's chance to burst into flames. How could he put it off? Alright, Mr. Lu. Wang Lihua sighed in her heart. She could only hope that the movie was a good one. But how good can a movie be when a school kid finds it on his own? But the boss had spoken, so she couldn't say anything more. It's just a little bit of a pity. Yi Qingxin gave her the feeling that she still has aura, and looks beautiful, if properly cultivated, not to say become a superstar. A big red actor still does not have any problem. Chapter 99 broken. Really broken. The total is $333,000. Payment successful. Yi Qingxin looked at the list in her hand. Although after paying the money, her whole body's belongings were only $20,000, but her mother's medical expenses were solved, and her heart was finally put down. Putting the list into the depths of her bag, Yi Qingxin carried a basket of fruits and entered inside a hospital room. Mom, how are you feeling? Qingxin, why are you here again? I said Mom is fine. You are fine inside the school. I asked the doctor. This stomach cancer of mine is still in the first intermediate stage. Even if it is not cured, I can still live for a long time. A woman with a pale face, lying on the bed, squeezed out a smile and said, that won't do. Mom, don't worry about the money. I've already gotten it. Just wait for the surgery at ease. Yi Qingxin placed the fruit on the bedside, and a moving smile appeared on her iceberg-like face. How can it be? Where did you get that much money? Qingxin, bad things can't be done. In that case, I'd rather not be good at this disease. Wu Xinlan's brows furrowed, and a pair of hands tightly gripped Yi Qingxin's hand. Don't worry, Mom, the origin of all this money is very normal. There is not a trace of uncleanness. Your daughter I was signed by the company. Look at this as the contract. Yi Qingxin took out the contract and handed it to Wu Xinlan. If she couldn't come up with that kind of money in 3 months, she might actually go off the rails. And deep in her bag, she had the contact information for a loan shark. Of course she knew that loan sharking was a road of no return, but she had no choice. She only had her mother as a relative. Her mother, who had raised her alone as a child and had even paid for her to go to an art school that burned like gold, now had a disease. And no matter what, she was going to cure her mother. Great. I'm happy that you signed up with the company, but where did you get the money? Wu Xinlan asked with a frown. The boss of the company is a good person. He let me advance a year's salary, a total of 240,000. So the operation fee, medical expenses and other expenses added together. It's enough. Yi Qingxin didn't hide it, and said it all truthfully. So good? Equivalent to a month's salary of $20,000. And you're even allowed to advance it. That company owner, he can't be looking at you. Wu Xinlan's brows furrowed again. As a mother, she had to think of all the bad things for her child. And she knew that there were all kinds of dirty unspoken rules within the entertainment industry. Of course not. Mom, the artists under his hand are all like this. Really a super good boss. Yi Qingxin's pretty face slightly reddened, thinking of the way Lu Zhangyang looked at himself. It was clear and had no other meaning. She hurriedly explained. Alright, then I'll trust you for the time being. Then when you work, you must do your best and not let others down for you. After knowing the reliability of her daughter's work, Wu Xinlan was worried about her daughter's work. Alright Mom, you don't need to worry about my work. I'll take care of it myself. Just take care of yourself in the hospital. Yi Qingxin smiled with the corner of her mouth. Although her mouth disliked her mom's nagging, but her heart was very happy. Good. My family Qingxin has also grown up and has a job. So I'm relieved. Wu Xinlan said with a smile. A day later, early morning, Lu Zhangyang was woken up by the ringing phone again. Hey, Lu old brother. Shattered. Really shattered. I'll go. Worth a few 100 million porcelain cans actually shattered. Zhao's voice was on the other end of the phone, looking extraordinarily agitated. Although Lu Zhangyang told him that the price of this Yuan Qinghua porcelain jar would definitely rise, he did not expect it to be in this way. In other words, the Yuan Qinghua jar they were holding was now the only one in the world, at a price he didn't even dare to think about. Don't be so excited. Make money to earn calmly. This shock, the money scared away how to do? Lu Zhangyang joked. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile as well. This moment had finally come, and he had a feeling that the minimum twofold return rate given by Fortune Information was still a bit conservative. This jar could go for a horrible price. Can I not be excited about this? Waking up and suddenly telling me that one of my porcelain jars has turned into something unique in the world. Zhao said excitedly. However, how did you know that jar would break? Old brother Lu? Zhao Jiming paused for a moment and asked again suspiciously. It'll break? Of course I don't know I just know that like this kind of thing, it will definitely go up. The corner of Lu Zhengyang's mouth hooked up. He didn't explain in detail, leaving others the space of their own imagination was the best explanation. Well, old brother Lu, then all I can say is that our luck is too good. Although Zhao Zhiming said this on his lips, but in his heart, he had a horrible thought. That is, the other porcelain jar, it wouldn't be Lu Zhengyang who secretly broke it, right? Why else would Lu Zhengyang suddenly lay his hands on a porcelain jar? Even if there is no relationship with Lu Zhengyang, Lu Zhengyang must have learned the information that the porcelain jar will be broken. Then Lu Zhengyang's background is just as horrible as it is. At that moment, he felt more than a hint of awe towards Lu Zhengyang. Yes, that's right. Well, get ready. The auction company side should call me soon. With such powerful information, they already can't hold back as well. Lu Zhengyang smiled and said, a fool would not pass up this opportunity for publicity when there is an absolutely unique item in his own auction collection. Once the publicity is in place, will attract countless collectors to come? Then it will really be a bloody rain. Lu Zhengyang had just hung up Zhao Zhiming's phone and went to the kitchen to prepare to make breakfast for his mother and his wife, when the phone call from the auction company came over. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Sorry to bother you so early. The main thing over here is to tell you a piece of news. Wasn't it the other Yuan Qinghua jar for enjoying plums under the moon that broke? Yes, Mr. Lu. So the jar you consigned for auction in our company has become a unique and orphan item. So our company would like to vigorously publicize it and let the news fly for a few more days, so that we can maximize your benefits. The caller said slowly. Okay, I agree. Lu Zhengyang naturally knew that it was the auction company's side that also wanted to get a higher commission. But a win-win thing. Lu Zhengyang is also lazy. There is an auction company to help publicize. Warming up. His porcelain jar can also be sold at a higher price. Money can't be earned by one person. Learning to cooperate and win-win is the trick to making money. Okay, Mr. Lu, then the invitation will be delivered to your door. Yes. Lu Zhengyang nodded and hung up the phone. Agree to what? Shen Mubing's puzzled voice rang out. Chapter 100, Finally Holding Hands. Shen Mubing rubbed her deluded eyes and walked to the kitchen, hearing the sound of Lu Zhengyang on the phone. I bought a thing a while ago. Recently the price went up, so I'm going to resell it. Dump it and make waves of money. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. What's that? Cold and flu medicine? Our company recently said that this stuff has gone up a lot lately. Shen Mubing asked suspiciously. No, it's just a porcelain jar. Porcelain jars? How did this thing go up in price? Shen Mubing took the spatula from Lu Zhengyang's hand and took over the task of making breakfast and started frying eggs. Because it's a Yuan dynasty jar, it's worth $400 million. Pop. Shen Mubing hid an egg on the stovetop. She froze and looked back at Lu Zhengyang. She kind of couldn't believe her ears. What did you just say? I'd say it's a Yuan dynasty porcelain jar worth $400 million. Lu Zhengyang looked at Shen Mubing's dumbfounded expression, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise. A porcelain jar? $400 million? Shen Mubing's pretty face was filled with incredulity. Yeah, but it's from the Yuan dynasty. It's an antique. Lu Zhengyang explained with a smile. Don't tell me you spent $400 million on a porcelain jar? Shen Mubing's brain is now blank. Lu Zhengyang's words. She listened to spend $400 million to buy a porcelain jar. Well yeah, but I only spent $200 million. The other $200 million came from someone else. The spatula in Shen Mubing's hand almost fell to the ground. That is also spent $200 million. That's gotta be a lot of money. Just for a can? Alright, didn't I say so? He's raised the price, and in a few days he can sell it for more than $400 million. Lu Zhengyang knew that this was a bit of a shock to Shen Mubing. After all, in the eyes of people who do not know about antiques, Yuan Qinghua porcelain jar is an ordinary porcelain jar. Are you sure you can sell it? Who would spend that much money on a porcelain jar? Shen Mubing didn't believe it. While she knew that some antiques were expensive, a few million should top it off. What the hell are these hundreds of millions? It can. If you don't believe me, I'll take you there during the auction. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Alright, I'd like to see what kind of jar can be sold at such a high price. Shen Mubing took a deep breath and said, although she did not know exactly how much money Lu Zhengyang had, but such a few hundred million, hundreds of millions of flowers. And how long can last the famous enjoying plums under the moon Yuan Qinghua porcelain jar, which was accidentally broken by a slip of the hand during the collector's presentation to his guests last night, is worth $310 million, and can be said to be the most expensive slip of the hand in history. Lu Zhengyang watched the TV report. Although it was a sad thing, he could not help but feel joy in his heart. Slip of the hand is good. Slip of the hand makes him money. After 3 days of things festering, almost the entire collecting world knew about it, and under the publicity of the auction house, A lot of people flew to Beihai City from all over the country specifically to get their hands on this one and only orphan piece. Beihai City Antique Street Auction House. Lu Zhangyang brought Shen Mubing to the auction house. Mr. Lu, this way please, your seat is over here. Just after arriving at the auction house, an attendant came out specifically and led Lu Zhangyang to a more forward position. Zhao Jiming and Li Wenxiang are still on their way. This time, the auction was obviously more grand than the last one. Not only did it look more exquisite in its arrangement, even among the people who came to participate in the auction, there were quite a few more foreigners. Are all these people here for the auction? Shen Mubing came to such a scene for the first time, and the constraints made her a little closer to Lu Zhangyang. Yes, don't be nervous, sit down, we are here to make money today. Lu Zhangyang revealed a warm smile and comforted. Shen Mubing nodded and sat down. Only the small white hands clenched into fists revealed that she was still a little nervous. Lu Zhangyang took a deep breath and finally summoned up the courage to put his hand on Shen Mubing's hand. Relax, this is just an ordinary occasion. Shen Mubing felt the temperature of her hand. Her body couldn't help but tremble a little, but didn't pull her hand out of Lu Zhangyang's hand, but let him continue to hold it, and the constriction in her heart eased a lot. Lu Zhangyang was happy. Shen Mubing did not resist physical contact with him anymore, and his hand was held more tightly. Elder brother Lu, we're here. Sister-in-law is here too. Zhao Jiming's voice suddenly appeared, destroying the atmosphere with a hint of sweetness. The two quickly separated their hands. Their old faces flushed. Zhao froze for a moment. Was this couple so shy? Just holding hands? Why did you shy away when he came? Is it not a couple, but a honey? Cough. Well, sit down. The auction will start soon. Lu Zhangyang coughed and signaled Zhao Jiming and Li Wenxiang to sit down. Shen Mubing greeted the two with a red face and lowered her head without speaking. The people who came today. There are quite a lot more than last time. Are they all here for our porcelain pots? Li Wenxiang looked around and asked with a bit of excitement. It should be. You are not aware of how much the auction company has publicized for this auction. My brother's place has received invitations. Zhao Jiming nodded. This auction company presumably wanted to use this porcelain jar to completely hype up their reputation in the industry. TSK, there are quite a few foreigners. Li Wenxiang smacked his lips. Alright, stop talking. The auction is starting. Lu Zhangyang interrupted the two men's conversation and placed his gaze on the stage. The auctioneer that came out this time was the same Cheongsam woman from last time. Welcome all honored guests to this auction. I am the auctioneer for this auction, Chao Qing. Chao Qing's soft and sticky voice slowly resounded in the hall. We've handpicked all of today's collections, and we wish you all the best of luck in buying your favorite collection today. Well, without further ado, let's look at the first product of the day. One by one, the collection was auctioned off under Chao Qing's rhythm. Damn it, I should have known that last time I would have been with that person. To the end, this time I want to take it down. I guess I will have to bleed a lot. Zhongshan Dressman Forestry faced constipation. Last time, the one who robbed with him was only Lu Zhangyang, but today is different. I don't know how many people came to buy this lone item. He had wanted to take it at a lower price, but it turned out that the other porcelain jar was actually broken. Broken? Where is such a coincidence? He twisted his head and glanced at Lu Zhangyang. The look in his eyes was complicated and he didn't know what to say. Lu Zhangyang naturally also saw the man in the Chinese mountain suit from last time, and noticed that his face was not very good. Without the calmness from last time, this time he didn't shoot anything, completely unlike last time, when he bid to take whatever he liked whenever he came across it. The corner of Lu Zhangyang's mouth hooked. He knew what the man in the mountain suit was waiting for his own Yuan Qinghua porcelain jar. There were a number of people in the hall, sitting up straight, after an ancient painting was sold. Lu Zhangyang's eyes also narrowed as the next auction item was his porcelain jar.